In my mind's eye, Guy Avery, you've finally been caught. Dana Avery stepped past the cold iron bars and looked at the cell opposite. The person greeting him from behind the bars was someone he knew, Sirius Black. A poor soul who had lost his closest friends due to betrayal, yet chose imprisonment as self-punishment. Dana ignored Sirius and instead retreated to a corner, trying to empty his mind and avoid any emotions. He knew that Dementors would suck away all happy emotions, and he needed to hide them well. That way, when he was released, there might still be some happiness left. Guy Avery, what's wrong? You weren't so quiet when you were chasing James and Lily. Dana shook his head slightly, not speaking. It was too cold here, he needed to conserve his strength. Wait a minute, you're not Guy Avery? Who are you? Calculating the time, the polyjuice potion on Dana should be wearing off soon. The boat to Azkaban Wizard Prison was slightly delayed today, which almost exposed his transformation before he even entered the prison. Dana's body began to shrink, quickly returning to his 7-year-old body and appearance. Yes, he was just a 7-year-old child, and also a transmigrator. Looking at Dana's tender face, Sirius was speechless. It was 1987, and Sirius had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 6 years. Today was supposed to be the happiest day since his incarceration, as another Death Eater had been caught. But unexpectedly, it was a child who had taken someone else's place. Guy Avery was indeed arrested, but the head of the Avery family, Ollivander Avery, used galleons to pave the way and reached an agreement with a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic to swap Guy Avery out with a scapegoat. And Dana Avery was this scapegoat, a child from a branch family of the Avery family, with no father or uncles, only a mother who depended on him. His mother was not in good health and needed galleons for medical treatment. Sirius was about to ask something else, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. He shivered and transformed into a black dog. This was his animagus transformation, which could evade the Dementor's search. He had been a bit too happy just now, and that joyful emotion was captured by a Dementor, so one was coming this way. Dana felt the air grow colder. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, making clattering sounds. He was wearing Guy Avery's wizard robe. Now that he had returned to his original size, the robe was too large and ill-fitting. He had to use it as a blanket, wrapping himself up. Soon, that flickering, ghost-like terrifying figure slowly flew past the prison bars. The gloomy mist surrounding the monster continuously lowered the surrounding temperature. Dementors, notorious monsters that fed on happiness, were the most lethal prison guards. Dana's teeth chattered more violently. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively squeezed himself further into the corner, wishing he could completely embed himself into the wall. At this moment, the terrible smell in the cell and the slippery floor no longer mattered, because Dana felt like he was about to die. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, when he truly faced a Dementor, he found it was completely different from what he had imagined. It was a feeling of despair that made him wish he were dead. He had originally thought he only needed to stay in the cell for 10 years, and when Lord Voldemort orchestrated the Azkaban mass breakout, he could escape with him. But now, it seemed he had underestimated the Dementor's threat. No wonder Rubeus Hagrid almost broke down after only a few months in Azkaban. The Dementor finally moved away. It didn't quite understand why there had been a strong burst of happy emotion here just now, only for it to vanish instantly. Dana breathed a huge sigh of relief. He felt like he had come back to life. Kid, who exactly are you, and why are you taking Guy Avery's place in here? Dana glanced at Sirius. Although he was now emaciated and his face was distorted with madness, Dana, who had read the original work and seen the movies, knew that Sirius Black was a good person. Because as long as I take Guy Avery's place, they promised to cure my mother. Black snorted softly. Foolish brat, to believe the pureblood family's nonsense. They've already achieved their goal, why would they still cure your mother? Dana rolled his eyes. You think I don't know? But what could I do? A green glowing wand was pointed at my mother's forehead. Either my mother came in, or I came in. Is there a difference? Sirius was stunned for a moment. He had been imprisoned for too long, so long that he had almost forgotten that pure-blood families not only used enticement but also coercion. Then why didn't your mother replace Guy Avery and come in? With polyjuice potion, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Of course my mother didn't want me to come in, but I knocked her out as a son. How could I just watch my gravely ill mother enter Azkaban? Dana was very glad he had taken his mother's place. If his mother had experienced what he just did, she might not have survived even a day. She was a kind, timid, and even somewhat naive woman, who would always foolishly watch herself and be happy for a long time. But it was such a woman who, alone, raised Dana in the cannibalistic magic world, teaching him to read and write. Dana had no regrets. Although he knew the Avery family might not keep their promise, of two evils, he chose the lesser. It was better for him to come in than for his mother, and besides, there was at least a possibility that the Avery family would cure his mother, wasn't there? Sirius couldn't quite understand such mother-son devotion, because every time his mother saw him, she would call him a rebellious son, an animal, and a disgrace to the family. Sirius fell silent. He saw Dana huddled in the corner, trembling slightly, and a hint of pity arose in his heart. This was a good child. Child, have you had your magic outbreak yet? I'll teach you a warming charm. Although you don't have a wand, if you practice a lot, and by chance can cast it wandlessly, then you won't be afraid of the severe cold here. This was just psychological comfort and a glimmer of hope to survive. Sirius himself didn't believe a 7-year-old child could learn a wandless warming charm. Dana also understood that if he wanted to survive, he indeed needed hope. Since idling was idling anyway, he might as well learn a spell. What if it worked? So, after receiving Sirius's guidance, Dana began to repeatedly point his finger at himself, softly chanting the spell. Cullions Corporis. Of course, it had no effect. But even a little movement could slightly warm Dana's body, although it drew cold ridicule from the cellmates in the surrounding cells. Kid, you're not a squib, are you? Isn't he a muggle? Muggles don't get locked up in Azkaban, ha 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 ha. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see he was given polyjuice potion and thrown in as a scapegoat? Ha ha ha, look at how clumsy he is, he really doesn't look like a wizard at all. Sirius roared at them. All of you, shut up, you brutes. You can't even cast wandlessly yourselves, what right do you have to mock a child here? The criminals grumbled and retreated to the back of their cells. It was said that Sirius Black had killed an entire street of people with one spell. It was better not to provoke such a vicious person. What if he threw a wandless exploding charm over? How unfairly would they die? Time passed, and when mealtime arrived, Dana looked outside the cell. He really wanted to know what surprised expression the guard would make if they discovered he wasn't Guy Avery when delivering the food. Of course, he didn't deny that he also had a naive hope, hoping the guard would notice something amiss and report it to the Ministry of Magic. However, when a piece of moldy black bread and a cup of ice-cold water suddenly appeared in the cell, Dana couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Merlin's beard, I forgot this was a magic prison." To be honest, this was the first time Dana had ever said Merlin's beard since arriving in this world. Before, he had always been well protected by his mother, with no danger or fright, living an ordinary but stable life. It was truly too ordinary, because he always felt that as a transmigrator, he actually had no golden finger. But did he really have no golden finger? After Dana uttered Merlin's beard, he felt as if something was forming in the palm of his hand. He opened his hand. A long, silvery white, somewhat dry and curly human beard appeared in his palm. This beard was emitting a faint glow. Dana knew this glow was magic particles, which could be seen on some powerful alchemical tools. So, he actually had a golden finger? And this golden finger was to summon Merlin's beard? Although the golden finger arrived after he was imprisoned, it was better than having nothing at all. He just didn't know what this Merlin's beard was for. Eat it? That would be too disgusting. Insert it into his chin and make it his beard? Bah, 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 what was wrong with him? He just got a golden finger and was already losing his mind? As he was thinking wildly, the magic contained in this beard flowed into his body through his palm. He felt his magic had at least doubled in strength. This was truly good news. So, could he pluck Merlin's beard to strengthen his magic? That was really good. After haphazardly stuffing the dry, hard, and smelly black bread into his stomach, Dana began to whisper to himself in the corner. Merlin's beard. Merlin's beard. No response. Perhaps he should try something else of Merlin's? Merlin's spellbook. Merlin's wand. Merlin's dentures. Merlin's hair. Merlin's stockings. Merlin's. It was as if the golden finger was a one-time use, and it never responded to Dana again. Sirius in the opposite cell just shook his head. This poor child, he went crazy after only half a day inside. Dana was not stubborn, he kept guessing Merlin's XXX, simply because he had nothing else to do, until he was half asleep. Merlin's shower cap, Merlin's mouse, Merlin's trunk, briefs. Suddenly, Dana felt that familiar sensation of something forming in his palm again. He jolted awake and looked at his palm. There were no trunk briefs there, but an old parchment scroll with a fresh line of writing on it. Dana, using the moonlight that shone through the only ventilation window in the cell, read with difficulty. Merlin has no trunk briefs. Dana, having read so many fanfictions, he had thought Merlin's wardrobe contained everything. The moon was high in the sky outside, so it must have been past midnight. This made him realize one thing: he could only summon an item of Merlin's once a day, and it had to be something the old man Merlin actually possessed, otherwise, he would waste the opportunity. Because the parchment in his hand had no magic fluctuations at all. As long as this golden finger wasn't a one-time use, it would be fine. Dana tried hard to suppress his emotions, pulling his thoughts to the bitter prison life ahead, so as not to get too happy. Thus, with a peculiar mindset of daring to grieve but not to rejoice, he fell into a dream. He didn't sleep soundly, because in his dream he also tried hard not to be happy. This state made him wake up with a start every now and then. After all, dementors were too terrifying. Half asleep and half awake, he finally endured until dawn. Opening his eyes, Dana felt his whole body stiff even though he felt he was a person with a golden finger. Azkaban's cold floor showed no mercy. Cleans corporis. Dana tried to cast a warming charm on himself, but it still didn't work. "Child, are you all right?" Sirius's concerned voice came, warming Dana's heart. He replied, "I'm fine, not frozen to death." Sirius then said nothing more, as if simply confirming Dana's condition. In reality, Sirius did not believe Dana could last long. Many adult wizards went mad or died quickly after entering Azkaban. So, that day passed with Dana constantly practicing the warming charm. He had to master this magic quickly, otherwise, once he fell ill from the cold, he would not be far from death. Enduring until midnight, Dana estimated the time, feeling it was almost 12 o'clock, and began to repeatedly chant Merlin's beard. He was a very stable person. He could summon Merlin's beard to increase his magic, which had been proven feasible. Other things had not been verified, and if he couldn't summon them, he would waste an opportunity. And now, what he needed most was to strengthen his magic further for wandless casting, because today he felt he was already very proficient with the warming charm, and his inability to cast it should be due to his magic not being strong enough. So, every wasted summoning opportunity would slow down his progress in learning the warming charm. If he gambled incorrectly, he might freeze to death here. When he chanted Merlin's beard for the 178th time, Merlin's beard appeared. Thus, his magic grew again. This was Dana's 5th day in Azkaban. He felt colder day by day, his hands and feet stiff, as if the fat stored in his body had been depleted. Cleans corporis. Sirius quietly watched Dana trembling as he cast the warming charm on himself, and couldn't help but admire Dana's perseverance. If this child could study well at Hogwarts, his future achievements would certainly not be low. However, these continuous days of practice also made the surrounding prisoners impatient. Even with Sirius's deterrent still in effect, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Stinky brat, you're so noisy. You won't learn it, don't waste your energy. Aren't you going to sleep while it's warm during the day? Do you want to freeze to death?" It turned out that the prisoners of Azkaban survived by such small wisdom, because many people who froze to death did so in their sleep at night. Daytime temperatures were higher, making it a good time to sleep. But Dana turned a deaf ear to the prisoners' shouts, simply casting the warming charm over and over again. "Almost there, almost there. I'm not going to be a transmigrator who freezes to death in Azkaban prison." Cleans corporis. A faint red light bloomed from his fingertips. Dana's body seemed to be covered with a thin film, and a warmth surged up from the soles of his feet, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. It worked? He learned it? Sirius stood up in shock. He felt like he was dreaming. How did this child manage to learn wandless casting of the warming charm in just a few days? A magic genius? Dana moved his limbs. His previously stiff muscles now seemed to be full of vitality again. However, to avoid attracting dementors, he had to suppress his excitement and happiness, which was truly unpleasant. "Mr. Black, can you teach me some other spells?" Facing Dana's request, Sirius had no excuse to refuse. This child was quite to his liking, and teaching him some things could also make prison life less boring. Days passed, and Dana continuously learned spells from Sirius. At the same time, he also grew stronger through the process of plucking Merlin's beard. In a blink of an eye, he turned 11. On this day, after the dead of night, Dana once again chanted, "Merlin's beard." This time, no beard appeared in his hand. Instead, there was a long-lost parchment with, written on it, "Merlin has no beard." Dana was stunned. He looked back at the neatly placed pile of beards in the corner of his cell. Indeed, there was already a large pile of them. After 4 years of effort, Dana had successfully plucked all of Merlin's beard clean. Merlin's hair. Merlin has no hair. That makes sense. Living too long, it's normal for hair to fall out. Merlin's armpit hair. Merlin has no armpit hair. Is he that smooth? Another day passed, and Dana resisted saying Merlin's hair, instead exclaiming, "Merlin's magic." A small ball of light appeared in Dana's hand. After absorbing it, Dana found that the increase in magic was far less than that from the beard. However, something was better than nothing. It still ensured he would grow a little stronger each day. As for why Dana didn't try magic books, wands, or clothes, it was because the prison cell was open, and everything inside was visible. If extra items suddenly appeared around him, it would be hard to explain. After all, when Lord Voldemort frees Azkaban, he and these prisoners will all be released. If Merlin's treasures were summoned, and even one prisoner reported it, he would likely not be able to keep those items. Despite getting stronger over the past 4 years, Dana's own assessment put his current combat power at roughly the level of 2 Lucius Malfoys, still far from enough. Because the boost gained from Merlin's beard was diminishing daily, and now that the beard was gone, he could only forcefully extract magic, yet the rate of strengthening was even worse than with the beard. Dana had never figured out what kind of mechanism this was. However, if things continued this way, by the time Lord Voldemort arrived at Azkaban, having the combat power of 3 or 4 Lucius would not be a problem, which would be enough for him to earn money to support his mother. He just hoped his mother could hold on until he was released from prison. One day, a cat owl flew into the small skylight of Dana's cell. A cat owl? Dana was a bit confused, but then his heart stirred. If he roasted and ate this cat owl, it would be a great tonic for him. It wasn't surprising he wanted to eat the cat owl. If you'd eaten moldy bread for 4 years, even if a mouse crawled by, you'd probably want to catch it and try it. 4 years of prison life allowed Dana to control his emotions very effectively. Even when he should be happy, he could exude sadness. How pitiful this cat owl was! She was about to meet Merlin. Perhaps she was a blood curse victim, once a beautiful girl, who knows? How tragic? Thinking this, his hands did not stop. Stupefied. Red light shot from his fingers, hitting the cat owl, and the poor little creature fell straight to the ground. Dana picked up the cat owl, weighed it, and felt it could at least provide him 2 full meals. Just as he was about to use a cutting curse to gut it, he noticed a letter tied to the cat owl's leg. Faintly, he saw the word Dana on the envelope, which was his name. So this cat owl was delivering a letter to him? What a sin, what a sin. He had a conscience. Since this cat owl was delivering a letter to him, he couldn't let it exert itself and then lose its life. Putting down the cat owl and taking the letter, Dana glanced at the Scottish round-faced fat chicken, regretfully smacked his lips, and flattened the envelope. On the envelope was the Hogwarts crest, which surprised Dana. Could this be the legendary Hogwarts acceptance letter? Can criminals also enroll? He continued to examine the envelope and saw that it also read, Mr. Dana Avery, Azkaban cell number 435. Very good, he was probably the first young wizard in history to receive an acceptance letter in Azkaban. Oh no, why was he so happy? The thought that a professor would arrive, discover he was innocent, and then he could be released and see his mother. Damn it, he couldn't suppress this joyful emotion. On an old sailing ship, Severus Snape stood at the bow, and through the sea mist, he saw the strange 3-walled tower. Azkaban, he murmured. How can there be an age-appropriate young wizard in Azkaban? The Ministry of Magic employee at the stern laughed. Professor Snape, Hogwarts must have made a mistake this time. How could there be a new student in Azkaban? I've checked the records, that Dana Avery was declared dead 4 years ago. Snape turned his head and gave the employee a cold look. Hogwarts' Book of Admittance and Quill of Acceptance have never been wrong. The employee gave an awkward laugh, but in his heart, he grumbled. They're centuries-old antiques, it's not surprising if they malfunction. The sailboat quickly docked. Snape tightened his robes. This ghostly place was truly unbearable. At this moment, he also began to doubt, could an underage young wizard truly survive in such a place? Strange. The employee took out an oil lamp with some confusion. This oil lamp was a protective charm for Ministry of Magic employees on the island. Dementors would not attack if they saw the light of this oil lamp. Usually, the Dementors should be flying over by now, shouldn't they? Before the employee could delve into the reason, a strong silver light burst from a small skylight on one of Azkaban Castle's floors. From the outside, the dark fortress suddenly had a shining belt. That's a Patronus charm. Snape immediately identified the silver light's composition and ran inside. The employee hurriedly followed, holding up the oil lamp. Professor, slow down. Without an oil lamp, even you would be in danger in the prison. The two passed through corridors and climbed stairs. On both sides were the strange laughs and screams of the prisoners. Snape ignored them, continuing upwards. Azkaban was equipped with anti-apparition devices, which meant he could only climb the stairs with his 2 legs at this time. Out of shape, he felt his legs were as heavy as if filled with lead. Finally, they reached the prison floor from which the silver light emanated. The silver light continued, and the angry and frightened shrieks of Dementors echoed in their ears. A silver raven flew back and forth in the prison corridor, driving away the approaching Dementors, and a young but somewhat hoarse voice shouted, "I've endured for 4 years, can't I even be happy for this moment? You brainless monsters!" Snape frowned. Dragging his almost numb legs, he hurried forward, his loose wizard robes billowing in the wind created by his movement, looking like a large bat swooping low. Expecto Patronum. Snape waved his wand, and a doe flew from his wand tip, joining the ranks of the raven, and began to drive away the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic employee was greatly alarmed and quickly adjusted the oil lamp's brightness to maximum. He was afraid that Snape's actions would provoke the Dementors. Fortunately, under the deterrence of Snape's powerful Patronus, the Dementors still recognized the Ministry of Magic's oil lamp and slowly retreated, hissing unwillingly. Snape arrived at the cell where the silver raven was. Under the silver light, an extremely emaciated teenager stood swaying, wrapped in an ill-fitting wizard robe, with empty hands. Seeing someone arrive, and an oily-haired, gloomy man at that, the teenager breathed a sigh of relief. After a smile, he collapsed, and the silver raven dissipated into specks of starlight. Snape glanced at the cell number 435. So, this teenager was Dana Avery? Wandless Patronus charm? Snivellis. A voice like sandpaper rubbing together sounded from behind. Snape turned around and saw Sirius Black. Immediately, an unnameable fire ignited within him, fueled by old grudges. Padfoot? You beast, why aren't you dead yet? Dana didn't know what Snape and Black argued about. When he woke up, he was in the cabin of a Ministry of Magic sailboat, and the turbulent waves made the boat extremely bumpy. The room was dilapidated, but Dana, who had seen prison cells for 4 years, found this moldy room adorable. You're awake. Dana turned his head at the sound and saw Snape sitting nearby, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Hello. Dana showed a big smile. Perhaps the suppressed happiness of the past few years had overflowed, and at this moment, he felt an unending surge of joy, making the smile on his face exceptionally genuine. Of course, more than half of that happiness was because he would soon be home to see his mother. Dana Avery. Yes, I am Dana Avery. Are you a professor at Hogwarts? I am the potions professor at Hogwarts. You can call me Professor Snape. All right, Professor Snape. Snape stared directly at Dana and asked, I checked your records from the Ministry of Magic. You died 4 years ago, and the cell that was supposed to hold the Death Eater Guy Avery. Tell me, what happened? Dana replied with a wry smile. The head of the Avery family made me replace Guy Avery on the condition that he would treat my mother. Snape nodded, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Dana's arm and said, It might be a bit dizzy, bear with it. Whoosh. Snape operated with Dana. When they reappeared, the two stood in front of an old house. The house number read Livingston Town number 5. In reality, this small town was a wizarding world gathering place, where many wizards and squibs with low incomes lived. And this Livingston number 5 was Dana's home. Snape looked down at Dana. The young boy wasn't nauseous from the apparition, but instead showed another abnormal state. His eyes were red. Dana's mother, Anna, was an extremely clean person. She washed the mat at the door every week, but now there was moss growing on the mat in front of them. Looking at the filthy mat, a terrible premonition rose in Dana's heart, and he couldn't stop his tears from falling. Alohomora. Dana used Alohomora without hesitation. He pushed open the door and rushed into the house. As he entered, a breeze stirred the thick dust on the floor, and sunlight streamed into the room through the blurry glass window, illuminating the dust-filled air. Dana wiped his tears hard, making his blurred vision a little clearer. Their family's few pieces of furniture, that dining table, one of its legs gnawed off by some animal, now lay broken on the side, causing the entire table to be tilted and fallen on the ground. This was an important memory from his childhood. In this life his mother would tell him stories after meals. She would sit at the dining table, doing her knitting, narrating dry and old-fashioned stories in her gentle voice, and Dana would often fall asleep listening, so his mother would carry him to the sunny bay window to let him sleep peacefully. Dana looked at the bay window. Some mischievous child had thrown a stone in, breaking a pane of glass. The glass shards had fallen onto the bay windowsill and, after being continuously washed by the rain that poured in, were now almost fused with the rotten wood. Dana ran frantically to the second floor. The wooden staircase, which had been very sturdy 4 years ago, now creaked loudly. The dilapidated walls, the decayed floor. This was not the home Dana remembered. His mother's bedroom door wasn't closed. In fact, the wooden door was too rotten to close. The decay in his mother's room seemed to be the most severe in the entire house. Dana darted to the doorway of the room, and upon seeing the scene inside, he cried out in pain and fell to his knees. On the collapsed single wooden bed, a skeleton lay quietly, and the faded dress on the skeleton was the one Dana's mother loved most. Snape walked up to the second floor, looking at Dana, who was kneeling on the ground, curled up in a ball and sobbing loudly. He twitched the corner of his mouth and, after a moment of hesitation, said, "My condolences." Dana was pulled back to his senses by Snape's voice. He looked up and stumbled on his knees to his mother's side. Tears streaming down his face, he removed the blackened silver ring from his mother's finger. This ring wasn't expensive, so cheap that even burglars weren't interested in it. Yes, the house had clearly been burgled. A tapestry that hung on the wall was gone. It was the only valuable item his grandfather had brought out when he was separated from the main Avery family. Dana knelt there for a long time. After he cried all his tears dry, he stood up. He opened the nightstand, pulled open the drawer, wanting to see if his mother had left anything else, and saw a piece of paper that had turned black and yellow. On the paper was written, "Anna Avery borrows 100 galleons from Ollivander Avery, with a monthly interest of 2%, to be repaid within 10 years. This is the loan certificate, in duplicate." Dana took a deep breath. Sure enough, when he replaced Guy Avery and went to Azkaban, these bastards didn't treat his mother's illness. Presumably, his mother wanted to get well and wait for his release from prison, so she borrowed money from Ollivander Avery. But his mother's treatment only needed about 50 galleons, so since she got the money, why did she still die of illness? Yes, Dana was certain his mother wasn't murdered. The security in Livingston Town had always been good, simply because a senior Auror lived there, Alastair Moody, the one known as Mad Eye. "All right, Dana Avery, I'll find someone to bury your mother," Snape said. "We've been delayed here too long. Clearly, this place is uninhabitable, so you'll probably have to stay at the Leaky Cauldron until school starts." Dana didn't speak, only nodded, casting a reluctant glance at his mother's remains before turning and leaving the bedroom. Dana stumbled downstairs, pushed open the door, and walked out. From today on, he had no home. "Watch out!" Snape suddenly roared, then rushed out of the house, his wand held level, its tip glowing orange-red. Opposite Snape, a tall figure also held a wand, but that single eye immediately made Snape recognize him. "Alastair Moody. Severus Snape, what are you doing here?" As Dumbledore's right-hand man, their relationship, while not exactly good, was clearly acquainted. Both lowered their wands simultaneously, and Moody spoke. "I sensed someone in this house, thought it was another petty thief, so I came to check." He now saw Dana behind Snape, dragging a wide Wizarding World robe, with one shoulder exposed. "Little Dana." Moody was greatly surprised. "Your mother hasn't been seen for several years. I'm afraid she's already left here. I heard Anna spent all her galleons trying to find you, so where have you been all these years?" At these words, Dana felt as if struck by lightning. His mother didn't get treatment because of him at all. "Mr. Moody, please tell me, what exactly happened to my mother?" Moody sighed and shook his head. In the month before Anna disappeared, she frequently visited the Ministry of Magic. I guess she was asking the ministry to help find you. But she ultimately couldn't find you, and because you had been missing for too long, you were presumed dead. In Moody's view, finding a young wizard in the wizarding world was the simplest thing. Clearly, those bastards took the money but did nothing, causing a mother and son to be separated for 4 years. But he had no idea that Dana's mother went to the Ministry of Magic not to find Dana, but to pay money to get Dana out of Azkaban. Guy Avery had already escaped, and Dana had already completed his task for the Avery family, so in Anna's eyes, as long as she paid a fine for disrupting judicial order, Dana could leave Azkaban. But Dana was not released, and Anna spent her last money, suffering from hunger, cold, and disease, dying in her home. Snape had roughly understood the whole story. He nodded to Moody. I need to take this child to the Leaky Cauldron now. He's going to Hogwarts next month. Snape grabbed Dana's arm and continued to Moody. His mother is dead, her remains are on the 2nd floor. Since you're here, I'll trouble you to handle it, and I'll have Professor McGonagall settle the expenses with you. After speaking, Snape operated with Dana without any delay. Whoosh! Leaving only a bewildered Moody standing in front of Livingston number 5. What? Anna Avery is dead. I've already paid for your room, including all your meals before school starts. Just wait here, and someone from the school will come to take you to buy the necessary items for the new term. Severus Snape tossed the dazed Dana onto the bed in the Leaky Cauldron's guest room. Despite knowing he wouldn't get a response from Dana, Snape still said everything he needed to say. You should get out of your grief as soon as possible. Grief is the most useless emotion. Rarely, Snape said something that sounded like comfort. Dana turned his head and looked at him. He was currently immersed in the sorrow of losing his mother and had no leisure to complain, otherwise, he would have grumbled inwardly. Then, Professor Snape, have you emerged from the grief of Lily Evans's death? Snape left, leaving Dana alone in the guest room. Dana rubbed his eyes. His once beautiful lake green eyes were now bloodshot, and the area around his eyes was swollen from crying. Dana lay there blankly, unable to sleep and unwilling to move. At dinner time, old Tom knocked on the door. Seeing that Dana hadn't come out, he placed the meal outside the door. Before leaving, he sighed. Snape had roughly told him about the boy's situation, which had made him feel quite emotional. As midnight approached, a new day was about to begin. This was also Dana's biological clock, formed by his 4 years of exploiting Merlin's power in Azkaban, and he suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't continue like this. He had to do something. His mother couldn't have died in vain, the scoundrels who destroyed his family must be punished. But how should he do it? 4 years in Azkaban had taught him many spells. Besides those taught by Sirius, the prisoners, just to see Sirius frustrated, had even taught Dana the unforgivable curses. Dana clearly remembered how Sirius Black had stumped his feet in anger, even forcing Dana to swear not to misuse the unforgivable curses. So, Dana's combat ability was not weak now, and he could handle most situations. However, currently, besides knowing that Ollivander Avery was the instigator of the whole affair, he knew no other information. Who was pulling strings in this matter, and which high-ranking official was behind it all? His mother's death was clearly because that official feared exposure of his bribery and substitution scheme, so he used some means against his mother. Although he was only 11, he had, after all, lived half a lifetime in his previous life, and a little deduction would lead to a nearly accurate conclusion. But where could he get this information? Dana thought of Nocturne Alley. It was a place for trading dark arts items, and naturally, there were also places to buy information. However, there were 2 problems to solve. First, his appearance as a young wizard entering Nocturne Alley would attract dark wizard attention, which, though he wasn't afraid, would be very troublesome. Second, buying information naturally required money and he had no money. Dana touched the handful of Merlin's beard hidden in his embrace, thinking that both of these troubles would probably have to fall on Merlin's shoulders. He knew many spells, but his transfiguration was just rudimentary. He couldn't even change his own body shape, let alone transform into someone else. But Merlin could. Legend has it that Merlin could freely transform into anyone or any animal, and it was said that these extraordinary abilities were related to his bloodline. So, Merlin's bloodline. Dana was taking a gamble. If it didn't work, he would think of other methods tomorrow. He had wanted to try Merlin's bloodline when he was in Azkaban, but changing one's bloodline usually came with huge risks. But now that his mother was gone, he had no worries, no qualms. If he died because of a bloodline change, then it meant that Dana Avery was simply fated for it. The next moment, a sticky substance appeared in Dana's palm. He couldn't quite describe what it was, only that it felt like some kind of biological tissue. The substance quickly merged into his hand, followed by agonizing pain that spread to his shoulder, then his heart, and then his entire body, making him writhe on the bed. He hadn't been tortured by Crucio, but he guessed that enduring Crucio would be about this level of pain. Fortunately, the pain only lasted a few minutes. Once he no longer felt pain, he climbed out of bed. Walking to the mirror, he saw that his hair had turned white. This wasn't a big problem. If Professor asked, he could simply say that the grief of losing his mother had turned his hair white overnight. The key now was, would the so-called Merlin's bloodline actually be useful? Although in the past 4 years, Merlin's beard and Merlin's magic had never disappointed Dana, the situation was different now, and he felt somewhat uneasy. With a thought, his body began to change. A few seconds later, a Severus Snape appeared in the mirror. It worked. Being able to change his appearance was enough. As for other uses of Merlin's bloodline, he would explore them slowly later. It was just that. Is changing bloodlines that fast? In the stories Mom told, didn't ancient wizards' bloodline replacement rituals used to be complicated and lengthy? Even if his golden finger was related to Merlin, and Merlin was widely recognized as the strongest wizard in the wizarding world throughout history, no matter how strong he was, shouldn't he still adhere to the basic laws of magic? Shaking off all his doubts, Dana restored his own appearance, opened the door, and brought in the food old Tom had left outside. He hadn't eaten all day and was now extremely hungry. A bowl of vegetable soup, a serving of fried potatoes, and a steak. The meal was simple, but it was the best Dana had eaten in 4 years. After eating, he placed the tray back outside and then got into bed. Having been imprisoned for 4 years, his patience was unusually good. He wasn't in a hurry for revenge at all. Things had to be done one by one. Today, he solved the appearance problem. Tomorrow, he would solve the money problem. Slowly, slowly. There was no point in rushing such things. His enemies wouldn't just jump out automatically. The next morning, Dana was awakened by a knock on the door. He sat up. The soft bed and warm covers left him a bit dazed. It took several seconds for him to realize he was no longer in Azkaban. As his consciousness gradually cleared, a dull ache immediately arose in his chest. His mother's death was not something that could be overcome with just one night's sleep. He was still wearing the ill-fitting wizard robe. The reason he hadn't used transfiguration to change it was because transfiguration had a time limit. Once the magic maintaining the spell ran out, the clothes would revert to their original state, and he had grown accustomed to this loose wizard robe, so he felt no need to specifically transform it. He walked over and opened the door, only to see a young girl standing at the doorway, holding a tray. "Hello, are you Mr. Avery? My name is Hannah Abbott." Looking at the rosy-cheeked girl with golden pigtails in front of him, Dana blinked. This was the Iron Hat King from Fanfiction, the first young wizard to be sorted every time. "Hello, Miss Abbott, I am Dana Avery." Although Dana was thin and wore ill-fitting clothes, his face was quite handsome, and his silver-white hair and lake blue eyes added a lot to his charm, which made Hannah's face flush even more. "Oh, I heard you're also a young wizard starting Hogwarts this year, so you can just call me Hannah." "Okay, Hannah, you can call me Dana too." Hannah had heard about Dana from her uncle Old Tom last night and immediately felt pity for this peer with a tragic background, so she volunteered to bring Dana his meal early in the morning. "Dana, this is your breakfast." "Thank you." Dana took the tray and turned to place the meal on the table in the room. Hannah rubbed her hands and suddenly spoke. "Dana, your clothes seem very ill-fitting. My brother has some old clothes at home. If you don't mind, I can bring them to you later." "Your brother?" This was a character not present in the original work. Hannah nodded. "Yes, my brother was 20 years older than me. He sacrificed himself before I was born." There was no need to ask why he sacrificed himself. Everyone in the wizarding world knew. Besides the unspeakable who else in this era would bring such indelible pain to everyone? "I don't mind, Hannah, thank you. You're truly too kind." Hannah gave a shy smile, like a startled little rabbit, and turned and ran off. If Dana hadn't known that Hannah was a girl prone to panicking under pressure, he would have thought he was some heinous villain, but in the eyes of those who didn't know, He probably was a bad guy. After all, what good could come out of Azkaban? Closing the door, Dana casually ate his breakfast, already planning what he should summon tonight. Merlin's treasure? After midnight, Dana began to summon Merlin's X-Axe. He was just trying it out. Although Dana didn't think he would fail, after all, a great wizard like Merlin should have some savings, at least enough for him to buy the information he wanted. Sure enough, the next moment, a key appeared in his hand. The key was silver all over, with a golden thread wrapped and inlaid on it, forming a row of patterns similar to runes. Dana sighed. Giving only the key and not the treasure chest was useless. But the next second, he felt his belly button being hooked by a hook, and then he was abruptly pulled into a strange and indescribable space. He felt himself constantly falling within this space, yet he understood what was happening. This portkaya was a portkaya. It sounds like nonsense, but it's not. A portkaya is a type of spatial teleportation magic. Users can instantly transport to a preset location by means of a charmed object. It doesn't have to be a key. It could also be a hat, a spittoon, or a wash basin. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and Dana landed steadily in front of a large door. The sound of waves crashing against rocks filled his ears, and the familiar scent of the sea rushed into his nostrils. This was a stone door, embedded in a seaside cliff, and the only place on this cliff where one could stand was the protruding rock beneath Dana's feet, at least 20 meters above sea level. There was a very shallow keyhole on the stone door. Dana unhesitatingly inserted the portkaya in his hand and turned it. This time, the portkaya truly was a portkaya. The stone door rumbled as it moved aside, revealing an opening. Then, after a series of complex deciphering, Dana found the treasure. Though he really wanted to write it that way, in reality, Dana simply walked to the very center of the stone cave, where the hard stone ground suddenly turned into water, and Dana fell straight into it. When his entire body was below the water's surface, he was surprised to find that he had arrived in another space, a space opposite to the stone cave, because now Dana was head down, feet up, maintaining the posture of falling into water. Propping himself up with his hands, allowing his legs to fall steadily, Dana straightened his body, and then his eyes were blinded by golden light. Piles of gold coins were perhaps the least valuable things here. Various gemstones were casually thrown all over this treasury like pebbles paving a courtyard. Dana spotted 5 or 6 emeralds comparable to the one in Queen Victoria's crown with just a glance. Sculptures, gold, and silver artifacts from King Arthur's time might not be valuable in terms of their material, but the echoes of history and the undiminished skill of top artists over 1,000 years gave them a value capable of astounding the world. Then there were various alchemical items emitting powerful magic, among which a broken sword thrown in a corner caught Dana's attention on the ivory hilt. 3 letters left Dana dumbfounded: Sis. Considering Merlin's relationship with King Arthur, Dana easily linked it to the Stonehenge. Dana noticed that there was a stone statue that seemed out of place with the collections here. The carving of this stone statue was very crude, and the figure it depicted could only be recognized as a person bald, long-bearded, wearing a wizard's robe, and holding a huge wooden staff. This was probably Merlin's self-sculpture. A silver chain hung around the statue's neck, and an apple leaf pendant shone brightly in the cave. Dana took off the chain and found that it was neither gold nor silver, and the strong magic fluctuations quickly subsided after touching his skin. Dana quite liked this chain. He unfastened the adjustable clasp, strung his mother's silver ring onto it, and then put it around his neck. The next moment, the entire cave began to shake, and then all the treasures in the cave rushed towards Dana as if possessed. Dana quickly protected his head and face, but the expected pain did not come. Opening his eyes, the entire treasury was empty, and he felt as if he had formed a connection with the necklace. Focusing his mind on the necklace, magic involuntarily poured into it, and Dana discovered that all the treasures had been stored within this necklace. Unlike the undetectable extension charm, this alchemical item seemed to be connected to another alternate space. Dana roughly estimated that space to be 10 times the size of the cave before him. All right, the treasure was in hand, but the problem was how he was supposed to get out. Turning around, the ordinary stone door was just there, as if the incident of falling into the water and traversing into a strange space had never happened. As Dana walked out of the stone cave, the stone door slowly closed on its own. He was out, but how was he supposed to get back to the leaky cauldron? This was a cliff, and below were numerous reefs. If he jumped down, The probability of falling into the water versus hitting a reef was about 50-50, so a leap of faith was not a good idea. Having been imprisoned for 4 years, he had learned almost all of Sirius's spells and the Dark Wizard's spells, but he had never learned Apparition. Azkaban had anti-apparition devices, and if he tried to learn it forcefully, he would most likely end up dismembered. Dana closed his eyes, imagining himself as a bird, flapping his arms, and he felt a great force lifting him up. Opening his eyes, he found that he had turned into a raven. Merlin's bloodline. Amazing? Flying high into the sky, he briefly judged the direction of the mainland, and Dana flew over, carried by the strong sea breeze. After flying for about 10 minutes, he left the call of the sea and heard the whispers of the forest. A small town, clearly surrounded by a Muggle conf came into view. David was stunned. He knew this town very well. It was Livingston? So, Merlin's treasury was this close to Livingston? Descending from the sky, he arrived at the cemetery outside the town and landed on a newly erected tombstone. Anna Avery rests here. Shedding 2 ravens' tears, Dana flapped his wings and soared again. He needed to fly back to London, back to the Leaky Cauldron, before dawn, because his act of revenge could not be known by anyone, so he had to leave no flaws. Don't ask how Dana knew the way. He was now a raven. How could human beings explain the magical instincts of animals? After a night of diligent travel, Dana finally flew back to his room at the Leaky Cauldron before dawn. Returning to human form, Dana felt as if both his arms were about to break. The night's journey had left him extremely tired, but he couldn't sleep yet, because a knock came at the door at that moment. Dana, are you awake? It's Hannah. Dana went forward and opened the door. Hannah was startled when she saw Dana. Dana, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Your eyes are so red, and your face looks so haggard. Dana showed a not-so-good smile. He was so tired that he could barely control his facial muscles. I'm fine, Hannah. I just can't sleep when I think of Mother. Oh, please accept my condolences, Dana. Hannah suddenly became flustered. Then she handed the meal tray to Dana and said, "Don't close the door yet, I have something else for you." After speaking, Hannah went downstairs with a clatter. Dana put the meal tray on the table and briefly counted how many French fries were for breakfast when he heard Hannah's loud and energetic footsteps. "Here, Dana. These are all my brother's clothes." Dana took the bundle from Hannah's hand, and a warmth rose in his heart. "Thank you, Hannah." Dana wasn't in a hurry to change into Hannah's brother's clothes. He still wore the overly large wizard robe. Don't ask why it could still be worn after 4 years without washing, because the second spell Dana learned was the scouring charm. Dana's body began to enlarge, his face began to change, and his hair color turned from white to black. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tall young man with a chiseled face and deep-set features. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and said, "I am Dark Dentis, a lonely avenger." Very good. His voice had also completely changed. He believed that this transfiguration, based on the bloodline of Merlin, even Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore, who were masters of transfiguration, probably wouldn't be able to detect any flaws, right? Dana cast a disillusionment charm on himself, placed the meal tray at the door, and then slipped a note into the crack under the door, which read, "Catching up on sleep, please do not disturb. Lunch can be left on the floor, I will retrieve it myself, thank you." The invisible Dana then went downstairs. The Leaky Cauldron was still very quiet in the early morning. Apart from the residents eating breakfast on the first floor, there were basically no other people to be seen. Old Tom was bored, huddled behind the bar, playing with a bottle of Gamp's Old Aged Socializing whiskey. This drink was extremely unpalatable. If anyone could drink an entire bottle in one go without vomiting, they would win 100 galleons. But even with such a high reward, no one had ever completed the challenge. Dana strolled through the bar lobby and arrived at the courtyard. Counting 3 bricks up from the trash can, then 2 bricks across, Dana concentrated his magic at his fingertips and gently tapped that brick. The entire brick wall opened to both sides, revealing the British wizarding world's most famous magical shopping street, Diagon Alley. Dana walked in leisurely, but then he heard Old Tom muttering behind him. "Is this entrance broken? There's clearly no one here, so why did it open by itself? I'll have to get someone from the Ministry of Magic to come and take a look." Immediately, a patron chimed in. "Can't you fix it yourself? It's just a very simple trick." Old Tom rolled his eyes. "The Diagon Alley entrance is Ministry of Magic property. If you dare to touch it, they can make you wake up tomorrow morning to see the black sky of Azkaban. The patron scoffed. Old Tom, you talk as if you've been to Azkaban, and a black sky. Old Tom retorted. I have at least 80 or 100 guests every day, and it's not at all strange to occasionally meet a few who have been released from Azkaban. You're just bragging? Released from Azkaban? I wonder if more than 10 people have ever done that throughout history. Dana could no longer hear the argument between Old Tom and the patron. He walked straight to the end of the street as far as his eyes could see. There, a white, asymmetrical building that gave a strong sense of incongruity stood. That was Dana's destination, Gringotts. He needed to get some galleons. After passing through 2 guarded doors, Dana entered the main hall of Gringotts. Was Gringotts' security this strong? There were fully armed goblin guards everywhere, and these guards looked at everyone as if they were criminals. Dana thought about it and decided it was very reasonable, because, in his memory, the original work described a robbery at Gringotts on July 31st. Yes, that was the beginning of the Philosopher's Stone story. Dana continued walking. The bankers worked behind high counters. Dana felt that this must be a design made by the goblins due to their inferiority complex about their height, so that they could appear to be looking down on others. How may I help you? Standing in front of a counter, the banker didn't even lift his head, only glancing at Dana over the top of his glasses. Dana took out a gold coin and placed it in front of the banker, asking, "Can this gold coin be exchanged?" The banker's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a King Arthur era gold coin? Ah, how beautiful these lines are! Indeed, only the legendary Lady of the Lake could mint such beautiful currency. The banker suddenly came back to his senses. Ah, my apologies. We do accept this type of gold coin. One such gold coin can be exchanged for 5 galleons. Dana snorted coldly. If that's the price, I might as well go to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. Mr. Burke's quote is 10 times yours at Gringotts. If it weren't for the large quantity of these gold coins I have, which Mr. Burke couldn't handle, I wouldn't come to you. The banker was stunned. A large quantity? Sir, I am truly sorry. I misspoke just now. In fact, one such gold coin can be exchanged for 20 galleons. As for Mr. Burke's price of 50 galleons per coin, with all due respect, if he truly exchanges at that rate, he will lose everything. In the blink of an eye, the price had increased from 5 galleons to 20 galleons, which showed that the price could still go higher. Dana thought for a moment and said, "If you raise the price to 25 galleons, I'll exchange them here. I can exchange 1,000 first." 1,000? The banker's eyes lit up. Although these ancient gold coins were not in circulation on the market, they were the favorite of goblin collectors. If one had a pile of such gold coins, it would be the most powerful evidence of being extremely wealthy. If sold 1,000 at a time, it wouldn't be difficult to drive the price up to 100 galleons per coin. All right, we'll do as you say. 25 galleons per coin, a total of 1,000 coins, for a grand total of 25,000 galleons. Dana knew he was selling them too cheaply, but he didn't have time to haggle over such matters. He had more important things to do. Clatter, clatter. With a casual wave of Dana's hand, 1,000 ancient gold coins appeared on the counter. The greed in the banker's eyes flowed out, dripping onto the pile of gold coins and forming a river. Grip hook. The banker shouted into the inner cubicle. Quickly bring out 25,000 galleons. Then he turned back to Dana, his face full of flattery. I wonder if you need to open a vault? A wealthy person like you should have one of Gringotts' deepest vaults guarded by a dragon, incredibly secure, and representing a noble status, sir. Won't you buy one? The original price is 10,000 galleons, but we have a promotion now. I can give you a discount to 99.95. No, 99.94 galleons. I don't need it. Dana refused directly. Gringotts is safe? What a joke. 3 ungraduated Hogwarts young wizards can enter and exit your vaults freely. All right then, sir. If you have any more of those gold coins to exchange in the future, you can come directly to me. My name is Pucci, a Gringotts level 2 banker, and I have preferential access to all the services you can access. I will. Then, sir, may I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? I need to record you in my list of wealthy clients, so that next time you come, you only need to give your name, and we can discuss in the distinguished VIP room, instead of standing in the hall like this. Dana's eyes flickered, and he spoke faintly. Dark Dentist. Dana walked out of Gringotts and ran into Nocturne Alley as fast as he could. In fact, there was an exit to Nocturne Alley right opposite Gringotts. This design was likely intended to make it convenient for wizards to quickly deposit their ill-gotten gains into Gringotts. Upon entering Nocturne Alley, Dana first smelled a rotten odor, a mix of fermented sauerkraut, rotten meat, and stinky socks that had been fermenting for half a month. As his eyes adjusted to the gloomy hues of Nocturne Alley, Dana saw many pairs of eyes greedily looking at him. Look, he doesn't have a wand. His clothes are old too. You want to scheme against this kind of pauper? Ha, what do you know? The flesh and blood of a young wizard like him can fetch a good price. This fool rushed into Nocturne Alley recklessly. He should pay the price for his ignorance. Hee, maybe he'll be smarter in his next life. These scoundrels in Nocturne Alley said it and did it. They held their wands and slowly approached Dana. Gentlemen, are you going to kill me? Dana asked coldly. Of course, young sir, isn't that obvious? Dana nodded. I see. So, it's also reasonable and legal for me to retaliate now, right? What was that word? Oh, self-defense. Ha 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 ha. Hee. Gg. Ahee. The scoundrels suddenly burst into laughter, one old woman laughing particularly hard. Young man, I've never seen anyone brave enough to come to Nocturne Alley empty-handed. Not even those pure-blood nobles dare? So don't talk big, it's useless to us. Also, next time you come to Nocturne Alley, remember to bring your WA. The old woman's words abruptly stopped as a green light shot from Dana's fingertip, accompanied by a spell devoid of any emotion. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra is the foremost of the 3 unforgivable curses. Those hit by it die instantly and there is no counter curse, no counter curse, no counter curse. Because of its pronunciation, this spell is jokingly referred to as Avada Kedavra by young people in the Great Eastern Country. Now, Dana had the old woman eat a big melon. This was the first time Dana had killed someone in both of his lives. It was rumored that killing with the death curse would affect the soul, but at this moment, Dana only felt exceptionally clear-headed, with no uncomfortable sensations whatsoever. He raised an eyebrow and began to point his finger of death at the scoundrels of Nocturne Alley one by one. None of these people were good, each had lives on their hands, so they all deserved to die. Dana cast a shield charm on himself with his left hand, fending off some sporadic counterattacks. These people were generally weak, and in terms of individual ability, they probably didn't even have 0.1 of Lucius's combat power, posing no threat to Dana. So Dana could use both hands, casting a shield charm with his left while continuing to call names with his right. His skilled wandless casting and astonishing dual-hand casting clearly stunned the dark wizards. They never expected that the seemingly harmless poor young man was actually a tough opponent. This time, they had truly kicked a steel plate. The scoundrels howled and scattered in all directions, terrified of being too late and receiving Dana's big melon. In just a few seconds, Nocturne Alley, which had been bustling with people, now looked as clean as a dish that had been cast with a cleaning spell. One unlucky fellow tripped over something while escaping and fell with a splash into a puddle of mud, instantly turning into a mud cat. This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that a pair of old boots appeared before him, and the owner of these boots was the ruthless person who had just gone on a killing spree. The unlucky fellow looked back, wanting to see what had tripped him before he died. No need to look, I used transfiguration, Dana said. Ah, so it was transfiguration. The unlucky fellow sighed, but the next moment he realized, this killing god didn't kill him? Sir, spare my life. I didn't know they were going to harm you, I just saw them gathering and wanted to come over and watch the show. Dana only said. Tell me, where is Borgin and Burks? The unlucky fellow seemed to see a glimmer of hope and immediately told everything he knew. Sir, you go straight ahead, and after you see the Slaughter Club, turn into the alley on the left, walk about 300 yards, and you'll see the sign for Borgin and Burks. Dana was very satisfied. He nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a pleasant reincarnation. Avada Kedavra. Dana left, leaving a trail of bodies. Those who come out of Azkaban should act like Azkaban residents. Someone like Sirius is an unqualified graduate. Actually, Dana originally didn't have such a strong killing intent. Perhaps it was due to the bloodline fusion, or perhaps his mother's death had too great an impact on him. In that instant, he just felt that these scoundrels deserved to die. However, upon closer thought, the influence of the bloodline might be greater, as Merlin was a Cambion, half human, half demon, and the demonic bloodline in him would more or less affect a person. Following the unlucky fellow's directions, Dana quickly found Borgin and Burks. Mr. Borgin, whose full name is Caractacus Borgin, is a well-connected individual in the dark side of the wizarding world. Pushing open the shop door, a pleasant chime of bells immediately rang out. The strange collections in the shop were largely similar to those depicted in movies, but the peculiar smell was especially strong. Dana even suspected that the strange smell in Nocturne Alley emanated from Borgin and Burks. Ah, a customer has arrived. Mr. Borgin poked his head out from behind the counter. A new customer I don't recognize. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of Borgin and Burks. You can call me Mr. Borgin. Dana walked straight to the counter and carefully observed Mr. Borgin. A hooked nose, a receding hairline, and cunning hidden beneath a fawning smile. This was the face of a typical unscrupulous merchant. Sir, how may I help you? Mr. Borgin became uneasy under Dana's gaze and quickly asked. In reality, Dana had just killed someone, and the killing intent on him hadn't dissipated. Mr. Borgin, who mingled in the darkness, certainly knew what was going on. This is a ruthless person, Mr. Borgin involuntarily labeled Dana. I want to buy information. Mr. Borgin was stunned for a moment, then regretfully said. I'm sorry, sir, I only sell rare alchemical tools here, not information. Dana said. I know there are specialized information dealers in Nocturne Alley, but I'm too lazy to look for them. As he spoke, he swept his sleeve across the counter. The wide sleeve brushed over the uneven surface, leaving behind a pile of glittering galleons. Mr. Borgin's eyes lit up. This small pile of galleons was at least 1,000. Oh, generous sir, Borgin is happy to serve you. Mr. Borgin bowed. Rest assured, I will definitely help you find the information you want. He looked up, seemingly at Dana, but his eyes kept involuntarily sweeping over the galleons. Just, what information do you want, sir? A pang of pain shot through Dana's heart whenever he thought of his mother. He took a deep breath and said, 4 years ago, in Livingston, a child named Dana Avery was chosen by the Avery family as a scapegoat for Guy Avery and was imprisoned in Azkaban. I need to know who was involved in this whole matter. All right, sir, is there anything else you'd like to know? After Dana Avery was imprisoned, what did his mother, Anna Avery, do? And how did she die? It is said that she approached the Ministry of Magic to redeem Dana Avery. Who did she come into contact with? All right, sir. That's all I want to know. The more detailed the information, the better. When can I get what I want? Oh, that's hard to say. You know, it's been 4 years, and it's such an obscure matter, so it might take a long time. Dana waved his sleeve, and another 1,000 galleons appeared on the table. I need to get accurate information before August 20th. I will come again that day. If you deceive me. Dana looked towards the entrance of Nocturne Alley. I suggest you inquire about what happened at the entrance of Nocturne Alley just now. Then you'll know what the consequence of deceiving me is. Dana didn't expect things to be completed so quickly. It wasn't even lunchtime when he returned to his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He raised an eyebrow, picked up the note from the floor, and quickly entered the room. Removing the disillusionment charm and restoring his appearance, Dana put on Hannah's brother's old clothes. The little girl had excellent judgment. The clothes she picked out were the perfect size. Don't say clothes from 20 years ago are too old-fashioned. The wizarding world's fashion trends haven't changed for centuries. And in Dana's opinion, the few sets of clothes Hannah gave him were almost like new. Dana sat by the window for a while. Sometimes he thought of his mother. Sometimes he thought of his past life. Sometimes he wondered who his enemies truly were. Sometimes he thought about what life would be like after entering Hogwarts. Unconsciously, it was already noon. There was a knock on the door, and Dana quickly opened it. Outside the door, besides Hannah holding a tray, there was also a tall, thin, exceptionally elegant witch in green robes. Her glasses were too distinctive. Dana immediately knew her identity. Professor Minerva McGonagall. Before transmigrating here, the actress who played Professor McGonagall, Maggie Smith, had just passed away, and Dana had been sad about it for several days. After all, in the entire Harry Potter film series, Professor McGonagall was his favorite character. Hey, Dana. Hannah greeted him, and seeing Dana wearing her brother's clothes, she immediately smiled. This is your lunch. And, this is Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts behind me. She needs to speak with you. Dana took the tray. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah nodded. Dana, you look much better than this morning. Dana showed a relatively sunny smile. Hannah looked at the boy smiling at her and immediately became flustered again, lowering her head, turning around, and hurrying out of the room. Dana pointed to the sofa in the room and said, "Professor McGonagall, please have a seat. If you don't mind, may I eat while we talk?" Professor McGonagall looked at the boy in front of her. His eyes were full of sadness and melancholy. It was understandable, having been tortured in Azkaban for 4 years, and then his only mother leaving him after his release. Such an experience might be unbearable even for an adult, let alone an 11-year-old child. Professor McGonagall, who originally valued rules and etiquette greatly, softened at this moment. She actually nodded. "Of course, child." Dana lowered his head and ate, while softly saying, "Thank you, Professor." Professor McGonagall first sighed, then regained her composure. Dana now always affected the emotions of those around him. When he appeared sad, those near him could very directly feel that sadness. Professor McGonagall said, "We originally planned to have our gamekeeper take you to purchase your school supplies, but after hearing Professor Snape's description, we were very concerned about your situation. So today I've come to take you to purchase all the items you'll need for your first year, and then we'll send you to Hogwarts." Dana shook his head, put down his knife and fork, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then spoke. This gesture made Professor McGonagall nod slightly. "Professor, I am very grateful for your concern. However, regarding going to Hogwarts early, please allow me to refuse." "Why? Why else? If he went to Hogwarts, how would he get information from Mr. Borgin? I often heard my mother say that every Hogwarts first year must experience the Hogwarts Express and the boat trip across the Black Lake to reach Hogwarts. Only then is it a complete enrollment. My mother often fantasized about what it would be like for me to enter Hogwarts. It was almost one of her greatest wishes. So, Professor, when I complete this journey like other young wizards, I believe my mother's spirit in heaven will surely be very comforted." Although the purpose was different, this was not a lie. That foolish mother who smiled at him always had this phrase on her lips. "If my little Dana takes the Hogwarts Express, he will surely find new friends, and if he's even luckier, little Dana might even find his lifelong partner on the boat." By the way, Dana's father and mother met and fell in love while sharing the same boat. McGonagall, hearing this, raised a hand to cover her mouth. She felt that Azkaban had not extinguished the goodness in Dana's heart. How could a child who held his mother's last wish so dear be a bad child? Severus Snape must have been overthinking things. Even if this child was neighbors with Sirius Black, he wouldn't necessarily be led astray. "All right, child, eat quickly. Once you're done, we'll go shopping in Diagon Alley. I imagine you should have your first wand now." In Professor McGonagall's view, every young wizard was always excited to get their first wand. Saying this might make Dana feel a little better. But in reality, there was no emotional fluctuation on Dana's face. He merely nodded slightly. "Okay, buying new robes, buying new books, buying cauldrons. These don't need to be elaborated upon, because there's no need. As for a pet, sorry, no pet." All of Dana's expenses were covered by Hogwarts's account. As the deputy principal and financial manager of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall believed that galleons should not be spent on unnecessary things. However, Professor McGonagall bought an extra copy of 100 Magical Uses of Transfiguration as a welcoming gift for Dana. Of course, she paid for it with her own salary. Finally, the two arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. The shop door was small and dilapidated. The gold on the sign had peeled off, but the words were still legible, reading, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC." Within seconds of entering the shop, old Ollivander emerged like a ghost from a small doorway almost obscured by wand boxes. "Minerva, it's rare to see you personally bring a young wizard here to me." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. This is Mr. Avery, please help him choose a wand." Dana suddenly turned his head and said to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, I don't want to be called Avery family, I want to use my mother's surname. Is that all right?" McGonagall was stunned for a moment, then asked, "This is your own business, but are you separating from the Avery family?" Dana smiled bitterly. "Do you think that family ever considered me a family member?" Professor McGonagall sighed and said nothing. Dana said, "So from today on, I am Dana Emrys." Professor McGonagall nodded and introduced him to Ollivander again. This is Mr. Emery's, Mr. Ollivander, I trouble you? The wand selection process will not be detailed. We only need to know that Dana ultimately acquired a 12.5-inch wand made of ebony, with a Chinese fireball dragon heartstring core. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands. Oh, ebony? I remember wands of this material are very easy to use for transfiguration. She was somewhat pleased. As a transfiguration professor, she always had a slight preference for children with high transfiguration talent. Ollivander nodded. Professor McGonagall's knowledge is impressive, but this wand is not only excellent for transfiguration, it's also exceptionally good when using offensive spells. After paying Ollivander 7 galleons, Professor McGonagall led Dana out of the wand shop. All right, Dana, everything is bought. We should head back now. Yes, Professor. The two, one large and one small, walked on the stone path marked by the passage of time. Professor McGonagall gently held Dana's hand. As they neared the wall leading to the leaky cauldron, Professor McGonagall suddenly asked, Mr. Emery's, I heard Professor Snape say your hair was dark chestnut, but why is it white now? Dana lowered his head and softly said, I don't know. I woke up that day and found my hair had turned white. Which day? The second day Professor Snape brought me to the leaky cauldron. I think it might be because I missed my mother too much. In the following days, Dana almost always stayed in his room reading, only occasionally chatting with Hannah and old Tom. He no longer used his golden finger right after midnight as he had before. Instead, he would summon Merlin's XX after waking up each morning, as he was still a child and needed plenty of sleep. Merlin's magic book. Merlin has no magic book. Merlin's magic notebook. An ancient, metal-cased notebook appeared in Dana's hand. He was extremely excited, but after a few seconds of excitement, a look of worry appeared on his face because after opening the notebook, he didn't recognize a single word inside. Merlin's weapon. Merlin has no weapon. After 3 consecutive days without increasing his strength, Dana became a bit annoyed. So, on the 4th day, he threw caution to the wind and shouted, Merlin's stockings. And then, stockings appeared, though these medieval crafted stockings weren't delicate, and if it weren't for the existence of magic, Dana even doubted such an item could have been produced at that time. But the crucial question was, Merlin actually had stockings. He clearly didn't even have briefs, so how could he have stockings? But Dana quickly realized that briefs, it seemed, were only invented in 1935. So it seemed quite normal for Merlin not to have briefs. In his mother Anna's stories, medieval women didn't have underwear, and men in England wore something called a codpiece. Please note, codpieces were not worn underneath, but on the outside, typically made of metal or leather, so in fact, the inside of their outer trousers was still empty. Isn't that liberating? So, should he summon Merlin's codpiece? The answer was, of course, no. Because the summoned stockings didn't provide Dana with even the slightest enhancement. What was the use of summoning such a thing? So, after Dana tried summoning Merlin's robe once and obtained a completely purple wizard robe, he returned to his daily routine of summoning Merlin's magic. However, that wizard robe was a high-quality item, enchanted with various defensive spells. It could resist cutting, piercing, and water and fire. It was the only gain he had made in the past few days. The days quickly passed to the 20th. Dana put on the purple wizard robe, once again transforming into Doc Dante's, and stepped into Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley at this time was very different from before. Dana saw that there were far fewer vagrants loitering here. Conversely, he would occasionally see aurors in black uniforms patrolling Nocturne Alley. It seemed the previous massacre had indeed caught the attention of the Ministry of Magic. This surprised Dana. He had thought the Ministry of Magic wouldn't care about the deaths of these scoundrels. Sir, what is your name, please? Dana was stopped by an auror. He revealed a smile. Doc Dante's. This was a test to see if the name Doc Dante's had been noticed by the Ministry of Magic. If the auror reacted to the name, then either Pucci from Gringotts had leaked it, or Mr. Borgin had informed them. Dante's? That surname is quite rare. You're not from England, are you? That's right. I'm a Frenchman born in China, and I'm here in England for business. The auror looked at Dana for a moment longer and asked, Business? What kind of business? Dana pointed in the direction of Borgin and Burke's. Alchemical items. Sir, you know, in the East, people rarely use alchemical items, but recently there seems to be a trend of them becoming popular, so I must stock up before the trend arrives. The auror nodded. Indeed, To make money, you need to be farsighted. You must be very rich, right? Your robe looks expensive at a glance. That's for sure. Don't let this robe fool you with its new look. It's actually an old antique from the Middle Ages. Impressive? If it were me, I wouldn't dare wear an antique out of the house. Mr. Orer, if there are no further questions, I need to go to Borgin and Burke's. Mr. Borgin and I have an appointment. Mr. Dantes, although it's impolite, I must warn you in Britain, it's best to be law-abiding. Mr. Borgin's reputation is not good, so I hope not to see your name on the list of those to be deported later. Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen. Dana's calm demeanor successfully gained the Orer's trust. He continued forward and soon entered Borgin and Burke's. Welcome. Ah, it's Mr. Dantes. Mr. Borgin recognized Dana at a glance. Oh, you are truly punctual. Dana strode to the counter and asked. Did you get the information I asked for? Mr. Borgin leaned over the counter, his body tilted forward, and whispered. Of course. He took a piece of parchment from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Dana. Dana picked up the parchment and began to read. One Avery family apprehended. In May of the same year, the head of the Avery family, Ollivander Avery, traveled extensively, successively visiting Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, Cornelius Fudge, Barty Crouch, Lucius Malfoy, and Sina Privet. On May 17, Ollivander Avery ordered his niece, Donna Avery, to find a scapegoat to replace Guy Avery. On May 1, Avery received a letter stating that a branch family of the Avery family had a mother and son, Anna Avery and Dana Avery, and that because Anna was seriously ill, they were very likely willing to take the blame for Guy Avery. It has now been confirmed that the letter was written by Dana Avery's cousin, Sally Avery, and the one who sent the letter was the antique dealer, John Flint. On May 20, Donna Avery and Sally Avery coerced Anna Avery and her son, Dana Avery knocked out his mother and became Guy Avery's substitute. On May 21, Dana Avery was escorted to Azkaban. How Ollivander Avery managed the swap through a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official could not be traced. The trail ended at the Ministry of Magic. On May 24, Anna Avery borrowed 100 galleons from Ollivander Avery. On May 25, Anna Avery went to the Ministry of Magic. She was received by Huojin Riches. According to eyewitnesses, Anna Avery handed a bag of coins to Huojin Riches. On May 2, Riches was dismissed from the Ministry of Magic and his whereabouts became unknown. On May 27, Avery repeatedly approached the Ministry of Magic, requesting Dana Avery's release, but was unsuccessful. Avery did not leave the house. Avery and John Flint entered Anna Avery's house. An hour later, both left, John Flint carrying what appeared to be a tapestry. August 2, 1991. Confirmed by Orer Mad-Eye Moody, Anna Avery had died. Dana was silent. In this information, there were a few names he was familiar with. Sally Avery was his cousin. After his father's death, he had been pestering his mother, so his purpose in sending the letter to the main Avery family was probably out of unrequited love, wishing to destroy, or to threaten his mother into submission by using himself. John Flint, Dana had also seen him. This man wanted to acquire their family's ancestral tapestry, and if he participated in framing them for the tapestry, the reason was quite sufficient. Donna Avery, that day it was this woman who held a wand to his head and also beat his mother. As for Ollivander Avery, he was the instigator of the entire affair, but his idea of finding a scapegoat might also be related to the people he had contacted earlier. Dumbledore, Snape, Fudge, Crouch, Malfoy, and Privet were all suspects. Among them, Malfoy was the most suspicious. That Ministry of Magic employee named Huojin Riches was most likely sacrificed to protect the high-ranking official who had been helping Ollivander Avery throughout the incident. So who exactly was this person? This information was very useful to Dana, but it didn't identify all of his enemies. He still needed to find two people. One was the high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, and the other was the person who might have given Ollivander such a terrible idea. Dana would not let any of these people off the hook. Mr. Dantes, are you satisfied with the information? To be honest, the matters you wanted to know were difficult to investigate due to their age, so this is already our limit. Dana nodded. Although it didn't meet expectations, it's already quite good. However, I wish to continue investigating this matter. I need to know who the high-ranking Ministry of Magic official working with Ollivander truly is. Of course, you won't be working for free. I'm offering a reward of 5,000 galleons, just for that one name. Mr. Borgin gasped. Mr. Dantes is truly generous? However, there's one thing I don't quite understand, which is very important to us after all. It involves a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, and that is, why do you want to know the whole story? Dana thought for a moment and replied, because Anna Avery was the love of my life. Mr. Borgin nodded. For a person like you to love her, Ms. Anna Avery must have been a peerless beauty. Rest assured, we will continue to investigate and provide you with an answer as soon as possible. As he spoke, the shop door was pushed open, and Dana turned his head to see the Auror who had just questioned him walk in. Was he still suspicious? Dana thought, and said to Mr. Borgin. Mr. Borgin, I'm counting on you for that batch of alchemical items I ordered. Remember, I only want goods from legitimate channels, and don't mix in any of those messy dark arts items. Mr. Borgin was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the Auror walk in, he immediately replied with a smile. Of course, no problem. Mr. Dantes, a generous and straightforward customer like you is rare. I will definitely not disappoint you. Once the goods arrive, I will contact you immediately. This is a two-way mirror. Please keep it safe. If it starts to heat up, that means I'm looking for you. Dana nodded, put away the two-way mirror, and then placed 1,000 galleons on the counter. He deliberately turned his body so that the Auror entering the door could see the sparkling pile of galleons. Sure enough, the Auror's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the galleons. Very good, this is the deposit. I believe Mr. Borgin will not disappoint me. Of course, sir. Dana turned and left, walked up to the Auror, and greeted him warmly. Mr. Auror, we meet again. By Merlin, are all Aurors in England so dedicated? The Auror probably completely believed Dana, so he said. Actually, there was a major case here these past 2 days, which is why we're on alert. A major case? If it's not confidential, could you tell me about it? That way, when I'm bragging to my friends, I won't be without a fresh story. It's nothing confidential. The main thing is that a few days ago, a dark wizard went on a killing spree here in Nocturne Alley, killing more than a dozen people all at once. Since you know who fell, there hasn't been a single instance of so many wizards dying unnaturally at once. Oh, that's terrible. Dana secretly slipped 5 galleons to the Auror. I need to leave here quickly. If possible, Mr. Auror, could you escort me out of Nocturne Alley? The Auror smiled. Of course, protecting the public is our duty. Mr. Borgin watched Dana and the Auror walk out of the shop side by side, his expression strangely inexplicable. Sally Avery had been feeling uneasy for the past 2 days, for some reason. He closed his bakery early and returned to the living quarters in the back. Sally Avery lived in the Muggle world as a collateral member of one of the Sacred 28. His situation was quite miserable. In fact, he had long been disowned by his family because he was a squib. Sally Avery made himself a cup of black tea and then curled up on the sofa. He was almost 40 this year, but he still hadn't married. Witches didn't fancy him, and Muggle women thought he was strange. When will these days end? Sally Avery sighed, closed his eyes, and began to miss Anna Avery. What a wonderful woman she was, so hard-working, raising a child alone, yet why wouldn't she accept him? Just because he was a squib? Knock, knock, knock. A tapping sound came from outside the window. He quickly looked out and saw a cat owl perched on his windowsill. Is there a letter for me? Sally Avery stood up, walked over, and opened the window to let the cat owl in. The cat owl flapped its wings and flew into the house. Hey, 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 don't come in. I haven't prepared any snacks for you. Just give me the letter and you can go. However, the cat owl swayed in the air, transformed into a purple-robed man, and landed on the ground. Sally Avery was startled, retreated 2 steps, tripped over the coffee table, and fell under the sofa. Who are you? The purple-robed man sneered, extended a finger, and pointed it at Sally Avery. Crucio. Sally Avery immediately felt intense pain all over his body, but he was still completely bewildered. What exactly happened? He didn't know this person in front of him. What exactly did he want to do? Who would use the Crucio right off the bat? Even if you wanted to rob and demand money, you'd at least ask first before torturing, right? Maybe the other party was a coward and would confess immediately? The Crucio lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and Sally Avery screamed for 10 minutes straight. By the time the Crucio ended, Sally was almost like someone pulled out of a pond, on the verge of drowning. What exactly do you want? Before Sally Avery could finish speaking, the next spell came. Imperio. This was the Imperio. Sally Avery immediately froze in place, an intoxicated expression on his face. The purple-robed man was naturally Dana. Upon learning that Sally Avery had participated in the event that led to his family's ruin, and that he had even initiated the entire affair, Dana immediately rushed over. Sally Avery was his paternal uncle, so Dana knew everything about him very well. Being a squib meant he had no means to fight back. Living in a Muggle area meant the Ministry of Magic might not detect any unusual activity here. The Imperio could make the cursed person completely obey the caster's commands. So whatever Dana asked, Sally Avery would answer, every word true, no deception. Tell me, why did you write that letter to Ollivander Avery back then, to harm Anna's family? Anna. Sally Avery's emotions fluctuated a little, but as a squib, he couldn't resist the Imperio at all. He just heard him say, John Flint found me and said that if I helped him get that tapestry from Anna's house, he would give me 50 galleons. I thought that if I could get either Anna or her son into Azkaban, the remaining one would definitely not be able to keep that tapestry. You sold out your sister-in-law for 50 galleons. I'm a squib. I was disowned by the family long ago. She's not my sister-in-law. You even proposed to her. How can you have no lingering affection? She dared to refuse me, so why should I have any lingering affection? Besides, there was no lingering affection between us. It was just that I had met her a few times before I was disowned by the family. Dana took 2 deep breaths, regained his composure, and then asked, do you know where John Flint lives? I don't know. After that day's events, he disappeared. Do you know which Ministry of Magic official Ollivander Avery made a deal with? I don't know, but Donna Avery must know. Later, you went to Anna's house again. Was it to get that tapestry? Yes. How were you so sure you would succeed in getting the tapestry? You know, Mad Eye Moody lives in town. Anna ran to the Ministry of Magic to get her son out of Azkaban. That foolish woman gave all her money away, but she didn't think, how could that high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic let his ugly deeds be known? As a result, after several days of causing trouble at the Ministry of Magic, not only did she not rescue her son, but it also triggered the onset of her severe illness. John Flint and I learned the news immediately and went to her house to get the tapestry. A woman who was about to die from illness, could she really resist? It's true I'm a squib, but Flint is a real wizard. Subduing a severely ill woman wouldn't take much effort, and Moody wouldn't find out. Dana could already imagine the scene of his mother lying on her sickbed that day, powerless to resist, watching helplessly as the tapestry in their home was snatched away. His pupils turned slightly red, like a sudden gush of fresh blood from beneath a clear green lake. What was Anna's condition when you took the tapestry? She couldn't stand up anymore, and even speaking was breathless. Then you took the tapestry and left. No, we didn't. I demanded payment from John Flint, but that guy, taking advantage of me being a squib, refused to acknowledge it. I was so angry, feeling like I had planned all this and got nothing, which was too much of a loss, so after John Flint left, I took Anna. Dana felt as if his head had been hit hard. He seemed to see his mother's helplessness. His pupils turned completely blood red, like glistening rubies, and a terrifying magical fluctuation began to emanate from his body. Dana cancelled the Imperio and restored his appearance. Sally Avery? Look who I am. Sally Avery, who had just regained his senses, looked at Dana upon hearing him. Duh. Dana. Sally Avery's face visibly turned pale. He remembered everything he had said while under the Imperio's control. Dana. I didn't mean to. It was John Flint who forced me, and that woman Donna also forced me. I was coerced. However, Dana sneered, his crimson eyes devoid of any warmth. Avada Kedavra. The green beam of light appeared as thick as a bucket. Clearly, a normal killing curse would never have such a scale. Ha, using all the unforgivable curses at once, this time it's enough to land me in Azkaban. Dana muttered to himself, red tears flowing from his eyes. Sally Avery lay motionless on the ground, her face frozen in an expression of terror. Dana waved his hand. Incendio. Dana didn't use fiend fire, although he knew the fiend fire curse. It was too difficult to control, so he used a regular flame charm. As the incantation left his lips, he was immensely grateful he hadn't used the Fiendfire curse. He realized that his current state allowed him to amplify magic, and the Avada Kedavra he had just cast was an example. Now, His flame charm had also received a significant boost. The originally orange-red flames had turned blue-white, a clear sign of extremely high temperature. In just an instant, Sally Avery's corpse turned to ash. The flames ignited the old house, seemingly on the verge of causing a terrible fire. Aguamenti. Dana had initially thought of using Aqua Eructo, but that spell produced a larger, more forceful stream of water, and if cast in Dana's current state, the house would likely be destroyed. So, he chose the gentler Aguamenti. A large amount of clear water gushed from his fingertips, with continuous splashing sounds, and the recently ignited house immediately stopped burning, with only a few wisps of black smoke drifting away. Dana left through the main door and, with a flick of his wrist, cast a conf undo and a muggle-repelling charm on the house. As long as muggles didn't discover Sally Avery's death, the wizarding world wouldn't find out. With Dana's magical power, the muggle-repelling charm could last for at least 3 months. After 3 months, Sally Avery's ashes would have mixed with the dust in the house, and even if Merlin were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to trace who did it. Besides Merlin, Dana felt much stronger. Frequent flights as a bird had given his arms and upper body a very effective workout. Coupled with Hannah and old Tom's meticulous feeding, Dana had grown taller and no longer looked as thin as he had at the beginning of August. Perhaps killing Sally Avery had somewhat calmed the anger bottled up in his heart. Dana also started eating in the leaky cauldron's main hall. It wasn't good to always trouble Hannah and old Tom, and he should probably start moving on from his grief. He would take his revenge slowly, at least for now. He couldn't touch Avery family, let alone the untraceable John Flint and Guy Avery. And let's not forget that high-ranking Ministry of Magic official and the scoundrel who advised old Avery. Gradually growing stronger at Hogwarts was a good idea, and Hogwarts had descendants from various families. Perhaps he could gather some useful information from them. Dana later felt that his method of retaliating against Sally Avery was too crude. A single killing curse took his life, which was far too easy for that bastard. Perhaps only by making him live a life worse than death until he died of old age could Dana's heart find peace. Dana walked down the stairs and met a young boy coming up. He wore glasses, had messy hair, and that lightning bolt scar on his forehead. "Hello, are you also a new student this year?" "Huh? Yes, I am. My name is Dana Emrys, and you?" "Harry Potter." "Oh, I've heard of you, Harry, you're quite famous in the wizarding world." "Oh, really?" Harry was a bit shy. "Everyone is too enthusiastic, I can barely handle it." It was funny to think that Harry had been staying at the Leaky Cauldron for a while, but Dana only met him for the first time now and it was only a week until school started. "Ha ha ha, Harry, don't worry, when we get to school, I'll help you share the attention." "Are you famous too, Dana?" Harry looked at the white-haired boy in front of him with surprise through his glasses. Dana smiled. "I'm the first young wizard in Hogwarts history to receive an acceptance letter in Azkaban." "Azkaban? Where is that?" Dana patted Harry's shoulder. "That's the wizarding world's prison, where many heinous criminals are locked up, guarded by inhumane but extremely dangerous dementors." Harry's eyes widened. He really couldn't connect the warm smiling boy in front of him with heinous criminals. "Dana, you're joking, right?" "I'm not joking, Harry. I was indeed imprisoned in Azkaban for 4 whole years. If the Hogwarts acceptance letter hadn't arrived, I might have been locked up there for life." "This." Harry shrugged. "But, weren't you only 7 years old 4 years ago? How could a 7-year-old wizard be locked up in Azkaban?" Dana nodded inwardly. Truly, it was Harry Potter, who had suffered at the hands of his aunt's family throughout his childhood but remained kind. This was a child of destiny who almost defied all laws of child psychology. Dana didn't see fear or contempt on Harry's face, but rather a deep empathy for Dana's suffering. "The truth is probably just as you guessed, I didn't commit any crime, I was coerced and used as a scapegoat." "Ah, that's really..." Harry's mouth hung open. He thought his childhood was miserable enough, but he never expected someone else's to be even worse. "So now that you're out, didn't you go to the police station?" "Oh, no, it should be the Ministry of Magic." "Shouldn't you go to the Ministry of Magic to bring the people who framed you to justice?" Dana patted Harry's shoulder again. "Harry, the people who framed me are very high-ranking. The Ministry of Magic even relies on their donations to function, so going to the Ministry of Magic is useless." Harry felt that justice should be served, just like how Hagrid made a pig's tail appear on Dudley's bottom that day, but Dana's helpless expression also made him realize that sometimes, justice doesn't always prevail. All right, Harry, let's talk later. I'm going down to eat now. Oh, by the way, I'm staying in 215, what about you? Ah, you're staying in 215. Harry was a bit surprised. I'm in 216, we're neighbors. Ha ha ha, I moved in on August 2nd, what about you? July 31 St. My goodness, you live right next door, but we're only just meeting now. I was in a very bad mood before and didn't want to go out. Oh, I see. Go eat quickly, I'll come to your room later to find you. Okay. Harry rarely met a young wizard he could talk to normally, and he immediately felt he should be friends with Dana. Everyone else had treated him like a rare animal, and the young girl who worked at the Leaky Cauldron would run away as soon as she saw him, without even saying a word to him. He had just gone from being an unnoticed nobody to a big star in the wizarding world, and it was indeed difficult to adjust. From then on, Harry often visited Dana's room, and every time he entered, he saw Dana reading a book. You're really studious, Dana. Dana always replied with a smile. I'm not like you, Harry. I don't have a genius mind or a solid background. I can only rely on hard work. To ensure my latter half of life isn't miserable, I think this is all I can do. Until August 31st, the day to go to Hogwarts arrived. Harry was picked up by Hagrid and taken to King's Cross Station. Harry also wanted Dana to squeeze onto Hagrid's motorcycle, but Hagrid declined, using the excuse that the vehicle didn't have enough capacity. Dana smiled bitterly to himself. This was the effect of the Azkaban label. Rubius Hagrid looked at him as if he were a plague, almost telling Harry, don't ever associate with this kind of criminal. He hadn't even started school yet, and the preferential treatment had already begun. Harry had Hagrid for transportation, while he had to go to the station by himself. Hogwarts professors, didn't you consider that as an orphan? Dana Emery's was penniless, and the only way he could get to the station was on foot. Dana changed into his uniform and stuffed his books and clothes into his necklace. He touched the silver ring also strung on the necklace. After days of rubbing, the ring had gradually revealed its original appearance. Opening the window, he transformed into a peregrine falcon and flew at an extremely fast speed towards King's Cross Station. 5 minutes later, his door was knocked, and standing outside was Professor McGonagall. Dana flew to the office building across from King's Cross Station. Taking an empty box from his necklace to make it look like he was carrying something, Dana walked down from the rooftop. Across the road, Dana saw that King's Cross Station was exceptionally lively today. At the entrance of the coffee shop below the office building, an old couple sat under a sun umbrella, leisurely sipping drinks. Their conversation made Dana smile. It's time for school to start again. Yes, there are always some children who attend boarding schools out of town coming to King's Cross Station. Ha 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 ha, there are so many schools in London, they almost fight each other for students, and the teachers they recruit are the best, but even so, there are still so many foolish parents who send their children away. They are indeed foolish. Look at the clothes they are wearing. What kind of messy stuff is that? Old Jones next door, who has cerebral palsy, wouldn't dress like that. You're right, they look like clowns from a 1930s circus after they've taken off their makeup. Oh, darling, you're still as imaginative as ever. Just tell me, do they look like it or not? They do. Dana carried the box and crossed the road, arriving in front of the station. Suddenly, a tabby cat jumped out from somewhere and landed in front of him. The tabby cat glanced at him, then walked towards a corner nearby, looking back every 2 steps, as if telling Dana to follow. Having read the original work thoroughly, Dana immediately recognized this cat. So he followed the cat to an unnoticed corner. The tabby cat shook its body, rapidly grew larger, and returned to its human form. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Dana greeted her, but Professor McGonagall asked. I went to the Leaky Cauldron to find you, but you weren't there. Do you know you don't have a single canute or a single penny on you? What would you do if you missed the Hogwarts Express? Her tone was reproachful, but Dana heard deep concern. I'm sorry, Professor, it's just that I can take care of myself. You gave me the ticket before, and according to the information on the ticket, I won't miss the Hogwarts Express. Actually, the distance from the Leaky Cauldron to King's Cross Station isn't far, just 2 blocks, and it takes about an hour and a half to walk. Professor McGonagall looked at the young man in front of her with heartache, and gently put her arm around his shoulder. Child, once you're at Hogwarts, all of us professors will take care of you. You are not alone. Professor McGonagall's hand was warm, and Dana's heart also warmed. Tired from walking? Hurry into the station, find platform 9 3/4, and you can rest well once you're on the Hogwarts Express. Dana nodded, bowing slightly. Then I'll go in first, Professor McGonagall. Go on. Compared to his steps when he arrived, Dana felt much lighter now, almost jogging into the station. It turned out Professor McGonagall hadn't forgotten him. That was good. Harry stood at the entrance of the train carriage, anxiously looking towards the magical platform entrance. Why hadn't Dana arrived yet? He wouldn't miss it, would he? He really should have asked Hagrid to go back and pick up Dana again. The station was bustling with wizard families, the screeching of cat owls and the laughter of young wizards mingling together. Need any help? A voice sounded in Harry's ear. He turned his head and saw a pair of red-haired twins. He recognized them, of course. These two were the sons of the kind lady who had helped him find platform 9 3/4. Oh, I'm waiting for a friend, he hasn't arrived yet. Not here yet? The Hogwarts Express is about to leave, if he doesn't come now, it'll be too late. Suddenly, a white-haired young man rushed out of the wall, carrying a seemingly light wicker suitcase. Dana. Harry waved his hand vigorously. Over here? Over here. One of the twins chuckled. Oh, it looks like your friend made it. Wait a minute, the scar on your forehead. Could it be that you are? The other twin looked surprised. Could he be? Harry looked puzzled. Be what? The twins said in unison. Harry Potter. Oh, him. Harry said. I mean, yes, I am. The brothers stared blankly at Harry, making Harry's face turn red. Fortunately, Dana arrived in front of him. Harry, let's get on the Hogwarts Express quickly. The twins laughed. Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you. Since your friend is here, hurry inside. They helped Harry carry his heavy luggage onto the Hogwarts Express, then waved goodbye with a smile. Thank you. Harry thanked them sincerely, but the twins waved their hands. You're welcome, we really hope you get into our house at Hogwarts. Once on the Hogwarts Express, Dana carried his own suitcase in his left hand and helped Harry with Hedwig's cage in his right. Harry couldn't help but ask curiously, Dana, why does your suitcase look so light? Dana chuckled. I'm stronger. The front carriages were all full, so the two found an empty compartment in a rear carriage and sat down. Ah, we finally made it. Yes. Dana looked out the window. Some parents were still anxiously helping their children lift luggage onto the Hogwarts Express, while others waved at the windows. Some more emotional parents were even hugging and crying, seemingly sad about separating from their children. Dana thought, if his mother were still alive, she would probably be waving goodbye to him while shedding tears. He watched Mrs. Weasley try to wipe the dirt off Ron's nose, saw the twins telling their mother about meeting Harry Potter earlier, and saw their little sister Ginny pestering her brothers to take her to see Harry. He averted his gaze. The Weasleys' enviable family affection. As the Hogwarts Express started moving, Dana looked out the window again, and then saw the little girl Ginny crying and shouting as she ran alongside the Hogwarts Express for a long stretch. Dana couldn't help but wonder, now that he was here, would Ron still enter this compartment? The next moment, the compartment's sliding door opened. The red-haired, freckled boy standing there was indeed Ron Weasley. Is anyone sitting here? He said. Everywhere else is full. Harry looked at Dana. He wasn't sure if Dana would be willing to let a stranger they didn't know sit in their compartment. Dana smiled. No one is here, please feel free to sit. Ron cheered and sat down. Dana asked, where's your luggage? Ron replied carelessly, it's with my brothers. Dana immediately felt envious. He might never experience the feeling of being cared for subtly by family, like Ron did, in this lifetime. Hey, Ron. The twins pulled open the sliding door. Listen, we're going to walk around the middle carriages. We heard Lee Jordan got a really big spider. Ron's face visibly worsened, and he grumbled. Oh. The twins showed a triumphant smile, then looked at Harry. Harry, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. We are Fred and George Weasley, and this is our youngest brother, Ron Weasley. All right, we'll see you later. Goodbye. The twins left, closing the door behind them. So, you really are Harry Potter? Yes, Harry replied, I am. Ron immediately grew excited. Wow, that's great. Dana watched their interaction from the side. They looked at the lightning scar just like in the original, and bought snacks just like in the original. It was as if he had bought a ticket to an immersive movie. Ron was incredibly envious watching Harry casually spend 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze newts. He really wanted to eat the snacks Harry brought back, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask. Are you hungry? Ron asked. Yeah, I'm starving, Harry said, taking a big bite of a pumpkin pasty, then looked at Dana. I was too excited this morning and forgot to go downstairs for breakfast, and Hannah didn't bring me any either. Dana shook his head. Harry, you're really confused. Hannah is a new student this year too. Oh, right. Ron looked at Harry, then at Dana. Are you too close? Harry nodded. We stayed together at the Leaky Cauldron before, and we're very good friends. Wow, that's really nice, Ron mumbled, taking out a paper box and opening it to reveal 4 cut sandwiches. Mom always forgets I don't like corned beef. Dana frowned, thinking, this kid doesn't know how good he has it. Then he heard Harry say, Ron, why don't you trade your sandwiches for mine? I'd really like to try your mom's cooking. Oh, you might not like it. Though Ron said that, he still traded a pasty with Harry. Ron, just eat whatever you want. Dana and I can't possibly eat all of this anyway. Right, Dana? Dana nodded. Yes, I don't like snacks. Ron glanced at Dana, muttering to himself, weirdo. What kid doesn't like snacks? Soon, Harry and Ron became good friends. In reality, Harry and Ron were proper peers. Dana, including his previous life, was already 40 years old. Harry and Ron began unwrapping chocolate frogs, pulling out cards for Dumbledore, then Hengist, Alberic, Circe, Paracelsus, and Merlin. Is this Merlin? The greatest wizard of all time? Harry asked. Yes, Harry. Ron, who prided himself on growing up in the wizarding world, felt he could fully serve as Harry's mentor in integrating into the wizarding world. Merlin is indeed powerful. It's said he could transform into various animals and people, but I think Dumbledore is probably even more powerful. Harry nodded, though it was unclear if he believed him. Ah, look, Merlin in the portrait looks so much like Dana. What? Ron leaned in to look closely, though he already had Merlin's card, and had even collected 3, he had never seriously looked at it. Merlin in the portrait had a bald forehead and a clump of white goatee on his chin. Putting aside the wrinkles on his face, his features indeed bore an 80% resemblance to Dana, especially his eyes, which seemed to be carved from the same mold. Well, there is a bit of a resemblance, Ron said, it's just that I don't really like Merlin. Harry asked, why not? Because it's said Merlin was from Slytherin house. Dana shook his head slightly. Hogwarts was established around 990 AD, while Merlin's most active period was the 4th and 5th centuries, long before Salazar Slytherin was born. Perhaps a certain generation of Slytherin wanted to add glory to their house, which led to the rumor of Merlin being from Slytherin, but such things were only believed by children who didn't know history. What is Slytherin house? Why don't you like Merlin just because he's from Slytherin house? Ron's eyes widened slightly. Wasn't this common sense? But when he remembered Harry was from the Muggle world, he immediately understood. Hogwarts has 4 houses, which are. Just as Ron was explaining common wizarding world knowledge to Harry, the compartment door slid open. An older student stood in the doorway. Ha, you're here after all? Dana Avery. Dana put down the book in his hand and looked over. He knew this person, or rather, had seen him once when Dana was 5, at his grandfather's funeral. At that time, the main Avery family had also sent people to offer condolences, and this person had come with his parents. His name seemed to be Dunnet Avery, and his father was Donna Avery's older brother. Dunnet Avery. Dunnet Avery first cast a sidelong glance at Ron and Harry, then squeezed out a cold snort from his throat. Another Weasley. Then he stood in front of Dana and said condescendingly, it's me, and it's good that you still recognize me, Dana Avery. Dana shook his head. My name isn't Dana Avery now, my name is Dana Emrys. You criminal, traitor, the family didn't even kick you out, but you betrayed the family first? As expected, anyone who's been to Azkaban is no good. Harry, seeing his friend being insulted, immediately wanted to stand up and help, but he received a look from Dana. Dana's eyes seemed to speak, and Harry suddenly heard Dana's voice in his head. Don't be impulsive, let me handle this. Ron, however, looked terrified. He looked at the white-haired boy opposite him. If he hadn't misheard, Dunnet Avery said Dana Emrys was a criminal from Azkaban. Dana stood up, slowly took out his wand, and pointed it at Dunnet. Why I went to Azkaban, don't you Avery family know? You used my suffering to gain Guy Avery's safety. How dare you stand in front of me and call me a traitor? Dunit sneered, also pulling out his wand. You're just a new student. Who gave you the guts to point your wand at an upperclassman? Good. Your parents are dead, so let me teach you proper etiquette towards upperclassmen locomotor mortis. Petrificus totalis. Dana's spell was cast quickly and clearly, finishing before Dunit's jinx was halfway spoken. A blue-white light struck Dunit, and he gradually turned grey and stiff, like a statue. Dana waved his wand, opening the compartment door. He waved his wand again, sending the stone Dunit out. Finally, he hooked his wand back, smoothly returning it to its holster, and with that motion, the compartment door closed again. To be honest, Dana's movements were fluid and incredibly cool, but in Ron's eyes, this was the ease of a dark wizard practiced in disposing of bodies after murder. You were in Azkaban? Ron asked, gathering his courage. Dana nodded, as there was nothing to hide. Everyone who needed to know would know. Yes, I was in Azkaban for 4 years, released at the beginning of August. What, got a problem? No, no problem. Ron swallowed, clearly leaning towards Harry. He feigned composure, wanting to continue their previous topic. The reason I don't like Slytherin is because you know who came from Slytherin, and most dark wizards came from Slytherin, and of course, the criminals in Azkaban. Ron suddenly stopped talking. The moment he realized what he had said, he looked at Dana first. Dunit had been turned to stone and tossed into the corridor. He certainly didn't want to end up like Dunit Avery. That would be too embarrassing. Whoosh! The compartment door opened again. This time, it was a little girl and a slightly chubby little boy at the entrance. Has anyone seen a toad? The little girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth asked, her tone condescending. Neville's toad is missing. Neville tugged at Hermione's sleeve. The reason he didn't enter to ask himself, as in the original story, was because he saw Dunit Avery petrified in the corridor. He didn't know who was in the compartment, nor did he know if he would also be petrified if he disturbed them, so Hermione volunteered to ask for him. No. Ron quickly chimed in, hoping to distract Dana from his earlier slip of the tongue. The little girl frowned. How do you know there isn't one if you haven't even looked? Dana looked at Neville. Excuse me, are you two from this carriage? Neville shook his head. Dana asked again. Is your toad a special breed? I mean, does it have hands that can open doors, or can it move things with its mind? Neville shook his head again. Dana then looked at Hermione. You see, it's quite clear that Neville's toad is unlikely to have crossed the carriage connections to get here, let alone that we have a compartment door to push open, wouldn't you agree? Hermione froze, then her face flushed slightly as she argued. Even if you have a point, we can't rule out Neville's toad slipping in when others were crossing the carriages. She pointed to Dunit Avery outside the door, still holding his wand in position. Not to mention there was clearly a dispute here earlier. The toad could have slipped in while you were entangled. As expected of the future Minister of Magic, her courage was truly admirable. As a Muggle-born student, seeing a young wizard petrified and left in the corridor, and knowing full well that the culprit was inside the compartment, she not only showed no fear but dared to confront the suspected culprit. Indeed, the Sorting Hat had good reason not to put her in Ravenclaw. Dana smiled, looked down under the seat for a few moments, then replied, "All right, I've checked, the toad isn't here." Hermione froze. The verbal sparring she had anticipated didn't happen. This white-haired boy even cooperated by helping them look for the toad. In truth, Hermione herself knew the possibility of Neville's toad appearing here was extremely low. Dana was right. But now she felt a bit stuck, as her tone had been high from the moment she entered, though she couldn't be blamed. With a petrified senior standing outside the door, she was actually quite flustered. She pursed her lips, pointed at the petrified Avery outside, and changed the subject. Did you cast a spell on this senior? How could you cast a spell on a classmate? Quickly lift the spell, so I can see it. Dana shrugged, pulled out his wand, and lightly tapped it. Dunit Avery immediately regained his freedom. You crim. The tip of Dana's wand began to glow green, startling Dunit. You dare. Dana tilted his head and flicked his wrist, instantly scaring Dunit into scrambling away. Ron, seeing the green light from Dana's wand tip, was also thoroughly frightened. That's Avada Kedavra. Dana let out a chuckle. No, Ron, that's just a green Lumos charm. If you had reviewed, you'd know this is a spell we learn in first year. As he spoke, the light from Dana's wand tip began to change colors, displaying red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, leaving Ron utterly bewildered. What's reviewing? Ron expressed his complete disbelief that anyone would review, but if reviewing could produce such tricks as Dana's, it seemed acceptable. Hermione, however, had stars in her eyes. The small unpleasantness from earlier seemed insignificant now. Her heart, which had been filled with apprehension about the wizarding world, immediately settled down. It turned out that in the wizarding world, there were people like her after all. However, Hermione felt she still had the mission of finding the toad for Neville, so even though she very much wanted to discuss self-study experiences with Dana, she still left with Neville. Harry sensed Ron's unease and quickly explained, "Ron, you don't need to be afraid of Dana. He's a good person. Being imprisoned in Azkaban was due to persecution." He's a good person. Clearly, Ron didn't believe Harry. Dana's movements just now were too practiced, as if he was about to utter Avada Kedavra the next second. However, he felt he couldn't back down. What if the other person was a criminal from Azkaban? He, Ronald Bilious Weasley, was no pushover? So he said to Harry, "Let's continue our previous topic. Our whole family is in Gryffindor, and I think I'll be in Gryffindor too." He glanced at Dana, as if telling him, "I'm a Gryffindor, I'm not afraid of you." However, he misread the situation. Dana had already picked up his book again, Fundamentals of Ancient Runes, and the book covered his eyes, so he didn't see Ron's little expression at all. Today, Dana's compartment was destined to be very busy, because after only a short while, the compartment door was pulled open again. A pale-faced boy with platinum blonde hair, accompanied by two slightly burly teenagers, stood at the doorway. "So people say Harry Potter is in this compartment. That means it's you, right? Is it?" the boy asked, pointing at Harry. "Yes. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." What a classic encounter between Potter and Malfoy. Dana didn't want to get involved in such matters. He just wanted to quickly learn ancient runes so he could perhaps understand Merlin's notebook. However, Draco Malfoy first argued with Ron Weasley, then was refused a handshake by Harry Potter, and in his humiliation and anger, he took it out on Dana. The author could have stretched this to 1,000 words based on the original text, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Such solid content, won't you give it a like? And who are you? Seeing me here, don't you know to say hello? I haven't seen you at Pure Blood Family's gatherings, so are you a muggle? Dana put down his book, his lake blue eyes quietly observing Draco Malfoy, making him feel uneasy. "My name is Dana Emrys, and I'm from Azkaban." Azkaban is a terrifying place for young wizards in the wizarding world. Demonized by parents from a young age, Azkaban can certainly be considered the childhood nightmare of young wizards. If you don't behave, when you grow up you'll be locked up in Azkaban. It's full of villains who eat people without spitting out their bones, and there are terrifying dementors guarding the criminals. Please note, "when you grow up" is a common phrase used by parents, which often makes young wizards perceive Azkaban as a dreadful prison for adult wizards. However, this young man in front of them had already lived in Azkaban for several years. What kind of vicious villain would have such a privilege, to be locked up before even reaching adulthood? Draco Malfoy was stunned by Dana at this moment. "I know you. Your original name wasn't Emrys, you're from Avery family." Malfoy took a step back, feeling that he hadn't leaned on his two cronies, so he took another step back, but the solid, reassuring bulk still didn't come, and he had to look back. He saw Crabbe and Goyle had already exited the compartment, pressing their backs tightly against the window on the other side of the train. Not only was Draco scared, but Goyle and Crabbe were scared too. Compared to them, Ron Weasley seemed much braver. Malfoy looked at Harry. "Harry Potter, you will regret refusing the good intentions of the Malfoy family heir. You can rot in the dirt with the scum and criminals." After finishing his harsh words, Malfoy turned and ran, and Crabbe and Goyle, as if granted a great pardon, also hurried after him. Dana picked up his book again, as if this conflict was not worth mentioning to him, and indeed it wasn't. He had survived 4 years in the company of dementors and criminals, so Malfoy's kindergarten-level provocations couldn't stir even a hint of emotion in him. But Ron, after a few seconds, exploded. "That bastard actually called me scum." His brain was a bit slow after all. Only after confirming that criminal referred to Dana did he realize that the scum Malfoy spoke of was himself. Although the Weasley family had always been regarded by pure blood families as traitors and scum among pure blood families, It was the first time Ron had been cursed like that to his face. Harry, that Malfoy will definitely go to Slytherin, his father is a Death Eater. I don't know how they did it. His father actually wasn't arrested by the Ministry of Magic. Death Eater? What's that? Oh, they are you-know-who's followers, they call themselves Death Eaters. The Hogwarts Express arrived at the station. The young wizards got off the train, chaotic like ducks just released from a pen. They had no formation and were very noisy. First-year students, look here. Gather here. Hey, Harry, come over here. The half-giant Rubeus Hagrid shouted, raising his hand. Dana, Harry, and Ron squeezed through the crowd, barely making it to Hagrid. Hello, Hagrid. Oh, Harry, was your experience on the train good? Yes, it was wonderful. Hagrid subtly glanced at Dana and continued speaking to Harry. Wait here for a bit, once everyone is here, we'll set off. Dana clearly felt Hagrid's dislike for him, just as Hagrid had refused to give him a ride to the station that morning. This was not Dana's imagination. Hey, didn't you, Rubeus Hagrid, also do time in Azkaban? The first years quickly gathered, and everyone followed Hagrid down a small path, dark on both sides. The first years could only hear the occasional rustling of trees and the sniffling of Neville Longbottom. Turn this corner, and you'll see Hogwarts Castle, Hagrid said, looking back. Indeed, at the end of the narrow path was a black lake, and on the high bank opposite the lake stood a majestic castle. Hogwarts. Only 4 people per small boat. Hagrid shouted, pointing to the small boats by the lake, even though he himself would occupy 1 boat. Dana followed Harry's steps, about to step onto a boat, but was interrupted by Hagrid. Oh, Longbottom boy, you get on this boat. Hagrid pulled Neville to cut in line, effectively pushing Dana to the back. So, Hagrid meant for him not to get close to Harry Potter? Although Dana was prepared to be discriminated against, being treated differently by Rubeus Hagrid, whom he liked very much in the original story, left a very bitter taste in Dana's mouth. Hermione, who was originally going to board the boat with Neville, noticed Dana standing alone, and she was about to open her mouth to invite Dana to find another boat with her. After all, she believed that like-minded people should stick together, but then she heard a girl's voice from the other side. Dana? Over here. It turned out to be Hannah Abbott, the little girl with golden pigtails from the Leaky Cauldron. Dana waved to Harry and walked towards Hannah. From his perspective, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione should be on the same boat, and he definitely wouldn't fit, and it seemed nice to share a boat with Hannah, the kind little girl. The small boats began to glide across the mirror-like black lake, and as they got closer to Hogwarts, the towering sense of oppression became more and more apparent. Perhaps other young wizards were imagining the joyful times that would soon happen at Hogwarts. But in Dana's eyes, Hogwarts under the night sky at this moment had a striking similarity to Azkaban. Both seemed to emit a faint magic, which made him feel as if he had returned to Azkaban. He shook his head, throwing off this absurd thought. He was out of prison? He had nothing to do with Azkaban anymore. Passing through a hidden entrance, the small boats docked at a gravel-covered pier. Led by Hagrid's lantern, the young wizards, like chicks led by a hen, shuffled towards the castle. The feeling of being surrounded by magic grew stronger and stronger, making Dana feel a chill, as if a Dementor would rush out of the castle gate at any moment. Hannah noticed Dana's discomfort and leaned in to ask him, "What's wrong, Dana?" Dana smiled and shook his head, not speaking. How could there be Dementors at Hogwarts? He really must have gone crazy from being in prison. The large doors swung open, revealing the splendid, warm lights within. It wasn't a Dementor who came out, but Professor Minerva McGonagall. "Professor, all first-year students have been brought. Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded and said to the young wizards, "All of you, come inside with me, line up, and be orderly." Whether it was his imagination or not, Dana felt that as Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over him, she showed an imperceptible smile. Professor McGonagall did not lead the first-year students directly into the Great Hall, but instead took them into a small room. She explained about the sorting and the house cup, things Dana had learned countless times from the original novel, movies, and various fan fictions. "In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place in the Great Hall, and I suggest you." Professor McGonagall focused on Neville and Ron. One had tied his cloak strap incorrectly, and the other still hadn't cleaned the dirt from his nose. "Tidy yourselves up properly so you look more presentable." Professor McGonagall walked towards the small wooden door. "When they're ready outside, I'll come back for you. Please remain quiet. Professor McGonagall left. The room did not quiet down as she wished, because the first-year students all started discussing the sorting. Wizarding families seemed to have an unwritten rule: when their children were going to Hogwarts, they always had to scare them about the sorting. All sorts of bizarre rumors circulated, and Fred Weasley tricking Ron into believing the sorting was very harmful to young wizards was already considered mild. Some tales involved dueling trolls, others facing dragons and surviving for 3 minutes just to be admitted, practically describing Hogwarts as a place more terrifying than Azkaban. Azkaban doesn't even arrange for criminals to duel Dementors? Ah! A scream rang out. Dana turned around and saw over 20 pearly white ghosts floating into the room, chatting. The ghosts clearly caused panic among the young wizards. Dana again had a sense of déjà vu, feeling like he was still in Azkaban after all. Both ghosts and Dementors make people feel cold. Fortunately, the Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, with his kind and gentle greeting, calmed the young wizards' hearts. First years? You're all waiting for the sorting test, aren't you? The Fat Friar's smile was highly infectious. I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff, because I used to be in that house. See, the tradition of scaring first years started centuries ago, otherwise, the Fat Friar wouldn't have used the term sorting test instead of sorting ceremony. Hearing test made the young wizards even more flustered. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, form a single line and follow me. Following the large group into the Great Hall, Dana felt the movie adaptation was a bit conservative. The Great Hall described in the original novel was magical, wonderful, and magnificent, and only the Great Hall before him could truly match Dana's understanding of those words, even though this Great Hall was far inferior to Merlin's treasure vault. A three-legged stool, an old hat, senior students sitting on both sides of the 4 long tables, waiting for dinner, and a group of professors waiting to watch the show. Although the Sorting Hat's song could be 383 words long, count them yourself if you don't believe me, something that can be easily looked up online shouldn't really occupy public resources. Hannah Abbott. As expected. Hufflepuff. Of course, there would be no surprise here. It's not as if Hannah would be sorted into Slytherin just because of Dana's appearance, although, genetically speaking, the girl is fully qualified, as the Abbott family is also one of the Sacred 28. Dana Emrys. Emrys, spelled E-M-R-Y-S, starts with the letter E, so it was quickly Dana's turn. Dana calmly walked to the front and placed the sorting hat on his head. He didn't care at all which house he went to, unless the sorting hat shouted Azkaban. Anyway, he wasn't entering Hogwarts to experience school life. He genuinely wanted to become stronger quickly. Hogwarts held countless secrets, and its library contained almost all the magic books in the entire wizarding world that could be found openly. He looked towards the Slytherin seats, where Dunnet Avery glared at him. Oh, right, and this kid? Through him, he might be able to get some information about that incident from back then, as Dunnet Avery was a child of the main family. After putting on the hat, the Sorting Hat's voice echoed in Dana's mind. Oh, I can't read your thoughts, child, and I don't feel you're using occlumency. So, are you a born occlumens? In reality, there was no such thing as a born occlumens, this was just the Sorting Hat's humor. But this joke didn't amuse Dana. Dana couldn't even be bothered to respond to the Sorting Hat. All right, regardless of your personality, your bloodline is ancient, powerful, and noble. You should go to Slytherin. Dana tilted his head slightly, glanced at Professor McGonagall beside him, and softly muttered a sentence. If only I could go to Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat suddenly became excited. Ah, I can suddenly read your thoughts? This is so rare, it means your will is very strong. The Sorting Hat loudly declared. Gryffindor. Dana took off the hat and placed it back on the stool, thinking to himself. You read my thoughts? Let's see, is there a possibility that you didn't read them, but heard them? Dana walked towards the Gryffindor long table. Gryffindor clapped enthusiastically, but then suddenly heard Dunnet Avery loudly shouting from the Slytherin long table. He's a criminal? He's from Azkaban? Gryffindor actually accepted a criminal. Gryffindor's applause and cheers seemed to be paused. Professor McGonagall snapped. Mr. Avery, please watch your words. Mr. Emrys, like you, is a student of Hogwarts. However, Professor McGonagall's words had no effect. Dana clearly saw the expressions of the young lions freeze. Of course, there were exceptions. Whoa, Azkaban, that's so cool. This was Fred. Yeah, Mom always used to scare us when we were little, saying we'd be sent to Azkaban if we were naughty. Now we have Dana, he can tell us if Azkaban is really that scary. This was George. Only these two in the entire Gryffindor were clapping vigorously, even more so than before. Dana smiled at them and quietly walked to a less crowded spot near the end of the long table. At times like this, it was better not to make others uncomfortable. If he sat next to someone, they might even want to change seats. How troublesome. He was a bit lost in thought, missing the famous scene where the Sorting Hat declared Slytherin before even touching Malfoy's head, and also missing the "we have Potter" moment. He didn't see Harry trying to come to him but being called to the very center of the long table by Percy Weasley. Nor did he see Hermione Granger's strange gaze towards him, or Hannah Abbott's and Professor McGonagall's sympathetic looks. At this moment, he only thought of his mother. His mother had always hoped he would have a Hogwarts life. Was this what it was like? It wasn't until he suddenly felt two people sit down on either side of him that he snapped out of it. "Hey, Dana, we met on the train. Let me reintroduce myself, I'm your Fred Weasley." Dana answered instantly, then looked to his left. "You're George Weasley, right? Oh, you're so cool? Tell us, how did you do it? Even our mom sometimes gets us wrong." Dana smiled. "In Azkaban, to avoid being targeted by Dementors, my perception might be a bit stronger than the average person's." Dana's openness about being from Azkaban delighted the twins. Such transparency was the right attitude for making friends. Since Dana had already come to Hogwarts, it meant he was either wrongly accused or had already atoned for his sins. I mean, what kind of sins could a 7-year-old wizard have? Stole someone's wand, or accidentally blew up a public toilet? If that's what they were talking about, then the things these two twins had done were much more serious. After all, they once turned 3-year-old Ron's teddy bear into a living spider, causing Ron to be afraid of spiders ever since. It must be said that the twins' talent was truly top-notch, being able to perform transfiguration to that extent at 5 years old. They also tricked Ron when he was 5 into almost making an unbreakable vow. You know, once a vow is made, if it's not kept, the result is death. If it weren't for Arthur Weasley, their father, discovering and stopping them in time, given little Ron's inability to control his mouth and hands, he would probably be gone by now. "That's amazing," George said. "I wish we could go to Azkaban for a visit too." Dana shook his head. "No, you wouldn't want to go." Fred shook his head. "We don't believe you, unless you tell us what Azkaban is like." Just then, Dumbledore announced the start of the feast, and a sumptuous dinner appeared on the long tables. Dana glanced at the bread that occupied most of the space on the long table, raising an eyebrow. "If you ask me, I personally think Azkaban is actually quite similar to Hogwarts. The same abundant magic, the same things that make one feel cold, the same prejudice and oppression, and the same bread. Oh, to be fair, Hogwarts bread is much better than Azkaban's. It's just that Dana, who had eaten moldy bread for 4 years, felt like throwing up at the sight of this food." "Ha ha ha ha, so that's how it is." The twins clapped happily, and Fred said, "Then you're right, we don't want to go to Azkaban now," George added. "Because we don't want to come to Hogwarts either." Dana paused, then asked, "Why not?" The twins spoke in unison. "Because there's no freedom here." "Freedom?" Dana speared a piece of steak onto his plate. "Indeed, freedom is more important than anything. Right? Right? That's what we all think." Dana wasn't really a child. The twins coming to sit by him, even ignoring Harry Potter, certainly wasn't to discuss Azkaban. Didn't you notice that while the twins asked about Azkaban, Dana didn't say anything specific, and they just moved on? So, the twins couldn't stand seeing him isolated and came over to offer some warmth? "Thank you, both." Fred chuckled. "What's there to thank? It's your first day at Hogwarts. How about some evening entertainment?" "What's that?" George picked up the conversation, whispering. "Night strolls, of course." Dana raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Where do you usually go for your night strolls?" "Where? Everywhere we can go in the castle." The twins were very proud of their night strolling achievements. If anyone knew Hogwarts Castle best, besides the principal, it was them. Dana smiled, stuffing a piece of pre-cut beef into his mouth, mumbling, "Have you been to the Slytherin common room?" The twins paused. Fred looked at his brother, then turned to Dana. "If you're talking about Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, we've been there. But entering the Slytherin common room, just like our Gryffindor common room, requires a password. You know, Slytherin and us Gryffindor have always disliked each other. No Slytherin student would tell us the password. Dana nodded. Tonight, I'm going to the Slytherin common room. Are you interested? What? You can get into the Slytherin common room? Really? Fred lowered his voice, but his excitement was barely contained. George even choked on his pumpkin juice, coughing non-stop. Of course, I just don't know if you dare to go. Go? Why not? The twins felt they had an unexpected pleasant surprise. They had only intended to comfort Dana, but they hadn't expected this kid to be just like them, even crazier. Night exploring the Slytherin common room? This was a feat that many Gryffindor seniors had never accomplished. At this point, whether Dana could enter the Slytherin common room was no longer so important. What was important was his daring attitude. It's settled then. We'll meet in our common room later tonight. With that, the twins ran off to Harry's side. After all, the boy who lived was the hottest topic recently, and they had met Harry on the Hogwarts Express, so they naturally couldn't ignore him. Actually, because Harry had seen the twins go to accompany Dana, he had a particularly good impression of them, thinking these two older brothers were truly rare good people. Aside from the constant strange glances from other young wizards towards Dana, the entire feast was uneventful. The interactions between the first years and the ghosts also failed to pique Dana's interest. Of course, Dana still saw Harry's scar hurt because of Professor Quirrell, and he also heard Dumbledore warn the students not to approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Finally, when everyone sang the Hogwarts school song together, Dana used the melody of A Man of Determination, but he sang it so softly that no one could hear him. The feast ended, and following the large group, Dana walked towards the Gryffindor common room. On the way, they encountered Peeves' substruction. Percy Weasley threatened and drove Peeves away with the Bloody Baron, a scene that should have greatly interested Dana, but it stirred no ripples in his heart. He found that ever since he entered Hogwarts, he had been a little off, uninterested in anything, with only revenge on his mind, especially after seeing Donut Avery. He knew this wasn't good, but he just couldn't control his heart. His originally interesting Hogwarts journey felt like he was merely an observer, as if none of it concerned him. They arrived in front of the fat lady's portrait. This was the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, and the fat lady in the portrait was the gatekeeper. The fat lady asked. Password. Percy replied. Dragon Slag. The portrait swung forward, revealing a circular opening. The young wizards climbed through, and Neville was even pulled by someone. The Gryffindor common room was a comfortable circular room, primarily colored like scrambled eggs with tomato, filled with soft-looking armchairs, and its warm tones made it feel exceptionally cozy. Percy guided the girls to their dormitories, then led the boys through another door. Walking up a spiral staircase, the first years arrived at their dormitory. Clearly, Gryffindor dormitories were in the tower. Upon opening the door, the room contained 6 four-poster beds, still in red and gold colors, and the young wizard's luggage had already been moved there. 6 people to a dormitory. Ron asked Percy. I heard Fred say there were only 4 people in their dormitory. Percy explained. Our Gryffindor dormitories usually house 4 to 6 people. Fred's year had more young wizards, so they used 2 dormitories, one with 5 people and one with 4. Your year only has 6 of you, so there's no need to waste another dormitory. No, I'm not living with a criminal. Dean Thomas suddenly spoke. My father died fighting criminals. Ron muttered softly. Actually, I don't want to live with Dana either. But his voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Percy frowned. He looked at the other 4. What do you all think? Harry was the first to state his position. Dana and I are friends, so I won't make him leave. Neville stammered. I have no opinion. I'm fine with anything. Seamus Finnegan agreed with Dean. For our safety, I think it's best not to have Dana Emery's in our dormitory. Now there were 2 votes against, 1 vote for, and 1 abstention. Percy looked at Ron. Ron, what do you say? Ron glanced at Harry. He really wanted to kick Dana out, but he was afraid it would affect his relationship with Harry, so he shook his head. I'm the same as Neville. As a result, those who objected to Dana staying in this dormitory were the majority. Percy sighed and turned to Dana. Emery's, I'm sorry, but you probably can't stay in this dormitory. I'll arrange another place for you. I'll have a house elf clean it up for you shortly. Until then, you'll probably have to wait in the common room for a while. Dana still seemed like an outsider. The dispute caused by him didn't touch him at all. He nodded and naturally exited the room. Percy gave a few instructions to the young wizards in the dormitory, then followed him out. Emrys, I'll take you to your room first so you can get acquainted with it. Dana nodded and followed Percy further up the tower. This was a small room near the top of the tower. Upon opening the door, it was filled with dust. Sorry, Emrys, this used to be a storage room, but it's empty now. I think at least here, you won't be bullied by your classmates. Arranging for Dana to live in a storage room was actually an insult, but Percy genuinely meant well, because he knew too well what Gryffindor young wizards were like. Their excessive sense of justice would give them an inherent zeal for fighting evil, but their impulsive nature would make them lose control, so things often developed into bullying. If Dana were just an ordinary young wizard, there wouldn't be any dire consequences, at most a fight, which was nothing new in Gryffindor House. But Dana was the first person in history to enroll at Hogwarts from Azkaban. Even if Percy had no prejudice against Dana, he didn't dare to put Dana with other young wizards, because he couldn't bear the consequences. Dana shrugged indifferently. It's fine, Percy Weasley, it's quiet and the view is good here. It had to be said, the view from this room was indeed excellent, as it was almost one of the highest points in Hogwarts. All right, that's good then. I'll arrange for a house elf to clean the room right away. By the way, do you know what a house elf is? Percy wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere a bit, though in reality, he was the only one feeling awkward. Of course I know, Senior, I used to be from Avery family too. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Percy gave an awkward laugh. Then let's go. The two continued downstairs, parting ways at the common room. Dana clearly saw Percy take out a book from his robes, quickly flip to a certain page, and mutter to himself. Where did I go wrong? Why didn't he thank me? Am I not friendly enough? Percy's voice was very, very soft, but Dana could still hear him, just as he had heard Ron's soft muttering in Harry's dormitory earlier, because the boost from Merlin's bloodline was all-encompassing. Dana bet the book in Percy Weasley's hand was definitely how prefects gain power. He just sat there in the common room. Older students were playing chess and chatting, seemingly having endless topics after the holidays. However, around Dana, the surrounding seats were all empty. Originally occupied, but people had moved when he arrived. He was truly popular. Not long after, Fred and George came down. Hey, Dana, you're already here. Yes, Fred, George. Dana stood up and walked towards the common room exit. Let's go. The twins exchanged glances, then followed. Let's go to the kitchen first. I saw you didn't eat well at the feast. How about we let the house elves get you something delicious first? No need. When I was in Azkaban, I only had 2 pieces of moldy bread a day, so I don't really care much about food. However, my cooking is quite good. If there's a chance in the future, I can let you taste it. A Chinese person, a Chinese soul. Even if Dana in his previous life could only make some home-cooked dishes, in this culinary desert, it was enough to shock the twins for a whole year. Outside the common room, Fred said to Dana, we need to pick a route to the Slytherin common room. Snape should still be awake at this time, so the corridor on the west side of the castle is a no-go, and Filch has already started his night patrol. He usually starts from the first floor. By our calculations, he should be in the trophy room on the 2nd floor right now. We can go down from the tower on the east side of the 8th floor, and that will allow us to avoid them and get down to the dungeons. Dana's mind quickly processed the information. So, the twins hadn't gotten the Marauders map yet? Dana shook his head and said, no need for all that trouble. We'll just go straight down. Wow, are you that brave? No wonder you could come to Gryffindor. Dana smiled, took out his wand, and cast a disillusionment charm. The next moment, the figures of the 3 became transparent, looking as if they were invisible if one didn't look closely. In fact, it wasn't becoming transparent, but rather the body merging with the surrounding environment. Disillusionment charm. The twins exclaimed in surprise. This is an advanced spell used by Aurors. Where did you learn it? Because Dana was invisible, the twins couldn't see his expression, only hear his voice. Don't forget, I spent 4 years in Azkaban. The people there are all talented, speak nicely, and are all willing to teach me magic. They were really good to me, so they're all good people. The twins directly ignored the outrageous claim that everyone in Azkaban is a good person, focusing only on the fact that Dana had learned many spells not taught at Hogwarts. So, Dana, can you teach us? Of course, you'll learn very quickly. After all, these two were capable of transfiguring a toy bear into a spider when they were 5 years old. The three left Gryffindor Tower and headed downwards. Dana, are we going straight to the Slytherin common room now? No, we're going to Filch's office first. Wow, you truly are a genius at night excursions. On your first night out, you already know that the most exciting place in the entire castle is Filch's office. On the second floor, they ran into the castle caretaker, Argus Filch. The three pressed against the corner, unmoving, making the probability of being discovered by Filch almost zero. However, Filch's beloved pet, the cat named Madame Norris, with her light bulb-like eyes just like Filch's, lingered around their feet for a long time, which made Dana's heart beat a little faster. So I still get nervous, Dana thought to himself, feeling a little happy. Although Madame Norris meowed several times, Filch didn't understand cat language and thought Madame Norris was chatting with him about today's dinner. My darling, since it's the start of term feast today, the banquet was naturally excellent. Those 2 roasted codfish I brought back for you were good, weren't they? The moment I saw them, I knew you'd love them. Filch passed them, and the 3 continued downwards to the first floor. Fred spoke happily, Dana could hear the excitement in his tone. Wow, this is so exciting. George was also very excited. Yeah. He began to imitate Filch's tone. Oh, my sweet. Ha ha ha. The 3 arrived at Filch's office without hindrance. Dana opened the door with Alohomora without hesitation. Their brazenness made the twins exclaim in admiration. Truly someone who came from Azkaban. Breaking rules was as easy as eating and drinking. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of roasted fish wafted in. A kerosene lamp hung from the ceiling, and alongside it, many gleaming chains and handcuffs. Dana walked directly to Filch's storage cabinet. Inside, he kept various contraband items confiscated from students. One drawer of the cabinet was specifically labeled confiscated materials, highly dangerous. Dana didn't touch that drawer because, having read the original novel, he knew it contained items confiscated from the twins, so there was nothing interesting to see. His goal had always been only one thing: the Marauders map. Dispelling the disillusionment charm, Dana rummaged through everything and finally found the Marauders map. This map was too distinctive. Among a pile of contraband, a blank piece of parchment was clearly very out of place. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, Dana said. The twins were still confused when ink lines began to appear on the parchment, and then a map of Hogwarts emerged. Merlin's beard. Fred exclaimed, "We found this parchment ages ago and kept wondering what it was. Anything confiscated by Filch and kept here couldn't be just an ordinary piece of parchment." George continued, "I can't believe it's a map." Dana, "How did you know?" But the next second, both of them said in unison, "The people in Azkaban told you, didn't they?" Dana shrugged. "Let's just say a convict from Azkaban told me. One of the Marauders map's creators apparently did live across from my cell." He looked at the map. Filch was currently on the stairs leading to the 4th floor, and in the room at the end of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, Quirrell's name appeared. Most professors were in their offices, and there wasn't much to see. Dana looked towards the Slytherin common room, where he saw the name Dunit Avery, and he also saw another name, Marcus Flint. Good, Avery and Flint. Dana's eyes lit up. He felt that he should gain something tonight. Wow, with this, we'll never get caught by Filch again when we're out at night. Dana was non-committal about the twins' assertion. In the original story, even with the Marauders map, they were still caught by Filch and Professor several times. It wasn't that they couldn't avoid him, but rather that they used their advantage to tease Filch. They weren't honest kids. Since they had such a divine item, they had to use it to the fullest. "Let's go, we're heading to the Slytherin common room." He could have gone on his own night excursions, but he insisted on bringing the twins along, and this was the reason. The twins' familiarity with Hogwarts would save him a lot of exploration time. Of course, because of the twins' kindness in helping him in his time of need, there was also a bit of a reciprocal gesture involved. The Slytherin common room and dormitories are located in the dungeons of Hogwarts, a place used to imprison enemies in the Middle Ages. The war between wizards and muggles has a long history. At that time, Hogwarts was not only a school but also a fortress. "It's here, Dana." The 3 arrived in front of a wall near the dungeon entrance. Dana looked closely but couldn't discern anything. This was completely different from the Slytherin common room entrance he had seen in Hogwarts Legacy. In reality, the actual Hogwarts is much larger than what is depicted in the movies and games. "What do we do now, Dana?" Do we wait for Slytherin students on night patrol to return and eavesdrop on their password? It was normal for Fred and George to have such a thought. When they learned that Dana knew the disillusionment charm, such an idea naturally arose. After all, these two's magic application ability was top-notch. No need for such trouble. Dana walked to the wall and said, "Pure blood." The next moment, two stone-carved serpents appeared on the wall, intertwining to form an archway, and a wooden door abruptly appeared in the position of the archway. "Wow, Dana, how did you know the password to the Slytherin common room?" Dana blurted out a random excuse. "There are quite a few Slytherin graduates in Azkaban. They told me that the passwords to the Slytherin common room are just a few: pure blood, glory, elegance, ambition. I just tried one, and I didn't expect to guess the first one correctly. Azkaban is truly a great place. Ha, I hope you can still say that after you've actually lived there." Dana didn't retort. Instead, he pushed open the door and entered the Slytherin common room. The twins quickly followed. As soon as they entered, they heard Dana whisper, "We have the disillusionment charm on us, so it's not good to move in a group. Let's split up and meet back at the entrance in about half an hour." All right. This is too exciting." Dana separated from the twins and walked directly to a corner of the common room. There, Dunit Avery was boasting to two Slytherin girls. "You know, our Avery family is well known in the wizarding world. And my uncle died early, and my cousin is wanted by the Ministry of Magic, so this family business will eventually be in my hands." These two female students were not from prominent families, so if they could attach themselves to the Avery family, it would be a very fortunate and honorable thing for them. So, the two of them praised Dunit, making him overjoyed. The emotional value was maximized. Dana observed from the side with a cold eye. After listening for a while, he felt that Dunit wouldn't reveal any secrets of the Avery family in such a setting, so he decided to take some action. He slowly moved behind Dunit's seat and gradually crouched down. This way he would be less likely to be discovered, as the disillusionment charm only creates a visual illusion, not absolute invisibility. However, he underestimated his disillusionment charm because he had never seen anyone else use it. Dana didn't know that from the beginning, the invisibility effect on him and the twins was almost identical to wearing an invisibility cloak. Even when moving, there wasn't a single flaw visible to outsiders. This was probably the blessing of the Merlin bloodline. Slowly placing his wand against Dunit's back, Dana's wand was very close, almost touching Dunit's clothes. Imperio. Whispering the incantation, the magical glow was obscured by Dunit's bulky frame. The next moment, Dunit's eyes narrowed. "Dunit, what's wrong?" "Oh, I'm fine. I've never been better," Dunit said. "It is a great pleasure to chat with two beautiful ladies." The two Slytherin girls covered their mouths and giggled. Then they saw Dunit stand up. "But I still have some matters to attend to. Shall we arrange another time?" "Of course. It's late today, and we should head back to the dorms to rest." Dunit smiled slightly and walked towards the southeast corner of the common room. There was a large crystal window there, through which one could see the Black Lake. And Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, was sitting there, talking to his teammates. "If you ask me, we're definitely going to win the Quidditch Cup this year. Of course, the other three houses are not even worth mentioning. However, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff improved very quickly last year, so we need to be careful." "It's fine. What kind of impact can a mediocrity assigned to Hufflepuff have on us?" "You can't say that. Many people are sorted into Hufflepuff simply because of personality issues. Their family background and strength are perfectly fine." "Tisk, your way of thinking is too foolish." Just then, Dunit Avery walked closer. "Marcus, got a moment? Let's chat for a bit." Avery and Flint both belonged to the Sacred 28 and had frequent interactions, so Dunit and Marcus were old acquaintances and had a good relationship. "Oh, it's Dunit. Of course." Marcus stood up and said to his teammates, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll chat with Avery." The two walked to the window. Marcus Flint asked, "Speak, what is it?" Dunit asked, "Does your family have an antique dealer named John Flint?" Marcus nodded. Yes, there is such a person. Do you know where he is now?" "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking for him?" "My father wants to collect a medieval dragon hide armor. I heard that John Flint acquired a set in Wales a few years ago." "Is that so? Let me think." Marcus Flint was already jokingly called having troll blood, and as he pondered, his features gathered together, making him look even more like one. I haven't seen John Flint in about 3 or 4 years, I think, but I remember he lives on the outskirts of Ponce's town, where we have a family vineyard. He lives on the back hill of the vineyard. If you're looking for him, perhaps you can try there. Thank you. Oh, Dunit, why are you so polite today? This isn't normal. Are you drunk? There wasn't any alcohol at the feast, was there? Dana, who had been following closely behind Dunit, nodded slightly. Now he knew John Flint's address, though he could also inquire from Mr. Borgin. One was paid and one was free. Clearly, the free one was much more appealing, especially since it was just a side task. Dunit Avery, controlled by Dana, walked towards the entrance to the dormitories from the common room, where there was a grandfather clock. There was no one around, making it a good place to ask questions. After using the Imperio on Sally Avery last time, Dana had gained insight. In fact, he didn't need to verbally question someone under the Imperio, because as the caster, he could directly issue commands to the subject mentally. So now, Dunit Avery was leaning against the grandfather clock by himself. In others' eyes, he was just contemplating and talking to himself. I knew about the matter of having someone impersonate Guy Avery to enter Azkaban. After all, he is my cousin. He fled to France, and I was the one who put him on the Muggle ship. Which Ministry of Magic high-ranking official did grandfather conspire with? I don't know about that. Many family matters were decided solely by my grandfather. Unless you were helping him, no one knew what happened. Aunt Donna? I've seen very little of her these past few years. She only seems to appear at the family gathering at the end of the year. But I've noticed her complexion getting worse year by year. Dana sighed. This time, besides learning that Guy Avery had fled to France, he didn't get any other useful information. Controlling Dunit to find an empty seat, Dana once again placed his wand at the back of his head. Obliviate. Dunit's eyes suddenly widened, then his eyeballs rolled upwards, and he passed out. Dana thought a memory charm would solve everything. Dunit would wake up there tomorrow morning, most likely thinking he had just fallen asleep in the common room. Although he would certainly be confused, he would never imagine that a Gryffindor had snuck into the Slytherin common room to cause trouble. Dana slowly retreated towards the door. Now all he had to do was leave this place. But he heard 2 loud bangs from inside the Slytherin common room. Bang! Bang! Yellow smoke began to spread, and a foul odor wafted out. Dana rolled his eyes. Damn it! He had forgotten that the twins' pranks didn't differentiate between occasions. The more they were in enemy territory, the more excited they might be after pulling a prank. Fred's light chuckle came from beside him. Run! George also laughed. This is too much fun. The door was pushed open, then closed again. The twins had probably gone out. But Dana had a bad feeling, because if this matter escalated and drew Snape, then the fact that Dunit had been under Imperio would easily be exposed, because a young wizard might not discover it. But how could Snape, as a master of magic and potion, not notice Dunit's abnormality? Someone used Imperio at Hogwarts? That would be terrible. Wouldn't that require a thorough investigation? But the more he feared something, the more it came to pass. A Slytherin young wizard shouted, "Go find Professor Snape." Yes, go find Professor Snape. How could he let them find Snape? Dana sighed and transformed into Snape, pretending to have just entered. Quiet. It had to be said, Dana's Snape was quite convincing. Not only was the appearance identical, but his speaking expressions also captured 8/10 of his essence. What is it that makes you, who should be sleeping, cause such a ruckus in the common room? Tisk, has someone eaten something bad? I remember there's a toilet in the common room. Is it possible you couldn't even make it those 2 steps? Damn it! Even the mooncalf, known for its feces, knows to excrete outside its lair. Prefect Gemma Farley stepped forward and said, "Professor, someone must have played a prank and thrown dung bombs in the common room." Snape glanced at her unfortunately. Dana didn't know her, so he vaguely said, "Dung bombs? I remember these things are listed as prohibited items. How dare you bring them to school and use them in the common room? Idiots! If I weren't your dean, I'd deduct 100 points from you. Everyone, clean up this stench immediately." The Slytherin young wizards trembled and quickly got to work, but the twins' dung bombs were enhanced. How could they be so easily removed? "Sorry, Professor, we can't clean it up." Snape frowned and waved his wand. If any young wizard had been sharp-eyed at that moment, they would have noticed that the professor's wand was incorrect. But at this point, everyone was awestruck by Professor Snape, so who would pay attention to such details? Scour Jiffy. Although Dana's magic strength was not comparable to Snape's, it was certainly much stronger than these ungraduated young wizards. After all, he now had 2.2 Lucius's combat power. As the spell passed, the pervasive yellow smoke dissipated without a trace, but the foul odor remained. The young wizards whispered among themselves, wondering who had thrown such powerful dung bombs that even Professor Snape couldn't completely clear them. All right, all of you, go back to your dorms and sleep. Snape had a livid face, an expression that clearly said the matter was resolved and they should disperse, intimidating the young wizards into turning and running towards the dorm entrance. But then someone said, "Professor, Dunit Avery seems to have fainted." Snape feigned a glance and snapped. "He's clearly been knocked out by the stench. This is an allergic reaction. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep. What are you standing around for? Aren't you going to carry him back to the dorm? Do you want me to do it myself?" "Yes, yes, Professor." Watching the Slytherin young wizards rush back to their dorms, Professor Snape snorted coldly and turned to leave the common room. Fred and George were very loyal. They waited by the door for Dana to come out. The door opened, but no one came out as they expected before the door closed again. The one who walked out of the Slytherin common room was none other than Severus Snape. The twins froze simultaneously, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They hadn't seen Snape go in earlier, had they? Snape walked to the corner where there was no portrait, and his figure twisted, transforming into Dana. "Fred, George, you really know how to cause me trouble." As he spoke, Dana cast a disillusionment charm on himself. "How dare you throw dung bombs in there? If you really attracted Snape, we'd all be doomed. I might even be expelled on my first day of school. He might even be thrown back into Azkaban." "Wow, Dana, you're so cool. Are you a metamorphmagus?" Clearly, the twins hadn't listened to Dana's words. Instead, they were incredibly excited that he could transform into Snape. "Kind of. Let's head back quickly." Dana took off, and the twins hurriedly followed the sound of Dana's footsteps, chattering incessantly. "Dana, you're amazing. Your disillusionment charm is almost invisible even when you're moving. How do you do it?" "It's talent." Dana already regretted staying out late with the twins tonight. Fortunately, this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. He had already obtained all the information he could get at Hogwarts. However, the twins were in a state of excitement at this moment. This new friend they met today was so cool. Not only was he from Azkaban, knew many advanced spells, and was especially powerful. His disillusionment charm was like giving them an invisibility cloak. He was also a metamorphmagus, able to transform into anyone he wanted. If he walked past Filch with Snape's face, Filch wouldn't just not catch him, he'd have to bow to him. The twins were so envious. It was just a pity that Dana seemed to have lost interest in night excursions and separated from them early, returning to the common room alone. Dana returned to the common room entrance alone and dispelled the disillusionment charm. The fat lady looked surprised. "The little rascal is back." "Oh, where are the other two?" Dana replied. "They're going to have some late-night snacks." The fat lady shook her head. "Child, you've just started school, don't follow their example. You know, last school year, they deducted over 300 points from Gryffindor in total, which really angered Professor McGonagall." Dana nodded. "Of course, I'll listen to you, fat lady. Actually, I find night excursions quite boring." What a good boy. Tell me, what's the password?" "Dragon Dregs." Dana walked past the common room. The Gryffindor lion cubs still there looked at him in unison, then turned their heads away. Perhaps what they were thinking at this moment was he must be from Azkaban, night crawling on his very first day of school. Dana slipped into the passage, went all the way up, and finally reached his room. The house elf had already tidied up the room. It was still the same bed with 4-poster curtains. Dana even suspected they had simply moved the extra bed from Harry's dormitory directly into his room. The room was very clean. The original small table was wiped as if new, making Dana's room more suitable for studying than a regular dormitory. A small fireplace had been placed inside, allowing the terrible, damp, and cold climate of the Scottish Highlands to stay away from this room, but Dana, having stayed in Azkaban, had maxed out his resistance to cold, so this small fireplace would probably become a mere decoration. No, if he got some ingredients, this fireplace could even be used for some grilling. Hufflepuff dormitories were said to have a set of cooking utensils in each room, but Hogwarts rules prohibited cooking in dorms, but who would obey? As long as they weren't caught, they weren't breaking the rules. If there was any inconvenience, it was that this room, unlike other dorms, did not have a private bathroom. Dana would probably have to go to the common room if he needed to relieve himself. As for washing up, Dana stated that it wasn't a problem, a cleaning spell could solve everything, just as it did for him in Azkaban. Waving his wand, he removed the dust from his body, and Dana went straight to bed. Nice, this bed was softer than the one at the Leaky Cauldron, so it seemed Hogwarts was still a bit better than Azkaban. Thinking this, Dana drifted off to sleep. While the first-year new students were still immersed in the excitement of their arrival at Hogwarts, Dana had already fully settled in. Early in the morning, his biological clock woke him up. He cast a cleaning spell on his mouth and face respectively, then took the books needed for his first charms class and went straight down to the Great Hall. Dana walked to an empty seat at the Gryffindor long table. At this time, there were still very few wizards in the Great Hall for breakfast, and there were many empty seats on both sides of the long table. To Dana's surprise, Hermione Granger was already eating breakfast. Dana didn't pay attention to her, because as soon as he sat down, bread, sausages, fried eggs, milk, and oatmeal appeared before him. For him, who was already very hungry, eating was clearly more important. Dana scooped out a bowl of thick oatmeal, poured in some milk, and began to eat casually. Then he heard the clinking of cutlery being put down from across the long table, and looking up, he saw Hermione sitting opposite him. "Good morning." "Good morning." Hermione carefully scrutinized Dana, then pursed her lips and asked, "They say you're a criminal, are you really a criminal?" Dana skewered a sausage, twirling the fork with his fingertips, making the sausage dance along with it. If the basis for judging whether a person is a criminal is whether he has been to prison, then unfortunately, I am. Hermione was a very smart girl, even though she was only 11 years old now. "So you think you're innocent, just locked up in prison?" Dana smiled, biting off the end of the sausage. What great crime could a 7-year-old child who hasn't learned any magic commit that would warrant being locked up in Azkaban? Hermione nodded. "I understand, you were wronged." Dana took another bite of the sausage, chewing as he asked, "Why does Miss Granger want to know these things?" Hermione replied, "I don't think someone who loves studying as much as I do is a villain." Dana sighed. "You can't be sure, the terrible Dark Lord was also a very good student when he was at school." As the two spoke, a group of Slytherin wizards entered the Great Hall with furrowed brows. They seemed to be discussing something. Being a bit far away, Dana couldn't hear very clearly, but he could make out some of it. Most of it was along the lines of, "Should we tell Professor Snape? No, Professor Snape will yell at us, but it really stinks." Dana raised an eyebrow slightly. The twins' dung bombs were indeed powerful. The common rooms of all houses had their own magical ventilation systems, yet even so, the smell from the Slytherin common room hadn't dissipated after a whole night. That was truly impressive. Before finishing breakfast and leaving the Great Hall, Dana didn't see the wizards from Harry's dormitory. It seemed they must have been too excited last night and stayed up very late. The first class was Charms class, and Dana didn't need to ask for directions. He simply pulled out the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Dana looked at the map, found the Charms class classroom, and at the same time, he also saw the names of Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who were still in their dormitory. "What is this?" Hermione's voice sounded behind him. The little girl had actually followed him. She looked at the Marauder's map, her face full of curiosity. Dana put away the map. "Nothing, just a map of Hogwarts." "How do you have a map of Hogwarts?" Indeed, Hermione in the first 2 school years was an extremely annoying little girl, with an arrogant attitude and a tendency to ask probing questions. Dana shrugged. "This was made by a senior I met in Azkaban." "Nothing wrong with that. Sirius Black certainly participated in the creation of the Marauder's map." Hermione pouted, saying nothing. Then Dana said, "Miss Granger, you'd best stay away from me, otherwise you'll be isolated by the others." Hermione suddenly lowered her head, looking at the books she held in her arms, and said softly, "I don't care." Of course she didn't care. In reality, this girl's treatment in the girls' dormitory was probably not much different from Dana's, because she was simply too hateful right now, which meant that Hermione was most likely already isolated by her female classmates in the same dormitory. This situation would continue to worsen until Ron's words in the original story became the last straw that broke Hermione's spirit. Dana thought of Hermione's personality and quickly understood why she was in her current state. Oh, is this considered the Isolation Alliance? So Dana stopped trying to persuade Hermione to stay away and tacitly allowed her to follow behind him. When they arrived at the Charms classroom, it was empty. Hermione, who had just been walking with him, now found a seat far from Dana, leaving Dana puzzled. It wasn't until half an hour later that wizards started to trickle in. What surprised Dana, however, was that Harry and the others actually made it, perhaps because the Charms classroom was relatively close to Gryffindor Tower. Today they were learning the Lumos spell. Everyone, wave your wands like me, and then say with me Lumos. Lumos. This was one of the simplest spells, yet even so, many wizards only managed to produce a faint spark from their wand tips, including Ron Weasley. He annoyedly glanced at Harry's candle-like glow, then at Dana's constantly changing wand tip. Just as he was about to try again himself, he saw that annoying Hermione Granger holding her wand high, the ball of light seemingly mocking him. Ron gripped his old wand tightly, his lips moving, muttering something he didn't know. Excellent Lumos, astonishing control. Mr. Emrys, you have successfully earned Gryffindor 2 points. On the podium, Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books. This allowed him to be visible above the podium for the wizards to see. He smiled at Dana, adding the first points of the new school year for him. Dana looked up at the professor in surprise, and saw Professor Flitwick wink at him. Could what Professor McGonagall said be true? Would the Hogwarts professors give him extra care? Hogwarts, 8th floor, Principal's office. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard of his time and principal of Hogwarts, sat in his beloved chair, smiling at a gloomy Severus Snape. Dumbledore? I don't understand how you can let Dana Avery get close to Harry Potter. You even let them stay together at the Leaky Cauldron. He'll lead Harry Potter astray. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, took out his candy box, and pulled out a fizzing Whizbee. Severus, you're too agitated. Have a candy to calm down. Snape snorted, not replying. Dumbledore said with a smile. That child isn't an Avery anymore, he's an Emrys now. He's not a criminal anymore either, he's a student of our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Snape crossed his arms. A student? Even Durmstrang wouldn't recruit students from prison. Dumbledore still said unhurriedly. Since the Book of Admittance recorded his name, then he is a Hogwarts student. Besides, you personally brought him out. Don't you know whether he's good or bad? Snape replied. That kid has secrets, my legilimency doesn't work on him. But didn't you see Dana Emrys crying uncontrollably in front of his mother's remains? Only those with love in their hearts would be so pained after losing a loved one. Besides, he was imprisoned in Azkaban as a substitute. He himself committed no crime. In fact, we all owe that child. But he stayed in Azkaban for 4 years. Across from his cell was Sirius Black, and Black even taught him many spells. I can't imagine how terrible a brat taught by that scoundrel Black would be. And Dumbledore, you actually arranged for him to be with Harry Potter. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. The Marauders group, led by James Potter, caused immense psychological harm to Snape during their student days, with Black being the worst. Therefore, Snape's prejudice against Sirius Black was deeply ingrained, even if Dumbledore knew that Sirius Black's imprisonment might have been for a reason. Dumbledore sighed. Minerva has interacted with him a few times and says he's a very good child, well-mannered, loyal, and unwilling to cause trouble. I trust Minerva's judgment. And he's still young, as long as we teach him well, he won't go astray. Snape took a deep breath, almost roaring. Dunit Avery told me that Dana Emrys used Petrificus Totalis on him on the train, and later even tried to use Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore explained with a smile. I know about this. I believe you've investigated thoroughly. Dana did use Petrificus Totalis, but that was because Mr. Avery spoke disrespectfully first. As for the so-called killing curse later, it was merely Dana's Lumos. Snape glared at Dumbledore. Even so, we can't gamble. After all, he spent 4 years in Azkaban. He's no ordinary child anymore. A kid who can cast a Patronus charm without a wand, just thinking about it tells you he's not normal. If he really wants to do something, unless we keep an eye on him, we won't be able to stop him. Dumbledore reminded him. He suffered for 4 years in Azkaban, he shouldn't have endured any of it. Besides, the fact that he could cast a Patronus charm in Azkaban shows that his heart hasn't fallen into darkness. Snape's voice rose again. Is that what we're discussing today? I don't care what you think, Dumbledore. You want me to be nicer to that kid, and that's fine, but that kid must stay away from Harry Potter. Dumbledore replied. As far as I know, due to the opposition of the other young wizards in his dormitory, Dana has moved out and is now living alone in the tower. As for anything else, I cannot guarantee it. Harry also has the right to choose his own friends. Snape's lips thinned into a line. He stood up, turned, and walked away, giving Dumbledore his back. I'll use my own methods to prevent him from getting together with Harry Potter. Dumbledore shrugged. As a professor, you certainly have the right to educate students, just don't harm them. Humph. Snape left the principal's office and headed towards the Great Hall. He was in a terrible mood, his stomach aching from anger, and he needed some food. It was lunchtime, and he could have returned to his office and had a house elf bring him food, but he just wanted to go to the Great Hall. The matter with Dana Emery's and Harry Potter annoyed him. He always felt it was his responsibility to teach Harry well. Last night, he looked closely at Harry Potter. His eyes were almost identical to his mother's, but regrettably, the boy's entire face was almost indistinguishable from James Potter. It didn't really matter what his face looked like, as long as his personality didn't turn out like that scoundrel James Potter. Tisk. What he feared most was that Dana Emery's had already been trained to be a second Sirius Black. If these two were together all the time, and Harry Potter, with James's face, turned out to be as vile as Sirius, Snape just thinking about it felt like the sky was falling. More importantly, he couldn't see through Dana Emery's. What if this kid was a Death Eater? Then Harry Potter would be in great danger. Upon reaching the Great Hall, before he could even get to his professor's seat, Gemma Farley came up to him. Professor, I finally found you. The stench of dung bombs in the common room last night still can't be removed, and the house elves have been busy all morning to no avail. Professor, please go take a look again. Snape froze. Common room? Last night? Dung bombs? Again? Did I go to the common room last night? While wondering, Snape saw the Gryffindor first years entering the Great Hall in groups. Harry Potter walked beside Dana Emery's, both of them chatting and laughing, which made Snape's eyes almost spit fire. He turned and left, only throwing a remark to Gemma Farley. Such a small matter needs me to solve it? It seems you, as prefect, want someone else to take your place. Snape resisted the urge to go over and pull Harry and Dana apart, turning back to his office. To directly go up and separate them like that would obviously make no sense. He hadn't yet figured out how to keep Harry away from Dana, but if he watched the two of them, he couldn't eat. Because he would feel like he was encountering James Potter and Sirius Black again. Hey, Dana, you're awesome. Because of you, we Gryffindors got 4 points added to our charms class. Dana shrugged, glancing at Hermione who was following him. Didn't Hermione also win a point for us? The little girl proudly lifted her chin, while Harry said with a smile. With you two, our house will definitely be ahead of the others. If this continues, the house cup will definitely be ours this school year. Hehe, young man, aren't you naive? Snape hasn't even exerted himself yet. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. From afar, Dana saw Snape glance this way, then turn and leave. Snape's gaze made Dana's heart clench. What was with that look, as if he was looking at trash? Snape wasn't like this the last time they met. Dana was a bit baffled. What was wrong with the old bat? Had last night's incident been exposed? No, if it had, the old bat would have dragged himself out, not just given a mild glance like this. However, he quickly dismissed the doubt and began to think about other matters. Today's charms class had slightly changed the first year's attitude towards him. The kids who had originally avoided him like the plague now showed some admiration on their faces, which also allowed Harry to walk with him without restraint. But this couldn't go on, because Harry Potter was the center of the vortex, and getting too close to him would likely lead to trouble. So Dana said to Harry, Harry, you'd best stay away from me usually, because I have a bad reputation and will drag you down. Harry shook his head indifferently. I don't care. At this moment, Harry wished others wouldn't pay attention to him. Ron was behind Harry. He quickened his pace, moving to Harry's left. Harry, you should listen to Dana. Dana needs some space too. Look, you're monopolizing Dana. Hermione Granger can't even talk to him. Hermione, who was following Dana, rolled her eyes, then glared at Ron. Idiot. Hogwarts first-year courses include astronomy class, charms class, defense against the dark arts class, herbology class, history of magic, potion class, and transfiguration class. 7 classes had to be crammed into an entire school year, and the textbooks were only those thin ones. Therefore, there were no classes on the afternoon of the first day of school at Hogwarts, ostensibly to familiarize themselves with the castle, but in reality, the professors teaching these 7 classes also managed all courses for 2nd to 7th year students, and they couldn't find the time. They couldn't possibly teach at Hogwarts and still need to use a time turner, right? Using that thing too much makes people age faster. Harry invited Dana to tour the castle, but he refused. Other years were in class, and first years familiarizing themselves with the castle couldn't be allowed, so they could really only familiarize themselves with the castle? So what was the point of such an activity? It was better to go back to the dormitory and complete the assignment required in Charms class, a 1-foot-long reflection on the use of the Lumos charm. Dana couldn't understand, what kind of reflections could there be on the application of the Lumos charm in combat, the feasibility of adding a blasting effect to simulate a Muggle stun grenade. Several reflections on adding color to the Lumos charm to mislead enemies. Dana spent half an hour, then concocted 2 reflections, filling the parchment, considering it done for the assignment. He put away his things and walked down the tower. The common room was empty, for first-year young wizards, most preferred activity over quiet. Dana's destination was the library. He had no time to waste. Neither the Avery family nor the still unknown Ministry of Magic high official were opponents he could casually deal with by just waving his wand. He needed to make himself stronger, and what he could do at this stage, besides knowledge, was still knowledge. The best part was that he now had Merlin's notebook. If he could decipher this item, he believed he would definitely become stronger. The library was on the 2nd floor. Compared to the enormous space inside, the door to the library seemed so small. Pushing open the door, Dana had to directly face Madame Pants, the librarian. This madam was very strict. She always felt that young wizards would damage precious books. Madame Pants glanced at Dana, said nothing more, only instructing. Someone is already reading, please keep quiet, and most importantly, do not damage the books. Dana nodded and asked Madame Pants. I will be careful, madam. But I would like to ask, where are the books on ancient runes? Madame Pants was very surprised. Ancient runes? That's an elective for 3rd years, you're a first-year new student. Never mind, knowledge is the greatest wealth, and being willing to learn is a good thing. Madame Pants' hand, wearing white gloves, pointed in a direction. Look, go between these 2 bookshelves, turn right when you count to the 3rd bookshelf, and you will see an armillary sphere. The ancient runes books are on the bookshelf next to that armillary sphere. Thank you, Madame Pants. Dana followed Madame Pants' instructions and successfully found the ancient runes bookshelf. Ancient script and the link to magic, introduction to runes, lost language magic. Dana patiently looked through book after book and finally found the first book he wanted to read, Complete Collection of Ancient Runes of Britain. This was a semi-new, semi-old book with a bronze cover. Clearly, its age was only due to being stored for a long time, as there was no sign of it ever being opened, and the parchment inside was as smooth as if it had been ironed. Dana quickly walked towards the reading area with the book. Near the window, he saw a familiar figure. Hermione Granger. Indeed, only first years had no classes this afternoon, and who else but Miss Study Maniac would come to the library at this time? Dana walked over and sat opposite Hermione. He had no other thoughts, purely because having someone to read with might make it less lonely. To be honest, although he seemed not to care much about his relationships with classmates, deep down, he was still very afraid of loneliness. If it weren't for the company of Sirius and other criminals, he might not have endured 4 years of imprisonment in Azkaban. Dana. Hermione noticed someone approaching, looked up, and saw Dana smiling at her and sitting opposite her. Dana put his index finger to his lips, made a shushing gesture, and then hushed. Hermione indicated understanding, nodded, and then focused on her assignment for the day. This girl was truly serious. For a simple assignment, she had found at least 6 reference books on charms. Dana wanted to pull out a note from his uniform pocket, on which was a sentence he had transcribed from Merlin's notebook, then opened Complete Collection of Ancient Runes of Britain and searched for the corresponding words one by one. Time passed minute by minute, and the only sounds around were Hermione turning pages and the rustle of her quill writing on parchment, which made Dana feel as if he had returned to his student life in his previous lifetime, this damned sense of familiarity. But precisely because of this, Dana's heart calmed down, and he wasn't annoyed by not finding the words from Merlin's notebook. After a while, a note was passed over from Hermione's side. Hermione, having just started school, didn't yet know that it was actually fine to speak softly in the library. Being a consistently good child, she still thought that talking was absolutely forbidden in the library. Dana took the note and saw it read, "You've already finished your charms assignment." Dana's palm swept over the note, and when he returned it to Hermione, the text had changed to, "Yes, I have finished it." Hermione's large eyes gradually resembled a cat owl's eyes, because she could barely believe her eyes, and only by widening them, and widening them again, could she confirm that this was not an illusion. Just now, Dana had used transfiguration with his bare hands? Was this the strength of Azkaban's preschool? Hermione added another small line of text after Dana's words and pushed it back to Dana. "Can you tell me what book you're reading?" This time, Dana didn't reply but instead showed the book's cover to Hermione. Hermione Granger, the Study King, immediately felt immense pressure. Originally, she already believed that as a young wizard from the Muggle world, she couldn't compare to young wizards from the Wizarding world, and therefore needed to study harder. But now, seeing Dana not only complete his assignment at an extremely fast pace but also self-study ancient runes, oh my goodness, I won't be left far behind, will I? Hermione quickly lowered her head. In Dana's eyes, the girl's page-turning speed was more than double what it had been before. Dana no longer paid attention to Hermione but focused on his own matters. But by dinner time, even Madame Pans had come to usher them out, and Dana still didn't know what script was used in Merlin's notebook, and he had already flipped through the entire book twice by then. The two left the library dejectedly, one because he hadn't found the answer he sought, and the other because she hadn't finished her assignment. "Dana, you're really amazing." The sudden praise left Dana a bit bewildered. "What?" Hermione looked at him seriously. "I said, you're really amazing. Not only did you earn our house 4 points in charms class, but you also finished your assignment so quickly and can even self-study extracurricular knowledge." Dana shook his head. No, you overestimate me. The assignment Professor Flitwick gave, I just wrote it casually. I didn't consult any other books at all, it was entirely my personal feelings. Huh? That works too. Dana shrugged. Why wouldn't it? After dinner, go back to the common room and you'll find that you're much better than everyone else. Hermione was skeptical. After dinner, she carried the books she had borrowed from the library and went straight back to the common room. Harry? How am I supposed to write this? Ron, I don't know either. Neville, do you have any ideas? And no, Harry, I've never written a reflection. Anyway, the assignment isn't due until the next charms class, so we still have plenty of time. It's not too late to think about it tomorrow. How about we play wizard's chess now, Harry? Ron, I think it's better to finish the assignment first, but I don't think Professor Flitwick will have time to grade every single assignment, so we can just write something casually to get by. You have a point. Then you write it quickly, and when you're done, let me copy it. Sigh, if only Dana were here, he would definitely know how to write it. Watching the boys scratching their heads over the assignment, Hermione's heart immediately calmed down. She then looked for her roommates in the common room, and when she found them, they were indeed all looking agitated. So, among the first years, only Dana was amazing? But he said his assignment was also written haphazardly. Did this mean she might have written the best assignment this time? This thought invigorated Hermione. So what if it's Azkaban's preschool? Watch me, Hermione Granger, the Study King, surpass you? However, 2 weeks later, Professor Flitwick announced that Dana's assignment, on the application of the Lumos charm in combat, the feasibility of adding a blasting effect to simulate a Muggle stun grenade, had been sent by him to Modern Charms magazine, approved by the editor, and would be published in half a month. For this, Gryffindor was awarded 10 points. Hermione felt bad again. That demmed liar, he even lied to her that his assignment was written casually. Of course, that's a story for later. Currently, Dana had already left the common room. He was preparing to visit Professor Bathsheba, Professor Babbling, the Ancient Runes professor, to inquire about the answers he sought. The Ancient Runes class, or Ancient Runes, the translation differs, but they are the same classroom is on the 3rd floor. Usually, a professor's office at Hogwarts is next to their classroom, with their living quarters in a partitioned room off the office. Dana arrived in front of Professor Babbling's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he saw the words Ancient Runes Class Professor's Office on the door rapidly change, transforming into, "The door is unlocked, come in, child." Dana pushed the door open and entered. What he saw was not an office as a normal person would understand it. Aside from an old sofa in the middle of a pile of clutter, Dana did not see anything that could be considered a place for office work. It was almost a storage room filled with all sorts of strange and eccentric things, medical skeletal specimens, ceramic pots of various shapes, and novels with yellowed pages. Dana took a quick glance and saw a few novels that even he felt an urge to read. You abandoned me, but your wand is in my hands, The Love Life of Dumbledore, The Romance of Salazar and Godric. Just by looking at these novels, Dana had an idea of what kind of person Professor Babbling was. Walking through the long, narrow room, Dana stood in front of a door that looked noticeably new. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened silently on its own. A slightly raspy female voice rang out. "Come in, Dana Emrys. It's rare for students to find their way to me these days." This was true. The Ancient Runes class was an elective, and due to its difficulty, it had become a course that most students avoided, except for a few top students who wanted to collect O's in all 12 subjects, and some overconfident ones who didn't believe in the rumors and thought they could handle the course. Dana stepped into the room. It was a living room completely different from the one outside. It could be described in 2 words: luxurious. He immediately saw Professor Babbling wearing a navy blue vintage nightgown, lazily leaning back on a round bed over 3 meters in diameter, reading a book as if the person who had guided Dana and spoken just moments ago wasn't her at all. The professor had straight black hair, neatly combed back. Perhaps because she was too thin, her face was very bony, which made her eyes appear very large. The dark circles under them left a deep impression on Dana. "Good evening, Professor," Dana said. Professor Babbling put down her book and turned her head to look at Dana. "Child, is there something you need? I don't recall first years having an Ancient Runes class. Perhaps you saw me in the Great Hall and sensed my charm?" Oh, the young and restless heart. Professor Babbling gave Dana a feeling of chaotic contradiction. Her image gave a very old-fashioned and conservative impression, yet the things she did were so unconventional. "It's like this, Professor." Dana decided to ignore the teasing in the professor's words and got straight to the point. "I have a sentence here, but I don't know what language it is." As he spoke, Dana handed a note with a few words copied onto it to Professor Babbling. Dana wouldn't copy the whole sentence. He didn't even know this script. If by chance he copied a crucial sentence, wouldn't he be revealing the fact that he possessed Merlin's notebook to Professor Babbling? The professor chuckled as she took the note, glanced at it, and then asked, "Do you think this is Ancient Runes?" "Yes, Professor, but I couldn't find this language in the Comprehensive Guide to Ancient Runes in Britain." Professor Babbling suddenly laughed. "Child, of course you couldn't find it, because this isn't Ancient Runes at all. In fact, this language is still in use to this day." "Then Professor, please tell me, what is?" "No rush, no rush." Professor Babbling placed the book on the sandalwood bedside table with silver edges, turned over, and lay on her stomach on the bed. "I've had a tiring day and my back is aching. If you help me massage my back, and if you do it well, I'll tell you what language this is." Dana was speechless. This professor was really. However, Dana was not someone easily manipulated. He walked straight to a large sofa in the room and sat down. Then, under Professor Babbling's surprised gaze, he pulled out his wand. He waved his wand, and instantly the coat rack and the floor-length mirror in the room transformed into 2 burly men, who walked toward Professor Babbling. "Professor, I'm small and don't have much strength, so it's better if these 2 massage your back for you." Dana's transfiguration shocked Professor Babbling. This kid is only in his first year, right? Truly worthy of the surname Emrys. "Wait a moment, that won't be necessary." Professor Babbling reached for the wand she had hidden under her pillow. Dana didn't know what the professor was thinking. Hiding her wand under her pillow, was she guarding against someone? The professor waved her wand, turning the 2 burly men back into the coat rack and the floor-length mirror, and then made them walk back to their original places on their own. The professor turned over and sat up properly. The frivolous expression on her face vanished. "The text on your note is Welsh," a language in the Celtic family. Additionally, the legendary Merlin was Welsh. She waved her hand at Dana. All right, now that you know the answer, you may leave. Professor, could you teach me Welsh? Professor Babbling curled the corners of her mouth. Of course I can. However, I charge a fee for such extra work outside of class. What kind of fee? I haven't decided yet, but you can agree to owe me a favor. When I think of it, you can fulfill it. In that case, I can teach you Welsh right now. Dana stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Sorry for the disturbance today, good night. Dana left. His action was his answer. He did not agree to Professor Babbling's proposal. This is what he feared most, owing a favor? Who knows what it might be? This Professor Babbling reeked of something fishy from head to toe. Agreeing to her easily would be the act of a fool? Isn't it just Welsh? As long as he knew the language, everything would be manageable. Back in his dormitory, Dana flipped through his textbooks out of boredom until midnight. Merlin's Welsh. Of course, his attempt failed clearly, because a note appeared in his hand. Knowledge requires learning. No one can stuff a bunch of knowledge into your brain. No one? Idiot. It seems his golden finger has a bit of a personality. It can even roast people. Not bad, not bad. In order not to look embarrassed, Dana thought to himself. Dana didn't sleep well that night. He really wanted to turn into a bird and fly to Wales, find a muggle who spoke Welsh, and then use Imperio to make them teach him Welsh, or translate Merlin's notebook into modern English. But he was afraid that such an action would be discovered by the professors at Hogwarts. After all, Dumbledore was unfathomable. No one knew if he had set up any detection magic or similar things around the castle. Struggling with whether to go or not, he drifted into sleep around 4 or 5 in the morning, which caused him to almost miss this morning's class, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. However, this difficult night was not without its gains. At least Dana had determined his plan of action: leave the Welsh matter until the Christmas holidays, and focus on studying well at school first. Thinking this, Dana walked into the Transfiguration classroom and saw the tabby cat sitting dignifiedly on the podium. Dana walked up to the tabby cat, bowed slightly, and then found an empty seat. His actions immediately drew ridicule from some young wizards who disliked him. Draco Malfoy laughed. Look, that criminal is bowing to a cat. Pansy echoed. I heard that most people who come out of Azkaban have some mental issues. Why hasn't the school expelled him yet? Allowing such scum into the school is a crime. Dana's gaze immediately swept over. Even though Dana himself felt that gaze was quite calm, in Draco Malfoy's eyes, it was a threat from a criminal. Professor? Where's the professor? That criminal wants to kill me. Quiet, Malfoy, Dana said from across half the classroom. Class is about to start. If you want to make noise, please leave and don't disturb everyone. This made Malfoy calm down. He was ashamed of being scared and immediately became enraged. Emrys? What right do you have to tell me to leave? You just threatened me? I'm going to tell my father. Dana shrugged, indicating that he could go ahead and tell. Everything that had happened from just now until then was under Professor McGonagall's nose, and his own behavior had been impeccable. Moreover, Dana felt that Professor McGonagall would not allow Malfoy to continue his insolence in her classroom. Sure enough, the tabby cat lightly leaped from the air and transformed into Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall stood ramrod straight, slightly stretched her neck, and spoke calmly. Mr. Malfoy, for your insolence in class, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. Malfoy angrily said. You're biased towards Gryffindor. I object. He stood up and ran out of the classroom, bumping squarely into a hurrying Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron looked bewildered, watching Malfoy run out with a flushed face. But then Professor McGonagall's second judgment came from beside them. Draco Malfoy, for skipping class, Slytherin will lose 10 points. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and quickly tried to find seats, but then they heard Professor McGonagall say, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you are 1 minute late. Perhaps I should turn you into a pocket watch, then you would be on time. Ron mumbled. The castle's layout is too complicated, we got lost. Then I should turn you into a map. Quickly find your seats, we are about to start class. Just then, Draco Malfoy walked back into the classroom with a red face, knowing he had been impulsive. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry. Being able to bend and adapt has always been the creed of the House of Malfoy. Although Draco was only 11 years old, He had a deep understanding of this principle. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not easy for Mr. Malfoy to admit his mistake and correct it. For this, I am willing to add 2 points to Slytherin." Professor McGonagall's teaching level was actually very high. She could explain the basics of transfiguration in a simple yet profound way, breaking it down into easily digestible pieces, far surpassing Sirius Black's teaching level. In Azkaban, when Dana learned from Black, everything except the spells was stream of consciousness, requiring him to ponder and experiment on his own. Unlike now, after only half a class, some vague concepts Dana had before instantly became clear. "All right, let's try it ourselves now." Professor McGonagall began distributing matchsticks to the young wizards. "I need you to turn the matchstick into a needle." Dana raised his wand. He decided to use the method Professor McGonagall taught to guide his transfiguration. Indeed, professionalism made a difference. He felt his transfiguration was at least 0.2 seconds faster than before, and the transformation effect was greatly enhanced. Because while transforming the silver needle, he also had enough leisure to replicate the embossed patterns from the transfiguration classroom wall onto the needle, and even threaded the eye of the needle. That red thread was actually a small piece of wood frayed from the matchstick. Soon, Professor McGonagall noticed this side. Among a group of young wizards frantically waving their wands, Dana, sitting quietly, was so conspicuous. She walked over and saw the silver needle with the thread already through it. Excellent transfiguration. Even knowing that Dana could cast the Patronus charm wandlessly before enrollment, seeing Dana skillfully use transfiguration still filled Professor McGonagall with joy. The material, the form, the details. Dana Emrys has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall quietly asked Dana, "Can you transform anything else?" Dana hesitated slightly. "I can, but those are things I figured out on my own, a bit unconventional." "No matter, you try it." Dana nodded, pointing his wand at the matchstick again. Oh, now it was a needle. The needle stood up, gradually thickened and elongated, and a second later, a ceramic teacup appeared on the desk. Professor McGonagall nodded. "Changes in volume and weight." Dana continued to cast. The ceramic teacup grew legs, a tail, and fur, and soon transformed into a small squirrel. Professor McGonagall showed surprise. Transformation from inanimate to animate. The small squirrel looked around vividly, then scurried up to Dana's shoulder. Professor McGonagall was greatly astonished. Simulation of biological movement, and the imparting of consciousness. She realized something. Dana was an out-and-out transfiguration prodigy. Because the techniques he used were very irregular. It seemed he had learned a lot in Azkaban, but separated by the bars, Sirius had no way to teach him hand-to-hand. As long as she gave him a little guidance, Dana's transfiguration level would immediately become the best among all Hogwarts students. Of course, he was already better than most 7th-year students. Professor McGonagall resisted the urge to add points to Dana, because what Dana was doing now was not part of this class. Professor McGonagall's bottom line was clearly higher than a certain professor's. "Very good, Mr. Emrys, your transfiguration talent is the highest I have ever seen." How could it not be high? This was the bloodline of Merlin, who was said to be able to transform into all things. Professor McGonagall asked, "Would you be willing to accept some guidance from me after class?" Dana nodded quickly. "Of course, Professor." "Then it's settled. This Saturday at 9 in the morning, you come to my office." The commotion around Dana naturally caught the attention of all the young wizards. Harry nudged Ron with his elbow. "See, Dana is really amazing." Ron pouted. "What's so great about that?" "Fred and George are better at transfiguration. They could do these tricks when they were 5. Hermione stared blankly at Dana. Miss Know-It-All had never experienced such despair. Dana seemed like the unreachable moon. She always had to look up to see him, and trying to touch him seemed not even worth thinking about. It was the same in Charms class yesterday, and it was the same in Transfiguration today. You know, she had always been superior to her classmates. Over the next few days, Dana profoundly understood what Professor McGonagall meant by "the professors will take care of you." The professors would go to great lengths to give him points. Even the ghost Professor Cuthbert Binns, who could only recite from textbooks, gave him 2 points for not sleeping and listening attentively. This made Hermione incredibly jealous. She was also listening attentively in the classroom. But the benefits of the professors doing this were obvious, not referring to Gryffindor's temporarily leading house points, but rather the attitude of the young wizards of Gryffindor towards Dana. In these 2 days, Dana had added nearly 20 points to Gryffindor, which gradually made the young lions accept Dana. Although their gazes still held apprehension, they no longer treated him like a monster. To be honest, Dana was a little grateful to the professors, especially Professor McGonagall, organizing professors to give points to a student so that he could be accepted by other students. Dana felt this was something the outwardly strict but inwardly soft Professor McGonagall would do. Until this day, Gryffindor finally had potion class for the first time. The warnings from the older students made the first-year young lions inexplicably nervous, fearing that Professor Snape would catch them making a mistake and cause their house to lose points. Now that Gryffindor was leading the other houses, this unconsciously put a burden on them. This potion class was a joint class for Slytherin and Gryffindor, making it the second time these two houses had class together this week. Snape floated in as in the original, called roll as in the original, delivered his opening speech as in the original, and then, as in the original, called on Harry Potter. Potter? What would I get if I added powdered asphodel root to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked bewildered. He tried to find the answer on Ron's face beside him, but unfortunately, Ron knew no more than he did. I don't know, sir. Snape swept past Hermione's highly raised hand and snorted coldly. It seems fame isn't everything. He continued to ask. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? I don't know, sir. I suppose you haven't opened a single book before the start of term, Potter. Harry looked defiant, while Hermione's hand had been raised for so long it was trembling slightly. As for the Slytherin side, Draco Malfoy and his two companions were absolutely delighted, shaking with laughter, almost becoming Parkinson patients. Oh, Pansy Parkinson was also laughing, but somewhat more restrained. Potter, then tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. Hermione stood up. She stood up, as if she suspected her potion professor was blind. Harry was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to seek help from Dana, but Dana was at the very back of the classroom, all alone, currently engrossed in a book, completely oblivious to his predicament. I don't know, sir, but it seems Hermione knows the answers to these questions. Snape snorted coldly and snapped at Hermione. Put your hand down, you silly girl. He suddenly looked at Dana. Emrys, you answer these questions. Dana was a bit stunned. He hadn't expected Snape to throw these questions at him. He had been reading earlier, simply wanting to skip over the plot he already knew so well. Draft of living death, a goat's stomach, no difference. Very good, concise, and perfectly correct. Gryffindor, 1 point. Is this really Snape? But the next moment, Harry Potter talked back to the professor. Gryffindor, 2 points deducted. In the original, only 1 point was deducted. Next came teaching the students to brew a potion to cure boils. Students worked in pairs, but Dana was still alone. Even Hermione was paired with her reluctant roommate. Malfoy's doing well. Everyone can observe his method of handling the slugs. It's quite perfect. Slytherin, 1 point. Snape still favored Draco Malfoy. The points he gave Malfoy immediately made the young Malfoy lift his head, even casting a provocative glance at Dana in the back row. A loud hissing sound came, and a thick green smoke rose in the classroom. Neville, as expected, had turned Seamus's cauldron into a crooked, abstract work of art, with highly corrosive liquid spilling all over the floor. Idiot! Snape cursed as he cleaned up the mess. I suppose you put in the porcupine quills without taking the cauldron off the fire, didn't you? Snape cast an impatient look at Neville, who was crying from the boils erupting on his body and the pain. Finnegan, take Longbottom to the hospital wing. He was clearly very angry, and the low pressure emanating from him made the young wizards of Gryffindor dare not move. Potter, why didn't you tell Longbottom not to add the porcupine quills at that moment? Do you think his mistake makes you look good? No, because of you, Gryffindor will have another 2 points deducted. In the original, only 1 point was deducted here. Harry clearly felt this was unfair and wanted to argue, but Ron stopped him. Calm down, Harry, have you forgotten what Fred said? Snape is unreasonable and targets us Gryffindor. Harry immediately calmed down. He took 2 deep breaths. That's right, he couldn't provoke Snape. If he gave him an excuse, Gryffindor would lose points again. Harry really wanted to know what Gryffindor had done to Snape to make him target Gryffindor so much. Emery's potion is very well brewed. Snape's voice suddenly came from the back row. This is almost considered a very high-quality finished product. It seems Emery's was very attentive in class. Gryffindor, 1 point. Harry blinked. He looked at Ron, who was also looking at him at that moment. Didn't the older students say that Professor Snape never gave Gryffindor points in potion class? But in this class today, he had already given Dana 2 points. Hey, this Snape couldn't be a fake, could he? But then Snape continued. Compared to a certain very famous gentleman, diligent people like Emery's are the role models you should learn from. Potter, you are far behind Emery's. He doesn't have your fame, yet he does everything better than you. Harry was almost fainting with anger. How was Dana not famous? The first student in history to come from Azkaban to study at Hogwarts. Not only was he famous, but he would also go down in history. However, inevitably, a trace of dissatisfaction with Dana arose in his heart. Snape used Dana to belittle himself, making Harry unconsciously put Dana on the opposite side of him, perhaps without even realizing it. Indeed, young people hate comparison among peers the most. The direct manifestation was that when Hagrid invited Harry to his place that afternoon, Harry had originally intended to call Dana, but now he suddenly wasn't so willing. Perhaps what Snape said had a little truth to it. Harry and Neville together made Harry seem very capable and Neville very weak. But similarly, what if Harry and Dana were together? For young friendships to last, they still need to endure the test of time. Snape's strategy was very successful. In the subsequent potion class, he targeted Harry and elevated Dana, which made Harry no longer actively seek out Dana in the Great Hall. 11-year-old boys are indeed easy to manipulate. However, this day was an exception. Harry excitedly found Dana. Dana, do you know? Flying class is starting on Thursday. Dana hadn't spoken to Harry for several days, so he was a bit surprised to see him approach proactively. Really? How do you know? It was posted in the common room. Harry's face was full of excitement and happiness. Did you ever play with a flying broomstick when you were little? Dana shook his head. No, I didn't. I lost my father when I was young, and it wasn't easy for my mother to raise me alone. There was no spare galleon to buy a flying broomstick, not even a toy one. Harry's expression softened a little. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you. I just felt that such a happy thing needed to be shared with a good friend. It turned out that Harry felt Dana was always alone, while he himself was surrounded by friends. Comparing the two, it seemed Dana was truly too pitiful. Even though he had added over 30 points to Gryffindor in the past 2 weeks, it still couldn't earn him the friendship of the little lions. Harry was, after all, a kind child. He couldn't stand to see others suffer. No, you don't have to apologize, Harry, I'm not sad. Dana pointed to Ron waving not far away. Quick, Ron is calling you. Harry hesitated, not quite knowing what to say. But Dana, you. Go ahead. Dana interrupted him. Ron is a very good friend, don't let him down. After speaking, Dana walked towards the library. He wished Harry would distance himself, so he could focus on his revenge without being affected by other messy things. But to be honest, Dana himself was also very much looking forward to flying class. In his previous life, he always fantasized about soaring on the Quidditch field. Although he could now transform into an animal and fly, would flying himself feel the same as flying on a broom? It was like running and riding a motorcycle, they were completely different activities. With anticipation, the days seemed to pass even slower. Finally, Thursday arrived. On this day, Dana, like the other little wizards, was incredibly excited. Dana had originally thought there was something wrong with him because he was becoming increasingly indifferent, his emotions seemingly constantly suppressed, unable to be released, just like when he was in Azkaban. But the arrival of flying class made him realize one thing, he had emotions, he was still a living person. In the Great Hall, during breakfast, the chatter of first-year students filled his ears, all about flying, of course. What they said was simply laughable. For example, Draco Malfoy said he once nearly crashed into a Muggle airplane while riding a broom. Dana noticed that only Hermione didn't seem excited, her situation seemed closer to nervousness. This was evident in her tirelessly trying to instruct other little wizards with the knowledge she had read in Quidditch through the ages. She was tireless, but the other little wizards were annoyed by her, except for Neville because he was as nervous as Hermione. He even hoped to find a trick from Hermione's guidance that would allow him to fly successfully later. Hermione's instructions and Neville's learning ended with the arrival of the cat owls, and so Neville received his remembrall. However, this no longer concerned Dana. He adjusted his mindset and headed to the Charms classroom with his books. Yes, flying class was in the afternoon. They still had Charms class in the morning. Charms class was one of the little wizard's favorite subjects at Hogwarts, but now they seemed to have no mood to learn cool spells. Finally, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Dana lagged behind his classmates, descended the castle steps, and arrived at the open lawn in front of the main entrance. About 20 brooms were already lying on the ground, which made Dana's heart pound violently. However, just then, his chest felt a sudden warmth. Of course, this wasn't high fever caused by an overactive heart. If that were the case, Dana would probably already be dead. What was heating up was the two-way mirror Mr. Borgin had given him a month ago. Damn it, at this moment of all times. Dana had no choice but to find Harry. Harry, I'm not feeling well and need to go to the hospital wing. If Professor asks later, please explain for me. Before Harry could react, Dana darted into the castle. He quickly found an empty spot, transformed himself into the appearance of Doc Dantes, and then opened the two-way mirror. On the other side of the mirror, Mr. Borgin's image appeared. It was clear he was currently in his shop. Thank Merlin, Mr. Dantes, you've finally opened the two-way mirror. What's wrong, Mr. Borgin? Dana's tone was clearly a bit displeased. His long-awaited flying class had been ruined like this. If Mr. Borgin didn't have any valuable information for him, Dana wouldn't rule out the possibility of causing trouble at his shop during the holidays. Oh, did I disturb you, sir? Mr. Borgin clearly noticed Dana's unusual mood. As a cunning merchant, reading expressions was a basic skill. It's just that I received the information you wanted and wanted to tell you immediately. I didn't pay attention to the time. Most people have important things to do at this hour. I will definitely pay attention next time. Dana nodded, his expression softening considerably. Tell me, what's the news? It's like this, sir, we've found traces of Huojin Riches. Huojin Riches was the former Ministry of Magic employee who had received Dana's mother, Anna, when she applied to redeem Dana from Azkaban. Oh, where is he? Mr. Borgin didn't waste time and replied. He's currently living in London's Chinatown, next to the Royal Chinese Restaurant, at Baker Street 26½. This address was very magical. Dana nodded, and Mr. Borgin continued. It took us countless efforts and countless informants to find him, and the expenses were not small. So, Mr. Dantes, when can you settle the payment with me? The discounted price is 1,500 galleons. Your previous advance payment of 1,000 galleons might not be quite enough. Dana replied. I can't come to you right now, but I'll come to see you a few days after Christmas. If possible, please continue to investigate the answer I want. All right, sir, I will wait for your arrival at the shop. I wish you all the best. Closing the two-way mirror, Dana returned to his original appearance. Mr. Borgin's efficiency was truly high. He found the long-missing Huojin Riches so quickly. As long as he found this person, he would know who the high-ranking Ministry of Magic official bribed by Ollivander Avery was. Huojin Riches refused to speak? No problem, an Azkaban graduate has plenty of ways to make him talk. And now, Dana really wanted to return to flying class. But he had said he was unwell and went to the hospital wing, so he couldn't go back so quickly. So he huddled in a corner, agonizingly counting the minutes, and every second passed incredibly slowly, until he saw Professor McGonagall rush out of the castle from afar and then take Mr. Harry Potter away from the flying class site. So the incident where Malfoy threw Neville's remembrall and Harry successfully intercepted it in midair had already happened? Then why didn't he see Madame Hooch taking Neville to the hospital wing? He must have missed it while he was contacting Mr. Borgin. Oh no, the hospital wing? He had lied about going to the hospital wing? Dana wanted to rush to the hospital wing and cast a memory charm on Madame Hooch on her way back, making her forget that he had asked for leave before class. But this thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. He was from Azkaban, but he always believed he was not a criminal. Casting a memory charm on a professor was effective, but it was a serious violation of school rules. And what was he doing it for? To prevent his house from losing points? When did he become someone with a sense of house pride? In the entire Gryffindor, only 3.5 people were close to him, the twins, Hermione, and Harry Potter. So, Did he immediately think of covering up his lie because he didn't want to disappoint the professors? Yes, that was the conclusion he reached after analyzing himself. The professors were all very good to him, so he wanted to return the favor. However, truth is truth, there's no need to hide it. What if he lost points? He was just an 11-year-old child, making mistakes was normal, wasn't it? Besides, even if he established a good child persona, his classmates wouldn't accept him quickly since the start of the term. He had added almost 30 points to Gryffindor, yet have you seen anyone else become close to him? A criminal who appears good might just be very good at acting. See, prejudice is not that easy to change. People will desperately search for evidence to prove their beliefs, and if there's no evidence, they will create it, reversing cause and effect. So, since he couldn't change it, why should he inconvenience himself? Thinking this, Dana smiled and left the castle. The first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students were doing nothing here, but they were excitedly discussing the feeling of being 3 feet off the ground just now. Only Hermione, as if isolated from the world, stood alone on the side, staring blankly at the broom in her hand. Dana reached out for the broom that was still on the ground, which was originally meant for him. He didn't even say up. With just a thought in his mind, the broom actively jumped into his hand, and even conveyed a happy emotion to Dana after he held it. Merlin must have been an excellent Quidditch player, if they had Quidditch back then. Dana walked towards Hermione. The little girl had noticed him earlier and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Dana replied, "I feel very good now." Hermione nodded, then asked, "How did you make the broom jump into your hand just by reaching out?" "I tried everything, but nothing worked." Dana thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you try it for me now?" Hermione obediently placed the broom on the ground, then her eyes widened, staring intently at the broom. Up. This was a commanding tone. Up. This was the tone friends used to wake each other up. Up, please. This was an aria, probably. Up. This was a whine, which made Dana shiver. Up. This was a plea. However, the broom on the ground only reluctantly rolled over when Hermione whined. Perhaps it wasn't responding, but like Dana, it was shocked. "See, that's how it is." Hermione helplessly bent down to pick up the broom, shrugging her shoulders. "Dana, can you tell what's wrong with me? Is it my gesture, or my tone? Am I not firm enough? Is there a possibility that the broom simply doesn't approve of your flying talent?" Dana shook his head. "Your actions and calls are fine, and you seem very firm. Perhaps you're just not suited for flying. But nobody's perfect, everyone has things they're not good at. Don't take it to heart, Hermione." Hermione seemed resigned, nodding, then asked, "Nobody's perfect, Dana, what you said is very philosophical. So, is there anything you're not good at?" This question stumped Dana. He didn't know how to answer. Perhaps not being good at giving birth would be a good answer. Fortunately, Malfoy saved him. "Look, it's the sick criminal and the little muggle who can't even summon a broom. What's wrong? Dana Emrys, do you think your flying talent is like this Granger's, which is why you're willing to stay with her?" "Noisy?" Dana didn't want to say more and directly pulled out his wand. Silencio. With a flash, Draco Malfoy became a mime. Malfoy's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. So his expression quickly changed. Astonishment, anxiety, anger. The young master, in a fit of rage, raged for a moment. Because he remembered that Dana Emrys was not to be trifled with, even Dunnet Avery, an older student, had been humiliated by him. So he decisively closed his mouth, lest he look like a clown. Malfoy's revenge, 10 years is not too late, Dana Emrys, you wait. Just then, Madame Hooch returned. Her eagle eyes immediately spotted Dana in the crowd. Dana nodded at her, meaning, "Madam, you can start deducting points now." Unexpectedly, Madame Hooch only froze for a moment before shifting her gaze, as if Dana hadn't been in the hospital wing just now, as if Dana, afraid of taking medicine, had jumped out of the hospital wing window, yet the hospital wing was on the 2nd floor. If you have no concept of how high the 2nd floor of Hogwarts is, imagine the Hogwarts Great Hall. All right, let's continue. Come on, straddle your broom, push off the ground with your feet, and try to make yourself float. Dana straddled the broom. He immediately felt an invisible presence, similar to a bicycle seat, supporting him. He didn't even push off the ground, and the broom lightly floated 1 foot off the ground, poised and ready. Meanwhile, Hermione beside him seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. No matter how she pushed off the ground, she couldn't lift off. The broom wasn't even willing to support her. Hermione tried to leap, her feet barely left the ground before landing again. She even felt the broom giving her a downward force. Girl, stop struggling. Isn't it better to stay on the ground? Dana looked at Hermione's angry and embarrassed little face and couldn't help but smile. He quickly turned his face away to avoid making Hermione even more awkward. Don't turn your head, Emrys. I already saw you smiling. It's not funny at all. Hermione was fuming, like an angry pufferfish. Madam Hooch saw that most of the young wizards had steadily flown up and said, "Try to go a little higher, slowly, don't lose control. Go as high as you feel you can control." Malfoy was the first to ascend. He rose to about 10 feet, giving Dana a provocative look. Dana ignored him and followed Madam Hooch's instructions: go as high as possible. 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, past the wall, past the main castle, past the tower. He was still ascending, and Madam Hooch was terrified. Emrys? Not so high, it's very dangerous to fly that high for the first time. Dana looked down. Madam Hooch on the ground looked as small as a glass marble. If it weren't for his exceptional talent, he might not have heard what Madam Hooch was saying clearly. Just as Madam Hooch was about to fly up to rescue Dana, Dana swooped down. He was like a flash of light. With the broom's acceleration and the force of gravity, his speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the ground. No, too fast, you'll break your neck. Dana performed a nimble pull-up, executing a cobra maneuver 3 feet off the ground, then steadily hovered there, leaving Madam Hooch and the young wizards stunned. "Madam, what were you trying to say?" Madam Hooch was dumbfounded. She now had only one thought. This child was born for the sky? Draco Malfoy was extremely stifled seeing Dana Emrys steal the spotlight. However, even he had to admit that the criminal's flying skills were excellent. They were even as good as Aki Shipera, the seeker for the Bellicosal bats. Well, he came from Avery family, and although he voluntarily left Avery, the blood in his veins was indeed the noblest pure blood. It was normal for him to achieve such accomplishments. This Emrys doesn't seem so annoying after all. Malfoy quickly shook off this absurd thought. What was he thinking? This guy was his enemy. He had even cast a spell on him just now. Yes, he's an enemy. Draco, what did you say? Crabbe, who was beside him, asked, not understanding why Malfoy would suddenly say something so inexplicable. Draco was startled, then realized he could speak again. Nothing. Draco shook his head, deciding not to think about Dana anymore, as it would make him unhappy. There were clearly happier things to think about today, so why should he trouble himself? Harry Potter violated a professor's order and was caught red-handed by the principal. He was taken away, so his fate surely wouldn't be good? The principal was currently conflicted because Madam Hooch had urgently sought her out after class. Listen, Minerva, Dana Emrys is a flying genius. He performed moves on the school's broken broom that 99% of professional players can't do. Professor McGonagall was somewhat surprised. Oh, is that so? Yes, that kid only needs a little practice and he can definitely play professionally. That's truly good news, but Rolanda, what is your purpose in telling me this? Such a promising talent should be exposed to Quidditch as soon as possible. Minerva, aren't you going to recruit him for the school team? Professor McGonagall looked troubled. But I just introduced Harry Potter to Wood. Hogwarts has never had a first year join the house team before. I've already made an exception for Harry Potter once, if I make another exception. Madam Hooch shook her head. Since an exception has already been made, what's the harm in making another? Professor McGonagall sighed. But aren't you aware of Dana's current situation? Because he was once framed and sent to Azkaban, almost all the students are now ostracizing him. You know, if he joins the house team under these circumstances, he's very likely to be ostracized by his teammates, which might extinguish his passion for Quidditch. And being ostracized is not a good experience for an 11-year-old child. He's already endured a month of isolation. Madam Hooch said dismissively. You're overthinking it, Minerva. Fred, George, and Harry Potter in your team are all on good terms with Emrys. He won't be ostracized. Professor McGonagall shook her head. For the few positions on the field, George and Fred have excellent chemistry and cannot be replaced. Harry's small stature is more suitable for a seeker. That leaves only Wood's keeper position and 3 chasers. It seems Dana is most suitable as a chaser, but no matter which chaser he replaces, He will be antagonized by the other two, and Chaser is the position that requires the most cooperation. Madam Hooch fell silent. Indeed, Professor McGonagall was right. Alas, how could this happen, such a good prospect? Seeker. Ron almost forgot to chew the pie in his mouth. But first years never wow, you must be the youngest house team player in many years. It's in a century. Harry said excitedly. Wood told me. Dana, you're here. When Harry saw Dana walk into the Great Hall and sit at the end of the long table, he proactively went over. Do you know, I've become a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch house team. Dana smiled. Then congratulations, Harry. I believe you will definitely bring us victory. They said I'm the only first year to join a house team in a century. Harry looked extremely happy, and Dana naturally wouldn't dampen his spirits, offering emotional support. That's amazing, Harry. To be the only one in a century, you'll surely be recorded in a history of Hogwarts and have your name in the Hall of Honor. Being selected for the house team gave Harry confidence again. It made him feel closer to Dana again. Beans should be with beans, and cabbages with cabbages, right? However, Malfoy arrived, provoked, and challenged them to a duel. So Harry got angry, got carried away, and accepted the duel. Potter, you can't ask Dana Emrys for help. If you let a criminal help you, even if you win, it won't be honorable. Dana is not a criminal. Harry tried hard to control himself. I don't need Dana's help to deal with you. Harry himself blocked the path of asking Dana for help, so he went to consult Ron, and then Hermione overheard. Dana watched quietly from the side. As expected, this was the plot of the trio's first brave venture into the fourth-floor right corridor. However, this had nothing to do with Dana. He was now immersed in the ocean of knowledge of the wizarding world, and the library was his favorite place to go. His days were very fulfilling, attending classes, spending time in the library, and receiving extra tutoring from Professor McGonagall on weekends. He discovered that he had talent in many fields. It could only be said that the wizarding world was indeed a world that valued bloodlines. Even though Dumbledore had always strived to promote equality and integration between pureblood and Muggle wizards, it had to be admitted that a superior bloodline could indeed make many things twice as effective with half the effort. Look at Dumbledore's own core members of the Order of the Phoenix. How many Muggle-born wizards were among them? Almost all the prominent ones were purebloods, or at least half-bloods. From this perspective, Miss Hermione Granger's later prominence could be considered a sign of extraordinary talent. Dana studied astronomy, alchemy, potions, ancient runes, potions, herbology. He paid special attention to herbology for a while because when he played Hogwarts Legacy, he loved throwing Chinese chomping cabbage. However, it was regrettable that perhaps the unspeakable entity from a century ago had killed too many people with Chinese chomping cabbage, leading to Chinese chomping cabbage becoming a controlled species now. You simply couldn't buy Chinese chomping cabbage seeds in regular herb seed stores. Days passed like this, until the eve of Halloween. Dana knew that Hogwarts Halloween would inevitably have something go wrong. And this year's trouble was Professor Quirinus Voldemort Quirrell letting in a troll, which was then dealt with by the Gryffindor Points Deduction Trio. So Dana decided to lie low on this special day. Anyway, in Hogwarts, with Dumbledore around, he didn't need to save the three little ones. In the original story, Ron stunning the troll with a levitation charm seemed completely unmagic. A spell that he couldn't even perform smoothly in class worked at a moment of crisis? Of course, it's possible Ron was the type of person who performed well under pressure, but isn't it strange that a first-year wizard could so easily lift such a heavy wooden club? Can you guess why the levitation charm is taught in charms class using a feather as a prop? So there's only one truth. Dumbledore intervened secretly. Having understood all this, Dana didn't even attend the Halloween feast. Instead, he ate the apple pie he had brought back to his dorm at noon, just in case Harry realized Hermione was in danger and dragged him to help. However, that was indeed the case. Ron, we have to find Hermione. What's wrong? Hermione doesn't know yet. Doesn't know what? She doesn't know a troll has entered the castle. Ron pursed his lips. All right, we'll go find her, but it's best if Percy doesn't see us. We also need to find Dana first. Why do we need to find him? Ron frowned. Because he's amazing. Harry, you can't think like that. Dana Emrys is amazing, but you're not bad either. Have you forgotten you're the first-year wizard to join the house team in a century? Although he didn't know what Quidditch talent had to do with facing a troll, Harry truly believed Ron was right at this moment. Besides, their luck might not be that bad, maybe they wouldn't even encounter a troll? Of course, things will definitely be resolved smoothly, because this is the safest Hogwarts. Dana became even more of a loner. He barely had any social interaction now. He missed the Gryffindor vs Slytherin match after Halloween, missed the famous scene where Harry's broom went out of control, and also missed the trio's famous deduction about Snape. As for whether Hagrid revealed the matter of Nicholas Flamel to Harry, Dana was even less interested. A week before Christmas, Professor McGonagall found Dana. "Emrys, you're staying at Hogwarts for the Christmas holiday, aren't you?" "No, Professor, I want to go back to my own home, that's where I grew up, and I want to restore the house to its old appearance during this holiday." Professor McGonagall worried. "You're not safe alone." Dana looked up, his eyes full of melancholy. "Professor, I don't want to be a child without a home. That house holds all the memories of my mother and me." McGonagall's heart softened instantly. "Oh, Dana." She fumbled in her wizard robe and pulled out a small pouch. "Here are 10 galleons, don't be reluctant to eat. If you run out of money, send me a message by Cat Owl." Thank you, Professor." Although he didn't need it, Dana truly felt Professor McGonagall's care, and his eyes reddened a solemn declaration. This was not acting. After the Christmas feast, Dana lay on his bed, planning how he should arrange his time for the Christmas holiday, when there was a knock on his door. "Who is it?" "Dana, it's me, Harry." This was the first time Harry had come to the top of the tower to find him since the start of the school year. Dana waved his hand, and the wooden door automatically opened, revealing Harry and half of Ron outside, followed by Hermione peeking out. "Hi, Dana. Hogwarts dormitory rules state that boys cannot enter girls' dorms, but girls can enter boys' dorms freely." Dana raised an eyebrow. "You're truly rare visitors." Harry smiled. "Mainly, we have a question that remains unanswered, and Hermione thinks you definitely know, so she suggested I come ask you." Ron, standing behind, was clearly reluctant. He mumbled, head down, counting the wormholes in the floor. "Ask away. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Dana nodded. "Of course, I know." Harry's face showed joy. Hermione's face had an of course expression. Only Ron suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. Dana closed the book in front of him. Hermione saw the cover, and the title read What to Pay Attention to When Hybridizing Magical Plants. "Can you tell us?" "Of course, Harry." Dana did not refuse, because they would all eventually know the answer anyway, with or without him, it was the same. Nicholas Flamel is a great alchemist. He created the legendary Philosopher's Stone, which is said to grant immortality and turn base metals into gold. Nicholas Flamel lived for over 600 years, and many believe that was all due to the Philosopher's Stone's effects. Immortality, X2. Turn base metals into gold. Dana smiled and waved his hand. "All right, the answer has been given to you. I'm going to continue reading. I wish you a happy Christmas holiday." The Christmas holiday was 2 weeks long, and Dana made a plan for himself. First, decipher Merlin's notebook at all times. Improving his strength was always the priority, especially since his upcoming actions carried a certain degree of danger. Second, find Huojin riches and ask about that former Ministry of Magic high-ranking official. Third, search for John Flint. How to get revenge was a separate matter for now, but at least he needed to find him and understand the situation. Fourth, if there was still ample time, infiltrate Avery family to investigate. This action was the most dangerous, but there was also a slight chance it could help him uncover the full truth of what happened back then. As he walked out of King's Cross Station with Hermione and watched Hermione embrace her parents, Dana pursed his lips. Hermione felt something and looked back in Dana's direction, but she couldn't find any trace of him at that moment. A pigeon flew over their heads, heading west towards Wales. Dana had been looking forward to this day for too long. He had always wanted to know what was inside Merlin's notebook. In reality, finding a suitable muggle was not easy. For convenience, this muggle should be single, live in a secluded area, and must be able to speak Welsh. Although Welsh is the official language of Wales, fewer and fewer people actually speak it. Josh Foster was a native of Glamorgan Valley, Wales. His family had been farmers for generations. By his generation, due to gambling, he sold the farm and now lived alone in a small house on the edge of the Foster farm, responsible for managing the forest for the farm owner. Just after Christmas, There was no Christmas atmosphere in this small wooden house, only a strong smell of rotting food and the peculiar odor of a hungover person. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Josh Foster opened his eyes and groggily stood up from a faded sofa with a protruding spring. Who is it? He rubbed his head. It felt heavy and painful, like 100 pounds of earthworms burrowing into his skull. I'm from the Barry Estate office. Is this Mr. Josh Foster? There's an inheritance here that you need to receive. Josh immediately perked up. Whatever the inheritance, for him now, it was a very good income. Wait a moment, I'll open the door. Josh put on his coat and unsteadily opened the door. Outside stood a well-dressed gentleman, holding a briefcase, clearly an educated elite at first glance. Hello, Mr. Foster, I am Doc Dantes, here for an inheritance. Oh, what inheritance? I never knew my father had an inheritance for me. Mr. Dantes smiled and shook his head. This inheritance dates back to the Middle Ages. You probably don't know much about your own family history. In the 8th century AD, your ancestors included knights who served the royal family. It's just that later your Foster family split, and your branch came here. Today I'm bringing the inheritance of another branch of the Fosters. By the way, Mr. Foster, are you planning to complete all the procedures right here at the door? Oh, I'm sorry, please come in, sir, it's just that the house is a bit messy. It was more than just messy, it was a garbage dump. Doc Dantes, however, showed great composure, not at all bothered by the Foster family's terrible indoor environment. He took out a small pure gold statue from his bag. The statue depicted a knight on horseback with a spear. When he placed the statue next to a dried beef bone on the dining table, Josh's eyes glazed over. The last family member of that Foster branch, Matilda Foster, died last week in London, leaving behind only this gold statue. According to Matilda Foster's wishes, this inheritance will likely fall to you. Oh, that's wonderful, Josh said happily, but immediately changed his expression. Oh, I'm sorry for Matilda's death. Doc Dantes ignored Josh's greedy gaze and continued. However, we need to confirm that you are indeed a descendant of the Foster family. Here is a notebook, which is said only a Foster can read without a single mistake, so, we might need to spend a few hours reading this notebook. No problem, sir, as long as I can inherit the estate, you can make me read all day long. Doc Dantes handed Josh Foster a notebook. Of course, this notebook was not the original, it was a fake created with a duplicating spell. As soon as the magic was depleted, this notebook would disappear. This is it. Please begin. Josh Foster took the notebook and began to read it word by word. Cambion blood, wait, this should be bloodline, Cambion bloodline development record. Druids. Druids believe that Cambions are not impure, on the contrary, Cambions have a great advantage in their affinity for nature. Josh Foster read haltingly. If the requirement was truly to read the entire text without a single mistake, he would definitely not inherit that fortune. Moreover, the Welsh spoken by Merlin and modern Welsh differed somewhat, but Dana still understood the content of the notebook. Merlin was not a pure human, he was a half-human, half-demon Cambion. To develop the potential within his bloodline, he created this notebook. The blood of a demon possesses immense potential. If developed properly, it can grant unparalleled power. As long as a Cambion lives in a place rich in magic and actively absorbs magic, they will slowly awaken miraculous abilities. This evolutionary process is divided into 3 stages. The first stage allows transformation into familiar creatures or objects. Anything can be transformed, even powerful dragons. At the same time, the magical effects unleashed by a Cambion are stronger than those of ordinary wizards, though exactly how strong varies from person to person. The second stage allows listening to all things and communicating with all living beings. It was because of this trait that Merlin was revered as the immortal by the Druids. The third stage is precognition, the most difficult to achieve but also the most terrifying ability. Dana suddenly thought, since he had directly inherited Merlin's bloodline through the Golden Finger, did that mean he could achieve all the abilities of the 3 Cambion stages? After all, what he originally asked for was Merlin's bloodline, and perhaps this bloodline was already a fully developed one? However, he tried to foresee if he could find John Flint by going to Ponce's town, but the result was regrettable. He could not foresee the future. But it didn't matter, as long as he continued to live in a place rich in magic, he would awaken these abilities eventually. The notebook finally recorded 3 spells created by Merlin himself. divination, possession, and spandam gate. Divination is extremely powerful. It can rewrite the target's short-term destiny trajectory, whether it be an enemy or oneself. This ability to defy fate, combined with the Cambian's third stage precognition, is virtually unresolvable. However, its consumption is also enormous, requiring over 90% of the caster's magic and a large amount of flesh and blood essence. In other words, once this spell is used, the caster will be a bedridden, sickly invalid for the next 1 to 2 years. Possession allows the caster to possess other creatures and control their actions. This spell seems ordinary, but when combined with the Cambian's transformation ability, which requires familiarity with other creatures, the significance of this spell immediately becomes extraordinary. Spandam Gate can create a portal between two spatial nodes. As long as this gate exists, people can instantly travel between the two locations truthfully. This is the spell Dana needs most at the current stage. No other reason. Traveling as a bird is simply too tiring. Josh Foster finally stumbled through the entire notebook. It took him almost 4 hours, but the glittering golden statue on the table was his greatest motivation. Sir, Mr. Foster was clearly nervous. Did I pass the test? Of course. Dana said cheerfully, having firmly committed the entire contents of the notebook to memory. This golden statue is yours, but remember, this golden statue is an antique from King Arthur's time, worth far more than its material value, so don't let anyone trick you when selling it. Foster's eyes widened to the point of tearing, just like his grinning mouth at that moment. He hadn't expected the golden statue's value to be even higher than he estimated. Sir, thank you so much, I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Dana smiled, took out his wand, and pointed it at Foster. Using a wand allowed for better control of the magic, preventing him from being harmed. You just need to forget me. A flash of light from his fingertip. Obliviate. Nocturne Alley. Borgin and Burke's. Mr. Borgin sat bored behind the counter. However, this was the very end of the off-season. With the Christmas holiday approaching, his shop would soon be bustling with customers. Suddenly, 2 vines grew from the floor in front of the counter, quickly forming an archway, and when flowers bloomed on the vines, a starry light appeared within the arch. The starry light was pushed aside, and Dark Dentis emerged from within. Oh, it's Mr. Dentis. Mr. Borgin said fawningly. Your magic is truly impressive. I've never seen such a moving magic. Is it a variation of the Flu network? Dana did not answer Mr. Borgin's question, but instead directly tossed 500 galleons onto the counter. Because in Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley, apparition is very dangerous, many anti-apparition wards have been set up here, and in places without wards, apparition might still fail because there are too many alchemical items here, making it easy to be interfered with. However, Dana's technique overturned Mr. Borgin's understanding. If Dana could freely enter and exit with this magic, then he would have no sense of security at all. After all, this was a ruthless person who could casually kill more than a dozen dark wizards. If he could figure out the essence of Dana's magic, he could take some protective measures, but Dana obviously thought of this. This also served as a deterrent to Mr. Borgin, preventing him from scheming against him. This is to cover the previous expenses. Dana said, I will go find Huo Jin Riches immediately. I hope your intelligence is correct, but if it's a trap, then Mr. Borgin. No. Mr. Borgin waved his hands repeatedly. The intelligence I gave you is absolutely accurate. Huo Jin Riches is right there? Absolutely no trap? I have no reason to frame my big client, do I? Dana shrugged. That's hard to say. After all, the famous Mr. Borgin deals with both sides of the law. An unknown foreign wizard, carrying a large amount of galleons. It's not impossible for you to set a trap to covet my wealth. Mr. Borgin's face turned bitter. Sir, how dare I? He truly didn't dare. Dana could feel it very directly. He came to Mr. Borgin first simply to confirm and to give him a subtle warning, to show off his strength, so that he wouldn't have any other bad ideas about him. You'd better not dare. Dana turned and walked towards Spandam Gate, but heard Mr. Borgin call from behind. Sir, do you still need us to continue the investigation? If so, you'd best leave another deposit. Dana shook his head. If I need to continue the investigation, I will contact you with a two-way mirror. With that, Dana disappeared behind the door, and the archway also dissolved into specks of starlight, as if it had never appeared there. Mr. Borgin frowned deeply. Was it an illusion? This Doc Dantes seemed to have grown much stronger since their last meeting. This guy was not to be trifled with. Not only was he very capable in a fight, but he also knew some strange magic, and most importantly, he was very cautious. He should notify his counterparts in Nocturne Alley to keep their eyes peeled, lest they kick a steel plate. The Royal Chinese restaurant in London's Chinatown was quite famous, but Dana had never been there. It wasn't the traditional red-themed storefront he imagined, but a very minimalist decor style. From the outside, you couldn't tell it was a Cantonese restaurant. Looking at the house number Baker Street 2426, Dana walked to the middle ground between the restaurant and Baker Street 27. This was an old trick of wizards. Muggle repelling charm plus conf undo. This combination obviously wouldn't stump Dana. Red brick wall, brass door plate. The doorplate read Baker Street 26.5. Dana walked forward and knocked on the door. However, there was no movement inside the door. After knocking repeatedly without a response, Dana used Alohomora. He opened the door and entered the house. The inside of the house was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, looking like a two-story villa. The room was cozy and tidy, indicating that the owner had cleaned it well, which reminded Dana of his mother Anna. He lightened his footsteps and surveyed the first floor. The first floor had a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, a washroom, and a fireplace. A box of flu powder was on the mantelpiece, and the kitchen had no cooking utensils, only a stack of plates and chopsticks. There was no one on the first floor, so Dana went upstairs. His steps were as light as a cat's, because he had truly turned into a cat. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, with their doors wide open. Dana first went to the first room, an extremely simple room, with a bed and a wardrobe. The room's window was open, as if the room's owner wanted to air it out. Dana noticed a shape outlined in ink on the pristine white wall, which looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recognize it. He came to the second room, which was basically similar to the first, except it also had a dressing table. Still no one. Upon entering the third room, Dana finally saw a living person. A man with a full beard lay on the bed, his face emaciated, his eyes listlessly staring at the ceiling. Dana glanced around the room. No magic traps. So he transformed into Dark Dentist and walked in front of the man. Huo-jin riches? Dana asked. The man's eyeballs moved slowly until he stared crookedly at Dana. Huo-jin. Riches. The man repeated the name, his face blank and foolish. Huo-jin. Riches. Dana frowned. If Mr. Borgin's intelligence was correct, this man was Huo-jin Riches, but in his current state, he clearly wouldn't be able to provide any information. Downstairs, a faint sound of fire flaring up suddenly came, and Dana immediately realized someone had come out of that fireplace via the Flu network. He immediately cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly retreated to the curtains by the window. Soon after, the sound of high heels on the wooden staircase came. Click, click, click. Thump, thump, thump. The second-floor corridor was carpeted, so the sound became somewhat muffled. Then a tall figure appeared at the room's doorway. It was a Chinese woman with black hair and black eyes. The reason she was identified as Chinese was, of course, because Dana could never mistake a Cheongsam. The woman entered the room and leaned down to kiss the forehead of the dazed man. "My dear, I'm back." She adjusted the blanket on the man, then suddenly flicked her wand towards where Dana was standing. Stupefy. Protego. The thin beam of magic was blocked by a blue shield, and then Dana appeared, simultaneously casting an Expelliarmus charm. Expelliarmus. The Chinese woman didn't expect the counterattack to be so fast. She had no time to dodge and was hit by the magic, flying backward and crashing into the wall, while her wand flew into the air, spinning, and landed in Dana's hand. The woman quickly got up. Although she had no weapon, she still rushed forward without hesitation, her face contorted in a ferocious expression. "We've already fled here, why won't you leave Huo-jin alone?" She lunged through the air, intending to scratch Dana's face with her red-painted nails, but she was immediately bound tightly by a restraining charm. The woman, unable to move, violently shook her head, and a string of highly offensive curses poured out of her mouth. Dana found it strangely familiar because the woman probably felt that cursing in English wasn't satisfying enough, so she switched back to her native language. Dana placed the woman's wand at the foot of the man's bed and said, "Calm down, madam. I'm just here to investigate some things. I won't do anything to harm Huo-jin Riches." Dana spoke in Chinese, and the woman was instantly stunned. Then her face flushed red, and she dared not look Dana directly in the eye simply because one of her curses had been, "You wimp, even if I stripped naked and lay on top of you, you still wouldn't be able to do anything." She never imagined that the man in front of her actually understood Chinese, and even spoke it more fluently than she did. From what the woman had just said, Dana had already confirmed that the man lying in bed was Huo Riches, whom he was looking for, so Mr. Borgin had not deceived him. Seeing that the woman had calmed down, Dana waved his wand, releasing her from the restraints. "Madam, it was my fault for intruding, but I just want to ask a few questions. I'll leave once I get my answers." "Of course, I'm paying." "You're paying?" Dana was taken aback. "Yes, isn't it normal for me to pay for information from you?" The woman rolled her eyes at him. "If you had said you were paying earlier, I would have opened the door and welcomed you. Why be so sneaky?" Dana shrugged. "I knocked, but you weren't home." The woman sighed. "I went to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to buy nutritional vitalizers." She glanced at Huo Riches and said to Dana, "Let's talk in the living room. As you can see, Huo is in no condition to answer any of your questions right now." Dana followed the woman downstairs, and they sat opposite each other on the sofa in the living room. "Madam, my name is Dark Dentist. How should I address you?" The woman replied. "Wang Shijing." "Did you immigrate from the East?" "No, I grew up in Britain. I'm a third-generation immigrant." "All right, madam, I'm curious, how did you know I was in that position?" Wang Shijing glanced at Dana, then replied, "I'm a clean freak, I can't stand even a speck of dirt in the house. Your footprints, though faint, were like a Lumos charm cast at night to me. So that's how it was." Dana nodded slightly and asked, "When Huo Riches was still at the Ministry of Magic 4 years ago, he received a woman named Anna Avery. That woman hoped the Ministry of Magic would release her son from Azkaban. Of course, her son was innocent. He had been replaced by a villain who should have been in prison, using polyjuice potion. Huo Riches was also dismissed from the Ministry of Magic because of this." Wang Shijing looked at Dana in confusion. Clearly, she didn't know the reason for Huo Riches' dismissal from the Ministry of Magic. "What I want to ask is, which high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic dismissed Huo Riches back then?" Wang Shijing was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you about that day we didn't live here originally. We lived in Godric's Hollow. That day, as soon as Huo came home, he told me to move immediately without explaining anything. He looked extremely flustered, and I knew he must have gotten into some trouble. We wanted to move here at the time. This is the house my grandfather left for us siblings, and it's not registered with the Ministry of Magic, so it's relatively safe. But just as we were packing, a group of men in black rushed into our house. They frantically cast memory charms on Huo, and the result is what you see now. When the men in black broke in, Huo hid me in the wardrobe. Luckily, I was fortunate enough not to be discovered by them. Then I brought Huo here, and we've been hiding for 4 years. Mr. Dentist, I thought you were an auror before. My apologies." Excessive use of the memory charm can turn the recipient into a simpleton, or in severe cases, a permanent vegetative state. Huo Riches' current state is somewhere between a vegetative state and a simpleton. Dana asked, "Do you know who those men in black were?" Wang Shijing nodded. When the men in black rushed into the house, Huo once shouted, "Aurors and hit wizards are not for oppressing the common people. So I think those men in black were aurors and hit wizards from the Ministry of Magic." "Can you identify those people?" "I'm not an employee of the Ministry of Magic, nor do I have any special abilities. My life depends entirely on Huo supporting me. How would I know any aurors?" There was no direct answer, but Dana could deduce it himself. Aurors, hit wizards. Only 2 or 3 people could quickly mobilize aurors and hit wizards to act against Huo, the Minister of Magic, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the head of the Auror Office. Moreover, to have aurors cast memory charms on someone with a legitimate reason, perhaps the head of the Auror Office wouldn't even have that authority. So, was it one of the Minister of Magic or the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? In 1987, the Minister of Magic was Millicent Bagnold, and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was Barty Crouch Sr. Based on the information obtained earlier, Ollivander Avery had visited Barty Crouch Sr. If these two are considered together, the possibility of it being Barty Crouch Sr. is extremely high, because Barty Crouch Sr.'s method of swapping his dying wife for his son Barty Crouch Jr. from prison in the original story was exactly the same as his own experience. Perhaps Barty Crouch Sr. was inspired by his own situation to conceive the idea of swapping his wife for his son. Dana took a deep breath and casually scattered a handful of galleons on the coffee table. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Wang. This is your payment, of course. If you can remember more, I can give you more. Wang Shijing shook her head, looking extremely regretful. I'm sorry, although I desperately need money, I can't make things up to deceive you. So I can only say, I don't know anything more. This was a woman with principles. Dana nodded, stood up, and was about to leave. To his surprise, Wang Shijing also stood up and began unbuttoning her cheongsam. Sir, although I have no more information, I still have myself. Please, just pity us. It's really not that I'm cheap, but the nutritional vitalizers are truly not cheap, and I need money. Dana rubbed his nose. This was getting out of hand. He quickly moved to refuse, because any later, it would become unsuitable for children. Just then, the door opened, and a Chinese youth with red-dyed hair walked in. He immediately saw Wang Shijing and Dana, and a grin spread across his face. Aging, you've finally come to your senses? I told you long ago that Huo Jin riches is already useless. You've taken care of him for 4 years, which is more than enough. It's only right to find a good man and remarry quickly. The youth took 2 steps closer, sized up Dana, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, a good-looking fellow. Aging, your taste is quite all right. You two carry on, I'll go wander around for another hour. Aging, hurry up, I'm starving. Wang Shijing's face flushed crimson. She hastily rebuttoned her kipao, though in her heart, she had already cursed her brother 1,000 times over. She didn't know what had come over her, but she suddenly felt that Mr. Doc Dantes was someone she could entrust herself to. Coupled with the stimulating sight of the gleaming galleons on the table, she had actually done something so shameless? Wang Wenhui, what nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Dantes is here to inquire about some things from Huo Jin's past. I'm just a little warm, don't think too much. Wang Wenhui looked at his sister and shook his head. Oh, so you're just a little warm, huh? At this moment, he also saw the galleons on the table. It seemed this gentleman was genuinely here to buy information, because Wang Wenhui thought that even if his sister wanted to sell herself, she probably wouldn't be worth this much. With this many galleons, he could find 6 or 7 pretty girls for a night at the Hot Witch nightclub. It just looked like his little sister wasn't entirely uninterested in this man, so he should try to set them up. So Wang Wenhui walked straight to the kitchen. Sir, you speak Chinese, and I like you, so why don't you stay and have a meal? I'm telling you, British food is terrible. If you want to eat, you have to eat our Chinese food. Wang Shijing looked at Dana with a red face. Sir, why don't you just have a little something to eat here with us? Dana thought for a moment and decided to stay. Mainly, he hadn't spoken Chinese in too long, and upon suddenly encountering 2 Chinese people, he couldn't help but want to talk to them more. This was probably a case of fellow countrymen meeting, tears welling up in their eyes. Although the other party didn't consider him a fellow countryman, at most he was a foreigner who could speak Chinese. Wang Shijing arranged for Dana to sit down in the dining room. Because it was an open kitchen, Dana could see everything happening inside. He had been curious since just now, how did this kitchen, which had no cooking utensils, prepare food? He saw the Wang siblings pull out their wands and point them at the kitchen wall. Then, the wall became transparent, revealing a very large back kitchen where things were bustling. Chef's knives and spatulas flew, and various delicacies were produced as if on an assembly line. Wang Shijing lightly tapped her wand, and several pieces of braised beef flew over from a braising pot. Wang Wenhui, with his wand here and his wand there, picked up a bite of every dish that had just come out of the pot. Soon, a plate of braised beef and a large hodgepodge were placed in front of Dana. Wang Wenhui continuously waved his wand. Diffindo. The plate of beef was immediately neatly sliced into pieces. Mr. Dantes, Wang Shijing said. I'm very sorry, we only have these to entertain you. Dana asked. You just get food directly from Muggle restaurants like this. Dana had been very careful with his words, avoiding the word steal, but who knew that even being this cautious, he still hit Wang Wenhui's sore spot. Are you looking down on us? What's wrong with getting some food from Muggles? When our fire serpent party ran rampant in the British wizarding world, they even had to beg to offer us tribute. Fire serpent party? That name sounded a little familiar. A quick recollection, wasn't that a criminal organization under the villain Victor Rookwood in the game Hogwarts Legacy? The leader of this organization seemed to be named Selwyn. Hadn't the Fire Serpent Party already been cleaned up by the protagonist of Hogwarts Legacy using Avada? Remembering the strange mark he had seen in the first room on the second floor, Dana finally understood. This Wang Wenhui might really be a member of the Fire Serpent Party, because that mark was what a fire serpent looked like from the front. Wang Shijing gave Wang Wenhui a glare and quickly explained. We don't eat their food for free. We often use conf on the street to lure other Muggle customers into their shop. That's our compensation to them. Dana asked. The fact that you can use conf shows your magic ability is decent, so why don't you find a proper job in the wizarding world? At this, Wang Wenhui immediately slapped the table and cursed. Damn it! Find a proper job? Find my ass! Wang Wenhui pinched his voice, imitating others. We've looked into it, Mr. Wang. Your grandfather was a criminal, so we dare not hire you. Mr. Wang, your abilities are sufficient for our job, but there's only one position, and I have no reason to give this opportunity to you instead of my own countrymen. Dana immediately understood, this was prejudice and racial discrimination. Wang Shijing continued the conversation. Mr. Dantes, we also want to work hard and earn money, but the conditions don't allow it. Have you thought about returning to China? We can't go back. The China Ministry of Magic prohibits all foreign residents. Then to the United States? Or other parts of Europe? Wang Wenhui shook his head. Is there a difference? Dana was silent for a while, thinking a lot. First, he didn't know Wang Wenhui's character, but Wang Shijing was good. She was loyal to Huojin riches, and even though she stole food from the Royal Chinese restaurant, she knew to compensate them with magic. Dana knew she was telling the truth, he could feel it. Second, inferring from the information obtained so far, the finger points directly at Barty Crouch, and like the Avery family's situation, Crouch is also one of the Sacred 28. It won't be easy to deal with them, so Dana needs to organize his own armed forces. Even Lord Voldemort needed Death Eaters to assist him, let alone Dana? Dana suddenly asked. Mr. Wang, how many people are in your Fire Serpent Party now, and who is the leader? Wang Wenhui glanced at Dana. Why do you ask? Dana replied. I need people to help me with things. Wang Wenhui's eyes immediately lit up. There are currently 7 people in the Fire Serpent Party, and I am their boss. A boss so poor he had to steal food from Muggle restaurants. Dana didn't mind the strength of such a Fire Serpent Party, all he needed was manpower. I'll give each of you 50 galleons a month as living expenses, and your Fire Serpent Party will work for me. How about that? Wang Wenhui was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that staying for a meal would lead to a job. Of course, Mr. Dantes, what do you want us to do? Dana shook his head. For now, I don't need you to do anything, just don't cause trouble. When there's a task for you, I'll contact you. Got it, boss. I promise not to cause trouble. Besides, now that we have a legitimate income, who would want to stir up trouble? Dana nodded and stood up. He had lingered here long enough as for lunch. Instead of eating this hodgepodge, couldn't he just go next door and eat the Chinese food he wanted? To be honest, the food next door tasted pretty good. Then he heard Wang Shijing exclaim, Brother, I've decided, I want to join the Fire Serpent Party too. Huojin riches needed treatment, and Wang Shijing wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn money, even though she had always been against her brother maintaining the Fire Serpent Party. Wang Wenhui didn't answer his sister but looked at Dana. Boss, is that okay? His sister joining the Fire Serpent Party meant the boss would have to pay an extra 50 galleons. Such a big matter required his consent. Dana shrugged indifferently. No problem, I just need you to make the Fire Serpent Party bigger and stronger. We're not short on money. Yes, I will make it bigger and stronger. Boss. Dana walked out of Baker Street 26.5. Although he didn't get complete information, focusing on Barty Crouch was already a good harvest. Not to mention recruiting the Fire Serpent Party led by Wang Wenhui. The Christmas holiday was too short. When summer vacation came, he would definitely train the Fire Serpent Party well with helpers. He would have the confidence to seek revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any usable pawns. A cat owl rapidly approached in the sky, then landed on the telephone booth in front of Dana. Who? Don't just stand there like an idiot, hold out your hand so you can get the letter. Dana was stunned. He could understand what the cat owl was saying, but after thinking about it, he possessed Merlin's bloodline and now had some abilities from the second stage, so it wasn't that surprising. So he held out his hand, and the cat owl flew down, stopping steadily on his forearm. Who? So steady? I didn't expect you, kid, to be quite strong. Wait, the recipient should be a young wizard, but your face looks like you're over 20. Did I deliver it to the wrong person? Who? That's right, the soul aura is correct. Ah, so it's a little rascal? Don't just stand there, take the letter? Since you don't have any snacks for me, I'm going back once I get the letter. My eggs are about to hatch, and I don't have time to waste here. Dana raised an eyebrow and took the letter tied to the cat owl's leg. Who? Letter delivered? I'm going back. The cat owl flapped its wings and flew high. The wind from its wings, carrying a cat owl scent, hit Dana's face. He tidied his fringe and looked at the letter in his hand. Dana Emery's, Baker Street 26½, London. Ministry of Magic, Improper Use of Magic Office. Opening the letter, he saw it read. Mr. Dana Emery's. We detected that you used magic on the morning of December 26 at Foster Farm, Glamorgan Valley, Wales. You have violated the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Wizardry Act. Given that no muggles witnessed your use of magic and the negative impact was minimal, this violation will not be pursued further, but your illegal act will be recorded. The Ministry of Magic hereby warns that if Mr. Emery's uses magic outside of school again, we will put you on trial and impose appropriate punishment. Ministry of Magic, Improper Use of Magic Office. Dana's brows furrowed. Damn it, he forgot about the trace. Fortunately, his previous few spells were either in Nocturne Alley or other places with wizards, so the Ministry of Magic couldn't determine if the spellcaster was an underage wizard or another adult wizard, allowing him to escape prosecution. Otherwise, he would probably be undergoing questioning and trial at the Ministry of Magic right now. As for his revenge on Sally Avery, he hadn't started school then, so he didn't have the trace on him. Dana sighed. This was not good news. It meant that if he took any action in the future, using magic would inevitably be detected by the Ministry of Magic. Although his enemies were all wizards, he wouldn't be held accountable immediately, but it would leave clues, and it was possible that clever aurors might find them. He needed to be more cautious. Thinking this, Dana hailed a taxi and went to the Leaky Cauldron, between 48 Charing Cross Road and 12 Great Newport Street, London. Then, in the Leaky Cauldron's bathroom, Dana opened a portal and returned to 5 Livingston Town. Every inch of this land brought back Dana's childhood memories, which caused him immense pain. He shook his head, restored his original appearance, and walked towards a corner of the town. He was going to find Mad-Eye Moody. Little Dana, you're back. Dana nodded and said, Hello, sir. I wanted to stay at home for the Christmas holiday, so I came back. I'm very sorry about your mother. Oh, by the way, is there something you need me for? Sir, underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school, but you know the situation at my home, it needs to be cleaned up. I was wondering, could you perhaps help me cast a few cleaning spells? Of course, no problem. Moody immediately walked off, and the door behind him closed automatically. The old cripple had only taken a couple of steps when he suddenly turned back and asked, How's the arm you broke when you fell at 6 years old? Dana shook his head. Mr. Moody, you must be mistaken. I've never been one to climb and jump much since I was little, so I've never broken an arm. Moody nodded. This was the old auror's professional habit. Even though his magical eye could see through most magic, he still habitually suspected everything. Yes, Mad-Eye Moody suspected that the Dana in front of him was a fake, so he tested him. Dana wasn't offended. He had long been used to it from his interactions with Moody since childhood. Damaged items in the house were repaired, and mold and dust were removed. Although it still looked old and dilapidated compared to his home 4 years ago, it was at least habitable again. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Old Moody was very pleased with the polite Dana and asked, Child, how is your life at Hogwarts? Dana nodded slightly. The professors are all very kind to me. Moody sighed. Only the professors are kind to you? Huh? It seems you're having a tough time at Hogwarts. Moody originally didn't know that Dana had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 4 years, but since the start of the school year, He had learned about Dana's situation from the Order of the Phoenix. After all, the Order of the Phoenix's main task now revolved around Harry Potter, and Dana was very close to Harry, so Moody also came to know about him. Although the child was innocent, having come out of Azkaban, he was inevitably subjected to prejudice. Not to mention the young wizards, even Moody himself, at this moment, was actually somewhat suspicious of Dana. Although Britain doesn't have the saying "he who lies with dogs rises with fleas," everyone understands the principle. Dana smiled. "Oh, right. I haven't thanked you for setting up the tombstone for my mother. I certainly couldn't have done something like that myself. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything right now." "You're welcome, child. Your mother was a good person, and it's only right that I do something for her. I just hope you can also become the kind of person your mother was. A person like my mother, who lets others manipulate her." Of course, Dana wouldn't say that aloud. "Of course, sir, I will definitely make my mother proud." "Very good." Watching Moody's retreating figure, Dana nodded slightly. From now on, as long as he returned once a day to create the illusion that he hadn't left, Mad Eye Moody would be his best alibi. Although his subsequent actions would only be reconnaissance, accidents could always happen. And now, he at least had a witness who could prove he had been in Livingston Town these days. After all, an 11-year-old wizard surely couldn't apparate. He was grateful for the warning letter from the Ministry of Magic today. It served as a reminder. Next, he also needed to buy a new wand, to be used as Dana Emery's wand. As for the one he was currently using, it already had records of Imperios and memory charms, so it could only be used as Dark Dentist's wand. After all, if something went wrong, the Ministry of Magic would use the prior incantato spell to check the wand's recent usage history. If he solved the problem at the root, then there would be no problem at all. That night, after the lights went out at 10, Dana opened a portal and once again checked into the leaky cauldron. Ollivander met a strange customer, a wand 12.8 inches long, made of ebony with a Chinese fireball dragon heartstring core, chose him. The customer then pulled out another wand that was almost identical to the new one, except it was 0.3 inches shorter, which shocked old Ollivander for 2 seconds. Then he quickly lost all memory of this strange customer, and even the wand he had personally crafted because he had been hit with a memory charm, and even the data for Dana Emery's wand in his memory was rewritten to 12.8 inches. On the same day, Pucci, the Gringotts banker, once again encountered the distinguished rich man, Doc Dantes, who exchanged 2,000 ancient gold coins and, bizarrely, tens of thousands of pounds in Muggle currency. It was truly incomprehensible why anyone would exchange so much Muggle currency. In Pucci's opinion, it was not worth it at all. It was truly hard to guess what rich people were thinking. Dana, in the guise of Doc Dantes, sat on a Muggle train. Like apparition, the caster must know the exact location or appearance of the destination. Wizards cannot travel through time and space to places they have neither visited nor have corresponding photos of, including by Portkea. The residence of John Flint, which Dana had inquired about from Marcus Flint, was in Ponce's Town, a small town almost impossible to find on a map, requiring an hour's drive along a mountain road from High Wycombe to reach. This meant Dana spent almost a full day just finding the place. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon when he arrived in Ponce's Town. He knew there was a Flint vineyard here, and that wizards lived there, so he could cast spells. After half an hour, he found the caretaker's cottage at the Flint vineyard. He saw a wizard couple and a young wizard. Fortunately, Dana had met this young wizard before. She was a third-year Ravenclaw student, which meant that Dana casting spells nearby would not only not be pursued by the Ministry of Magic, but because there was already a young wizard living here, Ministry of Magic employees wouldn't even bother to confirm which young wizard it was. Besides, it was the Christmas holiday, so the people on duty at the Ministry of Magic should be even less inclined to investigate deeply. Dana hid behind the woodshed at the back of the cottage and opened a portal back to Livingston Town. After having dinner at a small pub in Livingston Town and greeting his wizard neighbors, he reopened the portal from his home to Ponce's Town. Though troublesome, it was safe. Stepping out of the portal was not Dana, nor Doc, but a black cat. Dana believed that a cat form would be more convenient for reconnaissance. It was already very dark, and a black cat moving through the vineyard went unnoticed by anyone. Marcus Flint's description had been very vague, which made Dana's search quite troublesome. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that he discovered an inconspicuous cottage behind the hillside. If the people inside hadn't lit an oil lamp, Dana might have searched for much longer. The cat's paw pads trod on the overgrown hillside, making no sound at all. When Dana was about 100 yards from the cottage, he heard an argument inside. Now Sally Avery is nowhere to be found, and you're telling me that key is gone. Do you think I'm easy to fool, trying to monopolize that treasure with such methods? It was a woman, and Dana would never forget that voice. Donna Avery, the wicked woman who had forced his mother and him. Why was she here? At this moment, another man's voice rang out. I can't find Sally Avery either. Besides, if I really wanted to keep the treasure to myself, I wouldn't have let that squib guard the key. That key was always locked in a safe crafted by goblins. I don't know why the key suddenly disappeared. This was probably John Flint's voice. Dana had heard it 4 years ago when he came to acquire that tapestry. Stop making up lies, Avery. 4 years? If I hadn't helped decipher the secret in the tapestry, you wouldn't have even found that key. Now the treasure map hasn't even been deciphered, and you're already planning to embezzle the treasure? If the family hadn't sent someone to Sally Avery to collect family contributions, I wouldn't have known he was missing until now. I was also worried that things might change, so I came to confirm, and I didn't expect you to pull this trick on me. John Flint immediately became annoyed. Donna Avery, the key is indeed gone? I don't know what happened. Besides, when we first found that tomb, I suspected you had tampered with it in advance. Because the location of Merlin's tomb was deciphered by you first, you definitely had plenty of time to replace Merlin's body. I was curious at the time. Merlin always had a beard in all the images and statues, but that corpse had no beard, not a single one. And Merlin had been dead for so many years, how could his body still be so active? If I hadn't been sharp-eyed and found that key hidden in the coffin lid, my years of planning would have been for naught. Now you've benefited from Merlin's body, and you're turning around and saying I want to embezzle the treasure. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're an Avery? After all, I am also a Flint. Nonsense? Nonsense. Donna Avery was clearly agitated. Merlin's body can't be exchanged for money. What would I want with that thing? And you were there at the time. You were also aware of the situation there. 2 of the 3 cursebreakers I hired were killed by the protective magic on the coffin. If it weren't for the age and erosion of the magic circle, perhaps all 3 cursebreakers would have been finished. In that situation, how could I have replaced the body beforehand? Sophistry? Who knows if you weren't just putting on an act? You're clearly the one who wants to embezzle the treasure. I didn't. I've spent 4 years on this matter. You must give me an explanation today, otherwise I'm not done with you. The key is gone, it's just gone. Believe it or not. Cruciatus curse. Ah, you crazy woman. I'll go to hell. Avada Kedavra. Magic flashes darted wildly in the wooden house, and Dana felt his spine tingle. These lunatics, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? These people are the ones who truly belong in Azkaban. However, this conversation made Dana understand one thing: even without Sally Avery, John Flint would have targeted their family. Because the tapestry in his house actually held the secret of Merlin's treasure. Connecting this to his golden finger, Dana suddenly felt that things had become complicated. The black cat squatted on the moonlit hillside, watching the cabin from afar. After a long while, the magic light leaking from the wooden window no longer flickered. Dana waited a bit longer, until he heard no sound, then he cautiously moved forward. He hesitated for a while at the 50-yard cordon, then gritted his teeth and ran past it. Leaping onto the windowsill, the cabin was in a mess. John Flint was sprawled across a large table, long since silent. There were signs of ransacking in the room. It seemed Donna Avery had taken the tapestry before leaving. Dana always had one question he couldn't figure out: why Donna Avery was involved in John Flint's deciphering of the tapestry. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the Avery family was just a tool John Flint borrowed to deal with his own family. Once the Avery family found a scapegoat, they should have had no further connection with John Flint. And it was indeed so. Later, after he was imprisoned in Azkaban, only Sally Avery and John Flint came to his house to snatch the tapestry. To know the full story, it seemed he would have to ask Donna Avery herself. But this was not the key issue, because through this unexpected coincidence today, which he just happened to stumble upon, Dana learned of the extraordinary nature of his mother's family. The tapestry certainly wasn't from the Avery family. The claim that Dana's grandfather took it from the main family when he split off was purely a smokescreen. If this tapestry belonged to the Avery family and was related to Merlin's treasure, how could the main Avery family possibly give away such an item? Moreover, with the Avery family's foundation, if Donna Avery could find Merlin's tomb with the tapestry within 4 years, wouldn't the Avery family have found Merlin's treasure centuries ago? So, the truth most likely had only one possibility, that the tapestry was actually an item from his mother Anna's maiden family, and his mother's long-standing duty was to protect this tapestry, which held the secret of Merlin's treasure. Emrys, this word was the name given to Merlin by the Druids who once existed in Wales, meaning immortal. Dana learned this during this semester while reading widely in the library. In other words, his mother's family was very likely descendants of the great wizard Merlin. If so, then his golden finger, his bloodline, and this tapestry that started everything could all be explained. As for the mysterious disappearance of the treasure's key and the beardless Merlin's corpse that was dug up, Dana probably had something to say. Donna and John both didn't lie, because both the key and the beard were summoned by Dana. Looking at John Flint's corpse, Dana wondered whether to leave some clues here. For instance, writing "Killer, Donna Avery" on the ground with cat paws. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Even if Donna Avery were captured and given the Dementor's kiss, it would just be a simple death, no different from Sally Avery. This punishment was too light. Besides, old Avery could still find a scapegoat to save Donna Avery, just like he saved Guy Avery. So, this wouldn't work. Dana frowned, somewhat disgusted, and put away John Flint's corpse. This could very well be a key prop for retaliating against Donna Avery in the future. Fortunately, the interdimensional space in the necklace was large enough. Dana even arranged a separate area for John Flint. Didn't John Flint always want to find Merlin's treasure? Now he's in the necklace with the treasure, so it could be considered his wish fulfilled, right? Thinking this, Dana left the place. Midnight had passed, time for summoning. Dana was 80% sure that Merlin had been dead for many years. And after Donna Avery and John Flint dug up Merlin's bones and took the key, they didn't know if they had reburied the body properly. If his deduction was correct, Merlin was Dana's ancestor, and leaving an ancestor exposed in the wilderness was probably inappropriate. So Dana prepared to reluctantly waste a summoning opportunity to summon the body of his ancestor, Merlin. Merlin's body. Firstly, no small note appeared, which indicated that there was indeed Merlin's body. Then, Merlin's body didn't pop out of his palm either. Dana had never encountered this situation before. Dana looked suspiciously at the grandfather clock repaired by Moody. That's right, it was past midnight. The next moment, a sharp pain came from his palm, and he quickly looked to see what seemed to be a tear in it. He quickly aimed the opening at the floor of his house, because he felt something was about to squeeze out of this opening. Pft! Thump! A completely naked body fell to the ground. Tisk, why wasn't it wearing clothes? But Dana suddenly realized that Merlin's robe seemed to have already been summoned by him. This was hard to judge. He made up his mind that no matter how good that purple robe was, he would never wear it again. Merlin's body on the ground was, as John Flint said, fresh. It didn't look like a corpse at all, but rather like a sleeping old man. As soon as Dana saw Merlin's face, he knew he must be Merlin's descendant without a doubt, because looking at Merlin's face, which was so old there was little flesh left, his appearance was exactly like Dana's own when he first came out of Azkaban. The old man's body was very well preserved, with no signs of being gnawed by wild animals. It seemed that although Avery and Flint suspected each other of stealing the body, they had honestly put the coffin lid back on. After all, they constantly chanted Merlin's beard, so they probably had at least a basic reverence when they saw Merlin's body. Only, since the ancestor was properly reburied, then he, who summoned him, was instead the most disrespectful one to him? Forget it. Since he had already summoned him, there was no way to send him back, as he didn't know where the tomb was. Following the principle of "since I'm here, I won't leave empty-handed," Dana pressed his palm on old ancestor Merlin's forehead. If a beard could bring him a lot of magic power, there's no reason an entire body wouldn't, right? He wondered if Avery and Flint were blind, as the magic power emanating from this corpse was visibly swirling. Why didn't they notice? However, this doubt didn't stop Dana. Since Donna Avery and John Flint missed their opportunity, then this opportunity was his. The next moment, a vast amount of magic power began to flow into his body. In an instant, Dana felt as if he had eaten too much. His body felt like it was about to burst, and there was no part of him that didn't ache. He tried to pull his hand away, but found that the magic channel had already formed. Even if he left the body, the magic power contained within the body would continuously surge into his own body. This hurt just as much as the so-called bloodline change last time. Oh, right, last time it might not have been a bloodline change, but rather, through that marrow-like substance, it activated the Merlin bloodline that was already present in his body, right? Dana knelt on the ground, sweat flowing down his cheeks to his chin, then dripping onto the floor, quickly forming a small puddle. He didn't know how long it had been, but the magic power infusion finally ended, and Dana weakly stood up. Although his body was very weak, he felt a sense of control over everything in his heart. He put Merlin's body, now devoid of magic, into the necklace, placing it in a separate compartment with the beard, and then wanted to go back to his room to rest. But the next second, he found that he wasn't walking, but floating in the air, moving forward. Oh my! This phenomenon was quite common in the wizarding world, but it usually occurred after a young wizard's magic power outburst. In other words, this was evidence that the body couldn't effectively control magic power. Very well, he had overdosed on magic. Dana floated up from the bed. He looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, speechless for a moment. A whole night had passed, why hadn't his body adapted to the magic yet? In his perception, his total magic power was only 3 times what it was before. Shaking his head, he couldn't go out today, let alone to Muggle territory. The magic constantly overflowing from his entire body. As soon as he appeared in Muggle territory, a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic about underage wizard spellcasting would arrive. Oh, he had already been warned once, so this time it would most likely be a summons to court. Dana floated downstairs and took out a large loaf of bread from his necklace. It was really compartmentalized, the kind where air didn't even flow. He had grabbed it from Foster's house after Foster fainted, just in case, and now it was coming in handy. He pulled out a small knife, though much better than its rusty state from the day before yesterday. It was clearly an old knife. He was going to cut the large loaf of bread. At this moment, he dared not use any spell. Who knew if a diffindo from him now would split the house apart? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Looking at his feet, half a foot off the ground, Dana was very conflicted. Dana, are you home? Outside was Professor McGonagall, the person Dana trusted most since his release from Azkaban. He exhaled, floating towards the door. Is that Professor McGonagall? I'm coming to open the door. The door opened, and Professor McGonagall looked at Dana, who was now as tall as her, and was somewhat stunned. Everyone said teenagers grow fast, but Dana was growing a bit too fast, wasn't he? Oh, he was floating. Dana, what's wrong with you? Dana scratched his head and said with a forced smile. It seems my magic went wild last night, and then I became like this. He didn't know if Professor McGonagall believed him, but Dana was determined to stick to this explanation. Magic went wild? Are you all right, child? Professor McGonagall quickly scrutinized Dana up and down, but other than constantly hovering in midair, there seemed to be nothing amiss. I'm fine, Professor. Maybe I'll be back to normal after a few days of getting used to it. Professor McGonagall shook her head, habitually straightening the corners of her mouth. No, this cannot be taken lightly. Young wizards almost never experience magic outbursts after the age of 11. This is very abnormal for you. If not guided, you could very likely become an obscurial. Although obscurials are typically young wizards under 10 years old, and historically only Dumbledore's nephew managed to live past 10, this is the wizarding world, and there are always exceptions. Professor McGonagall visibly grew worried. She pulled out her wand and waved it. A silver-white tabby cat leaped from her wand tip, passing through the wall and disappearing. Only then did she look inside the house. Dana, are you just eating this? She saw the large loaf of bread on the table and immediately felt a pang of heartache. Didn't I give you money? Eat something better, you're still growing? Really, haven't you had enough of eating bread in Azkaban? Her tone was complaining, but Dana didn't feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, he could feel deep concern in Professor McGonagall's words. Professor, it's mainly that I'm not very convenient to go out to eat in this state. Old Thompson, the owner of Thompson's pub on the corner, can testify that I ate very well last night. Professor McGonagall nodded. She turned and walked to the door, opening it. Outside the door was Mad-Eye Moody, rushing over. Minerva, why did you urgently call me here to? Oh, little Dana? What's wrong with you? Professor McGonagall said. Dana's magic went wild. This is very abnormal. I'm worried something might happen to him at any moment, so I don't dare to leave. I called you over because I wanted you to notify Dumbledore to come and take a look. Moody nodded, turning and limping away. You're right, I'll go notify Dumbledore right away. Originally, Professor McGonagall could have contacted Hogwarts through the Floo network in the fireplace, and then had the portraits notify the principal, but this house had been abandoned for 4 years, and because the fees hadn't been paid, the Floo network company had long since stopped service. Dana hadn't forgotten that he hadn't had breakfast. He picked up the knife, ready to continue cutting the bread, but then heard Professor McGonagall say, "Don't eat that anymore, it has no nutrition." She waved her hand, and immediately mashed potatoes, sausages, poached eggs, and hot milk appeared on the dining table. These were made by the Hogwarts house elves. No further explanation was given, but Dana just knew that Professor McGonagall had specifically brought it for him. Dana lay flat in midair and began to eat. He couldn't touch the ground or sit down, so he could only float and bend over to eat, but this posture was too awkward. He adjusted a few times and finally found that lying diagonally was the most comfortable. Professor McGonagall's eyebrow twitched, and then she nonchalantly helped Dana open the window on the first floor. "This is an old house, remember to air it out often," she instructed. "If you don't know how to take care of yourself, I won't let you come back next holiday." Besides nodding what else could Dana say? "Professor McGonagall, why did you come here?" "I was worried about you, Dana. You're only 11, and you probably can't take care of yourself alone. It's a good thing I came, otherwise, you would have been in big trouble." Soon, a ball of flame appeared in the living room, and a tall wizard wearing a white robe with purple stars appeared, a phoenix perched on his shoulder. This was the most powerful light wizard of the day, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. "Good morning, Minerva," Dumbledore greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Dana." In the 3 months at school, Dana had never spoken to Dumbledore, yet Dumbledore acted very familiar, as if Dana had known him for several years. "Hello, Principal Dumbledore." "Principal? No, Dana, don't call me Principal, you can call me Professor." "Okay, Professor." Dumbledore approached Dana, scrutinizing him up and down. The boy was still eating, as if the arrival of the wizarding world's foremost figure had no effect on him. Was this the composure of someone who had spent 4 years in Azkaban and emerged fearless? Rare, this is too rare. Dumbledore stroked his long white beard, which reminded Dana of Merlin's beard, which he had plucked clean. "I have never seen a situation like this," Professor McGonagall asked anxiously. "What should we do now?" Dumbledore reached out and grabbed Dana's arm, exclaiming, "Very powerful magic, but still far from generating an Obscurus. However, we must help Dana channel it as soon as possible, otherwise, if left unchecked, he always has the possibility of becoming an Obscurial, though I have never seen a young wizard become an Obscurial after the age of 10. He turned back to Professor McGonagall and said, "Minerva, let's take Dana back to Hogwarts. We need to help him release his magic there." Back to Hogwarts? Dana still had holiday plans to complete, but then he thought, he had already mastered Spandam Gate, so maybe he could move freely at Hogwarts too. If so, perhaps the situation would be even better. "Dana, come back to Hogwarts with us." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, let me go up and pack my things." Just 3 days after leaving school for the holidays, Dana returned. His return shocked Harry and Ron. They had just finished breakfast and left the Great Hall when they saw Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Dana. Even more surprising to them was that Dana was floating. Had he turned into a ghost? But his complexion didn't suggest that. "Hey, Harry." Dana greeted Harry first. "Hey, Dana." Then Dana was led out of the castle by Dumbledore. Yes, led. Although he was floating in the air, his forward speed was very slow. Clearly, he hadn't learned how to fly in human form yet, so Dumbledore had to pull him with magic. Once the principal and deputy principal left the castle with Dana, Ron quickly said to Harry, "I have a feeling Dana Emrys must have done something wrong, otherwise why would Dumbledore be holding him like that?" Harry shook his head. He never believed Dana would be a bad person. "Let's follow them and see." "All right." On the lawn outside the Quidditch pitch, the three finally stopped. "All right, Dana, now you can unleash your magic to your heart's content." "Professor Dumbledore, how should I unleash it?" "Cast a spell on me." At that moment, Dana was somewhat in a trance. He heard the words "fire at me" from Martyr Zhang Qingquan in his mind, and at this moment, Dumbledore also had some of the aura of a martyr. This was truly bizarre. However, to be able to spar with the #1 wizard in the wizarding world, this was a rare opportunity. Expelliarmus. The 12.8-inch ebony wand erupted with dazzling light, and an ordinary Expelliarmus was cast with the momentum of a cannon. Dumbledore's old wand flicked lightly, and this Expelliarmus was deflected into the sky. Do you know Shield Charm, child? Dumbledore held his wand level and asked. Dana immediately understood that the old man would retaliate. He nodded excitedly. Protego. As soon as the blue protective shield appeared, a red spell from Dumbledore struck, swift and heavy, instantly shattering Dana's shield charm. Truly worthy of being the #1. Watching Dumbledore's effortless demeanor, Dana instantly realized there was still a world of difference between himself and Dumbledore. Even on the magical level after so many years, Dana didn't believe the magic contained in Merlin's corpse was the same as Merlin's magical power during his lifetime. He floated in the air, unable to move easily, so he could only stand there and fight head-on. Shield Charm? Blasting Curse? Hurricane Charm? Shield Charm? Although Dana couldn't control the force of each spell, all of them were max output, but Dumbledore didn't care, as if he really was a first-year student. But in reality, Dana's offensive was so powerful it stirred up dust and stones. If he were casting spells like this at home, his house would have been leveled long ago. Watching from afar, Harry and Ron's jaws were about to drop to the ground. Feeling that his eyes might be playing tricks on him, Ron rubbed them hard. Aside from rubbing off some unclean sleep from the morning, the terrifying magic duel he was witnessing had not ended. That's Dana, right, Harry? Yes, Ron, that's Dana. He can duel Dumbledore. Merlin's beard, how is that possible? Harry was stunned for a long time and didn't reply to Ron. Only a strong curiosity about the words Azkaban surged in his heart. Was this the quality that came from Azkaban? On the field, the duel between Dana and Dumbledore had not yet ended. Dana gradually mastered the rhythm of casting magic. Sometimes, he didn't need to specifically use a certain spell. When his magic reached a certain level, even a magic bullet shot out by casually waving his wand was a powerful weapon. This mode of combat, which required no movement and relied purely on wand fighting, greatly benefited his combat experience. Dumbledore was also very surprised. Dana had been fighting for so long, and there was no sign of his magic being depleted. In fact, as the battle progressed, the child's combat skills and quick reactions were rapidly improving. Initially, Dumbledore was purely teaching. His attacks had to wait until Dana's shield charm was fully cast, and defending against Dana's attacks was even easier, only requiring a change in the spell's direction. But now, Dana's speed in casting shield charm was getting faster and faster, and his attacks were no longer rigid, but flowed smoothly. Most aurors in the Ministry of Magic probably didn't have this level of combat skill. This made Dumbledore need to be 2 parts serious to completely suppress Dana. Dana's talent was simply rare. Such a child could not be allowed to go astray. He couldn't help but complain about the Avery family. If this child hadn't gone to Azkaban, he could have even confidently let him help him protect Harry. But it was not too late now. Minerva's judgment was correct. This child was a person who valued affection, because the look in this child's eyes when he looked at Minerva couldn't lie. It was respect and admiration. Pause for a moment. Dumbledore deflected another stupefy and called a halt to the battle. Dana, how do you feel now? Dana felt the abundant magic still within him and replied. Although it's still hard to control the magic, I already feel much better. Dumbledore nodded and looked at Professor McGonagall. Minerva, as long as you keep helping Dana expend magic, he'll recover to normal very quickly. However, I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave this to you. All right, Albus. Dumbledore winked at Dana, then apparat away. After all, as principal, he had special privileges within Hogwarts territory. He was probably the only one in the world who could apparate within Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall took out her wand. All right, Dana, now it's my turn. This round of fighting was different from before. Because Dumbledore was overwhelmingly strong, Dana didn't see any magic dueling techniques at all. From beginning to end, it was Dumbledore's numerical rolling. But now, Professor McGonagall's magic was stronger than his, but only slightly. It took 2 spells to break his shield charm, and she would also cast protective magic on herself. This way, it looked a bit more like a normal wizard duel, though Professor McGonagall was also going easy on him. Dana was like a sponge, frantically absorbing Professor McGonagall's spellcasting techniques and combat ingenuity. As the fight progressed, both of them even started using transfiguration. The nature of the battle instantly transformed from a back-and-forth spell exchange into a monster battle. On Professor McGonagall's side were lions and tigers, while on Dana's side were Pixio and Doughty. For a time, they fought fiercely, causing Harry and Ron's resolve to crumble. Harry, can first-year students really be that strong? Harry shook his head. I don't know, but I definitely can't do that. Ron sniffed a few times. Harry, don't be discouraged. You're our Quidditch team's main player now, and that's something Emrys can't do. Harry didn't speak. Was he really stronger than Dana in Quidditch? Didn't you see Dana floating in the air without a broom? Dana and Professor McGonagall fought for over an hour before stopping, not because their magic was depleted, but because it was almost lunchtime. Dana, how do you feel now? I can control my magic a little bit now, Professor McGonagall. Perhaps after another afternoon, I'll be able to completely control it. Professor McGonagall nodded, feeling happy in her heart, because Dana's demonstrated transfiguration ability already surpassed 99% of British wizards. And Dana also had a rough assessment of his newly acquired power. 1 Professor McGonagall equals 1.2 Snape equals 12 Lucius Malfoy, and he had about 60% of Professor McGonagall's combat power, which would be roughly 7 Lucius. Dana, the way you're eating, it's quite unique. Harry exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Dana was like a flag unfurled by the wind, floating beside the long table, whole body sprawled out while eating. I don't want to either. What exactly is wrong with you? I had another magic riot, and now I can't control the surging magic. Ron interjected in surprise. Magic riot? Doesn't that only happen to 11-year-old wizards? Ron's tone suggested he had been over 10 for a long time. Dana shrugged. I don't know either. But the professors thought it was dangerous for me, so they brought me back to Hogwarts. Harry was a bit confused, as he didn't know what a magic riot was, so he looked at Ron. Ron, as expected from his family background, although not fully understanding, could still explain a thing or two. It is indeed quite dangerous. If a young wizard cannot control their magic well, and their emotions are suppressed, they are very likely to become an obscurial historically. Almost no obscurial has lived past the age of 10, so if Emrys doesn't control it, he might die. Suppressed emotions. Were Dana's emotions suppressed? In Harry's opinion, Dana's mood was clearly suppressed. All the young wizards at Hogwarts seemed to shun him. In the few months since school started, the only ones willing to talk to Dana were Hermione and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Thinking of this, Harry felt a little guilty. He prided himself on being Dana's good friend, yet, if he were to be honest with himself, Harry had ignored Dana's existence most of the time. When did this start? Harry couldn't quite remember. After Dana floated for a short nap in the courtyard, Professor McGonagall called him for his afternoon magic guidance session. The old and the young were fighting fiercely on the lawn. Dana couldn't help but admire Professor McGonagall's abundant magic. At such an old age, she could still engage in such high-intensity combat truly worthy of being Dumbledore's second best, or third best, combatant at Hogwarts? Well, if nothing unexpected happened, she was indeed the second best, because although Professor Flitwick was once a dueling champion, in terms of total magic and transfiguration mastery, he should still be inferior to Professor McGonagall. As time passed, Dana's spell-casting frequency became faster and faster. Many spells he could even cast silently. This was only possible after spell proficiency and understanding reached a certain level. Professor McGonagall continued to guide Dana to release his magic freely, while secretly marveling this child's talent was too astonishing. His comprehension of magic was simply unheard of. And there were 2 others who had the same thought. No, to be precise, 1 7/8 of a person. 1 bald head plus the face on another bald head. Professor Quirrell stood by a window in Ravenclaw Tower, quietly watching the 2 small figures in the distance clashing with magic, various animals fighting in pairs around them, making quite a lively scene. It was Christmas break, and almost all the young wizards in Ravenclaw had gone home. The few who remained were holed up in their dorms reading or dating, so no one would be wandering around in this tower. Thus, Quirrell could chat with his master without restraint. Master, Dana Emrys is so powerful. If he stays by Harry Potter's side, I won't be able to deal with Harry Potter. Don't forget your main task, Quirrell. A sharp, rough voice sounded from behind Quirrell's head. Finding the Philosopher's Stone is what you need to focus on. Harry Potter, the voice paused, at least at this stage, he is not important. Yes, Master, you are right. But I heard that Emrys has a good relationship with Harry Potter, and Harry Potter has also been investigating the end of the fourth floor corridor these days. I'm afraid that Emrys and Harry Potter getting involved will affect our actions. Humph, how did I find such a useless person? You're even afraid of an underage wizard. Quirrell swallowed, and looked again at the lawn. Dana was casting an exploding charm, which Professor McGonagall deflected, sending it flying to the distant wall, blowing a hole in Hogwarts' thick wall. Quirrell shivered. To contend with such a little monster? Coward! Lord Voldemort's remnant soul angrily said. With me here, what is there to fear? Quirrell dared not reply. His master's strength was indeed formidable, but Quirrell knew how much his own body could handle. If his master were to use his body to confront Dana Emrys, he feared he would quickly be overdrawn. The last time he dealt with Cerberus in the room at the end of the fourth floor corridor, his master used his body once. Although they escaped unscathed, he felt his body was slowly breaking down. All right, don't worry. Lord Voldemort seemed to have calmed down. That child might become our asset. Asset. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to confront Emrys, Quirrell immediately relaxed. Indeed, his potential means he is destined not to be ordinary, and his bloodline is also very pure, Avery family and an Emrys. Lord Voldemort was silent for a moment, then said, he is ostracized by students, his situation is not good. Dumbledore foolishly thinks that having the professors look after him will be enough, but in reality, this is Dumbledore's old habit. He simply doesn't know how to win the hearts of young wizards. A child like Dana Emrys must be filled with hatred, the hatred of being wronged, the hatred of being tormented for 4 years in Azkaban, the hatred of being ostracized by his peers. With a little guidance, he will become a sharp blade, to be used by me. He was born to be a Death Eater. Quirrell listened, stunned, as if the master who could see through hearts when they first met had returned. But Master, Dana Emrys seems to have a deep hatred for Avery family. If later. Foolish? You haven't even done well in the present, and you're already thinking about the future. Quirrell immediately trembled like a quail, not daring to speak. Remember, this is an Emrys. If necessary, sacrificing an incompetent family is not a problem. Yes. Humph, to send an Emrys to Azkaban for the sake of a Guy Avery, old Avery is truly senile. Master, why do you value Emrys so much? Lord Voldemort snorted coldly. Don't you know who the Emrys spoken of by the Druids is? Merlin. Dana struggled for another afternoon, finally able to touch the ground with his toes. It had some effect, but didn't completely solve the problem, so he still had to continue practicing tomorrow. Just walking on tiptoes was like being possessed by a ghost in an early Hong Kong supernatural film. If it weren't for the holidays and the sparse number of young wizards in the castle, he would really be socially dead. Probably to the same extent as Dunnet Avery, who was knocked out by a dung bomb. He was the first to arrive at the Great Hall, finished dinner first, and then quickly slipped back to his single room in Gryffindor Tower. The way he walked on tiptoes resembled a ballet dancer, even making the usually serious Professor McGonagall smile. Back in his dorm, Dana didn't lie down. He diligently controlled the immense magic within him, repeatedly kneading a piece of parchment. Originally, every spell cast was at full power, but now he could at least control it to 5 or 6/10 of its strength. He was adapting to the magic alone, until late at night, unaware that a young wizard downstairs was quietly slipping out of the common room wrapped in an invisibility cloak. The mirror of Erist was still there. It reached the ceiling, with a golden frame and intricately carved claws as its base. An inscription was carved at the top of the mirror. Eriststra eruoidu bekafruoid on wosi. Harry took off his invisibility cloak, gazing blankly at his parents smiling at him in the mirror, the smile on his face heartbreaking to see. So you're here again, Harry. A voice startled Harry. He quickly turned around, only to see Dumbledore. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, sir. As in the original story, Dumbledore talked a lot with Harry about the Mirror of Erist, but this time it seemed a little different. Harry, although what the Mirror of Erist reflects is false, it can make people happy. A glimmer flashed in the principal's eyes. So why don't you bring Dana over to see this mirror and make him happy? I heard your relationship is quite good. Oh, yes, you are so right. Of course, only for tonight. After this, don't indulge in the magic mirror anymore, promise me, child. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Merlin's magic. Dana felt it was too miraculous. Merlin's body had clearly been drained by him, yet he could still receive Merlin's magic. Did this mean that Merlin had hidden a part of his magic somewhere? As for the question of why he was still absorbing magic when his magic was already overflowing and uncontrollable, the tiny bit of magic added by summoning Merlin's magic was truly a drop in the ocean compared to the vast magic currently within him, so that little bit didn't make a difference. However, looking at it in the long run, daily accumulation could not be relaxed. This was Dana's reasoning. Reparo. After restoring the parchment that had crumbled into dust, Dana extinguished the lamp and flipped onto his bed. To be precise, he floated an inch above the bedding. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded outside the door. Dana frowned, tiptoed over, and opened the door. Harry, what do you need me for so late? Harry panted. Dana, I want to show you something good. Dana rolled his eyes internally. At this time of night, the only good things you could show me were the invisibility cloak or the mirror of Erist. Are you going to show me Ron's drool-stained duvet cover from tonight? What good thing? Just follow me. Dana shrugged and refused. It's late, Harry. I think I should be sleeping now. Harry shook his head repeatedly. No, Dana, you might not see that good thing after tonight. What exactly is it? It's a mirror, Dana. A mirror that lets you see the people or things you wish to see. I think, perhaps, you might see your mother in the mirror. All right, Dana admitted. He was persuaded by Harry's last sentence. To be able to see his mother, even if it was illusory. All right, I'll go. Leaving the common room, Harry held up the invisibility cloak. Come in quickly, Dana. No one can see us in here. Dana looked at himself, half floating, blinked, and realized he had to tiptoe and bend over, which was too much of a strain on his body. He wasn't a dancer. No need, Harry. As he spoke, Dana cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Wow, Dana? What magic is this? Disillusionment charm. Can I learn it? Don't you have an invisibility cloak already? All right. Harry was a smart boy. Although he was hidden under the invisibility cloak, he still remembered to reveal a small corner of his robe so Dana wouldn't lose him. Soon, the two arrived at the room where the mirror of Erist was hidden. Dana, this is it. Looking at the magnificent mirror of Erist, Dana was stunned. He was a little afraid. He wasn't sure what he would see. Ultimately, his longing for his mother made him step forward. In the mirror, his mother wore her favorite dress, still as beautiful and gentle as ever. She sat at the dining table at home, her mouth opening and closing. Dana knew this was the scene from his memory of his mother telling him stories. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Dana, did you see your mother? Yes, Harry. Dana's voice choked. I saw her. Tears were gradually showing signs of gushing forth. Dana vigorously wiped his eyes but still couldn't bear to blink, staring intently at the mirror. She's still like this, Harry. Oh, coming out with you tonight was a terrible decision. It makes me miss Mom even more, and I can never see her alive again. A hidden gaze in the room disappeared. Dana wiped his eyes again, wiped his face, and stopped crying. All right, we can't get lost in memories, Harry. Let's go, I've seen enough. Okay, Dana. Before leaving, Dana turned back to look at the mirror again. His mother in the mirror was still smiling gently, her eyes full of him, and behind her, a line of people knelt on the ground. Ollivander Avery, Guy Avery, Donna Avery, and a blurry-faced man wearing a gentleman's hat. These kneeling people all had distorted faces, wailing in pain, simply because behind them, a group of small red devils were using steel wool to scrape their flesh and blood, and their lower bodies were now only bare white bones. The mirror of Erist can reflect the deepest desires in the viewer's heart. Hey, Dumbledore. He had originally planned to skillfully control the surging magic within him in one day, but Dana actually took 2.5 days. It wasn't until noon on the third day that he declared he could perfectly control the magic within him. It wasn't easy. He could finally move like a normal person. Of course, the struggle of these past few days wasn't in vain. Dana's spellcasting and transfiguration skills had risen by 2 levels. Even if Professor McGonagall went all out, Dana could last for several minutes. Don't underestimate this achievement. Professor McGonagall's reputation wasn't widely known, and she usually didn't show off, but it couldn't be denied that from a young age, she was an absolute genius. She was a formidable person who was never recorded as having a single defeat in the original work, even if her opponent was Lord Voldemort. Well, at that time, it was Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Slughorn who were entangled with Lord Voldemort. But that's still very impressive, isn't it? Don't forget, Dana is only 11 years old this year. Tisk, 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 that was 7 galleons. After spending half a day in the library, when the lights went out at night, Dana directly cast Spandam Gate in his room. As he expected, Hogwarts' anti-apparition charm did not affect Spandam Gate. Merlin's magic was truly wonderful. With one step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived in a room. This room was very small, with only one bed. The room was covered in thick dust, indicating it hadn't been lived in for a long time. Dana pushed open the window and jumped out, transforming into a black cat. This was Avery Manor, and this room was where members of the branch families and affiliated families temporarily stayed during Avery family's annual family gathering. In earlier years, Dana had attended family gatherings with his mother and stayed here. Dana, familiar with the route, moved through the garden towards the main house of the manor. His goal tonight was clear: to retrieve the tapestry from his mother's family. His intuition told him that the tapestry likely held more secrets. Besides, it was originally his family's property, so how could it fall into the hands of outsiders? The black cat leaped onto the kitchen roof, and following his memory, he went along the ridge to the room on the north side of the main house. He decisively jumped down, transforming into a bat in midair, hanging upside down by his hind legs from the eaves, seeing everything inside the room clearly. Donna Avery stood in front of a table, which was actually a bedside table and a dressing table put together, and the tapestry was laid flat on it. Donna stared intently at the tapestry. A parchment and a quill floated beside her. She softly chanted something in the air, and the quill swiftly recorded it on the parchment. 1-2-18, 13-4-21. Dana, in his bat form, had excellent hearing, not to mention his already extraordinary hearing, so he heard every number Donna uttered perfectly clear. Damn it! The rest are all these things, completely undecipherable? There must be something important I haven't discovered. Oh, right, it's the codebook. The codebook that goes with this tapestry is missing. Damn John Flint, that codebook must be in Merlin's vault? Otherwise, the first half of this tapestry wouldn't have so shallowly revealed Merlin's tomb. Wait a minute, the key was found in Merlin's tomb, maybe the codebook is there too. Donna straightened up and stretched her neck. Yes, it must be like that. Tomorrow I'll go back to that tomb and check again. Donna seemed to have lifted a great weight from her mind. She took off her clothes, preparing for bed, but her gaze lingered on a poster on the wall. The man in the poster was very handsome, smiling and showing 8 teeth. He winked, changed his pose, and then showed 8 teeth again. Oh, Mr. Lockhart, you are truly captivating. Donna's eyes were full of hearts as she stared at the poster and retreated to her bed. 2,000 words omitted here. Dana, hanging upside down outside the window. It's over, I'm going to get a sty. Dana hung for a full half hour. Of course, he could have burst into the room and killed her while Donna Lockhart were communing in spirit, but that would expose him. Because of the trace. He wasn't a pervert, peeking at Donna's privacy. In fact, bats have poor eyesight, and Dana had his head turned outwards. He relied on sound. Only when the activity inside the house ceased and Donna Avery's steady breathing could be heard, did Dana turn his head back. The lights in the room were already out, and Donna Avery was already covered and asleep. Dana transformed into an ant and crawled into the room through a crack in the window frame. Though old houses had historical charm, you couldn't stop the aging of building materials, even with magic. Once inside the house, Dana resumed his human form. Looking at Donna's face, Dana couldn't help but let green light flicker at his fingertips. Anna Avery, don't be ungrateful. The main family letting you branch out and do things is a sign of respect. Today, whether it's you or your son, someone must replace Guy Avery. Agree or not, you have to agree. If you don't agree, I'll kill your son. Bitch. Still dare to fight back. Cruciatus curse. Do you see? Anna Avery, the killing curse is ready. With just this one flick of my wand, your lovely son will go to meet Merlin. The memories became clearer and clearer. In Dana's memory, his mother's cheeks were swollen red, tears streaming down her face, and she mumbled, "Good, good. I promise you, But you cannot harm Dana? After I go to Azkaban, you must raise Dana well. When his mother said this, the sorrow in her eyes was something Dana had never seen before, while Donna, standing by, showed a disdainful smile. His mother turned around, shoulders trembling, preparing to leave with Donna Avery. An emotional Dana broke free from Sally Avery's restraint and used magic to stun his mother from behind. Let go of my mother, I'll go replace Guy Avery, and, the galleon you promised must be given to my mother? She needs to see a doctor. By the time Dana came to his senses, the green light at his fingertips was extremely rich, meaning his killing intent had reached its peak. But he still held back. Impatience spoils great plans. He wanted more than just Donna Avery's cheap life. He could take that woman's life anytime. He wanted to make the Avery taste the feeling of their family being ruined and scattered. Putting the tapestry into his necklace, he looked at the wall almost covered with posters. Gilderoy Lockhart. This famous author, a great swindler who stole others' experiences, would be teaching at Hogwarts next school year. If nothing unexpected happened, a ticket to Azkaban would await him. Dana looked again at Donna Avery, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. This woman was 29 years old this year, and as the daughter of a pure-blood family, her appearance would definitely not be bad. So if he set up a scheme for Donna Lockhart to get together, and with Lockhart's imprisonment, could he then use means to make Donna Avery take Lockhart's place in prison? Presumably, Donna Avery would be willing to go to jail for her beloved man, right? Even if she wasn't willing, what then? It's just a matter of an imperio. If Donna Avery didn't taste everything he had experienced, what kind of revenge would that be? Losing a loved one, imprisoned. Oh, not just that, she also needed to have her family ruined and scattered. This could be done together with retaliating against Ollivander Avery. A revenge plan gradually perfected in his mind. Dana stroked his chin. The Fire Serpent Party. This move, which he had made casually, seemed useful, and as for the identity of Dark Dentis, should he just make it permanent? Who are you? Dana's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Donna Avery's sleep to be so light. He subtly changed his appearance, but when he turned around, he terrified Donna Avery almost out of her wits. At this moment, Dana wore John Flint's face, his eyes cloudy, his eye corners stained with dried blood tears, his face pale and covered with lividity. When it came to scaring people, Dana, who had watched countless horror movies in his previous life, was a professional. Donna Avery, give me back my life. It proved that even a witch, when faced with a dead ghost demanding her life, would panic. Even if Donna Avery had 0.8 galleon, which was not the bottom in the wizarding world's strength. At this moment, she seemed only capable of screaming, her mind blank, seemingly having forgotten the wand she had placed by her pillow. Stupefy. A flick of his finger, forced hypnosis. Dana quickly opened the spandam gate and slipped back to Hogwarts. This woman's scream would surely attract the Avery family's attention, so why wait now? As for calling the Ministry of Magic to investigate. Investigate what? That John Flint, murdered by Donna Avery, resurrected and then committed a home invasion? The Auror Office and the Office for the Misuse of Magic were not on the same line. Unless there was a major murder case, the Auror's search would not extend to underage wizards. Besides, would Donna Avery dare to report it? If there was a murder case to speak of, it would have to be Donna Avery killing John Flint. Dana woke up naturally, feeling very refreshed. Opening his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. There was no time for breakfast, so he would just grab some lunch, then head to Nocturne Alley in the afternoon, and then to Baker Street 26½. Arriving at the Great Hall, Harry and Ron were already there. Hey, Dana. Hey, Harry. There were only the three of them at the Gryffindor long table at this time. Dana sat opposite Harry and Ron. If he sat far away at this moment, it would seem too deliberate. Dana, what are you planning to do this afternoon? Do you play wizard chess? Ron has already crushed me. If you do, you can play a few rounds with him. Ron's face twisted upon hearing this, but he said nothing. Dana smiled. I need to finish the books I borrowed from the library, so I won't be joining you too. Another bookworm. Ron grumbled. The other bookworm he was referring to must have been Hermione Granger. Ron. Harry nudged Ron, who shrugged. All right, Emery studies hard, Gryffindor gets 20 points. Dana laughed. Mr. Weasley's meaning has been received. I will work hard to earn points for Gryffindor in the second half of the school year. Dana's words immediately made Ron blush, because he thought about how in the previous months, Dana had added over 50 points to Gryffindor in total, while he himself had caused Gryffindor to lose 3 points. Harry also smiled and patted Ron. Perhaps it was because Harry had gone to see the Mirror of Erised with him 2 days ago. Dana clearly felt Harry becoming close to him again. Dana scratched his head. He couldn't lie low now. He had already entered Dumbledore's sight, and deliberately keeping his distance would only arouse suspicion. Dana sighed. So be it. Nocturne Alley. Borgin and Burke's. Although it was the Christmas holiday, the foot traffic here was the same as usual. Black family market transactions were not affected by holidays. Mr. Borgin leaned leisurely on a stool behind the counter, using his right hand to pick up 10 galleons from his left, then letting them slide one by one through his fingers. The clinking sound of the metal colliding brought him joy. Familiar vines, familiar door. Mr. Borgin sprang up from his chair. Only one person in the entire wizarding world visited his shop in such a manner. Oh, my dear Mr. Dantes. You're here again? The information you requested won't be found so quickly, but besides that, is there anything else old Borgin can do for you? In reality, after Dana didn't pay the deposit, Mr. Borgin no longer bothered with Dana's affairs. In his opinion, this business had already reached its end. Dana walked to the counter and asked, I want to acquire some properties. Do you have any connections for that? Properties? What kind of properties? Any kind of properties, dragon farms, magical creature sanctuaries, magical herb gardens. Mr. Borgin's eyes lit up. This Mr. Dantes truly was a living money tree. If he successfully helped him acquire these properties, he could earn a lot in commission. Yes, of course. However, these properties are all profitable ventures. If you wish to purchase them, I'm afraid it will be quite expensive. It's not that I'm questioning your financial ability, but even a herb garden of just a few dozen acres requires tens of thousands of galleons. If I were to contact them on your behalf rashly, and you, Dana waved his hand, and a beautifully decorated small box appeared on the counter. The box was extremely heavy. Visibly, the counter surface sagged about 2 centimeters downwards. Dana waved his hand again, and the box opened, revealing the gold coins piled inside. Mr. Borgin's breathing stopped instantly. What did he see? The magical gold coins from the King Arthur era that had appeared on the market recently and were speculated to be 120 galleons each, were now in a whole box in front of him. A rough estimate would be at least tens of thousands of them. Merlin's 7 aunts and 8 uncles. Where did this Doc Dantes, this wealthy patron, pop out from? Mr. Borgin even suspected that the gold coins that had appeared on the market earlier had all come from this distinguished and respected gentleman. Is that enough? Enough, enough, enough. Mr. Borgin stammered. Even if these gold coins were valued at 100 galleons each, that would be nearly 10 million galleons in wealth. With this, it would be enough to buy most of the properties of a pure-blood family. However, what Mr. Borgin didn't know was that Dana had over 40 such boxes filled with gold coins, and this box was just the most inconspicuous, the smallest one among them. Since it's enough, can Mr. Borgin acquire properties for me now? Of course, of course. Dragon farms? Magical creature breeding grounds? Magical plant nurseries? Potion processing plants? Alchemical item manufacturing plants? All types of properties. I can help you connect with them. Dana nodded. I heard that the last heir of Black family was also imprisoned in Azkaban. What is the situation with his family's properties now? Mr. Borgin thought for a moment and replied. Currently, House of Malfoy is basically managing them. Dana asked. Given Sirius Black's current charges, he probably won't get out. If he dies of old age in prison, how will Black family's properties be handled? Will the Ministry of Magic auction them off? Mr. Borgin nodded. No, I think most of it will fall into House of Malfoy's hands. After all, Mrs. Malfoy comes from Black family, and strictly speaking, she has inheritance rights to Black family's properties. Dana waved his hand. All right, I understand. You can prioritize acquiring properties that originally belonged to Black family, including real estate. I believe as long as the price is right, Mr. Lucius Malfoy shouldn't mind. Of course. In fact, there have been many rumors outside because he has been managing House of Black's properties. But if the properties are sold, people will quickly forget these matters about Black family. I believe Mr. Malfoy will make the right decision. Very good, I'll leave it to you. I don't care how much money you make from it, But I hope the final result must be good. Certainly, certainly. The wrinkles on Mr. Borgin's face deepened due to his exaggerated fawning smile. Your business, sir, is my business. I will do my utmost to get you everything you desire. I swear by Merlin. Although Mr. Borgin was a businessman who dealt in both legal and illegal affairs and was well-traveled, he had never seen so much money, even though he was a member of the Borgin family, that Doc Dantes could casually throw out a box of gold coins, without even counting them, which showed how deep the background of this person and the forces behind him were, not to mention that this person was ruthless and had exceptional combat power. Mr. Borgin still vividly remembered the Nocturne Alley demon incident from some time ago. Such a person had already moved beyond the level of whether or not to befriend him, rather, it was to the extent that even if Mr. Borgin groveled, others would still have to consider whether they were willing. Now that Mr. Dantes was willing to entrust such a significant matter to him, Mr. Borgin felt that his ancestral grave must have been smoking with good fortune. If there's any news, contact me with a two-way mirror after 8 in the evening. I'll be busy during the day. Yes, sir. Dana left Borgin and Burke's, stretching his neck. A certain important figure had to work in this shop after graduation back then, while he had already made Mr. Borgin work for him. So, if you're poor, don't be a Dark Lord, right, Tom? Baker Street 26½. Wang Wenhui and Wang Shijing, siblings, were sitting in the living room. Sister, listen to my advice, throw that Huojin to the entrance of St. Mungo's. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see? Mr. Dantes is the one you can entrust your life to. Wang Wenhui, don't you dare? I won't give up on Huojin. You blockhead. I saw you about to take off your clothes that day. Do you dare say you have no feelings for Mr. Dantes? Wang Shijing's face instantly turned red. She had acted on impulse that day, thinking it was a rare opportunity to meet a rich client and see if she could earn more money. If her family hadn't been so broke, she wouldn't have resorted to such a measure. But now that her scoundrel brother had seen it, she couldn't explain herself even with 100 mouths. Anyway, I won't give up on Huojin. Wang Wenhui was still trying to persuade his stubborn sister when he saw two vines suddenly grow out of the center of the living room. Wang Shijing, you always tell me to pay attention to personal hygiene, but how do you clean the house? Look, the living room is growing grass. It was clear that the growing vines were the spandam gate. When Dark Dentist emerged from the door, the Wang siblings were both stunned. Their old house, despite its age, had an anti-apparition array. Good afternoon, you two. Mr. Dentist. Dana didn't sit down, standing by the teleportation entrance and saying, I am about to acquire a large number of properties and will need a lot of people. Wang Wenhui, I need you to quickly recruit personnel and expand the Fire Serpent Party rapidly. Can you do it? Wang Wenhui had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing the spandam gate when Wang Shijing elbowed her brother hard in the kidney. Ouch! Huh, what? Oh, yes, boss, I can do it. Dana nodded. The Fire Serpent Party does not accept pure-blood wizards, it only recruits Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards who are struggling financially. With Chinese wizards like you as the core of the organization, I don't need you to be exceptionally powerful, I only need loyalty and unity. Can you do it? Wang Wenhui's eyes immediately lit up. Of course, boss. The Fire Serpent Party has always recruited the lowest-tier wizards. It was like this 100 years ago, and it is still like this now. There was nothing wrong with that statement. If they weren't so poor they couldn't survive, who would risk being locked up in Azkaban to commit crimes? Do you remember what I said? I remember, boss, don't cause trouble. Very good. Every time you recruit 100 people, notify me, and I will meet with everyone. Oh, 100 people. Wang Wenhui blinked. That many? Wang Shijing nudged Wang Wenhui again, and the unlucky brother grimaced, crying out in pain, but then Wang Shijing said, Idiot! Didn't you understand what boss meant? 100 people is just the beginning? We need 200, 300, or even more people. Wang Wenhui rubbed his lower back vigorously. Hiss. This wretched girl doesn't know how to hold back her strength. What I mean is, if everyone gets 50 galleons a month, then 100 people would be 5,000 galleons? If we can't pay their wages then, I'm afraid I won't be able to control those guys. Dana remained concise. Money is not an issue. Wang Wenhui immediately stood up straight and gave an awkward salute. Understood, boss? As long as the money is in place, I will definitely complete the mission. Wang Shujing couldn't bear to look at her foolish brother. Mr. Dentist had said from the beginning that he needed people to manage his properties, so how could he be short on money? Dana casually tossed 2 items, which flew towards the siblings respectively. Wang Shujing received a bag, and Wang Wenhui received a 2-way mirror. The bag contains 30,000 galleons. Wang Shujing, you manage the accounts well. Wang Wenhui, if you have any progress to report, use this 2-way mirror at night to contact me. Why yes, why yes. The siblings were stunned again. Did Mr. Dentist trust them that much? 30,000 galleons, just given away. But the next moment, Dana transformed into a blue light and entered Wang Wenhui's body. Amidst Wang Shujing's exclamations, Wang Wenhui's eyes turned blue, and then he said to Wang Shujing, I am Dark Dentist, and I am currently controlling your brother. Merlin's possession spell. Contemporary wizards had never seen such a novel trick, and its intimidating effect was quite good. Dana cancelled the possession spell and returned to his original position, transforming into Wang Wenhui's appearance, so the 2 Wang Wenhuis stared at each other for a while. Dana transformed back into Dark Dentist and said indifferently, Don't even think about embezzling my money, because even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Trust me, I have that ability. The siblings could only nod at this point, unable to speak. I hope you are loyal, but if you are not, I don't care. At worst, I'll just find another spokesperson. I believe there are plenty of people willing to replace you, and your corpses will be the best deterrent for the next one. But if you do well, I will not be stingy with rewards. All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. Get to work quickly. After speaking, Dana walked back through the door. It wasn't until the Spandam Gate transformed into starlight and disappeared from the living room that the Wang siblings dared to breathe heavily. Wang Wenhui caressed the 2-way mirror in his hand, and Wang Shujing held the money bag in her arms. They looked at each other in silence. Sister, what should we do next? Boss is so scary. Wang Shujing shook her head. Mr. Dentist is our benefactor? We shouldn't betray him in the first place. Since that's the case, what do we have to fear? Wang Wenhui breathed a sigh of relief. You're right. As long as we honestly follow boss, we'll have endless riches and glory. What's there to be afraid of? Sister, can you give me 1,000 galleons first? What for? A batch of girls from Eastern Europe arrived at the Fiery Witch nightclub. They're quite charming. Get lost? Besides your 50 galleons a month, you won't get a single canute from me. Sister, boss said there would be rewards for doing well. Have you done anything yet? Hurry up, get out there and recruit people. Paris, France. At the end of the alley between 23 and 24 Champs-Élysées, there was a small house that seemed forgotten by the world. With a twist of space, Dana, using a portkey, smuggled himself here under the identity of Dark Dentist. He walked forward and knocked on the beautiful but old blue wooden door of the small house. He noticed that the doorframe was carved with various roses. There was a sign on the wooden door with a line of German writing. Unfortunately, Dana did not understand German. But just after he knocked, the German text changed to French. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand it. Sorry, madam, I only speak English. The words on the sign immediately changed to, What can I do for you? Dana frowned slightly and tentatively said, For the greater good. The words on the doorplate reverted to their original form. Just as Dana was considering whether to force his way in, the blue door opened automatically. Large art tiles in alternating orange and brown, snow-white walls with gold trim. Dana almost thought he had accidentally entered the Louvre, although he had never been to the Louvre. Various sculptures and famous paintings came into his view along both sides of the corridor as he walked. At a cross intersection, a suddenly appearing, floating arrow indicated his direction of travel. Soon, he arrived at a courtyard, much like those described in novels and movies where noble ladies gathered for tea. White and gold birdcage-shaped gazebos were covered by fresh green grape leaves. Although it was winter now, this was the wizarding world. An old woman in a black velvet dress sat in the gazebo, holding a copy of Napoleon in her left hand, her right hand hanging over the other side of the chair, preventing Dana from seeing it clearly. But he was sure that the old woman's right hand was holding a wand. Hello, Madame Rosier, my name is Dark Dentist. It's a pleasure to meet you. Before Dana stood the revolutionary who had almost overthrown the wizarding world, the famous Dark Wizard, Dumbledore's lover. Crossed out, Vida felt it wasn't enough, so she blacked it out, the leader of the witchcraft party. the faith of the saints, and the secretary of Gellert Grindelwald Vida Rosier. Dantes, you, a person who doesn't speak French, have a French surname. Let me guess, you borrowed the surname of Edmond Dantes from Alexander Dumas's The Count of Monte Cristo, didn't you? So, you are an Avenger. As expected of the Black Rose of France, Grindelwald's right hand. Dana didn't bother to refute, admitting, that's right, I am an Avenger. I'm sorry, young man, I'm not interested in your revenge, and although I don't know how you found me here, I'm afraid I can't help you. How did he find her? Mr. Borgin bought the information from the Rosier family in Britain. Madam, although my goal is revenge, I'm afraid you might be interested in what I intend to do. Vida Rosier looked at Dana again, maintaining her posture. Tell me about it. I want to overthrow the British Ministry of Magic. Vida laughed. Young people are truly full of vigor. But I'm not interested in overthrowing a country's Ministry of Magic either, and besides, what can an old woman who's about to die do to help you? Dana had anticipated that Vida Rosier would refuse, so he unhurriedly asked, Madam, why do you think Mr. Grindelwald failed back then? Vida hadn't expected Dana to ask that. Why did Gellert fail? Newt Scamander? Albus Dumbledore? Nicholas Flamel? No, that's not the answer. Vida placed the book in her hand on the table and retorted, Tell me, what was the reason? Dana smiled, knowing that Vida Rosier was interested in the topic. It was class. Gellert Grindelwald wanted to abolish the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, but he overlooked class. Class. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy divided the wizarding world and the Muggle world, so I'd like to ask, Madam, who are the people who most wish for the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy to continue, and who are the people who least wish for the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy to exist? Vida Rosier thought for a while, then shook her head. Dana explained, since the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the separated wizarding world has had its own rules, and under these rules, the biggest beneficiaries are the pureblood families at the top of the wizarding world. If I may be so bold, that includes your family, madam. And once the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy is overthrown, the wizarding world is bound to be impacted by the Muggle world. It would be very difficult for pureblood families to remain as high and mighty as they are now because they can currently exploit the lower-class wizards, including Muggle-born wizards, half-blood wizards, immigrant wizards, and so on. But once the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy is gone, lower-class wizards can blend in with Muggles, and with the help of magic, they can live very well. At that time, who would work for the pureblood families? Dana waited for a moment, allowing the old madam to digest what he had said, before continuing. Grindelwald wanted to abolish the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, but who were the people he gathered? I didn't experience that era, so I can't say he didn't try to win over Muggle-born wizards and half-blood wizards at all, but Madame Rosier, you should know best that the core members around him were all members of the great pureblood families, weren't they? So now the question is, perhaps you yourselves genuinely followed Mr. Grindelwald, but can you ensure that your families would follow you too? Let the beneficiaries of the current system start their own revolution? Even without Dumbledore, even without Newt Scamander, you still wouldn't have succeeded. Without them, perhaps what would have stopped you would have been your own relatives? Only by establishing a Ministry of Magic system led by the lower-class wizards can Mr. Grindelwald's long-cherished wish to overthrow the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy be realized. As for whether to coexist peacefully with Muggles or rule Muggles afterward, we can discuss that later, but before that, overthrowing the fundamental order of the wizarding world is the top priority. Vida's gaze towards Dana had completely changed now. So, Mr. Dantes, you hope to gather the strength of Britain's lower-class wizards to overthrow the current British Ministry of Magic. Precisely. If I succeed, then we can try to do the same in other parts of Europe. In that case, Mr. Grindelwald wouldn't have to imprison himself in Nurmengard. I have always believed that a revolutionary pioneer like him shouldn't waste his life as he is now. Self-imprisonment. Vida noticed that word. She hadn't expected this young man to know so much about Grindelwald. Tell me, Mr. Dantes, what do you want me to do? I need the identity of a French wizard born in China, and if possible, an ancient noble title would be even better. Vida stood up, her aged face rapidly becoming youthful, and her gray hair instantly turned black. She looked up slightly, her red lips parting. As you wish. For the greater good. She walked towards the house, then suddenly turned back with a smile. However, Mr. Dantes, if you're going to impersonate a French wizard, it would be best to learn some French. In the last few days of the Christmas holiday, Harry saw Dana more and more frequently, unlike before when he was rarely seen. However, Dana always had a copy of elementary French in his hand, reading it. Amazing? Not only had Dana taught himself spells, alchemy, herbology, potions, astronomy, and ancient runes, he was even learning French. Harry suddenly felt that Hermione seemed much cuter, at least the pressure she put on him wasn't as great as Dana's. Now, looking at Dana like this, Harry felt like he was committing a crime by doing nothing all day long. Fortunately, the holiday finally ended, and all the students returned to Hogwarts, which greatly relieved Harry, but correspondingly, some annoying people also returned. Draco Malfoy spoke loudly during dinner, so loud that the entire Great Hall could hear him. Do you know? A big shot from the east has arrived in our British wizarding world. That gentleman's fortune is immeasurable. As soon as he arrived in Britain, he bought a large number of properties. How do I know? That gentleman collaborated with my father to acquire nearly 30 million galleon worth of properties? Our family earned at least 5 million for that. Amazing, right? Unlike some pure-blood families disgrace, whose family probably doesn't even have 100 galleon. That gentleman was born in China, but he has French ancestry. He seems to have inherited his ancestors' noble title in France. Whether it was a count or a viscount, it should be a count. Anyway, the fief was in Bordeaux, and although the fief has long been reclaimed by Muggles, it is after all a noble ancient title. What does that gentleman want to do? What a silly question. It must be because our British wizarding world has such an excellent life. Perhaps he even wants to find a wife here. His name? Remember, that distinguished count is named Dr. Dentis, a friend of our Malfoy family. You will all know this incredible adult sooner or later. Dana listened to Draco Malfoy's boasting, scratched his chin, and turned to look at him with a strange gaze. However, little Malfoy didn't understand the meaning of that look and glared back. What are you looking at? Someone as important as him is not someone you, a person from Azkaban, can know. After dinner, Dana went to see Professor Flitwick. His manuscript payment had finally arrived. It was a full 30 galleons. This money came at just the right time, so it was no surprise that Dana suddenly had some trinkets, and he could also appropriately return some Christmas gifts this Christmas. Hannah Abbott, Hermione Granger, and Professor McGonagall all sent him Christmas gifts, which were a book, and a book respectively. Professor Flitwick happily invited him for tea. It was tea bags made primarily of tea dust. Dana returned directly to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was playing chess with Ron, while Harry watched. Hermione only lost when playing chess, and Ron and Harry both agreed that this was good for her. With the start of term, students naturally became busy, especially the Quidditch team. Wood was almost possessed. He didn't even spare his team members on windy and rainy days, still making them train on the pitch. It showed how much he craved victory. When they arrived in the Great Hall, Harry felt people's gazes. He now somewhat liked such attention. He unconsciously looked at Dana and, seeing Dana smile and nod at him, he returned a big smile. Harry felt Quidditch was great. It even gave him confidence in front of Dana. Others might not know, but he knew perfectly well how excellent Dana was. The notes on his desk in his dorm had already piled up into a thick stack. One must note, they had only been at Hogwarts for less than half a year, all told. Harry even suspected that even after completing 7 years at Hogwarts, he might not reach Dana's current volume of writing. He sat down, Ron to his left, Hermione to his right, Neville, Seamus, and Dean directly opposite him, and Dana diagonally opposite, separated by a few empty seats, which made him very content. If it had been him last July, he wouldn't have dared to imagine his current life a life with many friends. Suddenly, Madame Hooch rushed into the Great Hall, walking towards Dana with a smile on her face. Mr. Emrys, come with me. Dana, utterly bewildered, followed Madame Hooch out. Upon reaching the castle gate, a gentleman in an orange wizard robe stood there. The gate was wide open, and it was still raining heavily outside. Emrys, this is Mr. Ramsay, coach of the Chudley Cannons. Hello, Dana Emrys, I'm Sloane Ramsay, your flying class professor, and I are old friends. Hello, Coach Ramsay. Dana looked puzzled, his gaze shifting between the two. I'm Dana Emrys, may I ask why you're looking for me? Madame Hooch smiled broadly. I recommended you to Coach Ramsay, A flying genius like you shouldn't be buried. Since Minerva couldn't get you into the house team, I went directly to a professional team's coach. Reason seen in Chapter 30. Ramsay forced a smile. He didn't really believe an 11-year-old could be that good. If it weren't for my strong relationship with Rolanda years ago, I doubt anyone would be willing to try out a first-year little wizard. It's too crazy. Tryout. Madam Hooch nodded. It's called a tryout, but it's just for you to fly a few laps and show off your talent. Don't feel any pressure. Dana was a bit speechless. They arranged a tryout for him without even asking his opinion? However, personally, he really liked flying, and if he could become a player, it seemed pretty good too. All right, when does it start? Now? But I haven't finished my dinner yet. Madam Hooch turned and walked briskly towards the Great Hall. It's all right, I'll save some for you. You can eat it in the common room after your tryout. Dana. Braving the wind and rain, Dana flew above the Quidditch pitch, even with the fierce wind and driving rain, and even with the old, shedding Hogwarts broomstick that should have been retired long ago, Dana still performed various maneuvers smoothly in the air. Cobra maneuver, sudden stop in a dive, circling up between 3 goalposts without losing speed. Coach Ramsay's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He seemed to see the possibility of the Chudley Cannon's slogan, "Anticipate the most glorious moment," becoming a reality. Although the little wizard in front of him was young, his flying ability was already far better than their team's seeker, who hadn't caught a golden snitch in 78 consecutive games. Ramsay excitedly threw out a training golden snitch. Emery's, try to catch it. Ramsay felt he must be crazy, letting a child chase a golden snitch in such heavy wind and rain. If he didn't catch it, the golden snitch might not be recovered. Although it was for training, it was still worth a galleon. However, he worried too much. 10 seconds later, Dana made a sudden stop in a dive, hovering steadily in midair. He raised his arm, his hand clenched into a fist, and a pair of wings slipped out from between his fingers, flapping desperately. Ron, what do you think Madam Hooch called Dana out for? Ron asked Harry while copying Hermione's homework. Harry shook his head, scribbling rapidly on the parchment. I don't know, Ron. Hermione, who was sulking nearby with puffed cheeks, suddenly reached out to pull her homework back, but Ron, quick as a flash, pressed her hand down. Hermione, don't be stingy. What if I don't do well on my homework and Professor deducts points? Hermione hesitated and withdrew her hand. You can't do this, you won't learn anything by copying homework. Ron shrugged indifferently. As long as I pass the exam, it's fine, I don't want to be Minister of Magic. Just then, the common room door opened, and the twins slipped in from outside. Big news, big news. The entire common room of little wizards looked at them. Fred was excited. You probably can't guess what Madam Hooch called Dana Emery's out for. George didn't wait for the little wizards to guess and announced the answer directly. It turns out Coach Ramsay of the Chudley Cannons was giving Dana a tryout. Impossible. Ron jumped up. The Chudley Cannons. The Chudley Cannons were Ron's favorite team, bar none. His room was covered with Chudley Cannons posters. Fred said with a smile. That's not even the half of it. Listen, Ron, just now, Dana's tryout ended, and guess what? Ron stared intently at his brother's mouth, not even noticing Hermione quietly taking her homework back. Dana passed the tryout. He's now a reserve seeker for the Chudley Cannons. Merlin's beard. Ron collapsed onto his chair. His world was falling apart. Dana Emery's, this guy from Azkaban, actually became a player for the Chudley Cannons? When Dana returned to the Gryffindor common room with his food, he was welcomed by all the little Gryffindors who stood up for him. They nodded, smiling, and applauding him. The twins were the most excited, rushing up to hug him tightly and shake him vigorously. Dana had to bend down, trying hard to prevent the mushroom soup in the bag from spilling out. Dana, you're amazing. You're a professional player now. Dana tidied his hair, which had been messed up by the twins, and shook his head. Just a substitute. Fred yelled. Substitute? Even a substitute is a professional player. George took the food from his hand. Why are you eating leftovers? We're having a feast today, Fred, and I will go to the kitchen later to get you fresh food. Dana still shook his head. No, I still need to read, so let's not celebrate. Dana nodded to the little Gryffindors and walked into the stairwell leading to the dormitories. Fred, Dana doesn't want to celebrate. George, it's fine, we can celebrate even without him. Fred, George, let's go to the kitchen. George, of course. Lee, get out the fire whiskey you've been hiding, we're going to have a good time today. Dana was still quite happy. After half a school year, he had earned many points for Gryffindor, but had not received recognition. But today, just by becoming a player for the Chudley Cannons, he immediately received the goodwill of the entire Gryffindor. It could only be said that Quidditch held too important a place in the hearts of young wizards. However, he clearly saw Ron with a blank stare, and Harry with a forced smile. Was Harry worried that he would take his place as the team's seeker? The little boy's gains and losses, perhaps also inferiority? Dana shook his head and continued climbing the stairs. Harry still had a long way to go to become a qualified savior. Upon reaching the dormitory, Dana began to eat. Tonight's fried fish was not bad, paired with a sweet and sour dipping sauce. It went well with the bread. Madame Hooch was already very good. He just didn't know if his dislike for bread wasn't her fault. Of course, he just didn't like bread. He didn't refuse to eat it. He had eaten moldy bread for 4 years, so why couldn't he eat this soft and sweet bread in front of him? After eating, Dana wrapped up the food waste and casually placed it in the corner of the room. A house elf would come to clean it up in the middle of the night, so he didn't need to worry about it. Sitting at the table, he opened his French textbook. It was dark outside the window, nothing could be seen, only raindrops hitting the window, illuminated by the indoor light like glowing snails. Suddenly, the two-way mirror in his arms warmed up. Dana took it out. It was Wang Wenhui's. Dana quickly transformed into Dark Dentist and connected the two-way mirror. Boss? It's me, the 120 newly recruited people have gathered as you instructed. Dana nodded. At the Black Old House. Yes, as you instructed, they are now gathered at Grimmauld Place 12. Very good, I understand, I'll be right there. Jack Murray was a Muggle wizard called a Mudblood by pure-blood families. He looked around nervously. This was clearly a pure-blood lord's mansion. Around him were wizards as down and out as him, about 100 or so, filling the ground floor hall to the brim, and everyone's condition was similar, looking no different from vagrants. There was a large blank space on the wall of the stairs leading to the second floor, and Jack, who had worked as a temporary decorator before, could tell at a glance that the blank space must have once held a portrait. At the entrance to the kitchen on the ground floor, an old house elf, Kriaker, was gnashing his teeth, muttering something, seemingly cursing. People began to grow restless. Some even started to suspect that the fellow named Wang Wenhui had tricked them into coming here and had ill intentions towards them. They knew about the Fire Serpent Party, a criminal organization that had been declared defunct 100 years ago. If it weren't for the 50 galleons, they wouldn't have come here at all. Speaking of which, who would be willing to give these wretches a job with a monthly salary of 50 galleons now? Pies don't fall from the sky. Noise, curses, if you expect these low-level wizards to have manners, then you are too naive. They can't even live. Who cares about etiquette? Wang Wenhui came down from the second floor. Quiet? Quiet? Our boss is coming soon. The crowd quieted for 2 seconds, then erupted again, making Wang Wenhui's head ache. Look, what's that? Suddenly someone pointed behind Wang Wenhui. Wang Wenhui turned and saw the familiar portal made of vines. From the starry curtain, a dignified young man walked out, wearing a high-grade purple wizard robe. Dana had, after all, broken his word. This wizard robe was simply too appealing, even if it might be Merlin's shroud. His gaze was so sharp that just a sweep over the crowd below quickly quieted the scene. People swallowed their saliva, beginning to await their future. I am Dark Dentist, a French wizard born in China. He took out his wand and waved it, softly chanting a spell. The hall, which had been as crowded as a sardine can, instantly became spacious, even enough to accommodate several more hundreds of people. Undetectable extension charm. A wizard cried out, and people began to be shocked by the young wizard's power. Dana smiled and waved his wand again, and behind each wizard, a chair appeared. This transfiguration was very basic, even third-year wizards could cast it, but there were 120 people here, to precisely conjure a chair behind each person. What kind of abnormal control and magic power was this? Everyone, please sit. Dana motioned for everyone to sit down. Once everyone was seated and the scene quieted, Dana began. First, I sincerely want to employ everyone to work in my businesses. I have many businesses under my name, so you don't have to worry about not having work, and I will definitely fulfill my promise of a 50 monthly salary. Dana looked at their anxious expressions, waved his wand, and a large bag of galleons suddenly appeared from his chest, floating in midair and spilling out galleons, like a golden galaxy. Look, you will soon be able to live a decent life, as long as you work hard. All the wizards were excited, there really was work, there really were galleons. Then they heard Dana say again, of course, you must have concerns, because Wang Wenhui. Dana pointed to Wang Wenhui, who stood respectfully aside. He told you that he wants you to join the Fire Serpent Party. I know the Fire Serpent Party had a very bad reputation in the past. But what I want to tell you today is that the Fire Serpent Party of the past has long been destroyed, and today's Fire Serpent Party is no longer what it used to be. Dana looked at the crowd. I see that you are all living very poorly. Have you ever thought about why you have lived a life worse than death in the past years? The wizards looked at each other. Finally, someone bravely shouted, because we are Muggle-born wizards. With the first, there was a second, and then the wizards shouted out their answers in a disorganized chorus. Because we are not native to Britain. Because I have committed crimes. Because I have a Muggle father. Dana pressed his hand down. So, you have been treated unfairly because of your past and your birth, is that right? Yes. This time the answer was very neat and loud. Dana nodded. Is this your fault? No. Dana waved his hand. Right, this is not your fault. You just want to live your own small lives, support yourselves, support your families, what's wrong with that? But this wizarding world doesn't give you that chance. In my opinion, it's the wizarding world's fault. The wizards below were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the seemingly noble Mr. Dentis on the stage to utter such rebellious words that they dared not speak. Are you scared? Do you think I am a rebel of the wizarding world, a criminal? Dana smiled and shook his head. But right now, it is I, this rebel, who is giving you the chance to live a good life. The current wizarding world is controlled by pure-blood families. They control 95% of the wizarding world's resources. They don't feed you, yet they don't allow you to find food in the Muggle world. Brothers, if we don't rebel, are you just going to wait to die like this? Or willingly degenerate into criminals, then be caught by righteous Aurors and sent to Azkaban, to spend the rest of your miserable lives in pain and torment? The wizards listened intently. Mr. Dentis made sense. The current wizarding world offered them no way out. Dana was secretly pleased and continued to ask. If I wanted to establish an organization, I could use many names, but why did I use the once infamous Fire Serpent Party? The wizards shook their heads, so Dana explained. Fire serpents are born from fire, their lives are fragile, and within the 1 hour they can survive, they lay their offspring. They are very fragile, but no one dares to underestimate them, because if they are underestimated, their eggs will quickly burn down the entire house. And the reason I use Fire Serpent as a name is because everything we are about to do is for our descendants. Now I ask you a question. Do you want your descendants to live like rats in a sewer, like you? Dana raised his voice, and his innate talent for communicating with all things, which ran in his bloodline, inadvertently took effect, making the wizard's eyes firm. Are you willing? The entire hall was silent, and Dana asked loudly again. Are you willing? Jack Murray felt his whole body's blood stir, and he responded loudly. I am not willing. Led by him, the wizards shouted one after another. I am not willing. I am not willing. We are not willing. Dana nodded with satisfaction. Right, we are not willing. Since we are not willing, then why don't we unite, transform into fire serpents, burn down this unfair world, and then establish a fair and free wizarding world where everyone can live a good life? Jack Murray felt that the words Fire Serpent Party suddenly became grand, as if a light was guiding him towards a correct path. He stood up and shouted, Unity, unity. People had long entered Dana's rhythm, and with Jack leading, they all joined in. Unity, unity. So, Dana spoke, his voice overpowering all the wizards. Are you willing to join the Fire Serpent Party? A few seconds of silence, followed by a volcanic eruption. Willing, willing. Long live the Fire Serpent Party. Dana walked with satisfaction towards the center of the ground floor. As he moved, the chairs and wizards were carried by the floor, moving to the sides, clearing a large space in the middle. Everyone found that it was a circular area large enough to accommodate all of them. Protego Diabolica. With Dana's spell, blue flames surrounded the circular plot of land. He had learned this spell from Vita Rosier. It was Grindelwald's specialty. This spell was very versatile and could have many additional effects. For example, it could distinguish between loyal and disloyal people. Everyone, I will not force you to join the fire serpent party. Those who are willing, please cross this fire circle, and we will be brothers who share life and death, comrades with common aspirations from now on. Those who are unwilling, please remain in your seats. The work that is due to you will not be withheld, but remember, if you do not agree with me, but try to force your way across the fire circle, attempting to feign joining us and then inform the Ministry of Magic to receive a reward, then these blue flames will instantly burn you to ashes. Remember, do not joke with your life. After speaking, Dana stood in the center of the circle, wand in hand. A moment later, Jack Murray waved his arms and strode forward. Long live the fire serpent party! He stepped over the fire circle, and the flames did him no harm. Jack only felt a warmth rise from the solace of his feet, which was extremely comfortable. What's your name, comrade? Jack Murray. Dana gave him a hug, which made Jack tremble with excitement. The first person always had to be different. Wang Wenhui, who was standing by, regretted it immensely. He shouldn't have hesitated. Now the limelight was stolen by an outsider. He was the second to step forward, quickly passing through the fire circle still unharmed. He came to Dana's side and bowed to him, and Dana returned the greeting with a nod. Next, a continuous stream of wizards passed through the fire circle, surrounding Dana in the center. Dana looked and saw that out of 120 people, 118 had entered, with only 2 standing outside the circle. These 2 looked at each other, momentarily unsure what to do. Sir, we just want work. Yes, we just want work. We dare not engage in revolution. Dana nodded. Understandable, everyone has their own aspirations. He turned his head and instructed Wang Wenhui. Arrange these 2 brothers in the guest rooms upstairs, and tomorrow, have them work at the dragon farm. Yes, boss. By the way, do either of you have family? If you do, we can arrange for them to live near the dragon farm as well. No, sir, we are just alone. Dana nodded. I hope the 2 of you will not speak of what happened today. Can you do that? Of course, sir. We will keep silent. Dana smiled and waved his hand. Go with Wang Wenhui. The wizards surrounding Dana became even more excited. The leader they followed was so benevolent. If it were Grindelwald, or you know who, those 2 unfortunate souls would probably be getting a big spell right now. The leader didn't even want those 2 cowards to risk trying to cross the fire circle. His heart was too kind. However, the next day, those 2 wizards mysteriously disappeared from their room, and no one ever saw them again. It was only when the house elf Kriaker cleaned the room that he found some ashes of unknown origin. It wasn't that someone was cruel, but that these 2 failed the loyalty test. Their thoughts became clear when they were engulfed by the blue flames. If they were allowed to leave, Aurors would probably be here to seal the place the next day. After all, being instantly burned to ashes indicated that these 2 harbored significant ill will towards Dana. Revolution was a head-losing business, not to be taken lightly, not even with a memory charm. What if the other party remembered? Dana did not go to watch the Quidditch match where Snape was the referee. This was a Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match. The match ended very quickly. Mr. Potter caught the golden snitch at a record-breaking speed. It seemed no one in Hogwarts Quidditch history could remember a match ending so quickly. How many seconds did he use? Well, it was only long enough for Snape to award a penalty to Hufflepuff, simply because either Fred or George, no one knew which, had hit Snape's head with a bludger. Counting the time, from when Malfoy and Weasley started arguing, it was less than a minute in total. Harry celebrated with his teammates in the changing room. He was ecstatic those who said he was only famous could finally shut up. This was a record broken? However, his good mood was ruined by a comment from Ron. Harry, do you know, Emrys didn't come to watch your match. He probably thinks he's a professional player and looks down on the House Cup matches. Harry said, Dana is busy studying, he's not that kind of person. But only he knew what he really thought in his heart. As for where Dana was, he was currently in the Hebridean Islands in northwest Scotland. Today was the weekend, a good time for him to inspect his territory. This was the habitat of the Hebridean black dragon, where the famous dragon-rearing MacFusty family bred black dragons. Dark Dentis arrived at Colonsea Island, very satisfied as he admired his own castle Drolado MacFusty. The last heir of the MacFusty family had sold everything here to Dana, including their family's ancestral secret for raising Hebridean black dragons. The castle had several clusters of fortified docks, and the tall black building soaring in the middle was the owner's residence. This used to be a stronghold where wizards resisted the church, but in the Middle Ages, wizards' conf undue and muggle-repelling charm could not stop the church's advance. Dana merely briefly inspected the castle before heading to where the McFusty family still kept a few black dragons in captivity. This was indeed the habitat of the Hebridean black dragon, but as the McFusty family gradually declined, the number of domesticated black dragons decreased, while wild Hebridean black dragons were found everywhere on the 40-odd large islands and hundreds of small islands. Employees from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were active here year-round, constantly needing to erase the memories of muggles who accidentally saw black dragons flying outside the range of the conf undue. Upon his arrival, members of the Fire Serpent Party bowed to him. Dana waved his hand casually and walked up to a black dragon with its neck tethered. This was an adult male Hebridean black dragon, over 30 feet long. Its pair of purple eyes snapped open upon sensing Dana's arrival, and the razor-sharp ridges on its back instantly stood erect, its black and rough scales rubbing against each other with a rustling sound as its muscles rippled. "Boss, be careful. This black dragon is very irritable. He should be on alert now." Before the Fire Serpent Party member could finish speaking, Dana had already transformed into a blue light and entered the black dragon's body. Possession. When he emerged from the black dragon's body, he instantly transformed into another black dragon. The Fire Serpent Party members were stunned. They had not expected their leader to possess such ability. Dana flapped his wings and soared high. The powerful wind pressure pushed the party members away. Dana flew in the air. From this moment on, dragon transformation officially joined his transformation repertoire. Merlin's transfiguration could completely transform oneself into that animal, so even if the magical power within the body did not change at the time of initial transformation, as time passed, it would integrate the surrounding magic into the body until it reached the magical power level that the creature should inherently possess. Dragons are indeed top-tier magical beasts. To make such a multi-ton body fly, the magic contained within them is simply astonishing. If dragons weren't generally brainless, it would be almost impossible for wizards to defeat them head-on. Only wizards of Dumbledore's caliber could manipulate dragons with powerful magic, while ordinary wizards couldn't even penetrate a dragon's scales. How many luo units of power did Dana have in this state? Dana himself didn't know. Dana could certainly now fly to the Avery family manor and wipe out all the main Avery family members with a single dragon's breath, but wouldn't that make him like Sally Avery and John Flint? Dana flew among the islands, and as his magic continued to fill, he flew faster and faster. When his magic reached its full capacity, he brazenly let out a dragon's roar, provoking dissatisfaction from the wild black dragons. They all poked their heads out of their nests to see which ignorant one was provoking them here. Finally, a large black dragon with extremely dark scales also flew up. This black dragon was named Big Butt by Drelado McFusty. Big Butt was the most powerful black dragon in the Hebridean Islands, holding an undisputed position here. Calling him a dragon king would not be an exaggeration. He was the king here, able to lord over all other black dragons and possess the highest level of mating rights. Big Butt naturally could not tolerate Dana's provocation. He charged at Dana with a speed that did not match his size, intending to teach this ignorant young dragon a lesson. As black dragons age, the color of their scales deepens, and Dana's scales at this time were dark gray. That was the color of his copied subject's scales. Dana skillfully dodged Big Butt's sudden attack, then merely adjusted his posture in the air and kicked Big Butt's back with a hind claw. Big Butt lost its balance and quickly flapped its wings to adjust, mobilizing all its magic just to regain equilibrium. But how could Dana, the intelligent dragon, give him this chance? Dive, back slam, turn, dragon's breath. A series of fluid movements sent Big Butt straight into the sea. When Big Butt surfaced from the sea, its purple dragon eyes were filled with rage. It wanted to regain its dignity. Black dragons have tough hides, and Dana's attack only caused it minor injuries, which were not fatal but instead ignited its ferocity. However, the little brat in Big Butt's eyes was now hovering high in midair, its dragon's breath continuously accumulating power, and at the concentration of that intense magic, runes that Big Butt could not understand began to appear. This was magic that Dana had derived from the large magic circles he had seen in the Hogwarts library. As long as there was enough magic, it could unleash terrifying power. Evidently, a black dragon's magic was sufficient for him to cast this magic comparable in power to a large magic circle. Big Butt sensed trouble and was about to struggle out of the water to escape, when a scorching red pillar of light descended from the sky. A violent explosion occurred on the sea surface, countless fish and shrimp were blown out, and when they fell back into the sea, they emitted an enticing aroma. Big Butt was still not dead, floating on its back in the sea, eyes rolled back, and tongue hanging out. Dana flew down, grabbed Big Butt with all four claws, and carried him to the cliff by the sea. Dana let out a long roar to the sky, and all the dragons flew out. They circled around Dana, as if celebrating the birth of a new king. Big Butt slowly regained consciousness, looked at Dana's unrestrained silhouette, endured the pain throughout its body, got up, and lowered its big head. The world of dragons is simple, the strong are respected, regardless of bloodline or social status. The Ministry of Magic employees on the Hebrides were going crazy. They didn't know why the black dragons here had all left their nests at this time, and tens of thousands of muggles had witnessed this spectacular sight. Even one of those black dragons had, earlier, exhaled never-before-seen dragon's breath. That flash of light was clearly visible from over 10 kilometers away. Had these black dragons mutated? If such black dragons were to attack humans, it would be a complete disaster. Thus, the Ministry of Magic mobilized urgently, deploying a large number of personnel to the Hebrides, first, to erase Muggle memories, and second, to be on alert for the black dragon whose level was clearly above XXXXX. Dumbledore was even invited by Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Yet, the improper use of Magic Office was not alarmed. Their detection system was too advanced. When it detected magic fluctuations around a young wizard outside of Hogwarts, it would first check the area to see if the young wizard was in a wizard gathering place. If so, the notification would be defined as a false alarm. This was a setting made by Ministry of Magic employees for the sake of laziness, but it allowed Dana to exploit a loophole. If the improper use of Magic Office had been a bit more precise, it would have discovered that a young wizard was not currently within Hogwarts, and Dana would have been in danger of exposure. But the improper use of Magic Office only dealt with improper use of magic, not with young wizards skipping school, so whether a young wizard left Hogwarts or not, wasn't that Hogwarts' business to manage? What did it have to do with them? Dana had perused many books at Hogwarts but had not found an accurate answer about the trace. He made many guesses himself, but first ruled out the guess that the trace was on the wand because before they even enrolled, many Muggle young wizards tried casting spells after getting their first wand. I'm talking about you, Hermione Granger, and they didn't receive any warnings. As for himself, it was even more outrageous. He even used Avada Kedavra before enrolling. If the trace followed the wand, then he should have returned to Azkaban by now. However, facts now proved that as long as he was active near a wizard gathering place, the Ministry of Magic would not trouble him. To be precise, the improper use of Magic Office would ignore the fact that he cast spells outside of school. His information was immediately deemed a false alarm by the Ministry of Magic's automated judgment mechanism. Dana, have you been in your room all day today? Harry asked Dana across a table full of roasted chickens at the Gryffindor long table. Dana nodded. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly and then go back to his dormitory to study French. Dana, we won the Quidditch match today. Dana showed a smile. Really? Then I must congratulate you, Harry. Ron was a bit indignant. You don't know how amazing Harry is? He caught the golden snitch in less than a minute? I think he might be more suitable for professional matches than you. Harry quickly stopped Ron. Don't talk nonsense, Ron, I'm just a beginner, still far from it. Dana smiled and stood up. Harry, I've finished eating. I need to go back and read. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Living in the same dormitory tower and saying see you tomorrow after dinner always felt strange. But when it came to Dana, it felt so natural. In the eyes of all Gryffindors, Dana Emrys was a person who buried himself in books. He probably should have gone to Ravenclaw. Madam Hooch walked over quickly and called out to Dana. Dana, don't leave yet, I have something to tell you. Dana stopped and turned around. Madam Hooch, good evening. Madam Hooch patted Dana's shoulder. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock is the match between the Chudley Cannons and the Holy Head Harpies. You need to participate in this match. Dana looked puzzled. Am I not a substitute? I'd only get to play if a main player couldn't, right? The rules of Quidditch are quite peculiar. Once a team has decided on its lineup for a match, no matter what happens on the field, the team cannot substitute players even if all players are knocked out and there are no players left on the field. According to the rules, substitutes still cannot be brought in. Child, you should know that the Chudley Cannon's seeker, Calvin Jurgen, is terrible right now. If it weren't for you still being in school, Coach Ramsey would want to replace him immediately. Tomorrow is Sunday, and it's also a match day, so Coach Ramsey has arranged for you to play tomorrow. Dana scratched his head. He had originally planned to give another speech during the day tomorrow. Wang Wenhui was very effective. In just a few days, he had recruited over 100 more people. All right, I'll have to move the speech time to the evening. The following is a stream of consciousness match description, which can be imagined as early black and white silent movie footage. Crowds of people. Astonished gazes. A child? Teammates' distrust. Opponents' mockery. The Chudley Cannons are doomed? Kickoff. A golden flash was seen. Diving. The Nimbus 2000 is much better than the school's broken broom. 5 seconds. The golden snitch was caught. 150-0. Teammates shocked. Opponents shocked. Audience shocked. Coach Ramsey smug. The boy waved his hand and returned to the changing room. Going home. Sunday dinner time. Harry scanned the long table twice from end to end. Just like at lunch, he didn't see Dana again. Ron, Dana didn't come for lunch either, and now he's not here. If he keeps reading like this, he'll collapse, won't he? Ron pushed away a chicken leg and mumbled in response. Why do you care about him? If you ask me, he must be jealous that you broke the record for catching the golden snitch the fastest. Harry shook his head. What's there to be jealous of? Didn't he go to participate in a match today? That's a professional match that many people never get to play in their lives. Ron placed the bone on the side of his plate and called out to Fred on the other side. Fred, give me that bowl of mashed potatoes. He pulled the mashed potatoes in front of him before saying to Harry. He probably had lunch with the team today, so it's normal for him not to be at Hogwarts. But not coming for dinner tonight, it's probably because he played terribly and doesn't have the face to come. I knew it. He must be afraid of people saying that a professional player like him is not as good as you, Harry, an amateur beginner, and he's too ashamed to see you. Upon hearing this, a strange feeling arose in Harry's heart. Of course, he hoped Dana would win, but it seemed he wasn't sad even if Dana didn't play well. How could there even be a little bit of satisfaction? The 11-year-old boy quickly shook his head. No, how could he think like that? Dana would definitely win, definitely. The next morning, Cat Owls brought letters from students' homes and many copies of the Daily Prophet at breakfast. Ron snatched the newspaper from Percy's hand. As a loyal fan of the Chudley Cannons, he wanted to know the results of yesterday's match immediately. He hoped the Chudley Cannons would win, but he didn't want Dana to play well. It was a real dilemma. Yet Dana was the seeker. If he didn't play well, the Chudley Cannons' chances of winning were slim. Ron quickly found the sports section. The Chudley Cannons defeated the Holy Head Harpies, led by Gwendolyn Jones, 150-0. The team's substitute seeker, Dana Emery's, performed brilliantly, catching the golden snitch 5 seconds after the start of the match. 5 seconds is the closest to the record for the fastest golden snitch catch in a single match, and the current fastest record is 3.5 seconds, set by Roderick Plumpton in 1921. However, Dana Emery's is only 11 years old this year, and his future is limitless. Perhaps in the near future, he will break Plumpton's fastest record. All in all, a new Quidditch star is rising, and what we need to do, it seems, is to keep our expectations high for him. Ron's expression was strange, neither happy nor sad, neither worried nor unworried. He mechanically returned the newspaper to Percy, then lowered his head and spooned oatmeal into his mouth bite by bite. Some porridge dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his robes, but he was oblivious. He now had only one thought in his mind. How could this be? Look! Our future star is here. Fred's shout pulled Ron out of his strange mood. He looked up and saw Dana walking into the Great Hall. The little wizards of Gryffindor cheered. It seemed most people knew the result of yesterday's match. From a graduate of Azkaban, feared by all, to a Quidditch new star, loved by all, it seemed only a Quidditch match separated the two. From this, one could conclude that the influence of the Quidditch League was greater than Azkaban. Dana smiled and waved to everyone, then sat in his usual spot, the end of the Gryffindor long table. Fred and George rushed over, shaking him vigorously, while the other frantically ruffled his hair, turning his white hair into a messy tangle of cowlicks. You're amazing, Dana. You pulled off something big without a word. It's just a shame your performance can't earn Gryffindor points. If it could, I think it would definitely be worth 100 points. Oh, 100 points? That's how many times we could get caught sneaking out at night. 5 seconds? Merlin's beard. Dana, you're the strongest seeker I've ever seen. Dana shook his head and said softly, George, actually Merlin doesn't have a beard anymore. What? What did you say? No, nothing. I was just lucky, that's all. Fred patted Dana's back hard. You can't say that. With so many seekers, I haven't seen anyone else luckily catch the golden snitch in 5 seconds. George nodded in agreement. Exactly. Roderick Plumpton's record was the real fluke. He just flew in front of his girlfriend to kiss her, and who knew the golden snitch just happened to fly past their mouths and he caught it perfectly. Dana didn't know such unofficial stories, especially coming from George's mouth. What was originally half true would probably be halved again. He laughed with the twins for a while, then said, Fred, George, you two are clinging to me so much I can't eat this morning. We have potion class, and you don't want Snape to deduct points from Gryffindor because I'm late, do you? The twins laughed and left Dana, but Dana still couldn't eat properly because he suddenly became a rarity. Little wizards constantly came up wanting to get to know him. Dana, who was originally avoided by everyone, instantly became a hot commodity. Fortunately, he wasn't late, but he could feel very clearly, that Mr. Harry Potter seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. This was something Snape was very happy to see. When he saw Harry would rather sit in the front row than be near Dana Emery's, he unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth by half a centimeter. In this class, Snape, very uncharacteristically, did not make things difficult for Harry Potter, which seemed to give Harry the illusion that as long as he stayed away from Dana, his luck would improve. Of course, Dana didn't really care what Harry thought. If he had truly recognized friends at Hogwarts, it was actually only the twins. Harry, a source of trouble. If he wanted to be friends with himself, that was fine, but if he didn't, he wouldn't force it. At the end of the day, his current life at Hogwarts was merely a facade for Dana to completely separate himself from his identity as Dark Dentist. When potion class ended, the little wizards rushed out of the classroom in a swarm, heading for the Great Hall. Time passed so quickly, it felt like they had just finished breakfast and were already about to eat lunch. Dana walked through the castle. Sunlight streamed through the high windows onto the walls, making the portraits on the walls half bright and half shadowed. Portraits that liked sunlight craned their necks, while those that didn't bent down to avoid the light. Mr. Emery's. A voice called out to Dana. Dana followed the sound and saw Professor Quirinus Quirrell standing at the corner, looking at him with a smile. Professor Quirrell looked much worse than he had at the start of September. His face was pale, and faint cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Professor Quirrell, hello. Dana was neither humble nor arrogant, but he unconsciously held his breath when he spoke. The putrid stench couldn't even be masked by garlic anymore. Dana, I'd like to talk to you. Could you come to my office? Of course, Professor. This was an unexpected development not present in the original story. Quirrell had no reason to look for him, so the one who truly wanted to talk to him was probably the one behind his head. Dana was not afraid. This was Hogwarts, the safest place in the British wizarding world. With his combat power exceeding 7 galleons, even if Quirrell's body was personally controlled by the Dark Lord, it wouldn't be easy to instantly defeat him. As long as he made some noise and held on for a while, Dumbledore could arrive at any moment. Besides, with Quirrell's current weakened body, the Dark Lord possessing him probably wouldn't be a match for him. Closing the door to the defense against the Dark Arts class professor's office, Quirrell pointed to a sofa. Please sit, Mr. Emery's. Dana sat down and asked. Professor Quirrell, may I ask what you wanted to see me about? I recall I've submitted all my defense against the Dark Arts assignments on time. Oh, Dana. Quirrell smiled and sat behind his desk. Your assignments are always the best among the little wizards. Don't worry about those things, I didn't call you here for that. Dana didn't speak, tilting his head slightly. Quirrell raised an eyebrow. It's like this, Dana, I'm quite worried about you right now. Worried about what, Professor? Worried that your status as a professional Quidditch player will cause you harm. I don't understand, Professor. It's like this, because of your unique nature, child. You know what I mean. The little wizards in the school have always been excluding you. They've labeled you, subjected you to cold violence, and no matter how well you do, it's useless. That's true, Professor, but I still don't understand. Dana, as a professor in the school, I am the most discriminated against. Everyone mocks me, you know, the stammering Professor Quirrell, the boring Professor Quirrell, the cowardly Professor Quirrell. These are also prejudices, because that's not how I truly am. There are reasons for all of this. But people won't listen to my explanations, because prejudice is the hardest thing to eliminate. Now, because you've become a professional player and played an exciting game, the little wizards have changed their opinion of you greatly. They are willing to approach you and interact with you, but this is just an illusion. Quirrell saw Dana listening attentively and nodded with satisfaction, continuing. As I said, prejudice is the hardest thing to eliminate. They will approach you because of your achievements, but their prejudice against you will always remain. Child, if you give them your true feelings and let down your guard, their prejudice will severely hurt you when you're not paying attention. Dana nodded. He knew these things without Quirrell telling him. The Azkaban label would follow him for life. Even if he saved the world, people would still think, even though this guy saved us, who knows when he'll betray us. After all, he was locked up in Azkaban for 4 years. No matter how docile a tiger looks, it's still a tiger. He asked. Professor Quirrell, you are very right. I will pay attention. Thank you very much for your reminder. I think I should go to the Great Hall now. No hurry, child. Actually, I hope you can completely resolve everyone's prejudice against you. Completely eliminate prejudice? How? Dana's counter-question pleased Quirrell greatly. He replied, it's not about completely eliminating it, but rather making people afraid to have prejudice against you. You are a smart child, you should understand that as long as you are strong enough, any prejudice will vanish before you. Just like Lord Voldemort, under his reign of terror, who dared to speak ill of him in his presence. Dana silently awaited Quirrell's next words, as what followed was likely what he truly wanted to say. Do you want to become powerful, Dana? Dana nodded. Quirrell continued. I know a great being who can make you incredibly powerful. With your talent, if you follow him, you could even become as strong as Dumbledore. The dagger was now revealed. Dana asked with a smile. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, so what do I need to pay? Quirrell looked into Dana's eyes, those lake green eyes he couldn't see through. You only need to swear allegiance to that great being and never betray him. Is a ritual required? Of course, a small ritual is necessary. Dana stood up. I appreciate Professor Quirrell's kindness, but this is a big matter, and I'd like to consider it. Of course, child, caution is a virtue, Quirrell continued, his eyes narrowing into slits. However, it's best that you don't tell a third person about our conversation today. If others find out, some of your little secrets might not be kept. Dana, who had been walking towards the door, paused. He turned his head and asked, little secrets? Quirrell's expression was one of having everything under control. He said, that's right, little secrets. I can tell that you have lives on your hands, and more than one. This is a small understanding between wizards familiar with the dark arts. You know, I teach defense against the dark arts class. After all, Dana had never heard any rumors of dark wizards being able to tell how many people other dark wizards had killed. Dumbledore couldn't even tell if he had a murder charge on his hands, let alone Quirrell. Therefore, the only one who could detect this was Lord Voldemort, who was truly almost one with the dark arts. He didn't want to join the Death Eaters and become Lord Voldemort's dog. He also didn't want to expose himself too early and cut off his retreat. His brain was boiling, and a few seconds later, his chaotic thoughts converged. Dana revealed a smile. Professor, I will consider it carefully. Before the end of this semester, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. That's excellent, Dana. But you should make a decision soon. After all, the sooner you decide, the sooner you can become stronger. For the next period of time, Dana acted as if nothing had happened. He did what he needed to do, attending classes during the day and teaching others at night. It was as if Quirrell's threat had no effect on him, until Gryffindor suddenly had 200 points deducted, and the gems in the hourglass instantly fell to the bottom among all the houses. What was bound to happen still happened. Rubius Hagrid illegally raised a dragon, and when the dragon Norbert grew too large to remain in Hagrid's hut, Harry, Hermione, and Ron handed Norbert over to Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, one night. And when they left the tower after handing over Norbert, They forgot the invisibility cloak because they were too excited, and as a result, they were caught red-handed by Filch. Earlier, Neville, desperately searching for the trio in the castle, was caught by Professor McGonagall, and the one who tattled was Draco Malfoy. So Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Draco all had to serve detention, and this time the punishment was to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Dana had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When Filch led the offending young wizards out of the castle towards Hagrid's hut, no one noticed a cat owl flying down from Gryffindor Tower, following them in the air. Soon after, Hagrid, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and the large dog Fang, with Neville and Draco, split into two groups and entered the Forbidden Forest, tracking the unicorn's blood on the ground. Draco played a prank, causing Neville to fire a flare, which forced Hagrid to take Neville with him and put Harry and Draco in a group. Then, Harry and Draco encountered the dead unicorn. The unicorn was exquisitely beautiful, even though it was dead. Its mane, as white as the bright moon, emitted a sacred glow. However, with a rustling sound of shaking bushes, a hooded figure crawled out like a beast, came to the unicorn, and bit down. Gurgling sounds of drinking blood came, especially horrifying in the quiet night. Malfoy screamed and fled, and Fang also ran away, leaving only Harry. The figure looked up and saw Harry. Harry's scar on his forehead began to ache violently again. He stumbled backward, and the figure lunged viciously at him. So far, everything was proceeding according to the original script. Next, the centaur Firenze would save Harry. But now someone had drastically changed the script. Before Firenze arrived at the scene, an extremely thick green light shot from behind Harry, directly hitting the dark figure. A sharp scream like a banshee's wail made Harry pass out instantly. The green light penetrated the dark figure and hit a large tree behind it, which required two people to embrace. The tree fell in response. The dark figure no longer moved, but a black mist suddenly shot up from the dark figure's body, and an exasperated voice rang out. "Who is it? Who ruined my good deed?" The black mist flew rapidly towards the source of the green light, but when it reached the source, it found nothing, only a dazed cat owl on a tree. "Who is it? Who on earth is it? What's with hiding your head and showing your tail? To be able to cast a killing curse of that level, you must not be an unknown person? Come out." However, no one responded to the black mist, only the hooting of the cat owl. Hoo-hoo. The black mist hovered around persistently until a red flame shot up into the sky, and then a phoenix's fire appeared next to the unicorn's corpse. The black mist twitched unwillingly, flew towards the southeast, and then disappeared into the night. And the cute cat owl shook its body, then hoo-hooed again, as if mocking the fallen Dark Lord, and then flew towards Gryffindor Tower, next to the unicorn's corpse. Hagrid was mourning the poor beautiful creature, while Ron, Hermione, and Neville surrounded the unconscious Harry. Dumbledore looked solemnly at the motionless dark figure on the ground, wondering what he was thinking. Screech. Professor McGonagall finally arrived. She first carefully examined Harry, found that he was fine, and then asked Dumbledore, "Albus, what exactly happened here?" Dumbledore said, "Someone was secretly drinking unicorn blood, was discovered by Harry, and now Harry is unconscious, and this person is dead. Firenze was here just now, he told me he saw a very powerful killing curse." Professor McGonagall frowned and flipped over the body lying on the ground. The hood fell, revealing a bald head, and that face was Quirinus Quirrell, his mouth stained with the unicorn's silver blood. "It's Quirrell," Professor McGonagall said, looking at the large tree broken in half nearby. "Who killed him?" Dumbledore sighed. "Quirrell was dead, so what about the remaining months of defense against the dark arts class? And what about his carefully designed challenge of passing through the obstacles?" Lord Voldemort was baffled. Who exactly killed Quirrell? Could it be some entity hiding in the Forbidden Forest? He knew the Forbidden Forest was mysterious, and its deepest parts held many secrets. But even so, Quirrell only killed a unicorn. What kind of enmity and grievance would warrant using such a thick avada to kill him? He was unwilling. The Philosopher's Stone was right there, he was just a little short of being able to revive himself with it. No, he hadn't failed yet, he still had a chance to get the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, he still had that young wizard named Dana Emrys. As long as he could bewitch him, he could pass through the blockade at the end of the fourth-floor corridor and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell couldn't deal with that Cerberus, but Emrys could. If he could control that body full of magic, wouldn't he be 100 times stronger than that useless Quirrell? Thinking this, Lord Voldemort turned a corner and headed back towards Hogwarts. Entering a hidden entrance beside the castle, Lord Voldemort wound through the pipes and finally landed in a vast underground space filled with green mist, where a colossal statue of Slytherin stood at the end of the space. Floating before the statue, the black mist cried out, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders." The mouth of the Slytherin statue gradually opened, and after a long while, a massive snake-like creature crawled out, which was the basilisk that permeated Harry Potter's entire second year. Lord Voldemort whispered, "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Long time no see." The basilisk shook its head, still somewhat dazed from just waking up from its slumber, and responded, "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Little Master. Is it the Little Master?" Lord Voldemort felt some regret. He should have come to find the basilisk earlier. With the basilisk, killing the Cerberus Fluffy would have been easy, and if Quirrell hadn't died, he could have retrieved the Philosopher's Stone for him. Perhaps due to separating too many souls to create Horcruxes, Lord Voldemort's mind had long been not quite right. However, finding the basilisk now was not too late. The black mist coiled around the basilisk's head. Although Lord Voldemort was very weak now and couldn't possess the basilisk like he did Quirrell, it was not difficult to convey some information through the basilisk. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Go, find a young wizard named Dana Emrys, deliver my message, and then bring him here." Hiss, hiss, hiss. "Yes, Little Master." As for why he didn't go to find Dana himself, Lord Voldemort stated that if he went to find Dana in such a weak state, the young wizard might not comply, but if the powerful basilisk was just a messenger, then his own prestige would instantly increase significantly, and his words would be more believable to the little fellow. What happened in the Forbidden Forest was not spread. Harry was asked to keep quiet about it, and the only people who knew Quirrell was dead were Hagrid, Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall. Of course, once Hagrid knew, Harry Potter would eventually know too, because it was well known that Rubeus Hagrid was someone who couldn't keep a secret. Harry stayed in the infirmary for 2 days. He was in a terrible mood. Just 2 days of delay felt like an endless amount of homework. Although Hermione was willing to tutor him, it was clear Hermione had a strong aversion to stupidity. Sometimes Harry even wondered if Hermione was Snape's illegitimate daughter. That sarcastic tone was practically identical. Seeing the empty hourglass belonging to Gryffindor in the Great Hall, his mood worsened. "Ron, why was I so stupid? Why did I forget to bring the invisibility cloak?" Ron pouted. He couldn't easily respond to that, because that night all 3 of them had been carried away after all. Sending off Norbert and seeing Draco Malfoy punished seemed like nothing could be better. "So you're not thinking about the root problem, but how to make the next rule-breaking more perfect?" Hermione retorted angrily. Although she was also one of the culprits that night, she felt that she would definitely learn from the experience and never go out at night again, though everyone knew she couldn't do it. So, upon hearing Harry's words, she instinctively snapped back. "Meaning, I'm working hard to earn points for the house right now, so you'd better behave and not lose any more points. Look at Dana. From that day until now, he's added at least 10 more points to the house. You're his friend too, why don't you learn from him properly?" Hermione's words seemed to strike a nerve with Harry, and he shot up from his seat. "Dana, Dana, it's always Dana? Don't mention Dana to me again." Harry, fuming, left Ron and Hermione behind and rushed out of the Great Hall. He bumped into Dana, who was on his way to eat, but Harry didn't greet him, simply brushing past him as if he hadn't seen anything. Dana was a bit confused. Who had provoked this silly boy? When he reached a certain staircase on the 2nd floor, Harry suddenly stopped, because he heard a chilling, dark voice whispering in his ear. "Dana Emrys. Where is Dana Emrys? Master wants me to find Dana Emrys." Harry shivered all over, and then he heard the voice continue. "Master needs Dana Emrys' help." Gradually, the voice disappeared. Harry stood stunned for a while. He wanted to go back to the Great Hall to tell Dana about this, but as if by some strange impulse, he didn't go back. Instead, he silently returned to the Gryffindor common room. Dana emerged from the greenhouse. Her biology class had put him in a good mood. Being able to occasionally tend to plants was very beneficial for his tired brain, though those plants might be a little dangerous. Today he had asked Professor Sprout some questions about cultivating magical plants, so he came out a bit late. The excitement surrounding the Quidditch professional player had gradually faded, and Dana's life had returned to peace. Quirrell hadn't been wrong. the Azkaban filter had indeed always been worn by the young wizards of Hogwarts. Their attitude towards Dana had become lukewarm again, as if the previous fervor was just an illusion. Only today, Dana kept feeling like he was being followed. His crazy fans? No, that couldn't be. The goodwill of these classmates he saw every day was even less than that of the opposing team's fans during an away game. Dana took the opportunity to turn left upon entering the castle, subtly glancing behind him. No one. But after only 2 steps, the feeling of being followed returned. He pricked up his ears and indeed heard faint footsteps, and some barely perceptible rustling. Dana was somewhat familiar with those footsteps. He had heard them under Harry's feet when he went to see the Mirror of Erised during the Christmas holiday. So Harry was following him? Dana was bewildered. Why would he follow him? Just then, the strange rustling grew louder. Dana was currently heading to the 2nd floor. He was going to the library first. Very few young wizards went to the library at this time. Most would return to their common room first, so the corridor leading to the library was very quiet at this time, almost deserted. Splat! A sound like a tire hitting the ground came from the corner ahead. Dana stopped, and the next second, he saw a massive snake head emerge from the corner, with a pair of waxy yellow eyes as big as wash basins. One couldn't look directly into the basilisk's eyes, that was fatal. Suddenly encountering the basilisk, Dana didn't panic. He quickly closed his eyes, and the magic within him rapidly spread out. Like a bat, after receiving the rebound of magic, he could roughly see the basilisk's outline. He also saw Harry Potter, bent over and sneaking around, 30 yards away from him. This ability to pinpoint with magic, unless one's magic was strong enough, ordinary people couldn't do it. Dana! Harry's startled cry came from behind him. Dana quickly turned around and shouted, "Run! Don't come here! Go find a professor!" Harry left. Dana refocused his attention on the basilisk. At this point in time, the basilisk shouldn't have been released. Is it here to kill me? No, Lord Voldemort clearly didn't know who was responsible that night. So, combining Quirrell's sudden chat with him earlier, is this basilisk coming for him because Lord Voldemort wants to renew old ties? Sure enough, the basilisk made no attacking moves, but slowly glided in front of Dana. The spot the basilisk chose was perfect. There were no paintings, armor, or statues anywhere around, only a small holly tree in a pot by the wall. The basilisk slowly lowered its head, then a glow flashed across its forehead, and a row of letters appeared in midair. The basilisk made a hissing sound, which Dana, possessing Merlin's bloodline, naturally understood. "Please open your eyes, I have closed mine. Please read the message from my master." Dana was speechless. Sending a basilisk to deliver a message, Lord Voldemort truly is a genius. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he might be a dead man by now. Perhaps the Merlin physique is strong enough to resist the basilisk's direct gaze, but turning to stone is also a very likely outcome. If the person is gone, what message can be delivered? And now, if he didn't understand Parseltongue, how would he know the basilisk was here to deliver a message? Maybe closing his eyes would just lead to an explosion spell. Clearly, Lord Voldemort didn't know that he could understand all animal languages, so for him to make such an unreliable move can only mean his brain is truly broken. Dana opened his eyes, and the basilisk indeed had its eyes closed. The message read, "Please follow the basilisk to find me, Emrys. I am the master of Quirinus Quirrell. I will give you power and help you become the most powerful wizard." Dana twitched his lips. For me, Lord Voldemort actually risked being discovered by Dumbledore to sneak back into Hogwarts. How touching. Dana transformed into a blue light and merged into the basilisk's body. A few seconds later, he returned to his original form. Basilisk transfiguration get. So now, how to deal with this big guy? Letting it go back is clearly impossible. This thing is too dangerous. If next time it's not delivering a message but trying to take his life, that wouldn't be good. He rejected Lord Voldemort, and the possibility of that madman sending the basilisk back to take his life is almost over 90%. So, hiss, hiss, hiss. Are you done reading? Can I open my eyes now? Master must be getting impatient. Dana pulled out his wand and said with a smile, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying." He waved his wand, and the chandelier directly above the basilisk quickly transformed into a beheading axe. Dana pointed his wand at the ground. "Descendo. Fall down." Under the spell's effect, the beheading axe quickly fell. The basilisk, with its extremely high magical defenses, was caught off guard and had its head cut off. Thud! The basilisk's head rolled twice after hitting the ground, landing right in front of Dana. At the same time, its huge, raised upper body also fell to the ground, stirring up a small, bloody gust of wind. Professor? Just ahead. Harry's anxious voice came, followed by a series of footsteps. Then Dana saw Harry, Snape, and Professor McGonagall appear at the end of the corridor. Dana? Are you all right? Professor McGonagall ran quickly towards Dana, holding her wand level, with Snape half a step behind her. I'm fine, Professor. Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall looked at the huge basilisk head by Dana's feet and the basilisk's body, from which snake blood was gushing, and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Is this a basilisk? Severus, the potion fanatic, Snape, was too lazy to ask if Dana was all right. It was clear he hadn't sustained any injuries. Now, the most important thing was not to let the precious basilisk materials be wasted anymore. He took 2 steps forward, sealed the severed end of the basilisk's body with a freezing charm, then gently ran his left hand over the basilisk's smooth scales, a smile like his middle name appearing on his face. Professor McGonagall meticulously checked Dana all over, and only after confirming he was truly unharmed did she have time to examine the dead basilisk. Is this transfiguration? Very clever, but relying on the axe's natural fall probably wouldn't have cut off the basilisk's head, would it? I used Descendo, Professor. Oh, I don't recall that spell being taught in first year. I learned it in the library, Professor. Although this spell was forbidden for students to use in the school 100 years ago after it caused a student to break their neck, your flexible application of it at this moment saved your life. So I'd like to award you 10 points. Snape, who was intently planning how to utilize the basilisk's corpse, suddenly stiffened, then subtly glanced at Professor McGonagall, letting out an almost imperceptible humph from deep in his throat. 10 points it is. Compared to this basilisk, giving Gryffindor 10 points doesn't matter. Anyway, Gryffindor is currently at 0, and he doesn't care about these 10 or 20 points. Dana gave Harry a big smile. Thank you, Harry. Thanks to you, the professors were able to arrive so quickly. No. Harry blushed a little. I didn't help. You dealt with this big snake yourself, Dana. That's not true, Harry. My killing of the basilisk was largely due to luck, but because of your help, if I had made a mistake just now, a professor would have been there to back me up. This is a great kindness, and I must thank you. Harry waved his hands repeatedly, his face getting even redder. You really don't need to thank me, Dana. It's what I should do. I'm such an idiot. Harry thought to himself. I actually thought Dana might be colluding with some dark wizard and trying to do something bad. But Dana killed the monster without hesitation? Clearly, Dana is a good person. He's so polite, he even thanked me? Oh my goodness, what's wrong with me? How could I suspect the first good friend I've ever made? Crack. Dumbledore appeared here. Harry, Dana, I'm glad you're both all right. The old principal looked at the basilisk's corpse and sighed. Excellent transfiguration, excellent quick thinking. For a young wizard, this is very remarkable. So, Dumbledore, if you're going to award points, Professor McGonagall just did. Snape stopped Dumbledore at the right moment. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Oh, is that so? That's wonderful. He looked at Harry, smiling. Harry, upon seeing the unbeatable basilisk, did not panic but calmly informed the professors to rescue his classmate. This is very commendable, so Gryffindor gets 10 points. Snape rolled his eyes. You two, the principal and deputy principal, are both from Gryffindor. What more can I say? He glared fiercely at Harry and said to Dumbledore. I'll take all the basilisk materials, Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, Severus. These materials will only achieve their greatest potential in your hands. By the way, do you need my help? No, a house elf will suffice for such a small matter. Dumbledore nodded slightly. He took one last look at the basilisk, recalling the so-called monster of the Chamber of Secrets from 50 years ago. Connecting it to Quirrell, who had recently died, he thought to himself. Is that you, Tom? He felt he should return to the principal's office and have all the paintings and ghosts in the castle act. The basilisk openly appearing in the school was a major event. Crack. Dumbledore disappeared. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, then gently patted Dana's shoulder. All right, child, hurry back to the common room. Get some rest, dinner will be ready soon. No, Professor, I'm going to the library. Dana left. Before he sat down in the library, a question had been on his mind. That is, what would next year's little diary think when it sees an empty chamber of secrets? The matter of the basilisk was handled in a timely manner, so besides Dana and Harry, no other young wizards knew about it. However, the young lions of Gryffindor truly felt Harry Potter's abnormality. He actually took the initiative to sit next to Dana Emery's. Dana, today's apple pie is really good, don't you want some? No, Harry, I'm not used to eating sweets during dinner, and I've eaten enough, it's time to go back to the dormitory to study. Oh, I see. Harry felt terrible. It was bad enough that he suspected Dana during the day, but now he even realized he didn't know his good friend's eating habits. Harry returned to the common room dejectedly, and Ron came over. Harry, why are you suddenly so close to Emery's? Harry scratched his head and whispered. I can tell you why, but can you promise not to tell anyone else? Of course. Don't you even trust me? Well, here's what happened. The other day I heard a strange sound. I suspected Dana had contact with some dark wizard, so I followed Dana in my invisibility cloak. That was a very, very big snake. Professor McGonagall said it was a basilisk. Ron made a scared and exaggerated expression, and I think the sound I heard that day was the basilisk muttering to itself as it moved through the pipes. I later found Professor McGonagall, and as we were rushing to that corridor, Snape suddenly followed us. Dana killed the basilisk without hesitation, and I realized I had misunderstood Dana, so I felt a little guilty. That's what happened. Ron blinked. You said you could understand what the basilisk was saying. Yes, I can probably understand it. Before I came to Hogwarts, I also talked to a python at the zoo. Wow, cool. Suddenly, a head poked out from behind their sofa. It was Hermione. I say, didn't you notice the basilisk's master? The basilisk is dead, but its master is still around. Hermione? How could you eavesdrop on us? Ron was very displeased, but Hermione retorted. Such important information, you don't share it with me? Do you want Lord Voldemort to steal the Philosopher's Stone? What does the Philosopher's Stone have to do with Dana? Hermione cleared her throat. I'm just stating facts. I don't have a prejudice against Dana. Harry, you said you heard the basilisk say its master needed Dana's help. Yes. You didn't go looking for Snape, and he suddenly appeared and followed you voluntarily. Yes. Hermione spread her hands. I didn't think Snape was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone before, but after hearing you explain it today, his suspicion has greatly increased. I told you so. Ron looked smug, but Hermione's glare shut him down. We don't know who the basilisk's master is, but combining his previous suspicious behavior, I think Snape is very likely. Harry asked. But the basilisk has already been killed by Dana. What more trouble could there be? Hermione shook her head. No, didn't you consider why the basilisk's master would ask Dana for help? How could he make Dana help him? I've always felt Dana wasn't a bad person, but what you heard the basilisk say, Harry, makes me have to suspect him. After all, he came out of Azkaban, so it's perfectly normal for him to know Death Eaters. Look, among all of Gryffindor, only Dana was given extra points by Snape. Harry challenged. But Dana killed the basilisk. Hermione glanced at Harry and retorted. What did Dana say to you when the basilisk appeared? He told me to run and find a professor. So, could it be that he discovered the basilisk was found by you, and had no choice but to kill the snake to silence it? Ron slapped his thigh. So that's it? Harry, there really is a possibility. Hermione continued. Hagrid leaked Fluffy's weakness, and you also guessed that the person who gave Hagrid the dragon egg was Snape, so the Philosopher's Stone is no longer safe. Because Dumbledore is in the castle, Snape can't easily make a move, but if Snape gets Dana to distract Dumbledore, then Snape is very likely to sneak into the end of the fourth-floor corridor and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron was shocked. The Philosopher's Stone is in danger? We must keep an eye on Snape. Harry shook his head. He felt that Dana must be good, because Dana's shout of hurry up today was so sincere. He was truly afraid of Harry getting hurt. When Professor McGonagall later explained the horrors of the basilisk to him, Harry broke out in a cold sweat. If Dana hadn't warned him then, he might have died on the spot. Harry thought about Hermione's deduction for a while, and suddenly found a flaw in her reasoning. Hermione, if Snape needed Dana's help, he could just find any young wizard to deliver a message. Why would he have to use the basilisk to notify him? Hermione. The little girl's face instantly flushed red. She quickly turned her head away and began to bury herself in her homework. Let's not discuss this anymore. I still have homework to finish. The 12-year-old future Minister of Magic was, after all, still a bit naive. Ron chuckled silently. He rarely saw Hermione stumped, and happily gave Harry a thumbs up. Harry stroked his chin, feeling no satisfaction from defeating Hermione, but instead frowned with worry. No matter what, Fluffy's weakness has indeed been exposed. If Dumbledore isn't around, the Philosopher's Stone will be in danger. Ron nodded. So what do we do? Harry thought for a moment. We can go find Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort waited quietly in the Chamber of Secrets. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He estimated that the basilisk was in grave danger, because even if the basilisk couldn't find Dana before, it would return to the Chamber of Secrets to rest. But now, the basilisk had been unheard from for 3 whole days. It was probably discovered by Dumbledore. Another useless one. Why did he have no one reliable under him? Lord Voldemort knew he couldn't go on like this. His current state of neither living nor dead was very weak. If he didn't get energy, life force, replenishment, he would gradually lose vitality until he couldn't move. After all, this was the basilisk's lair. Not even a mouse could be found. If it came to that, he would only be able to wait for fated people to deliver themselves to him. But this was the Chamber of Secrets. It was unlikely anyone would come even in 100 years. After all, he was the only descendant of Slytherin left in Britain. Under pressure, Lord Voldemort's intelligence recovered slightly. He suddenly realized that Quirrell had already used the dragon egg to get the method to deal with Cerberus, fluffy music from Hagrid. This meant he only needed to possess any young wizard to easily pass the Cerberus. He must have been out of his mind. Why was he in such a hurry to find Dana Emrys? That little fellow was so talented. He must be closely watched by Dumbledore? The basilisk must have been discovered by Dumbledore because of this. He circled in the air in annoyance, then floated through the pipes towards the Slytherin common room. There were descendants of Death Eaters there, and it would be much easier to trick them into letting him possess them than the other houses. The last Sunday morning in April. Colonsea Island, Hebridean Islands. In front of the castle of Count Dr. Dentus of Pessac, Lucius Malfoy was invited to visit. He stood in front of the magnificent castle, surveying the newly renovated walls. This Count Dantes truly possesses immense wealth. In such a short time, he managed to reconstruct the once glorious, yet utterly dilapidated, Macfasti Castle into this. The magic glow emanating from the outer walls of the castle immediately indicated that many good things had been added, and the original bronze door knocker had actually been replaced with pure gold. A servant pushed open the grand door and walked out. "Hello, are you Mr. Lucius Malfoy?" "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." The Count went out for a dragon ride early this morning. A dragon ride? Malfoy was stunned. He also owned a dragon farm, but he never dared to ride a dragon, let alone the extremely ferocious Hebridean black dragons bred here. Roar! A dragon roar came from the sky, and Malfoy immediately ran. Quickly moving away from the castle, he wanted to get out of the anti-apparition zone so he could escape at any time. However, the dragon in the sky seemed to have locked onto him, swooping straight down towards him. Mr. Jean-Louis Danway was completely numb, desperately recalling if he had offended Count Dantes somewhere. Don't underestimate Lucius Malfoy just because he's a standard Jean-Louis Danway. This gentleman is also an excellent Slytherin graduate, one of the elite Death Eaters under Lord Voldemort, much stronger than those ordinary, insignificant dark wizards. He held his wand, disguised as a walking stick, horizontally, ready to cast the conjunctivitis curse at any moment. He knew deeply that with his magic, he couldn't cause effective damage to the Black Family Dragon, but if he could hit its eyes, he might find a chance to survive. Of course, he also knew the common spells used in dragon farms to restrain dragons, but those required several, even dozens, of dragon farm employees to cast together to trap a dragon. The Black Family Dragon was getting closer, and Lucius could even feel the heat from its mouth. However, the imagined attack did not come. The Black Family Dragon flapped its wings and landed steadily in the open space in front of him, the powerful wind pressure forcing him to retreat repeatedly. A handsome young man in purple robes jumped off the dragon's back and gently patted the Black Family Dragon's foreleg. "Big butt, go back." The Black Family Dragon seemed to understand his words, nodding its head, extending its graceful neck forward, pushing off with its limbs, flapping its wings, and soaring into the sky. The young man tidied his hair, which had been ruffled by the strong wind, and walked towards Malfoy. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy, I believe this is our first meeting. Previously, due to unfinished business in France, I could only entrust Mr. Borgin to trade with you, which was truly impolite." Lucius Malfoy had not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced. After a few seconds, he hastily put down his wand, revealing a slightly unnatural smile. "Hello, Your Excellency Dantes, please forgive my impropriety. Your heroic appearance riding on the dragon's back truly startled me." Doc Dantes smiled and waved his hand. "You're too kind, Mr. Malfoy. As a well-known figure in the British wizarding world, I don't believe you would be frightened by a mere black family dragon." He made a welcoming gesture. "Let's go inside and talk." Malfoy followed Dantes into the castle. He had visited this castle years ago, but now it was completely different from before. Famous paintings and master sculptures were the least noteworthy things here. Curtains woven from the hair of various magical creatures gleamed with a gentle luster. The interior of the castle was resplendent, all the light fixtures seemingly crafted from gold. What shocked him most was a broken sword magically fixed to the wall in the center of the reception room. If he wasn't mistaken, this sword was the famous Stonehenge. "Your Excellency, that sword, could it be?" "Oh, yes, it's Stonehenge. It was unearthed by a group of adventurers in a secret cave and authenticated by master appraisers as genuine." Malfoy's pupils constricted. "Genuine? That must have cost a lot of galleons, right?" "Not bad, just 3 million galleons. Good heavens! He had sold all the Black family properties that could be disposed of to him, bundled together for 6 million, although he himself made 2 million from it. And this single broken sword was already almost equivalent in value to the Black family's properties. He gained an intuitive understanding of Count Dantes's financial power. He didn't think the sword was a fake, because surrounded by so many treasures, how could it be a fake? "Your Excellency's wealth is truly astonishing." Doc Dantes smiled and motioned for Malfoy to sit down. "It's merely ancestral blessings, nothing to speak of. Please, Mr. Malfoy, have a seat." Lucius sat on the sofa, soft and comfortable, with a faint warmth. His palm brushed over the fabric of the sofa. It was a sensation smoother than silk. Malfoy adjusted his posture slightly, maintaining his demeanor, and then began to find a topic to break the ice. "The Black family dragon riot here some time ago attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. Even now, the Ministry of Magic hasn't released an investigation result. Your Excellency, don't you feel it's dangerous to live here like this?" Doc Dantes shook his head. "That time, my subordinates had just taken over the dragon farm and lacked experience, which startled the Black family dragons. For that, I gave the Ministry of Magic employees involved in that matter a total of 5,000 galleons as a gratuity. As for now, I've already tamed those little darlings." Lucius secretly scoffed, calling Hebridean black dragons little darlings? But then, recalling Doc Dantes's stunning dragon-riding appearance just now, he had to admit that what this young count said was true. So Malfoy put on an expression of admiration. "Your Excellency is truly accomplished at a young age. Such outstanding individuals as yourself are very rare here." Doc Dantes smiled, not taking up that thread of conversation, but instead went straight to the point, directly stating the reason for inviting Malfoy. "To be frank, Mr. Malfoy, as an outsider, I very much want to quickly integrate into the British wizarding world. To do so, I need a highly respected figure to be my guide. And coincidentally, Mr. Malfoy, you are precisely such a prominent figure, so I would like to trouble you to help me with a small favor. Introduce me to the British wizarding world." Malfoy grinned. "You don't need my introduction. With your status, Your Excellency, if you wish to meet everyone, you only need to extend an invitation." No, that's not the same. I'm not familiar with anyone here. If I invite families who don't get along, it will make everyone unhappy." Malfoy nodded. This made sense. If Count Dantes invited him and Weasley at the same time, he would be utterly disgusted. "In that case, I'll take care of it. You're truly troubling me, Mr. Malfoy. You're such a good person." "You're welcome, Your Excellency. So, when do you plan to meet everyone?" "July 1st, how does that sound? The magic school will be on holiday, and the children can also come to my castle to play. At least I don't think any young wizard would refuse the chance to ride a dragon." Oh, of course, of course. Malfoy's mind conjured his son's happy smiling face, and he couldn't help but smile too. It's their honor to meet such a great person as you. I can't wait to let everyone know what an extraordinary person your excellency is. After they finished discussing business, the two began to chat casually. They talked about the Ministry of Magic, Gringotts, and the formidable Dark Lord. Does His Excellency the Earl have an interest in the Dark Lord? Not really. It's just that because of his disappearance, many people were locked up in Azkaban. In fact, I'm more interested in Azkaban. Azkaban. Yes, Azkaban. It's called a place where it's absolutely impossible to escape from. I'm very curious, has no one truly escaped Azkaban in Britain for so many years? Is Azkaban truly impregnable? Why do I not believe that? Lucius Malfoy suddenly looked pleased, as if Azkaban's reputation was his doing. Azkaban is that impregnable. You must know that Azkaban is guarded by Dementors, and those are a group of devils. Once you've encountered them, you'll know that no one can escape from their guardianship. Even someone as powerful as Dumbledore, if his wand were confiscated, he still wouldn't be able to escape Azkaban's cage. Doc Dantes stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. What if, and I mean if, someone used a prison visit to swap a prisoner out of the prison? What do you think is the probability of success? Malfoy shook his head calmly. Who would be willing to swap places with a death row inmate and endure that kind of torture themselves? Dantes chuckled. What if the person was about to die, or was coerced and tempted? Malfoy nodded. That is possible, but Azkaban is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. It's not easy to bribe someone in the Ministry of Magic. Dantes leaned back on the sofa, his index finger gently tapping the armrest, his emotions unreadable. What if the minister or a high-ranking official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement wanted to do this themselves? For example, Dana Avery, who was recently admitted to Hogwarts, didn't he replace the Death Eater Guy Avery? When was he imprisoned? Oh, 87. At that time, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was Barty Crouch. Do you think this matter might be related to Mr. Crouch? Malfoy showed a strange expression. Dantes continued. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, please forgive me. I'm just someone who likes to get to the bottom of things. I believe we wizards should always be on the path of seeking truth. So right now, we are just speculating, hypothesizing, and no one will go to the Ministry of Magic to report it, right? Malfoy nodded, and Dantes, with a probing look, requested. So if possible, please, based on your understanding of Azkaban and Mr. Crouch, discuss the possibility of Mr. Crouch's involvement in the Dana Avery incident. Lucius Malfoy pondered for a moment, then replied. I don't think it's very likely that Barty Crouch did it. Although he was transferred to the Department of International Magical Cooperation because his son was imprisoned, he himself is very upright and incorruptible. Dantes asked with a smile. Then who is most likely to be involved in this matter? I'm so interested in this. Malfoy shook his head. I can't guess. Dantes sighed. I hate these unresolved cases the most. They make people like me, who crave answers, wish for death. He stood up, looking very agitated, and paced around twice. My herb garden has been growing well recently. If Mr. Malfoy can help me clear up this confusion, I'll sell you the potion ingredients at a 10% discount. Malfoy laughed. You really are something. Is it worth spending so much just to prove Azkaban is unreliable? Over time, a 10% discount is not a small sum. There's an ancient saying in the East, if one hears the way in the morning, one may die in the evening without regret. If I can know what I want to know, I'm not afraid of death, let alone a mere galleon. What I lack least is galleon. Malfoy nodded. All right, you've defeated me. Malfoy picked up the teacup on the coffee table. The rich aroma of tea wafted towards him. It was clearly good tea, but the tea leaves floating in the cup made him very unaccustomed. In my opinion, it's very likely that Cornelius Fudge did this. Why? He was only the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at the time. He couldn't control the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Malfoy was clearly already dizzy with the prospect of future profits. He took a small sip of tea, then covered his mouth with his hand and carefully, silently, spat the tea leaves into his palm. You must never tell anyone that I said this. Dantes nodded. Of course, you can trust my character. Yes, yes, you are a very noble person, he said. Cornelius Fudge is a very greedy person, and neither Barty Crouch nor the minister at the time, Millicent Bagnold, were easily bribed. So if someone wanted to bribe a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, Fudge would be an excellent choice. Malfoy showed a smug smile. He and Fudge had not been short of power for money dealings these past 2 years. But his position. Malfoy laughed. At that time, Cornelius Fudge often tried to curry favor with Dumbledore, so Dumbledore would also give him some advice and information. As far as I know, it was Dumbledore who revealed to Fudge that Barty Crouch's son was a Death Eater. Dantes clapped his hands. So, Cornelius Fudge very likely used Mr. Crouch's son's situation to threaten Barty Crouch. Malfoy smiled but said nothing, as if he hadn't said anything just now. Dantes couldn't help but exclaim, Azkaban is indeed the most difficult prison in the world to escape from, but even the strongest fortress can be breached from within. Malfoy promptly offered flattery. Your Excellency the Earl is insightful. Dantes shook his head and swayed. It's just that I can't believe that respected Minister for Magic could possibly do such an immoral thing. How is that possible? Malfoy laughed. I'm not just making things up. After Dana Avery was released, Fudge issued a gag order. The Ministry of Magic is very secretive about this matter. Of course, Fudge's excuse was to protect the reputation of the previous minister, but I think he just has a guilty conscience. Then he warned again. Please, Your Excellency the Earl, forget what I just said. This is very important to me. After all, Mr. Fudge is still the Minister for Magic. Dantes elegantly raised his teacup, gently pushing the leaves aside with the lid, and took a delightful sip. What did we just say? Oh, my memory, why can't I remember anything? Back in his dormitory that evening, Dana sat on his bed, unable to recover his senses for a long time. The possibility of Lucius Malfoy being involved in the incident back then was extremely low. Dana didn't believe that he could show no flaws in front of his powerful aura. So the suspects from the Ministry of Magic involved in that matter went from Barty Crouch alone to 2 people. Cornelius Fudge? That possibility was indeed quite high. Dana shook his head in annoyance. Anyway, he was going to overturn the Ministry of Magic. No matter who did it, they would all be caught in one swoop. But then he thought, if he did that, wouldn't it just let the criminals off easy again? Calm down, calm down. There's been a breakthrough today. He'll find his enemies hidden in the Ministry of Magic sooner or later. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Who? Dana, it's us. Dana waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. Standing outside the door were Fred and George, carrying large and small bags, clearly full of food. Dana, I knew you'd forgotten the time while reading again. Fred said, while George pushed the food in his hands toward Dana. Look, a feast we had the house elf make. It has your favorite roasted chicken wings. Dana laughed. Thank you so much, I'm starving. Starving? How could he be starving? He had just enjoyed a grand meal in the castle. The head chef in the castle now was a Chinese wizard chef specifically found for him by Wang Wenhui. Dana sat there eating, while the twins stood by and watched. Fred, George, you must have something to tell me, right? Dana took a sip of soup, washing down the somewhat dry meat, and asked. Fred glanced at George, then said, That's right. We still want to go to the Slytherin common room tonight. Dana's face darkened. The last time these 2 guys dragged him along, he almost got exposed. I'm not going. I still have a lot of books to read here. George leaned in and hooked his arm around Dana's shoulder. Don't be like that. The Slytherin common room is so much fun. We're going today because there's some entertainment to see. Entertainment. Fred explained with a smile. Today in the Great Hall, we overheard Farley and Carol talking. It seems Dunnet Avery has gone mad. Dunnet Avery has gone mad? Dana raised his eyebrows. He would be happy if any misfortune befell the Avery family. How did he go mad? George replied. I heard he talks to his pet snake all day long, muttering to himself. Occasionally, some young wizards from Slytherin eavesdropped on him talking to his pet snake, and he actually used the term master for that little viper. That's just too silly. Who calls their pet master? Fred also laughed. Isn't it? Our silly brother wouldn't even call Scabbers master? Oh, Scabbers is Ron's rat. Dana, you should have seen him. Dana tilted his head back, drank the soup in one gulp, then stroked his chin. Dunnet Avery calling the little viper master? This kind of thing didn't require much thought. The preceding and succeeding events, combined with the plot he was familiar with, made the answer immediately clear. Goodness, Lord Voldemort hasn't left Hogwarts yet? He truly won't give up until he hits a brick wall? Is the Philosopher's Stone's allure that great? Dunit Avery. Lord Voldemort really takes anyone he can get. However, after knowing the weakness of Cerberus Fluffy, indeed, anyone could make it to the last stage under Lord Voldemort's guidance. Sorry, Fred, George. Dana put away the tableware and placed it in a corner of the room. I'm not interested in Dunit Avery. Haven't I taught you the disillusionment charm? You two go by yourselves. Fred and George didn't press the issue. They both rushed forward, ruffling Dana's silver hair into a fluffy rabbit-like mess, then laughed heartily and left the room, tossing out a remark together before they left. Dana, read fewer books, or you'll become a bookworm. The twins laughed, and Dana shook his head with a smile. What did Lord Voldemort going to steal the fake Philosopher's Stone have to do with him? With Dumbledore watching, it would definitely end with Harry Potter, the savior, slapping him in the face and cursing him to death. Although the magic cast by Lily Evans was in the name of love, at its root, it was still a curse-type spell. Although Harry had started to become close to him again, it was still better for his troubles to stay as far away from him as possible. So Dana switched to spectator mode. Not caring, not getting close, not participating. At most, he would observe Dunit Avery's appearance every day. Until this day, Dumbledore had a temporary matter at the Ministry of Magic, and Dana saw Dunit Avery put on his hat in the Great Hall. Undoubtedly, Lord Voldemort thought the time was right, possessed Dunit Avery, and was preparing to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dana also saw the three little ones sneak out of the common room. Very good, the corrective power of the original plot was truly great. But what did this have to do with him, Dana Emrys? Sure enough, the next day, news spread that Dunit Avery had dropped out of school and Harry Potter was unconscious from protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Very good, the first year was over just like that. As long as he planned well this summer, after Gilderoy Lockhart was imprisoned in Azkaban next school year, his revenge plan against the Avery family could fully begin. However, his hands-off boomerang hit him instead. Harry was in the infirmary and couldn't participate in Gryffindor's last match against Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall found Dana and hoped he could represent Gryffindor in the match. Well, this was Professor McGonagall's request, and Dana genuinely didn't want to refuse. So when Dana made his debut on the Hogwarts Quidditch Inter-House pitch riding his Nimbus 2000, professional players, of course, had to have their own flying brooms. The young wizards were astonished. This is cheating. How can a professional player appear in a school match? This is a blatant trampling of fair play. This was a faculty member, who wished to remain anonymous, shouting at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall responded with a smile. When did you start talking about fairness? Besides, Dana is a student of my Gryffindor, and him representing Gryffindor does not violate school rules. Professor Flitwick, who was standing nearby, looked a bit dejected but still said, "That's true, the school rules really don't have this provision. Alas, Dana loves studying so much, he really should be in our Ravenclaw." As they spoke, the match began. To be honest, there's not much to describe about the match itself, we just need to listen to Lee Jordan's commentary. After a long boast about Dana, Lee Jordan said, "All right, we see the match is about to begin. Madam Hooch has released the golden snitch, and the golden snitch has disappeared. Then she throws the quaffle high into the air, and the match begins. Oh, we see Gryffindor has taken control of the quaffle first. Angelina Johnson has it. She's charging towards the opponent's goal. She has to face 3 opposing defenders. She passes it to Katie Bell behind her. Katie Bell runs a tactical play, passing the ball to Alicia Spinnet, who's sneaking along the baseline. Well done, girls, Gryffindor's chasers have found an opening. Alicia is only 20 yards from the goal. Wait a minute. Madam Hooch has called a timeout. What's going on? Merlin's beard? It's Dana Emrys? He's caught the golden snitch? In the 10th, 9th, oh, it's the 8th second of the match, he caught the golden snitch. Truly worthy of being the youngest professional player. Dana Emrys a gap-level lead in skill. So Gryffindor won? This year's champion is Gryffindor. The first school year ended. Dumbledore didn't need to give Gryffindor crazy bonus points. With the points from the Quidditch Championship and the more than 100 points Dana earned for Gryffindor throughout the school year, Gryffindor was more than enough to win this year's House Cup. However, to foster the Savior's confidence, Dumbledore still added 50 points to Gryffindor for protecting the Philosopher's Stone in total. Dana, how do you plan to spend this summer? Professor McGonagall stood in front of Dana, her face full of worry. You're just a child, living alone is too unsafe. Why don't you come home with me? I have an extra room there. Him living alone is unsafe? Well, it is indeed a bit unsafe, the entire wizarding world is a bit unsafe. He replied with a smile. No, Professor McGonagall, this summer, besides participating in team training and matches, I also want to travel around Europe. This is also my mother's last wish. She often dreamed of taking me to various famous historical sites, but she never did because she was short on money. Now that I'm playing professionally and have money, last week, Whirlwind brand goggles approached me for an endorsement. As long as I take a few photos, I can get 500 galleons? That's enough for me to travel in Europe for 2 months. As Dana spoke, he showed Professor McGonagall the silver ring strung on his necklace. This is Mum's ring. Wearing it is like I'm accompanying Mom on a tour of Europe, which also makes up for her regret. Professor McGonagall hugged Dana tightly, pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red. Oh, what a good boy. But you must promise me to be careful. Also, when you're abroad, you must obey the law, especially don't violate the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. I understand, Professor. Harry, have you seen Dana? On the Hogwarts Express, Hermione closed her book and asked hesitantly. Harry shook his head. I haven't seen him. Maybe he's with Fred and George. Ron denied it. No, I just passed Fred and George's compartment. They were sitting with Lee and Angelina. Harry then asked Hermione, why are you suddenly asking about Dana? Hermione shook her head and said nothing. In fact, on that day, Lord Voldemort, who was possessing Dunnet Avery, foolishly and proudly told Harry everything. From Quirrell to Avery, from the basilisk to Dana. Perhaps he liked to show off how intelligent he was before victory, having deceived the entire Hogwarts, and was about to become the victor. So, Lord Voldemort without his brain is truly nothing to fear, although most people can't defeat him. But when Harry learned that Dana was only targeted by Lord Voldemort because of his exceptional strength and being ostracized by other wizards, Harry and Hermione simultaneously felt guilty. They felt that they were also part of the group that distanced themselves from Dana, especially Harry, who prided himself on being Dana's friend, and Hermione had briefly formed an alliance of isolated people with Dana. However, Harry neglected Dana due to his own inferiority complex, and Hermione immediately distanced herself from Dana because she had 2 respectable friends in Harry and Ron. It should be noted that Dana contributed many points to Gryffindor this school year and was tied for first with Hermione in the final exams. As is well known, a perfect score and a perfect score are not the same. Dana was the most outstanding wizard in Gryffindor, so he should not have been treated this way. The more they thought this way, the more Harry and Hermione felt sorry for Dana. Although a certain dean of the house was also wronged by them, the impact on them was far less than that of Dana. They truly wondered how Dana endured this school year. He only felt some warmth from his classmates when he first joined the Chudley Cannons. Hermione sighed. I just want to apologize to Dana in person. At the beginning of this school year, it was Dana who helped me get through the difficult situation of being isolated. Harry didn't speak, but secretly resolved that he must not neglect Dana next school year. Ron, thoughtlessly, interjected. What's there to apologize for? Although we wronged him, we neither said it to his face nor told anyone else. And in my opinion, he'll show his true colors sooner or later. That's Azkaban? The people locked up there are all heinous criminals. Harry shouted. Ron, Dana is not a bad person. Hermione also agreed. Yes, he's very nice. Ron shrugged and dropped the subject. While the trio were discussing Dana, he had already returned to the castle on the Hebridean Islands directly through the bathroom on the Hogwarts Express. He needed to prepare for the upcoming meeting. He would enter the British Wizarding World Circle under the name of a respected ancient noble. He would use this as a starting point to begin his plan. First, approach Fudge and gather intelligence. Second, act as a matchmaker and help Donna Avery. Third, weave a beautiful dream for the pure-blood families and slowly lead them into the pot. Dana went to the castle's first-floor dining room, but was stopped by Jack Murray. Boss, I have an urgent report for you. Speak. The house elf at Grimmauld Place 12 is yelling at us to get out of the house, or he'll report us to the Ministry of Magic. He's currently being held by our people. We don't know what to do, so we're asking for your instructions. Dana slapped his head. He had long wanted to properly settle Kriaker, the old elf, but playing 2 roles at once had taken up too much of his energy. causing him to completely forget about this matter. I'll go there and handle it now. You all did very well. Jack, notify the kitchen that we'll have extra food tonight. You've worked hard for half a year, so let's open a few good bottles of wine and have some fun tonight. Boss, you're too kind. Dana waved Jack Murray away and casually summoned the Spandam gate. Kreaker's hands were tied behind his back, his fingers locked by handcuffs made of Mentorii metal and fastened to the wall. Mentorii metal is a metal that can effectively block magic, making it almost impossible for even a house elf to escape using apparition. See Miss Riddle on Gold Mountain for details. When Dana appeared before Kreaker, he was still cursing incessantly. A bunch of mudbloods, bumpkins, stowaways? How dare you defile the noble black family's ancestral home? You should all be chopped into mincemeat and fed to hippogriffs. Dana spoke softly. Shut up, Kreaker. When Malfoy sold this mansion to me, your ownership was also sold to me, so you are now my house elf. No, I am not a traitor. Kreaker cried loudly. Kreaker just wants to maintain the dignity of this house. He sobbed, snot and tears flowing down his chin, dampening the dirty, greasy pillowcase. Sir, I know your bloodline is noble, so I don't object to you taking over this ancestral home, because you will only make this house more distinguished. The only one to blame is Malfoy, that outsider, relying on being Miss Narcissa's husband, arbitrarily sold property that originally belonged to the Black family. But sir, you are allowing those low-blooded scoundrels to move freely in this house, and Kreaker truly cannot bear to watch. Sir, you cannot trample on the forever pure dignity of the Black family like this. Although there are no male heirs left in this family, the Black name is still there. Dana silently sympathized with Sirius Black. He seemed to have been ignored by his family's house elf. Kreaker, this is just a house, although it represents the history of the Black family. However, it is now mine, and I have the right to use it. You cannot betray me and do things that are detrimental to me because of your own emotions. Kreaker, let me remind you again, you are now my house elf. Kreaker shook his head frantically. No, sir, it's not like that. The Black family can give me, a house elf, the most honorable death. I still can't let go of the Black family. Dana smiled. The most honorable death? Are you referring to having your head chopped off and hung in the corridor to be air-dried like cured meat? Kreaker, I can let you die with even greater honor. Not only will your head be hung in this house, but I will also cure your skin to record the family tree of my Dante's family. Poor Kreaker. He could feel the ancient bloodline in Dana, but he didn't know that there was no such thing as the Dante's family in this world. He was extremely excited, leaning forward. Because his hands were fixed, he could make an exceptionally exaggerated posture, which successfully made his nose and chin the most prominent parts of his body, and also prevented the mixture of snot and tears from continuing to pollute the pillowcase. Sir, is what you say true? Old Kreaker's cloudy eyes glowed at this moment. Of course, Kreaker, not only can I give you the honor you desire, but I can also complete the task your former young master entrusted to you, which you couldn't complete. Sir. Kreaker's eyes showed fright again. How did you know? Dana smiled slightly. I have the most ancient and powerful bloodline. Very few things in this world can be hidden from me. Oh, sir. Kreaker's eyes turned red. My poor young master Regulus. Kreaker was somewhat incredulous. Sir, can you really? Of course, I can destroy that locket. But I have one condition. You must obey me completely from now on and never cause trouble like today again. Can you do that? Kreaker lowered his head. Yes, sir. No, master, you are Kreaker's master now. As long as you can fulfill young Master Regulus's wish. Kreaker held the Slytherin locket in both hands and presented it to Dana. He looked at Dana expectantly, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Dana smiled and opened his mouth. Having stayed at Hogwarts for so long, his body was almost steeped in magic, which made his control over his body even better. He could now change individual organs at will. His 2 canine teeth suddenly elongated, scales appeared on his entire lower jaw, and then it transformed into a snake's muzzle. Dana took a deep breath and, with a look of disgust, bit down on the locket. A soul-piercing scream immediately erupted. Kreaker desperately covered his ears, but he still stared intently at the locket in Dana's hand. Black family mist permeated the air, and Black family water splattered out. Under the effect of the basilisk's venom, the Horcrux was simply no match. Dana had already retracted his teeth, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, the murky, foul-smelling black family water hovered in midair. All right, Creaker, the locket is destroyed. Wah! Creaker transformed into a house elf fountain, tears streaming non-stop. Dana smiled, made the black family water disappear with a vanishing charm, and then said, "Don't cry yet, Creaker. I imagine you would really like to see Regulus laid to rest, wouldn't you?" Creaker froze. He was like someone who had been paused, his entire body stiff, only his tear ducts still working furiously. After a full 20 seconds, Creaker exclaimed, "Oh, my benevolent, all-knowing master? Do you even know about that? Take me, Creaker. Let's bury Regulus in the Black family graveyard. Then I hope you'll come with me to the castle in the Hebrides to manage it for me." "Yes, master. Master, it's here." Creaker led Dana to the cave, directly skipping the step of opening it with blood. Inside the cave was a large lake, with a small patch of land isolated in the center of the water. "Master, you need to pull that chain, and a boat will be pulled up." Perhaps thinking of how Regulus had also gone through this, Creaker's tears flowed uncontrollably again. "No, Creaker, the locket is already destroyed. What would I do on that island? It's not like you can only see your young master by drinking poison." Dana directly cast a thunder explosion, blasting the lake water upwards. This spell completely awakened the Inferi in the lake. The pale-skinned, skeletal Inferi surged from the bottom of the lake towards the shore. "Creaker, find Regulus." "Yes, master." Creaker vigorously wiped away his tears so he could see more clearly. But the Inferi here were so dense, how could he find it so easily? Fortunately, Dana was there to support him. He waved his wand, and ropes emerged from the ground, wrapping around the legs of the Inferi. The Inferi, being mindless, continued to try and move forward even with their feet bound, causing them to lose their balance and fall to the ground one after another. In the original work, Dumbledore was temporarily trapped by the Inferi, but it wasn't because Dumbledore was weak. It was because the old man had drunk all the poison prepared by Lord Voldemort at that time. Even so, Dumbledore still managed to burn all the Inferi with fire in the end. If it were Dumbledore at that time, Dana would be confident in defeating him. So, his ability to easily deal with Inferi does not mean he is already stronger than Dumbledore. Of course, in some areas, Dana is already ahead of Dumbledore. "Young master!" Creaker suddenly shrieked. Dana looked in the direction Creaker was pointing. "Is that Regulus, Creaker?" "Yes, yes!" Creaker shrieked excitedly. Dana pointed his wand at Regulus's Inferi. Ollivanders. Regulus shot up into the air, almost touching the ceiling of the cave. Dana took a deep breath. At this moment, the lower half of his face was completely unwatchable, as it was covered in black family scales. Roar! Scorching dragon's breath spewed out, and the swaths of walking corpses instantly turned to dust. Creaker looked at Dana with adoration. His new master was truly too strong? How wonderful it would have been if young Master Regulus had been this strong back then. Regulus's Inferi floated in midair, wailing. It covered its head and face with its hands. Inferi feared fire and light, and such raging flames made it feel terrified. Once the cave returned to darkness, Dana pulled Regulus in front of him. Regulus had a resemblance to Sirius Black, his clothes were already tattered, and all his hair had fallen out. At this moment, he was baring his teeth at Dana and Creaker. "Oh, young Master Regulus." Creaker had cried more today than he had in the past 10 years combined. "Master, what should we do now? Inferi have no souls, they are merely bodies controlled by dark arts. Burning them with fire would naturally be the end of it, but Dana still wanted to leave Regulus's body intact. Let's go back. We'll install Mantle of Turin metal plates inside Regulus's coffin. As long as the magic is isolated, he will be at peace." "Mantle of Turin? That's too expensive." Dana shrugged. "It's just a small sum of money. Heroes should not be forgotten. Let's give Regulus a proper burial. He's been here long enough, it's time for him to go home." Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in his flamboyant purple starlight pajamas, was meticulously polishing his white teeth in front of the mirror. A cat owl flew in through the window. He had to put down his small tools and get up to receive the letter. "Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart." Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry cordially invites you to join the Hogwarts faculty team as the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor for the next academic year. If interested, please reply to us. We wish you a pleasant life. Albus Dumbledore, Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is truly good news, it could elevate my status even further. He returned to the mirror, placed the letter on the table, and continued to fuss with his teeth. But I hear that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is a bit jinxed. No professor can last until the end of the term. Maybe I should refuse. Lockhart nodded, preparing to write a reply to Dumbledore later. He lived a simple and unpretentious life, just like a muggle. He was a wizard, yet he couldn't even manage something as simple as having a magic quill write for him. It was shocking to hear that the Wizarding World's renowned author wrote all his works by hand. Even the notorious female paparazzo Rita Skeeter had a beautiful magical writing technique. Another cat owl flew in. Lockhart hesitated. Could it be a love letter from an ardent fan? However, his fan mailbox was public, so if a fan truly wanted a fleeting romance with him, they should send it to his studio address. There were two types of mail delivery in the Wizarding World, one without an address, and one with an address. For the former, cat owls would use their talent to find you personally. For the latter, they would deliver to the address on the letter. Taking the letter, Lockhart was somewhat surprised. Because the letter was from Lucius Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28. Mr. Lockhart, on behalf of Count Pessac, Dr. Dentis, I cordially invite you to attend a banquet at his castle on Colonsea Island in the Hebrides on July 1st. Many prominent figures from the British Wizarding World and high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials will be attending. We hope you will arrive on time. Lucius Malfoy. The tone of this letter was somewhat condescending, but Gilderoy Lockhart was even happier than when he had just received the job offer from Hogwarts. Dr. Dentis? He knew that name. It was the man who had bought up many properties at once, known as a magnate. Gilderoy Lockhart clenched his fist. Establishing a connection with Count Doc Dentis, or befriending those Wizarding World dignitaries, would be of immense benefit to him. Go. He absolutely had to go. Draco Malfoy arrived at Dentis Castle with his parents. The entire island was enchanted with an anti-apparition charm, so the father and son traveled by yacht from a nearby small island. The yacht was a high-end, custom-made, all-wooden vessel. Although it utilized Muggle technology, the father and son didn't pay it much mind, as there were plenty of magic-driven transportation methods in the Wizarding World. Before even stepping onto the island, Draco Malfoy was already awestruck. He left his seat and ran outside the cabin, staring open-mouthed at the spectacular sight on the island. Over a dozen Hebridean black dragons were perched on either side of the pier, like soldiers lining a welcoming path. Their sheer size made them clearly visible from a great distance. Father, how did Mr. Dentis manage this? Our common Welsh green dragons are considered very gentle dragon breeds, and we can't even tame them to be this obedient, let alone the Hebridean black dragons, which are famous for their ferocity. Lucius Malfoy shook his head. I don't know, son. That day, I also saw Mr. Dantes descend from the sky riding a massive black dragon. I've never seen anyone like him who can completely control a dragon. Wow, riding a dragon. Draco Malfoy's eyes sparkled. Soaring on a dragon's back was something he had only ever dreamed of. Lucius stroked his son's head and said to his wife behind him, Narcissa, Earl Dantes is not married, so you'll have to help him host the female guests later. Narcissa Malfoy frowned. Our family isn't related to him. For me to step in for him, isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Lucius said. You don't know how many pure-blood families want to curry favor with Earl Dantes right now, for you to host the female guests on his behalf. Do you know how many people would beg for that opportunity? Besides, he's currently single. If you can help him find a suitable lady today, then our Malfoy's relationship with him will be closer than all other pure-blood families. Narcissa looked at the black dragons standing tall on both sides of the pier, then at the magnificent, jewel-encrusted carriages by the roadside, and nodded. All right. The carriages arranged by Dentis Castle were the most top-tier magic carriages, uniformly pulled by pure white-winged horses, perfectly fitting the popular image of French wizard nobility. The material of the carriages was unknown even to Lucius Malfoy. It was light and smooth, with a texture very similar to amber. Of course, there wouldn't be such large amber in the world, so this material was likely man-made. In reality, The pier was not far from the castle, so arranging carriages for transport undoubtedly had a hint of ostentation. However, whether it was the black dragons standing guard or the extremely noble carriages before them, the invited guests were already deeply impressed and wouldn't even consider it ostentatious, as if Earl Dantes was simply destined to live such a life. Upon entering the castle, guided by a servant, the Malfoy family proceeded down the corridor towards the main hall. Lucius Malfoy had been there once before, so he was mentally prepared for the Earl's collection, but seeing these priceless treasures again, he still felt a sense of unreality. If the elder Malfoy felt this way, then the younger Malfoy and Mrs. Malfoy were even more so. The mother and son's eyes were deeply captivated by the exhibits, which practically had the word expensive painted on them. They kept looking back every few steps, finally making their way to the main hall with great difficulty. What is that? What is that? Narcissa stared at the Stonehenge hanging high above, rubbing her eyes hard. That's the Stonehenge, worth 3 million galleon, Lucius explained. When I first saw it, I was just like you, I couldn't believe my eyes. Stonehenge? Is that the Stonehenge? Draco Malfoy strode forward, gazing at the sword that, though broken, still continuously emitted a magical glow, feeling a rush of dizziness and wonder. This Earl Dantes is too rich. Let me see who arrived first. Mr. Dantes's voice came from the second floor, followed by Earl Doc Dantes, dressed in a magnificent robe, slowly descending. Oh, it's my dearest friend. Lucius, we finally meet again. Lucius Malfoy took a few steps forward and shook Dantes's hand. He turned to Narcissa and Draco. This is Earl Dantes. Draco, say hello quickly. Mr. Dantes. Oh, what a spirited young man. Calling me Mr. is too formal. Draco, your name is Draco, isn't it? Your father and I are like brothers, you can call me uncle. Lucius looked thrilled, it was the thrill of having found a powerful patron. And Draco, he also looked thrilled, it was the thrill of establishing a relationship with an idol. Yes, Uncle Dantes. What a good boy. Madame Malfoy. Oh, Mr. Dantes, you can call me Narcissa. All right, Narcissa, Lucius mentioned earlier that you could help me host the female guests who are visiting. Of course, it's my honor. This is a great help to me, thank you for your trouble. Soon, the dignitaries of the British wizarding world began to arrive at the castle. These most powerful and wealthy people in the British wizarding world, upon arriving at Dentis Castle, were like country folk entering the city. They had never imagined that someone could truly be so rich. At this moment, the phrase rich enough to rival a nation was personified. Any random collectible in the castle could very well be the entire fortune of a small pure-blood family's. Lucius Malfoy's connections were indeed vast. Over 2/3 of the Sacred 28 had come, and all Ministry of Magic officials at or above the department head level were present. Some smaller pure-blood families were also summoned, as Mr. Jean-Lee Danway wanted to demonstrate his influence to Dantes. Avery family naturally came as well. Ollivander Avery brought Donna Avery. Dana stared at them for a while, barely managing to suppress his killing intent, when he heard the attendant at the door announce loudly, "The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has arrived." Everyone immediately looked over. Although everyone knew Fudge was actually an incompetent man, there was no doubt that he currently stood at the pinnacle of the British wizarding world's political scene. They weren't looking at Fudge, they were looking at the hat-named minister. Dana immediately went to greet him. "Minister, your esteemed presence truly brings honor to my humble abode." Fudge laughed heartily. "I had to come. Earl Dantes is currently the wealthiest person in Britain, and our Ministry of Magic cannot do without the Earl's help." Dana gestured with his palm inward. "Please." Fudge quickly waved his hand. "Earl Dantes must be very busy today, so please don't bother accompanying me. We can chat later when you're free. We have plenty of time today, don't we?" Subtext: we should have a good talk about the donations. "Of course, Minister. I also have many suggestions for the British wizarding world that I'd like to share with you." Subtext: I can't just donate for nothing, you'll have to meet some of my demands. "Then we'll chat later, you go ahead and attend to your duties." "Minister, please feel free to tell the servants if you need anything at all. Please make yourself at home here." "Of course, I will." Dana watched Fudge walk towards the main hall, his eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. The next moment, he suddenly turned to look at the entrance, because the attendant announced again, "Internationally renowned personality and author, Order of Merlin, 3rd class recipient, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart has arrived. If you're wondering how this Fire Serpent Party member, acting as an attendant today, could remember such a long list of titles, it's because Mr. Lockhart specifically asked him to read them out loud. At that moment, the small piece of paper filled with titles was still clutched in the attendant's hand. There were too many guests, so what was called a banquet today was actually a large buffet. However, everything served at Dentist Castle was prepared by top chefs using the finest ingredient stock. Even secretly invited Muggle chefs, including 2 master chefs from China, who were said to have graduated from the Central Plains Culinary Vocational Technical School, making them truly authentic. The result at the banquet was that many people cast aside their noble airs and indulged themselves in corners. Dana, no, Dark Dentist, was naturally the center of the entire banquet. Everyone wanted to speak with him, so he was constantly surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Your Excellency, Count, what made you decide to move to Britain? Dentist responded with a smile. That's because the ladies in France are too unrestrained, you know. Although I am French, I was born in a great Eastern country, and my views on male-female relationships are still very conservative. So, compared to France, the ladies in Britain are more to my liking. You see, I have no other pursuits in this life. Everyone around him nodded in unison. Finding a lover who can spend my life with me is the most important thing, don't you agree? Of course. Of course. Our pure-blood ladies in Britain are all good girls who conduct themselves with integrity. People echoed Dante's, as if what he said was the truth. And as people quietly spread the Count's views on romance to the family area, many girls silently pulled up their open necklines, then performed transfiguration to make their collars appear as if they had always been that way. However, their actions were destined to be ineffective. Count Dantes had no such thoughts before successfully avenging himself. Moreover, what the girls didn't know was that the reputation of pure-blood ladies in Britain had long been ruined by a certain older young woman who was self-entertaining while looking at posters. Cornelius Fudge, full and satisfied, walked towards Dantes. The people surrounding the Count stepped aside, leaving this important figure alone with the Minister of Magic. Mr. Count. Mr. Minister, this is not my homeland, so the ingredients were not fully prepared, and the hospitality was inadequate. Please forgive me. Not at all, not at all. If the food here at your place, Count, is considered inadequate hospitality, then I would have to suspect that I've been eating pig slop for the past few decades. Dantes had never heard such a comparison of oneself to a pig in either of his lives, so he smiled and moved past the topic. Fudge pointed to a group of unoccupied sofas in a corner of the hall. Shall we chat there for a while? Of course. As they sat down, Fudge eagerly said, Your Excellency, Count, I have been looking forward to a generous figure like you for a long time. The British wizarding world has reached a point where new blood must be introduced. Oh, what do you mean by that, Your Excellency, Minister? Count, you may not know, but in the past decade, due to you-know-who, a large number of wizards in the British wizarding world died or fled, and the remaining families also saw their populations dwindle. Dana sneered disdainfully in his heart. As a result, the taxes collected by the Ministry of Magic are less than 1/3 of what they were 10 years ago. You know, to maintain the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the Ministry of Magic needs to invest a large amount of manpower and resources each year in maintaining the magic arrays that separate the wizarding world from the Muggle world. These magic arrays are spread throughout Britain, totaling over 900. When tax revenue sharply decreased, our Ministry of Magic became financially strained, leading to us being unable to pay the salaries of Ministry of Magic employees normally. If it weren't for philanthropists like Malfoy occasionally donating some galleon, the Ministry of Magic would have collapsed long ago. However, now even large families like Malfoy are starting to run into financial difficulties. If we don't make changes soon, the British wizarding world will be finished. Dantes smiled. Mr. Minister, it's truly difficult. So, you mean that as long as new blood like me comes in, the British Ministry of Magic will have new sponsorship and can continue to exist? Fudge's face showed some embarrassment. Theoretically, yes. Dantes shook his head. Sponsoring the Ministry of Magic is not a problem, but I need the Ministry of Magic to support me in doing some things to ensure that my investment in the Ministry of Magic doesn't go to waste. I am not as noble as Mr. Malfoy, so I demand a return. Of course, That is only natural. Fudge thought to himself, families like Malfoy sponsored the Ministry of Magic, but the resources and power they gained from the Ministry of Magic far exceeded their investment. Instead of that, it would be better to see what Dante's conditions were. Dantes nodded and said, I want to establish a bank. But the wizarding world already has Gringotts, doesn't it? Is the existence of Gringotts reasonable, Your Excellency, Minister? Dantes asked. Fudge, who didn't understand any of this, was instantly bewildered. Reasonable? Unreasonable? Dantes snapped his fingers, and immediately a waiter came over with tea and pastries. Mr. Minister, let's chat over tea. After the waiter had set out the teacups and pastries, Dantes casually picked up a teacup, sniffed it at his nose, and said, Mr. Minister, this tea is excellent tea from the East. Please try some. Dantes took a sip of tea, then put the teacup down and said, I have always wondered why Gringotts exists. Wizards deposit their galleon with the goblins, but the goblins don't pay any interest. This is simply robbery. Wait a moment, Your Excellency, Count, I don't quite understand. They store our wealth for us, so why should they pay us interest? Dantes sighed. Mr. Minister, money can make money? If my galleon were not deposited at Gringotts, but instead invested in industries, as long as it's managed properly, my galleon would only increase. So Gringotts controls a large amount of wizards' wealth. Who knows if they've embezzled these funds for investment? The most crucial thing is that they use wizards' money to make money, and they even demand that wizards pay for the vault fees. If Mr. Minister thinks this is reasonable, then consider I said nothing at all. The wizarding world is only isolated from the Muggle world. Wizards are not fools. As Dantes said this, Fudge immediately understood his meaning. According to what you're saying, the existence of Gringotts is indeed very unreasonable, right? They're leeching off wizards. The problem is, in the war between wizards and goblins years ago, the goblins were still the defeated party. Fudge felt that Count Dantes made a lot of sense and nodded repeatedly. Dantes continued. So, I want to establish a bank, reform the currency system, and issue paper money to replace the inconvenient galleon system. Wizards only need to deposit their money into my bank, and I can make that money generate more money, which will then be returned to the wizards. Isn't this more reliable than paying goblins to guard your money? Mr. Minister, you should be able to see that I have the capability to do this, because the combined assets of the entire British wizarding world might not be as valuable as the collection on the first floor of this castle. Dantes tilted his head back, looking extremely proud. But Fudge, oddly enough, thought everything he said was correct, which was quite baffling. Fudge was stunned for a long time before he recovered from the shock of Count Dantes' immeasurable wealth. Such matters cannot be thought about in detail. Once you think deeply, your imagination will probably scare you to death. How much property does a person who dares to hang the Stonehenge carelessly in the castle hall have? Oh, yes, I have no doubt about the financial resources of His Excellency the Count. Dantes nodded. So, Minister, you agree to me building a wizarding bank in Britain? Fudge blinked. This question, in principle, it should be possible, but I may need to go back to the Ministry of Magic to discuss it. Dantes revealed a smile. Of course, such a big matter indeed needs to be considered carefully, so by the same token, whether I can get a return on my investment in the Ministry of Magic is also something I should consider carefully. Oh, this. Fudge awkwardly sniffed. I don't think the problem is too big, you know, it's just a process, it won't take much. This is truly good news, Minister. Dantes was very satisfied with Fudge's attitude, and suddenly leaned his head close to Fudge, asking in a low voice. But Mr. Minister, you know, when a person's wealth reaches a certain level, there will inevitably be some small hobbies. Maybe some hobbies are not that legal. What hobbies? Can you tell me? For example, collecting magical animals, inevitably, will involve some species prohibited from smuggling. Mr. Minister, if, and I mean if, I am discovered poaching rare magical animals, can I obtain an exemption from being imprisoned in Azkaban? I heard Lucius Malfoy say that prison is simply hell. Fudge revealed a smile. Your Excellency, you really joke. With your financial resources, can't you find someone to take the blame? Oh, I'm sorry, that's really not something I should say from my position, please forget it. Dantes shook his head. I mean, if Mr. Minister, I hope my investment in the Ministry of Magic can give me some small privileges, which will make me very happy. Fudge shrugged. I'm afraid not, Your Excellency. He leaned close to Dante's ear. But I can find a way to replace you from prison with someone else. Of course, the premise is that your sponsorship to the Ministry of Magic cannot stop. Dante smiled knowingly, but if one observed carefully, a reddish undertone could be seen deep within his pupils. Is this reliable? Fudge laughed. Of course. This has happened once before. Fudge clearly did not know about Barty Crouch Sr. replacing his dying wife with his son. So what he said happened once. Dante's eyes turned redder by half, but fortunately, he held back. Slowly, it's only a matter of these 2 years, Mr. Minister, your good days are still ahead. Dante stood up. Minister, it was very pleasant chatting with you, but I'm sorry, I still have many guests to entertain. Please make yourself at home, and be sure to eat and have fun. Of course, Your Excellency, your generosity impresses me deeply, and I think what you wish for will soon have a result. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Dantes left the corner, exhaling a deep breath, only to run into Ollivander Avery and Donna Avery. Mr. Count, please stop. Dantes stopped and looked at the two. May I know who you two are? I am Ollivander Avery, the head of the Avery family, and this is my niece Donna Avery, a very excellent girl. Oh, it's the Avery family, one of the Sacred 28? I've heard much about you. May I know why Mr. Avery family is looking for me? Old Avery pushed Donna in front of Dantes. I'd like to introduce my niece to you. You are of similar age, and you should be able to become good friends. Dantes looked at Donna. The expression on her face was very complex, the kind that was half reluctant and half willing. To interpret, it means my true love is Gilderoy Lockhart, but this Doc Dantes has very good conditions, and if I have to be paired with him, that's acceptable too. Hello, Mr. Count, I am Donna Avery. Hello, Miss. Old Avery laughed heartily. You young people chat, I, an old man, won't interfere. Donna Avery seemingly shyly glanced at Dantes, and asked with her head down. May I call you Mr. Dantes? I'm not very used to addressing people by their titles. It makes me feel like I'm facing a title rather than a person. Dantes nodded. Of course. Donna asked with a faint happy expression. Mr. Dantes, I wonder what your criteria for choosing a spouse are? I saw that Mrs. Malfoy has been helping you entertain the ladies and gentlemen. I imagine you must be very eager to find a virtuous wife, right? Dantes smirked. That's hard to say, but I hear Miss Avery implying that you want to try. Donna shyly lowered her head and softly hummed. This faint shyness made Dante's skin crawl, making him want to cast a tongue-tying curse on her, and then a crucio. Unfortunately, Miss Avery, you and I are not destined. Donna looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with a million question marks. Why? Dantes replied with a smile. You know, I was born in the East, and in the East, there's a technique called face reading, which can predict the future to a certain extent, and from your face, I can tell that your fated lover is not me. Really? Donna Avery exclaimed. Then can you tell who my future other half is? Dantes smiled. I feel he is in this castle right now. Why don't I take a look? As he spoke, Dantes reached out and stroked Donna Avery's head, pulling out a strand of hair. Donna was startled, but Dantes quickly withdrew his hand. This is just a small ritual, no need to panic. He waved his hand, and a pink butterfly suddenly appeared on Donna Avery's head. The butterfly then danced gracefully, circling Miss Avery once, and then flew out of the castle hall. Go, Miss Avery, follow it and see who you can find. The butterfly flew slowly and leisurely, but Donna's heart was restless. Dantes walked behind her, watching her shoulders tense and contract, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Turning the corner of the corridor, there was an exit to the west tower of the castle, which connected to a maze-like small garden enclosed by evergreen shrubs taller than a person. The butterfly moved through the shrub maze, flying faster and faster, and Donna Avery's steps gradually became erratic. Finally, the butterfly flew around a corner and landed in a certain gentleman's coffee, disappearing. Oh, beautiful lady, your way of approaching me is truly creative, but unfortunately, today I have already turned down 10 female fans' requests for dates. The gentleman revealed a set of white teeth that seemed to glow under the sunlight. Donna was completely stunned. She felt that this moment was so unreal. The man in front of her was actually her dream lover, the god she fantasized about getting close to every night. If the Count's spell hadn't gone wrong, wouldn't that mean her god was her destined other half? Lockhart looked at Donna's stunned expression, very satisfied with his charm, and took a sip of coffee. But why did this coffee taste like Ogden's old fire whiskey? This was his favorite alcohol? But that wasn't important. The woman in front of him seemed somewhat pleasing to the eye. But if we try to get along, maybe there will be different sparks. He said so. But the next moment, a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. Something's not right, very not right. Why does this lady seem to fit my aesthetic perfectly? Oh, if she's not my partner for the rest of my life, I'll die. Ah, she's too beautiful. Miss, can you tell me your name? I want to marry you. As soon as Lockhart finished speaking, Donna Avery's eyes rolled back, and she happily fainted. Lockhart quickly stepped forward and embraced Miss Avery to prevent her from falling. Doc Dantes watched this love drama with a smile through the bushes. Donna Avery's hair was mixed with a love potion, and then it was a simple application of transfiguration. See, in the wizarding world, it's that easy to plot against someone. Lockhart held Donna Avery, his face anxious. He hurried towards the castle, and as he turned a corner, he ran head-on into Dantes. Oh, it's Earl Dantes. Dantes glanced at Lockhart, then at Avery. Oh, it's the great writer Mr. Lockhart. What happened to Miss Avery? So her surname is Avery. Lockhart came to his senses and quickly replied. She suddenly fainted just now. Is that so? Let me see. Dantes leaned in, pretending to examine her. It's nothing. She just fainted from excitement. I think she might be your fan. Of course, there's no doubt about that. But she fainted because of me. This is too cute. But now I think I should find a place for her to rest. Dantes pointed to the west side tower. On the 4th floor of that tower, there are a few guest rooms. You can take her there to rest. Thank you so much, Earl. Lockhart took off running, then suddenly looked back after running a dozen meters. Earl, can you tell me Miss Avery's name? It's very important to me. Of course, her name is Donna Avery. Dana twisted his neck. Dealing with these pureblood lords was truly exhausting. However, he had a fruitful day. Not only did he find out who the Ministry of Magic official who helped old Avery was, but he also successfully brought Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart together. He licked his lips. Now there were only 2 things left to do. Find Barty Crouch Sr. and probe whether he was involved in the events of that year. Then give Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart a strong dose of something to bind them together completely. Walking to the tower entrance, Dana called over a Fire Serpent Party member. Boss, Earl, go to the 4th floor and bring Mr. Lockhart and Miss Avery 2 cups of water, and add this. Dana took out a small packet of powder and handed it to the party member. Yes, drugging someone was no big deal for a Fire Serpent Party member who came from the lower ranks. Dana walked contentedly towards the main hall. He remembered Barty Crouch Sr. drinking alone on the east side. Albus Dumbledore, principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has arrived. The attendance announcement rang out at the entrance. Dana frowned slightly. Why was the old bee here? But then again, Lucius Malfoy was a Hogwarts School Board member, so it was only right for him to invite Dumbledore, the top wizard in the British wizarding world. Dana quickened his pace and walked towards the entrance. Ah, you must be the first white wizard, Principal Dumbledore? It's an honor, an honor? I heard of your great name even when I was in the East. If not for you, I'm afraid all of Europe and even the world would have been ruled by Grindelwald. When it came to subtly jabbing at someone's heart, Dana showed he was quite skilled. Sure enough, Dumbledore's left eyebrow twitched unconsciously. Hello, Earl Dantes. I've been busy with official duties recently, please forgive my lateness. You are too modest. Your presence alone is my honor. Quickly please come in. Dumbledore nodded slightly and followed Dantes into the castle. Earl Dantes's collection is astonishing. Dumbledore said. If I'm not mistaken, that one is Stonehenge, isn't it? Yes, your eyesight is excellent. Ha ha ha, living for over 100 years, that's the only advantage. But the Stonehenge, which the British wizarding world hasn't found for thousands of years, is collected by Earl Dantes. This is truly surprising. As Dumbledore spoke, he pondered inwardly. He couldn't see through Dana Emery's before, which could perhaps be explained by his special bloodline, but he couldn't see through this Doc Dantes either. What was going on? How could there be so many special bloodlines in this world? You know, in the past few decades, he hadn't seen a single one, but in the last 6 months, he had seen 2. Dumbledore was about to say something else when he saw Ollivander Avery running over. Earl, have you seen my niece? Dana nodded. Of course. I just took her to the garden, and then she saw her idol, Gilderoy Lockhart. Yes, that gentleman. Miss Avery fainted from overexcitement, so I had Mr. Lockhart take Miss Avery to the guest room. Ollivander Avery's face changed drastically. Lockhart's reputation in romance wasn't very good. He quickly pleaded. Earl, please assign someone to take me to the guest room. Dana shrugged. There are many guests today, and I don't have enough staff here. How about this? I'll take you personally. Dana looked at Dumbledore. Principal, why don't you walk with us too? I'd love to know how my castle compares to Hogwarts. Dana casually pointed to a serving cart, and a handful of candies immediately flew over. These are traditional Eastern candies. Principal, you can try them. I heard you like sweets the most. Earl Dantes truly did his homework. Since I've decided to settle in Britain, I naturally need to understand the British wizarding world thoroughly. Dana began to lead the way. Please. The three walked towards the west side. However, just then, a rumor spread from who knows where, perhaps gossip among the servants, saying there was excitement to be seen on the 4th floor of the West Tower. So a group of men and women also began to gather on the west side. Principal Dumbledore, what do you think of the decor here? Excellent. It retains traces of its original history and adds many new ideas. The Earl knows how to live. Naturally. If you don't enjoy life, no amount of money is useful, wouldn't you agree? Old Avery couldn't get a word in, but even if he could, he wasn't in the mood. He was single-mindedly focused on having Donna Avery attach herself to Earl Doc Dantes, all to help his family, but now Donna might very well be preempted by Gilderoy Lockhart. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yet Earl and Dumbledore were chatting and laughing, pointing out the scenery as they walked, traversing 4 short floors at the speed of climbing a 1,000-foot cliff. Finally reaching the 4th floor with difficulty, Dana feigned asking the party member standing by the staircase, "Which room is Mr. Gilderoy in?" "The one at the end of the circular corridor." Dana nodded and said to old Avery, "Mr. Avery, let's go." Ollivander Avery quickly sped up, but then realized Dantes had only walked 2 steps. He quickly stopped, looking at Dantes awkwardly, his heels involuntarily trembling. "Don't rush, Mr. Avery. Miss Avery will be very safe with us. Not only safe, but she'll also find her true love." The 3 of them hurried towards the room. Avery was anxious, Dantes was calm, and Dumbledore was amused. Count Dantes had deliberately called him over, so there must be a purpose. However, it was also possible that he had just stumbled upon it. In fact, Dumbledore had guessed correctly. If he hadn't happened to visit at that time, Dana would have randomly pulled someone up as a witness. Because as soon as the door opened, it was a scene of a steamy live spring palace. Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart were both deeply engrossed. Perhaps there was some drug influence at first, but later, it became uncontrollable. The dose of the drug Dana gave them was actually very, very small, purely for excitement, but on a man who had taken a powerful love potion, this tiny dose could also unleash a powerful effect. When the door opened and a breeze blew in, both of them shivered simultaneously, then looked towards the door. Donna Avery's face was ashen, and Gilderoy Lockhart only glanced, then turned his head to stare at Donna, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Old Avery almost fainted from anger. His aged fingers pointed first at Donna Avery, then at Lockhart, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Just then, those who had caught wind of the gossip followed, and stepping past the 3 people at the door, the scene inside completely satisfied them. Donna Avery covered her body with a quilt, at a loss as to what to do, when she heard the Count speak. "A young man who isn't romantic is a wasted youth. If my castle can facilitate a romantic encounter, that's excellent." He turned to look at everyone. "Everyone, please return to the hall and enjoy your time. We need to leave time for this pair of lovers who have fallen in love." Count Dantes truly lives up to his reputation as a romantic Frenchman. Indeed, romance is ingrained in the bones of French people. Such a benevolent count is truly charming. After persuading everyone to leave, the count turned to the room and said, "You two, quickly get dressed. We'll talk later." He closed the door and said to old Avery, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Avery, that something like this happened in my castle." Old Avery was both angry and furious, but he maintained good manners towards Count Dantes, who possessed immense wealth. "No, this is not your fault. Your Excellency, it's my niece, alas. Damn Lockhart, I knew it. Dantes smiled. Mr. Avery, I know you had high hopes for your niece, hoping to form a connection with me through her, but listen to me, this is completely unnecessary. I am settled in Britain and am determined to do business. I will only hope for as many partners as possible. Our cooperation does not require Miss Avery to sacrifice herself. This is the best outcome now. Gilderoy Lockhart is, after all, a famous author, and his reputation and strength are quite good. If Miss Avery marries him, it can also provide great assistance to Avery family. This way, Mr. Avery family can both cooperate with me and gain an excellent nephew-in-law. What a delightful thing this is. Old Avery nodded. If the Count was willing to cooperate with Avery family in business, this situation was not unacceptable. At most, it was just a little unwilling ordinary partners and in-laws. Is there any comparability? Dantes then looked at Dumbledore. I heard that Hogwarts is planning to have Mr. Lockhart teach defense against the dark arts class next academic year. Although today's matter is minor, if it gets out, will it not be good for Hogwarts? Dumbledore's eye twitched. Your Excellency has very well-informed news. Dantes smiled and said, I am very rich. And in this world, there is very little that money cannot buy. Dumbledore nodded. As long as Mr. Lockhart and Miss Avery get married, then it's fine. But if Mr. Lockhart cannot take up his post at Hogwarts because of this, then is Your Excellency interested in being a professor at Hogwarts for a year? Someone who can make an entire Black Dragon clan submissive should be more than capable of teaching children defense against the dark arts, right? Moreover, this incident happened here with you today, so you cannot escape responsibility. If there are any adverse consequences, shouldn't you bear the responsibility? Count Dantes pursed his lips. Sorry, Mr. Principal, as far as I know, none of the defense against the dark arts class professors at Hogwarts have taught for a full year. They either died or something messy happened, and only a powerful wizard like Mr. Lockhart can handle it, so please allow me to decline your invitation. And it's not me being arrogant, I just think that only if I am alive can I bring a whole new atmosphere to the British wizarding world. However, as a remedy, I will do my best to facilitate the marriage of Mr. Lockhart and Miss Avery. Having said that, Count Dantes looked helpless and turned to old Avery. Principal Dumbledore is right. Since this happened in my castle today, I should take responsibility. How about this, Mr. Avery family, if you agree to the marriage of Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart, I can include Avery family in some of my core projects. What do you think? Noun explanation: core project, a project so hardcore it can make one's heartcore stop. Old Avery looked flattered. Oh, of course. This is too good. As the patriarch of Avery, I accept this marriage for Donna. Dantes nodded. Since that's the case, all I need to do now is persuade Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Avery, let's go in now. You take Miss Avery downstairs first, and let me have a good talk with Mr. Lockhart. Old Avery nodded repeatedly. Count, you are truly too kind. Thank you. As for Lockhart soon taking on a high-risk job, Old Avery simply ignored it. It would be best if such a scumbag died anyway. Since his family was connected with the Count, Lockhart's life or death didn't matter at all. Dantes looked at Dumbledore. I apologize, Mr. Principal, for dragging you into this troublesome matter, but rest assured, I will handle everything properly, ensuring that Hogwarts's defense against the dark arts class professor for next year can report for duty on time. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, no longer speaking, but went straight downstairs. He had some doubts, but now was not the time to investigate them, because he felt that Lord Voldemort was the #1 problem. Although this Count Dantes was mysterious, such a rich person was mostly not interested in ruling the wizarding world. After all, he could buy anything with money, and his worldly desires were certainly much lower than those of a poor child like Tom Riddle. Opening the door, Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart were already dressed. Donna sat on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, her face flushed, while Lockhart gazed at her tenderly from the side. Donna, come downstairs with me, Ollivander Avery commanded. Donna Avery's body trembled, and she reluctantly glanced at Lockhart, then walked out of the room, looking back every few steps. The door closed, and Dantes took out a potion. Don't look, she's already gone. No, don't go, my love. Dantes poured the potion into Lockhart's mouth, and Lockhart was greatly alarmed. What is this? Dantes smiled and said, what is this? This is the antidote to the love potion. Love potion. Lockhart's eyes widened. The antidote quickly took effect. His love for Donna, which had surged like a tide, receded just as swiftly. Damn bitch! How dare she use a love potion on me? But I have to thank you, Count. Dantes shook his head. Don't thank me so quickly. For your own good, I have a few things I need to discuss with you. You speak. Firstly, many people witnessed what happened today, and it will soon spread throughout the wizarding world. For the sake of your reputation. Lockhart gritted his teeth. I know, there's no other way but to marry that bitch. Unless I don't want my reputation anymore. Yes, you are very wise. Even if you say Donna Avery used a love potion, others won't believe it. With all due respect, although Mr. Lockhart is very famous, in terms of status, as the young lady of the main Avery family, she is higher than you. Instead of Miss Avery being infatuated with your good looks, it's more likely that you want to attach yourself to Avery family. Lockhart covered his face with his hands in despair. Count, I know, I understand everything. No, from your current appearance, you don't understand. Lockhart looked up, his eyes revealing clear foolishness. Mr. Lockhart, not only do you have to marry Donna Avery, but you must also act as if you love her very much. Why? Make me feel that bitch. Calm down, Mr. Lockhart. Marrying Miss Avery has 100 benefits and no harm. You should know that just now, Mr. Ollivander Avery and I reached a deep cooperation agreement. I'm not bragging, even if Avery family is poor, if they follow me, they can become one of the wealthiest pure-blood families in all of Britain within 2 years. Lockhart's eyes began to glow, and Dantes continued. And as the son-in-law of that family, do you know what you can gain? Old Avery's son, young Avery family, has fled, and Donna Avery is the second in line to inherit Avery family's estate. In reality, although her brother is the first in line, his only son just died at Hogwarts. If you and Miss Avery have children and let them take the Avery surname, then Avery's family property. Lockhart felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky, or as if he had been suddenly enlightened. He rubbed his hands vigorously, nodding frantically. Yes, 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 Count is right, I should be better to Miss Avery, just show that I love her. This won't be difficult for me. I want to have children with her, the sooner the better. Lockhart suddenly looked up. Count, why are you telling me all this? Dantes smiled and shrugged. Something happened on my territory, so doing this makes my conscience feel better. Don't worry, Avery family is a very good choice. Lockhart nodded, accepting the Count's explanation. He stood up and bowed slightly. Anyway, Count, I must thank you very much for today's matter. Don't rush, there's one more thing, that is, you'd best accept Hogwarts's invitation for a professor position. Why, after all, today's events will more or less damage your reputation. At this time, the wisest choice is to avoid public opinion, so what could be more peaceful than hiding away and teaching at Hogwarts? Moreover, your experience teaching at Hogwarts will be your most valuable material. When you resign next year, as long as you write a new novel, I believe you can certainly become popular again and regain your lost reputation. Ah, so that's it. Lockhart clapped his hands. Indeed, that's a brilliant idea. Count, you are too kind. Thank you. After having his followers escort Lockhart out the back door, Dantes, having done a good deed, leisurely returned to the Great Hall. Along the way, all he heard were the scandalous affairs of the Avery family young lady. He nodded. I hate people who spread rumors, but Donna Avery's case is well documented, with a large number of eyewitnesses. This isn't just a rumor. Besides, they are all adults. If they can't control their lower bodies, what does that have to do with me, the host? He continued to meet representatives from various families one by one, and under the mysterious filter of wealthy man from the East, he achieved far better results than expected. Almost everyone showed great interest in the Wizard's Own Bank and Wizard's Own City he mentioned. Although old Avery felt a little regretful that things didn't go according to his plan, getting the Count's promise also put him in an excellent mood. Donna Avery was also in a good mood. Although she had no face to stay there, knowing that she would soon marry her male god made her so happy she almost soared. That was her male god. Even a one-night stand would be etched in her memory forever, let alone marrying her now. All in all, today's banquet was a successful banquet, a victorious banquet. There were wealthy people, shocking revelations, delicious food, gossip, and projects. Everyone got what they wanted from this banquet, including Dumbledore. Old Dumbledore, clutching the handmade candies from the east, returned directly to his Hogwarts office. Before he had even settled down, he spoke to the portraits in the principal's office. Armando, please invite Minerva over. I have some questions for her. Professor McGonagall should be home by now, shouldn't she? Home? That house of hers only brings her painful memories. I guess she must still be in the Transfiguration class office. If she's not there, then go to her house to find her. I remember you have a portrait there too. All right. When Professor McGonagall arrived at the principal's office, the old man was feasting, stuffing a piece of peanut brittle into his mouth. Minerva, you're here. Have a seat. Professor McGonagall sat down gracefully as usual. Albus, what is it? Dumbledore pushed a small packet of sugar onions towards her. These are sweets from the East. They're truly excellent. Would you like to try some? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Get to the point. Dumbledore smiled and said, the defense against the dark arts class professor for next semester is basically set to be Gilderoy Lockhart. I wanted to inform you so you can prepare. Lockhart? I didn't much care for him when he was a student here. That boy loved to show off too much. Yes, with that show-off personality, I even thought he should have been in Gryffindor. Humph, he didn't come to Gryffindor. I really should thank the Sorting Hat. The old hat in the cabinet behind the old principal suddenly spoke. You're welcome, Professor McGonagall, it's what I'm supposed to do. Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore chuckled. You know, Minerva, defense against the dark arts class professors are getting harder and harder to find. It's good to have someone. Professor McGonagall frowned. But that doesn't mean just anyone can be this professor? Hogwarts graduates can't even cast a decent shield charm. If this gets out, we'll be ridiculed by Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Dumbledore nodded. That's why I called you here. I hope that next semester, you and Phileas can appropriately add some content that should have been taught in defense against the dark arts class to the senior courses. At least so students can use transfiguration and spells to handle some extreme situations. Professor McGonagall sighed. Albus, Severus has always wanted to be the defense against the dark arts class professor. Why don't you let him teach? As for potion, there are plenty of people who can teach potion. Dumbledore shook his head. Severus is very important. If that person returns, Severus will be a very crucial link. Professor McGonagall glared at him. As the principal of Hogwarts, how can you believe that the dark arts professor position is cursed? Didn't Frank Mitchell complete the entire school year perfectly? Dumbledore sighed heavily. Minerva, magic is very mysterious. Even I cannot say I understand all the mysteries of magic. Sometimes we have to believe some things, even without evidence. Frank Mitchell did indeed complete the entire school year, but he fell down the stairs during the summer and broke his neck, which is why we could only temporarily let Quirrell take over the position. Professor McGonagall slightly raised her chin. Hermione often made this gesture. That's just a coincidence. Muggles have a saying that is true: there aren't that many coincidences in the world. All coincidences, when looked back upon, have traces to follow. Professor McGonagall fell silent. Dumbledore picked up another candy whose name he didn't know, threw it into his mouth, and when he chewed it, it crunched crisply, filling his mouth with fragrance. All right. Professor McGonagall stood up. I understand. I'll talk to Phileas about it later. She turned to leave but was stopped by Dumbledore. Oh, right, Minerva, how is Dana, that child, this summer? Can he manage by himself? Professor McGonagall shook her head. Dana is truly a good child. He plans to go to Europe to see it, in addition to participating in the Chudley Cannons matches, just because it was his mother's dying wish. Europe? So he's not in Britain right now. Professor McGonagall left. Dumbledore picked up a piece of ginger candy. Dr. Dentis, an Avenger from the Dark. Dr. Dentis, the middle name is De, which is a common name for French nobles. But Dana Emery's, D.E. Is this a coincidence? Dumbledore suddenly laughed. Don't underestimate any Emerys. Who knows what abilities they inherited from their ancestors, for example transfiguration? He wants revenge? Hatred can indeed make a person grow quickly, and we just need to make sure he doesn't go astray. But that child seems to act with great discretion and has a sense of responsibility. So his revenge is it only against Avery family? Dumbledore frowned slightly. Avery family did a lot of bad things following Tom, so some punishment is fine, but Guy Avery is not easy either. I still need to have Severus inform him not to come back until a critical moment. Dumbledore walked up to the Phoenix Fox. The old Phoenix gently pecked at his outstretched hand, which was meant to stroke its feathers. Wizard Bank. Wizard City. Dumbledore looked out the east window, as if seeing another castle far away. Never mind, let the child play if he wants to. After all, we owe him. In the summer of 1992, two individuals shone brightly in the British wizarding world. One was a Quidditch prodigy, and the other was a magnate whose wealth had astonished Britain for 1,000 years. The Quidditch prodigy was named Dana Emrys, a legendary young wizard who was the first ever to enter Hogwarts from Azkaban. Since he joined the Chudley Cannons, the team had never lost a game when he was on the field. Dana Emrys' personal winning streak had reached 11 victories, and some were even discussing him alongside the most legendary seekers. The magnate was named Doc Dantes, an ancient French noble born in the East. People speculated that his wealth did not entirely come from France, perhaps most of it originated from ancient Eastern countries, as during the peak of magic, the center of the world was in the East. No wonder the legendary Stonehenge could not be found anywhere in Britain. It was highly probable that someone had moved this treasure to the East in that era. And now, one of these celebrities was discussing the other in the Minister of Magic's office. Minister, then we have an agreement. I will arrange for people to buy all the land in Ottery St. Catchpole, and after all the muggles are moved out, we will immediately build a new city for us wizards. Once the city is completed, our new bank will open there. Rest assured, Count, everything is not a problem. Dantes nodded in satisfaction, about to take his leave, but was stopped by Cornelius Fudge. Count, please wait a moment. Dantes sat down again, curiously asking, is there anything else, Minister? It's like this. Fudge mulled over it for a moment, then began. Have you heard of the Chudley Cannons? Of course, I am a Quidditch enthusiast. It's like this, the new seeker for the Chudley Cannons. I know, Dana Emrys. Yes, that child. He is a true genius. I have never seen a seeker so talented and skilled, never. Count Dantes praised him loudly, as if there was no stronger seeker in the world than Dana Emrys. Yes, he is indeed a genius, but what I want to tell you is also related to that child. Oh, how so? Fudge rubbed his nose and said, this child has a tragic past. He was sent to Azkaban at the age of 7, replacing a prisoner, and it wasn't until Hogwarts sent out an admission letter that we realized the mistake from that year. Of course, I was not the minister at that time, so this matter had nothing to do with me, but the Ministry of Magic's reputation still needs to be maintained. As Dana Emrys gained fame, more and more fans dug up Emrys' past. They were indignant and demanded an explanation from the Ministry of Magic. Some sternly demanded that the Ministry of Magic arrest Guy Avery, the criminal Emrys replaced, and also demanded a thorough investigation from the Ministry of Magic. For this matter, I approached Avery family, but Ollivander Avery told me that the one who replaced Guy Avery with Dana Emrys back then was a Ministry of Magic employee named Huojin Riches, who disappeared after the incident. A big paw floated through Dana's mind. And Guy Avery had already hidden away on the Europe, and no one knew where he was. Now I am overwhelmed by this matter. If it's not handled well, the Ministry of Magic's reputation will suffer a great blow. Count Dantes leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and clasped his hands around his knees. Why didn't you deal with this matter when Dana Emrys was just released from prison? Fudge shook his head. At that time, I didn't think this would be a problem. An unprotected underage wizard, even his wand was paid for by the Ministry of Magic. What kind of trouble could he cause? I believe Avery family thought the same. Perhaps in their eyes, if that kid really wanted to come back to Avery family to demand an explanation, they could probably crush him with just a pinky finger. Count Dantes nodded, but a hint of red flickered in his eyes. He tried hard to control his expression, nodded, and said lightly, if those without power and influence overestimate themselves and try to challenge those in power, there is only one outcome, utter destruction. Who says not? But who knew that kid would soar to fame, becoming the best performing and youngest seeker ever? Now things are troublesome, we can't touch that kid. Yes, at least not openly. But Minister, why are you telling me all this? Are you perhaps trying to get me to step in and suppress this matter? No, 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 you overestimate me. I'm new to Britain and don't have that much influence yet, and don't let my appearance fool you. I'm very careful about my reputation. Don't come to me for committing crimes or bullying the weak. Not at all, as Minister of Magic, I wouldn't ask you to do anything illegal. Fudge quickly explained. What I mean is, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. See if you have any suggestions for us. Dantes nodded. So that's how it is. He thought for a moment and said, I have 2 suggestions. First, publicly declare that Guy Avery was an innocent person controlled by Imperio, and that he was not guilty. This way, the claim of replacing a criminal will not hold true. Guy Avery is declared innocent, so he can return to Britain? That saves me the trouble of searching for a needle in a haystack. Dantes cleared his throat and continued. Second, say that Dana Emery's imprisonment back then was entirely the doing of Huo Jin riches alone. As for the reason, you can ask Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet to write it. I think that lady has an extremely rich imagination, and she might be able to come up with a reason that satisfies the minister. But that woman's mouth has always been loose. Minister, to silence someone, you only need to do 2 things, coercion and inducement. Don't say you don't have money, I just gave you a thank you gift. Just a tiny bit from that will be enough. Fudge twitched his mouth. But what about coercion? I can't just throw my weight around, can I? Dantes smiled and whispered. I'll tell you a secret, Rita Skeeter is an illegal animagus. Fudge suddenly found the Count Dantes before him somewhat terrifying. It seemed there was nothing in the entire British wizarding world that he didn't know. He secretly resolved that he must never offend this wealthy man in the future. Having money indeed allowed one to do as they pleased. Thank you very much for your suggestions, Count. You are truly too wise. Your suggestions are simple and effective, and they will be of great help to our Ministry of Magic. You are too kind, Minister. So, shall we talk again next time? Definitely. Come, I'll see you out. Nocturne Alley, Borgin, and Burks. Mr. Borgin looked up from behind the counter. He looked towards the door. An unfamiliar young man had entered. The young man was wearing a brand new wizarding robe, and the tips of his leather boots, which peeked out from under the robe, were gleaming, but his eyes were slightly cloudy, his skin was dark, and his face was gaunt, making him look like one of the scoundrels from Nocturne Alley. Mr. Borgin frowned. Such people, whose appearance didn't match their attire, had come to the shop several times recently, all of them to inquire about Dark Dentists. Sir, how may I help you? Mr. Borgin paused. Borgin and Burks has everything you could possibly need. The young man smiled and said, I'm not here to buy anything. I heard that Mr. Borgin, your information is very well connected, so I came to you to inquire about information. The young man placed a bag on the counter. 1,000 galleons, I want to know the details of Dark Dentists, who is now rising to fame. Mr. Borgin sighed. As expected, it was another one. Initially, those who asked for information on Dantes started at 100 galleons, then gradually increased, and now it had risen to 1,000 galleons. To be honest, throughout Britain, if anyone knew Dantes best, it would be Mr. Borgin. Logically, he could earn so many galleons just by revealing what he knew. However, I'm sorry, sir, I'm not familiar with Dantes. Like everyone else, I have no idea about Dantes's background. This is 1,000 galleons, Mr. Borgin. It's not about the money, it's that I truly don't know. The young man pressed. But I heard that Dantes once came to you. Yes, he came. But he had just arrived in Britain at that time and wanted to exchange some galleons. Exchange galleons? Nocturne Alley is right next to Gringotts. Couldn't he go there to exchange them? He probably did, but the goblins offered too little for his antiques. You know, I do business with a conscience, so my prices are several times higher than Gringotts. I think any normal person would choose to work with me. The young man nodded, seemingly believing Mr. Borgin's explanation, and turned to leave. After the young man left, Mr. Borgin shook his head, then let out a long sigh he almost couldn't hold back. That was 1,000 galleons? He felt his heart bleeding. He knew very well that the matter of Dark Dentists had to be kept to himself. He was the only one who knew that the other party was inquiring about Anna Avery. Fortunately, that gentleman was reasonable. If the other party had a temperament like you-know-who, then he would probably be a corpse by now. A person killed by Avida is definitely a good person who can keep a secret. However, although Dantes was reasonable, he was not soft-hearted. He still vividly remembered the corpses piled up at the entrance of Nocturne Alley back then. Moreover, that Dantes was elusive and could come and go freely, ignoring anti-apparition charms. If he truly offended him, his own life would likely no longer be his to control. As he was thinking this, another customer entered the door. Hello. Mr. Borgin was startled, then quickly showed a smile. Ah, it's Mr. Malfoy. It was Lucius Malfoy who entered through the door. He was carrying his cane, and his hair was as neatly combed as ever. Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here today? Do you need anything? Lucius Malfoy walked up to Mr. Borgin, and across the counter, he said indifferently, I want all information on Dark Dentists. Mr. Borgin's expression changed slightly. If the previous beggars in dragon robes might have been from an organization, then this person in front of him truly wanted to know Dante's information. However, I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, I'm not as familiar with Dante's as you are. You were the one who introduced him into the British wizarding world. Malfoy twitched his mouth. Precisely because I am about to embark on deep cooperation with him, I should know everything about him even more. Mr. Borgin shrugged. I'm very sorry, I know nothing about him. If you don't know, then send someone to investigate. Money is not an issue. Mr. Borgin sighed. Mr. Malfoy, before you, countless people have inquired about Dante's situation, but in reality, I have done my best to search for information. But I failed. That Dante seems to have appeared out of thin air. I can't obtain any useful information at all. Sir, you know me. If I could truly make money, wouldn't I want to? So, I truly have no way. You see, that Dante's has astonishing financial resources. If he truly wants to conceal his information, isn't it effortless? Ha 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 ha. Malfoy suddenly laughed. Mr. Borgin, you are a smart man. After speaking, Malfoy turned and left, leaving Mr. Borgin bewildered. He walked out of Borgin and Burke's and headed straight for the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Near the entrance, a group of uniformly dressed wizards had cleared out a small area, and the scoundrels of Nocturne Alley dared not approach that side. Malfoy walked into the middle of this group of wizards, and someone immediately came forward to greet him. It was the young man who had first entered Borgin and Burke's to inquire about Dante's. Boss. Malfoy nodded, his appearance rapidly changing to that of Dante's. Paget, call back the team monitoring Mr. Borgin. Just leave one person to watch. That guy values his life very much and wouldn't dare betray me. Paget nodded, then asked again. Boss, since Mr. Borgin knows so much about you, why don't you get rid of him once and for all? Dante's shook his head. No, Mr. Borgin is very useful to me. What I value about him is not just his connections, even he himself is a rare talent. Paget, remember, for us to succeed, we must unite all forces that can be united. But sir, Mr. Borgin is also from the Burke family, and the Burke family is one of the Sacred 28. Dantes smiled and said, You're thinking, which is a good thing, but we need to analyze specific problems specifically. Are we trying to bring Mr. Borgin into our core? No, it's just cooperation. You also saw that Mr. Borgin is a smart man. As long as we show enough strength, he will make the right choice. Understood, boss. Dantes walked towards the exit of Nocturne Alley. The operation to conquer Nocturne Alley needs to be faster. Clean out those fallen ones who can no longer be saved, and bring those who can still be saved back to Black Old House for some ideological education. Yes, boss. Dantes shook his head. I really wish you would call me comrade too. He waved his hand. All right, that's it. Go busy yourselves. With that, Dantes summoned Spandam Gate and stepped into it. When he emerged from the gate, he was in a forest. Loud noises came from not far away, bustling like a large market. However, this was not a market, but the home stadium of the Chudley Cannons. Today, the Chudley Cannons had a match against the Caerphilly Catapults. Dantes reverted to his silver-haired, blue-eyed young boy appearance and walked towards the home team's locker room. The closer he got to the stadium, the louder the shouts became. Dana didn't need to enter the stadium to imagine that the inside must be a sea of orange and red. He smiled. Today's match was a bit special. Professor McGonagall was delighted because, as a Quidditch enthusiast, she had received a gift from her favorite student, a ticket to a Chudley Cannons match. It was well known that as Dana Emery's fame grew, Chudley Cannons tickets became incredibly hard to come by, though the tickets might not hold their value, as his matches often ended very quickly. But people didn't care. They eagerly bought tickets just to see when Dana Emery's would break the record for catching the golden snitch in 3.5 seconds. Professor McGonagall sat down in her seat, excitedly patting the soft armrest, as if she had activated Pure Totem Locomotor. Then she adjusted her sitting posture with satisfaction, straightening her back to await the start of the match. To her right, there were 6 empty chairs, which she found a bit puzzling. The match was about to begin, so why weren't these people here yet? Dana was famously fast. If they were late, the match might be over as soon as they entered the stadium. Fortunately, these 6 people eventually arrived. Mom, it's right up ahead. Row 3, seats 3 to 8, a little girl's voice rang out. The little girl's mother soothed her. Slow down, Ginny, the match hasn't started yet, there's no need to rush. And 2 almost identical voices chimed in simultaneously. Mom, buy us some snacks. Exactly? Count Dantes bought such a large piece of land at the foot of our mountain for a high price, so our family is rich now. It's not too much to buy some treats for your 2 favorite sons, is it? Yes, just buy for us too, and Ginny, Ron, and Percy don't need any. That's right, Percy doesn't like snacks, and if Ron eats them, his cavities will hurt. Next came a distinctly angry teenage voice. Fred, George? I don't have cavities. Professor McGonagall was clearly familiar with this family. She knew who had arrived just by their voices. Molly, over here. Mrs. Weasley was very surprised and quickly walked 2 steps. Minerva? What are you doing here? Did you also receive a complimentary ticket from Dana? Yes, my ticket was indeed given by Dana. I just didn't expect Dana to give tickets to your entire family. Molly Weasley smiled. Dana sent a letter to our family, saying that he was grateful for Fred and George's care at school, so he sent tickets to everyone in our family who was home for the summer. I didn't expect Dana to know so much about our family's situation. Arthur Weasley had to go to work at the Ministry of Magic, Bill Weasley was in Egypt deciphering the secrets of the pyramids, and Charlie Weasley was researching dragons. Besides these 3, the rest of the Weasley were all here, benefiting from the truth of Dana Emery's imprisonment that the Ministry of Magic had announced. Everyone who knew Dana Emery's felt sympathy and pity for him, and this naturally included the Weasley. Except for Ron. After all, on the Hogwarts Express, the green light from Dana's wand tip had truly left him with psychological trauma. So that's how it is. Professor McGonagall briefly shifted her gaze to Ron, then looked approvingly at the twins. Dana's fate has been rough, but he's always been a good child, though he was still ostracized by classmates at school. Fortunately, he had George and Fred. The twins, unaccustomed to being praised by Professor McGonagall, scratched the hair behind their ears with their right hands simultaneously. Molly was also happy in her heart. Although the twins were very mischievous, these 2 children were kind-hearted, just like their father. Fred, here are 2 sickles. Go buy something to eat. This was a reward from their mother. The twins cheered and ran off with the 2 silver coins, followed by Ginny's shout, "Hurry up, the match is about to start." Professor McGonagall was clearly in a good mood, uncharacteristically teasing Molly. "Molly, it seems your family is truly well off. You spent 2 sickles just like that?" Molly's old face flushed. A few days ago, Moody visited their home and told her when Dana went home for Christmas, Professor McGonagall gave him 10 galleons without batting an eye. Compared to Professor McGonagall, she seemed a bit too stingy, but she was already used to being laughed at and didn't really take it to heart. Instead, she nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to Count Dantes, who is building a wizard's own city in Ottery St. Catchpole, and bought 2 plots of land at the foot of our mountain at twice the market price. Arthur took that money and immediately bought land of the same size behind our mountain, and still had a lot left over. Oh, you certainly have to thank that Count." I heard that gentleman simply closed his eyes and drew a circle on a map, and it happened to land on Ottery St. Catchpole. One can only say your family's luck has arrived. Who's to say it isn't? As they spoke, the twins boisterously returned, tossing 2 chocolate frogs to Ginny before sitting in their seats. Professor McGonagall noticed that besides the chocolate frogs for Ginny, the twins had nothing else in their hands, and chocolate frogs cost 1 canute each, so the twins had embezzled 1 sickle and 27 newts. However, she quickly turned her attention to the stadium because the players were about to enter. Now entering are the players of the Caerphilly Catapults. The first to fly out is the grandson of the Catapult's legendary superstar, Di Llewellyn, Di 3. He is an excellent seeker and a formidable rival to our rising star, Dana Emery's, the commentator announced loudly. When it came to introducing the home team players, his voice suddenly rose 3 octaves. "Now, let's welcome our players to the field." Ron watched Ginny open her chocolate frog with a hint of envy. She happily showed off the Morgan Le Fay card she had drawn, then popped the chocolate frog into her mouth. Ron wrinkled his nose. but still fulfilled his duty as an older brother. Ginny, eat slower, don't choke. Ginny nodded, happily flipping through the card, seemingly not having heard Ron's words. Just then, the commentator's voice rose another octave. Now entering is our star player, young in age, but already a superstar among superstars de Namris. Ron pouted, this commentator is much worse than Lee Jordan. Fred laughed, haha, if Lee Jordan shouted like that, he'd lose his voice long ago. George, however, pointed to the field, look, Dana is out. Amidst the cheers of the entire stadium, Professor McGonagall and the Weasley also stood up and clapped. Even Percy was beaming no matter what. Dana was a Gryffindor. He turned to an unfamiliar old wizard next to him and said, do you know, I was the one who assigned Dana's dormitory to him. Only Ron was somewhat unwilling. He slowly stood up, his expression extremely conflicted because compared to his vigorous clapping, no happy or excited emotions could be seen on his face. Instead, there was a hint of everyone else is drunk, but I am sober. I won't be bought by a ticket. Ron muttered to himself, but since you sent me a ticket, I'll cheer you on. Dana, riding a Nimbus 2000, in an orange Chudley Cannon's uniform, hovered above the stadium like a shooting star. Dana, can you catch the golden snitch a bit slower? At least let your teammates have some chance to perform. Ha ha ha, don't be silly, what performance can his teammates have? Get beaten 100-0 by the opponent. Exactly. Before Dana came, the Chudley Cannon's record was 1 win in 12 matches. If it weren't for Dana, I wouldn't have bought a Chudley Cannon's season ticket. The spectators chattered, but Dana in the air suddenly swooped down. He sped towards the stands, causing a chorus of screams from the audience. He suddenly did a tail whip in midair, stopping steadily in front of Professor McGonagall and the Weasley. Dana thumped his chest with his fist towards Professor McGonagall, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. At this moment, no one knew what Dana's thumbs up meant. However, a minute later, what the thumbs up meant was no longer important, because Dana Emrys caught the golden snitch in 2 seconds. He broke the record. Professor McGonagall jumped up, tears of excitement in her eyes. The elderly cat lady was indeed a Quidditch fanatic. At this moment, she hugged Molly Weasley beside her and cheered loudly. The Weasley children had never seen their dean like this. Their excited expressions froze on their faces. Only Ron seemed unaware of what was happening around him, only caring about pumping his fist and shouting, "The Chudley Cannons won! The Chudley Cannons won!" The post-match celebration was grand. After all, not everyone can break a record, especially not by shortening it by a full 1.5 seconds. To be honest, the 2-second record will likely be very difficult for anyone to break in the future, except for Dana himself. Excited spectators poured onto the field, cheering with raised hands, while Dana hovered above them, scattering golden confetti that had been prepared in advance. Back in the locker room, he was greeted by the hugs and congratulations of his teammates. Truth be told, these teammates felt that being on the same team as Dana made earning money incredibly easy. Go on the field, fly around, stop, win. The money earned was so easy, even if you tied a black dog to a broom, he could win. Professor McGonagall, along with the Weasley family, also walked into the players' locker room, which Coach Ramsay had specially permitted today. Normally, the players' locker room was not a place for spectators. Dana. Professor McGonagall gave him a hug. Congratulations, my boy. Thank you. McGonagall released Dana and pointed to Mrs. Weasley nearby. This is Molly Weasley, Fred and George's mother. Hello, madam. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Honestly, I particularly love the sweaters you knit for Fred and them. They look so warm. Oh, you're such a charmer, child. Molly was grinning from ear to ear when she heard Coach Ramsay call from the entrance. Dana, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you. Dana nodded. Coming. He looked at Mrs. Weasley and Professor McGonagall. Excuse me, I have something I need to attend to. Professor McGonagall smiled and patted his shoulder. Go on. Mrs. Weasley said. Come visit us when you have time. Our whole family welcomes you. Behind her, the twins had already ruffled Ron's hair into a red bird's nest. Perhaps a cat owl would like such a warm little nest. Definitely. Dana nodded. I look forward to that day. I've already heard Fred say that Mrs. Weasley's cooking is unrivaled in the British wizarding world. Molly felt her face stiffen from smiling. How could this child be so delightful? Dana left the group and found Coach Ramsay. Coach, what's up? The coach pulled him into the office, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Dana, I'm very grateful to you for saving my career. Our team was at the bottom, but ever since you came, we're now a team competing for a playoff spot." Dana listened quietly, because often, when a conversation reached this point, a but would appear. "But, your speed in catching the golden snitch is simply too fast. Many fans are demanding refunds for their season tickets. Because of this, the owner specifically spoke with me. He hopes you'll slow down during games, at least so the game can last more than 20 minutes. Of course, if it's a closely matched game, lasting all day would be even better. It's not entirely to prevent refunds, but because the game time is too short, many advertisements don't have time to be shown, not to mention other consumption within the stadium. A normal Quidditch game could very well last an entire day, meaning that fans watching the game would need to eat, drink, and use facilities within the stadium. Calculated this way, it is indeed a very large income. However, what does this have to do with Dana? Dana chose to play Quidditch originally just to make a name for himself, then to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic to expose the mastermind behind the scenes. But now his goal has been achieved, and his identity as a professional Quidditch player is merely a facade he maintains for outsiders. The greatest significance of this identity is that it can explain the source of his income to others. If, to maintain this identity, he appears for a few seconds on game days, no more than 20 minutes in total, he can accept this cost. But if he has to make the games long and tedious, he earns hundreds of thousands a second. Is the Chudley Cannons worth it? Sorry, coach, I don't want to waste time. Coach Ramsay scratched his head in a difficult manner. Yes, I know this request is unreasonable, because the Chudley Cannons is profitable now all thanks to you, but the owner doesn't think that way. He always wants to earn more money, and all our income is in his hands. Dana, how about you try, even reluctantly, to prolong the game time? Dana glanced at the coach. Did the owner threaten you? Coach Ramsay touched his mouth and said nothing. So he threatened you, that if you can't convince me, he'll fire you. Coach Ramsay sighed. Not just me, but you too. All right, I understand, coach. Dana walked out of the office, turned left and right through the stadium management center, arrived at a secluded spot, and pulled out a two-way mirror. Wang Wenhui, I need all the dirt on Rashad Bloomfield, the owner of the Chudley Cannons. Rashad Bloomfield was extremely excited. Count Dark Dentis, who had recently become incredibly popular in the upper echelons of the British wizarding world, was actually going to visit him. He dressed up early in the morning and waited in his office at the Chudley Cannons Stadium. He waited from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon before the important person finally arrived late. Oh, Your Excellency, welcome, welcome. Bloomfield adopted a very humble posture, and despite being stood up for half the day, there was no sign of his displeasure. Dentis waved his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bloomfield. Without waiting for Bloomfield's reply, he went straight to the point. I came to see you today for only one reason, and that is to acquire the Chudley Cannons. Bloomfield was stunned and only reacted after a long while. You want to acquire the Chudley Cannons? Yes, name your price. No, Your Excellency, the Chudley Cannons are thriving now. If it continues like this, it will become a champion team. I will not sell it no matter what. I said name your price. The Count was clearly impatient, which made Bloomfield's heart tremble. All right, Your Excellency, you know, our team now has Dana Emeries. He is unique, a superstar who can dominate the British Quidditch League for at least 20 years, so I think the team should sell for at least 100,000 galleons. 100,000. The Count showed a scornful smile. Do you know what you're saying? What? You and Dana Emeries signed a one-year short-term contract. His salary is 5 galleons per game, with an additional 3 galleons if the team wins. So, even if he leads the Chudley Cannons to a perfect winning season, he would only earn a maximum of just over 700. So why do you think Dana Emeries is a team asset? Bloomfield was shocked. How could you know such details? The contents of Dana's contract were known only to him and Dana. Could this man know Dana Emeries? He sorted out his thoughts and found that the two had no connection whatsoever. Mr. Dumbledore also asked me this question, and my answer is that I am very rich. Bloomfield was silent for a moment, then continued. Even without considering Dana Emeries, the Chudley Cannons is a team with a long history. It possesses unparalleled team culture and unique aesthetics. Interrupting for a moment, Mr. Bloomfield," the Count said. "Do you think orange jerseys, an orange venue, have anything to do with aesthetics? Do you know that your Chudley Cannon's jersey sales are the lowest in the entire league? Even Dana Emery's jersey sales are just mediocre. Isn't this because of your team's terrible brand design?" Bloomfield was stunned by the rebuttal, and then he heard Count Dentist say, "If you transfer the team to me, I can give you 2 commercial plots of vacant land near the entrance of the new city of St. Catchy Paul." "What? Vacant land?" Dentist snorted coldly. "Don't be ungrateful. Land in the new city of St. Catchy Paul has already been hyped to 3,000 galleons per square meter, and even then, it's priceless. But, vacant land near the entrance, isn't that the suburbs?" Bloomfield wanted to say something more, but the Count continued. "You'd best agree, otherwise evidence of your poaching of magical creatures and smuggling of dark arts items into the country will appear on Mr. Sterlinger's desk tomorrow." Bloomfield tried to argue, but several photos were thrown onto the desk. In the photos, Bloomfield and several foreigners were conducting a transaction. By his hand were several alchemy items that clearly looked like they were made from human skulls. "Don't argue, Mr. Bloomfield. Just let a lip-reading expert interpret what you said in the photo, and you're definitely going to Azkaban for a holiday. Believe me, it's a very nice summer resort." Bloomfield slumped into his chair in despair. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding he couldn't get it clean, so he tremblingly pulled out a handkerchief and frantically wiped his face. "Have you thought it through, Mr. Bloomfield?" Yes, Your Excellency." "Then, tell me your answer." Bloomfield hesitated for a few seconds, then finally relaxed completely. "I agree. A wise choice," Dentist said. "Soon you will find that the land in the new city of St. Catchy Paul is more valuable than you imagine, because wealthy wizards from all over the world will gather in this place. Even if your land is just a corner plot, it will definitely be more valuable than a bad Quidditch team. To be honest, I'm losing a lot." The change of ownership of the Chudley Cannons did not cause much of a stir. This was because Count Dantès had done too many things recently. A new city rose from the ground, already taking initial shape in just over a month. This was unprecedented, a city exclusively for wizards. It wasn't that no one had thought of doing it before, but rather that they were unwilling to spend that exorbitant amount of money, unlike the Count, who, with a wave of his hand, bought all the Muggle land around Ottery St. Catchpole. In the eyes of wizards, exchanging galleons for pounds was extremely uneconomical. 1 galleon could allow an adult to live very comfortably in the wizarding world for 20 days, but what could 5 pounds, exchanged from 1 galleon, do? 30 pounds of frozen chicken, or 25 pints of milk. If you have no concept of 30 pounds, then it directly converts to 13.61 kilograms. Besides, after buying the land, it still needed to be built, and one would spend money and effort, building a city laboriously for all wizards to use. No one would do such a foolish thing. However, such foolish things would not only be done in the future, but also on a national level, winning not only reputation and allies, but also making a fortune. Of course, Count Dantès' purpose in doing this was open to debate. Soon, Dana received an invitation from Mrs. Weasley, inviting him to the Burrow as a guest. Dana politely declined his premium acquisition of the Weasley land, and gifting them tickets was merely to repay the twins' favor at Hogwarts. As for a deeper bond, he didn't want it, nor did he dare to. And he truly had no time now. There were only a few days left until the start of school, and he really needed to travel in Europe for a few days. Then, when Professor McGonagall asked, he would have stories to tell, wouldn't he? So he looked at Nurmengard's old castle walls and fell into deep thought. Was this the headquarters of Gellert Grindelwald's witchcraft party back then, and now his prison? Tisk tisk tisk, the old man at the gate was dozing against the wall, and there were no other guards besides him. This level of confinement was really like a game. It was just that old man Grindelwald didn't want to come out. Dana transformed into a black cat, strutting elegantly towards the castle, and as he passed the guard, who was clearly over 60, from a cat's perspective, he saw drool at the corner of the old man's mouth, stained with some fried breadcrumbs. Dana seriously suspected that the old man's lunch was Vienna schnitzel, so Nurmengard's food seemed to be quite good. Arriving at the main gate, the inscription for the greater good directly above was already somewhat blurred, its grooves filled with overgrown moss. And Dana felt no fluctuations from an anti-apparition charm at all. Yes, Dana had taught himself apparition this summer, and Merlin's bloodline gave him a profound understanding of this magic from the moment he learned it, so he could easily tell if a place had an anti-apparition charm. Entering the castle, the black cat ascended the spiral staircase towards the top floor. The air was filled with the smell of rotting wood, and many places had mushrooms growing due to the damp and darkness. Clearly, Gellert Grindelwald, once a formidable figure, had now become a tear of the times, forgotten by people. This was a room without a door. Traces of door hinges still remained on the stone door frame. So, this doorless stone room imprisoned one of the most powerful dark wizards in history, with no guards, no anti-apparition charm. Oh, let me see, a little kitty, what a rare visitor. Gellert Grindelwald, with a face full of wrinkles, white hair, and an extremely receding hairline, said with a smile. No need to hide yourself, child, I have already seen you in my dreams. The black cat stood upright, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into Doc Dantes. Gellert Grindelwald still shook his head. This is not your true self yet, child, but I can understand. He grasped an iron ring on his right. This iron ring was probably originally used to shackle prisoners, and a large area of rust stains had already spread on the stone where it touched the ring. With the support of the iron ring, the old man stood up. He slightly moved his limbs. Child, go back, I will not help you. Dana smiled. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I want to do? I can see the future. No, you can only see fragments, but not the true future. 60 years ago you saw the World War, you saw airplanes, tanks, and atomic bombs. However, Muggles did not destroy this world, nor did they destroy the wizarding world. Gellert Grindelwald looked at Dana with interest, eager to know what he would say next. He did not believe that someone whose heart was filled with hatred could say anything of value. On this matter, he and Vita Rosier had a disagreement. Dana continued. But the wizarding world is still doing well now, which doesn't mean it will continue to do well in the future. Look, how long has it been since wizard's magic has innovated? Oh, the wizard's magic level is even regressing. Do you remember the Goblin Rebellion 100 years ago? At that time, trolls appeared in Hogsmeade, and almost everyone drew their wands and bravely stepped forward. But what about now? Most employees of the British Ministry of Magic can't even cast a decent shield charm. The pure-blood families lie smugly on the laurels of their ancestors and the wealth they left behind, wantonly oppressing the lower-class wizards to pursue more wealth, while they also indulge in pleasure, wasting their lives. And lower-class wizards who want to improve have no learning channels, want to make a living but are discriminated against and ostracized, and want to escape to the Muggle world to survive but face the risk of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Look, a society with such intensified contradictions will need a revolution sooner or later. This has nothing to do with Muggles, but rather the wizarding world itself is gradually collapsing. Conversely, if the wizarding world revitalizes itself and strives for self-improvement, do we still need to worry about Muggles eliminating wizards? Gellert Grindelwald laughed. Well said, but utterly unconvincing. Your goal is revenge, so all your rhetoric and actions must be questioned by me. Dana shook his head and said, what is the connection between me being an Avenger and me wanting a revolution? Mr. Grindelwald, you should believe one thing, and that is precisely because I have had heartbreaking experiences, my belief in changing the world will be even stronger. The tragedy that befell me should not happen again. Gellert Grindelwald nodded. Very good, that's a decent argument. But please explain. You told Vita that my failure was because I ignored class, yet now you are using the creation of a new city to tie the interests of those British pure-blood families together. Isn't this contrary to what you yourself said? Dana rubbed his nose. Mr. Grindelwald's information is truly well-informed, not at all like an imprisoned criminal. Gellert Grindelwald did not respond, only looked at Dana. Dana shrugged. This brings us to the reason I came to see you today. Dana and Gellert Grindelwald looked at each other. Although he might not be able to defeat the old man in an equal state, at least in terms of aura, Dana did not fall into a disadvantage at all. I need you to help me attract all the great families of Europe to my new city. Why? I want to create a carnival where everyone would be desperate to throw in all their family assets. When people believe something can bring them 3, 4, or even 10 times the profit, they will lose their minds. And all I need to do is knock down the load-bearing wall at the very bottom of the tall building. Haha, when the wizard nobles lose their wealth, their class will be no different from the lower-class wizards. If they are willing to abide by the rules, they can at least survive, but if they are unwilling, then I don't mind sending them to meet Merlin. The kind where they really meet Merlin. Gellert Grindelwald had a wicked smile on his lips, with one eyebrow raised, just as he was decades ago. Aren't you afraid I'll tell others your plan in advance? Dana spread his hands. Anyway, this matter won't succeed without your help in the end. Your choice to betray me is also because you don't approve of my plan. So, your unwillingness to help and your betrayal of me are essentially the same for me, but if I don't ask, the success rate is 0. Given that, what do I have to fear? Gellert Grindelwald nodded. At this moment, a whooshing sound of wind came from the window behind Gellert Grindelwald, which was boarded up. Amidst the noisy wind, Dana asked softly, "Moreover, would you really betray me? This is a great opportunity to reconcile with Albus Dumbledore." Grindelwald was silent for a long time. Dana sat on the ground, not disturbing him. "Can you also see the future?" "No, I can see important fragments of the past, and I can also see what the world would be like without me. But now that I am here, the future I knew no longer counts. But I do know what a society that truly serves the interests of the majority looks like, and I have always believed that the interests of the vast majority are the greater interests. Will you place your revenge above everyone's interests?" Dana suddenly laughed. "Mr. Grindelwald, are you perhaps overestimating my enemies? With my current strength and power, destroying them is as easy as flipping my hand. Now, I just feel that it's not enough. A few months ago, I killed one of my enemies, but after killing him, I regretted it. Considering the harm he inflicted on my mother, killing him was too merciful. So I want my enemies to slowly savor the pain, unable to live or die. And coincidentally, my revolutionary plan can achieve all of this. And dealing with them will not touch the fundamental base of the revolution. My comrades will not be dragged down by my revenge plan." Grindelwald nodded, then turned and pushed open the wooden window. A gentle warm breeze blew in, and Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, smiling. "It's been a long time since I've seen the sun. My eyes are a bit unaccustomed to it." Tears flowed from his stinging eyes, which Grindelwald carelessly wiped away with his dirty sleeve, then stretched. "Do you think Al would still recognize me now, seeing me like this?" This was the last match before the start of the school year. Having his own team and stadium truly allowed him to do as he pleased. To give the audience some sense of participation and to ensure they felt their ticket was worth it, Dana arranged an opening performance. He found some unemployed professional players and had them perform flying stunts. The audience was thoroughly entertained. Of course, the home team finishing the match in 3 seconds had become the norm. Everyone seemed to just be going through the motions. Witnessing another victory added to the Chudley Cannon's record. Due to the audience's enthusiasm, Dana decided to give them an extra minute. While the other players returned to the locker room, Dana continued to fly around the stadium for a while. As he walked alone down the players' tunnel, broom in hand, 2 people suddenly burst out from a nearby storage room. "Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra!" 2 green lights shot straight at Dana. However, the killing curse missed its mark, as Dana Emery's vanished into thin air from his spot. The 2 assassins looked at each other, but didn't notice an ant on the ground, crawling behind them. Stupefied, with both hands firing simultaneously, the 2 assassins fell to the ground. Dana didn't return to the players' locker room. In this deserted corridor, he wasn't afraid of being seen. The Spandam gate opened, and Dana transformed into Dantes, taking the 2 back to the castle in Hebrides. When the 2 assassins regained consciousness, they found themselves in a dungeon. Standing opposite them was the most prominent figure in the British wizarding world at the time, Count Doc de Dentis. The Count was frequently in the newspapers, so these 2 naturally recognized him. Under normal circumstances, if they had the chance to meet such a prominent figure, they would naturally try to curry favor, but now, in the gloomy dungeon, chained, they probably weren't in the mood for that. "Tell me, who sent you to assassinate Dana Emery's?" The 2 assassins exchanged glances, somewhat unclear about the current situation. The Count frowned, clearly a bit impatient. "Cruciatus curse. This dungeon was 3 or 4 floors deep beneath the castle, and the stairs leading up passed through 6 or 7 doors. Even if 1,000 hinky-punks sang in unison here, the people above would likely not hear a thing." The 2 assassins writhed on their chains for a long time before the Count stopped the torture. "Speak, who told you to attack a 12-year-old wizard?" One assassin, drenched in sweat, weakly said. "It was Donna Avery." The other assassin exclaimed. "Hippola, you." The assassin named Hippola shook his head. It's not worth risking our lives for that little money, Aki. Aki angrily retorted. Miss Avery has treated us well. If it weren't for her, we'd still be picking up trash in Nocturne Alley. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot from Dana's fingertip, and the assassin Aki instantly lost his life, slumping down and pulling taut the iron chains that held his hands. All right, tell me, why did Donna Avery want to assassinate Dana Emery's? Dana looked at Hippola. Hippola swallowed. If he didn't speak, he was dead. If he did, although the hope of survival was slim, at least there was hope, wasn't there? Miss Avery seems to have offended that talented seeker years ago, and their enmity seems quite deep. It's just that recently, that young wizard has risen to fame, gaining a lot of prestige, and you, Count, also bought the Chudley cannons. Miss Avery was worried that Dana Emery's would affect your relationship with their Avery family, which is why she had us act. The Count was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't considered this issue. This Donna Avery was quite decisive in her actions. The moment she felt a threat, she immediately acted. Too bad she's a love-struck fool. The Count glanced at the assassin and asked, "Do you want to die or live?" The assassin nodded frantically. "I want to live, I want to live." The Count nodded. "Living is good too, it saves me a spell," the Count said, waving his hand. A flash of blade, and Aki's head separated from his body, then flew into the Count's hand. And the dungeon door vanished, the entire dungeon sealed off. Then an archway appeared before the Count, and he stepped through it. The archway disappeared, leaving the assassin Hippola alone there. Lord Count, please let me go." However, his only answer was the echo in the dungeon. "Let me go, me, ah." The Count did indeed let him live, but as for how long he would live, it probably depended on the fat on Hippola's body. Turning his head to look at his companion's headless corpse, Hippola regretted it. He'd rather be taken by a killing curse now. Wang Wenhui. The Count appeared at Grimald Place 12. Coming. Wang Wenhui excitedly ran down from upstairs. "Boss, you've come at just the right time. My sister just finished organizing our financial report for last month. The income from all our properties totals 12,000 galleons, which is enough for the Fire Serpent Party's operations." The Count glared at him. "Why are you so short-sighted? I didn't come to you to hear about this." Oh, boss, just give the orders. Find a few people, disguise them as Chudley Cannon's fans, beat up Gilderoy Lockhart, and then have him deliver a message to Donna Avery from now on. Stop plotting against Dana Emery's, or else next time it won't be as simple as just a beating. All right, boss. Although Wang Wenhui was a bit puzzled, he just had to follow the boss's orders. Oh, and also, have Gilderoy hand this over to Donna Avery. The Count threw a package containing a 40-centimeter square wooden box to Wang Wenhui. Got it? Boss, just you watch, old Wang will definitely get this done beautifully. Wang Wenhui scurried off to arrange the work. Dana stroked his chin. Donna Avery, don't always court death. What if I can't help but kill you? Wouldn't that be a waste of the grand meal I've prepared for you? It's not satisfying now, but beating up your husband to vent some anger and collect some interest, that's always acceptable, right? The next day, Count Dantes attended the wedding of Donna Avery and Gilderoy Lockhart at Avery Manor. Count Dantes's arrival caused a stir at the scene. "Count, is there really no more land in the new city? Count, can you spare some for our family? We can pay double the price." The Count waved his hand. "Everyone, today is Miss Avery and Mr. Lockhart's big day. Please don't be like this. We should offer our blessings to the newlyweds. As for the new city, please bear with me. This is only the first phase of construction. There will be second and third phases later. If you are interested in the new city, please pay close attention. Thank you." With the Count's promise, the guests gradually calmed down, waiting for the bride and groom to appear. The Count watched Lockhart walk out, his facial expression stiff. It was clear from his face that he had just received treatment at St. Mungo's, and his muscles had not yet recovered from the effects of the medication. The Count smiled, looking expectantly towards the entrance of the wedding venue. As Donna Avery's father led her out, the Count almost burst out laughing. It was her big day, yet there was no joy on her face at all. Instead, she looked worried and terrified. The Count nodded. It seemed Donna Avery had properly received the warning he sent. Inside the box he sent was the head of the assassin Aki, and one of John Flint's hands. The ring on that hand was very conspicuous, and Donna Avery surely wouldn't mistake it. Terrorism, though despicable, is effective. For people like Donna Avery, using it occasionally can bring some peace for a while. Well, it doesn't need to be for long, just until Lockhart is imprisoned. Although Hogwarts is very safe, he still has to go out for matches, and he doesn't want to constantly guard against sneak attacks that might fly out from who knows where. The Count looked at the groom again, seeing nothing but resentment in Gilderoy Lockhart's eyes as he looked at Donna Avery. This won't do, the Count thought. After the ceremony, he should properly explain the principle of a little impatience spoils great plans to Mr. Lockhart. What's a temporary grievance? Mr. Lockhart's goal should be the entire Avery family's fortune. You should smile at Donna. Just like when you won the Most Charming Smile award, smile? There was another big reason Dana didn't accept Mrs. Weasley's invitation. He didn't want to go to Diagon Alley with Harry and the others. Now he was alone in Diagon Alley, purchasing what he needed for his second year, quietly and efficiently. Dana. Hannah Abbott called out to him. Dana turned around and saw the girl waving at him from the entrance of the pet shop. What a coincidence, Hannah. Hannah nodded. Yes, what a coincidence. I came to buy some cat owl food for my uncle. Your silver hair is too easy to spot. I saw you from a long way off. Hannah was as close to him as ever. Even though he was almost ostracized by the entire school last year, Hannah would still smile and greet him when she saw him. We haven't seen each other all summer. Hannah, why didn't you write to me? You didn't write to me either. Hannah said with a giggle. But I know it's because you're busy, Mr. Youngest MVP, most valuable player in history. You're truly amazing. Actually, I originally wanted to write to you, but then I thought you have so many fans, and my letter might not make you happy. It might even increase your workload, so I didn't write. This girl is really nice. She gives you warmth when you are down, but when you soar, she asks for nothing in return, quietly keeping her distance. Hannah, with Wizard New City being so popular now, hasn't your uncle thought about opening a Leaky Cauldron branch there? Dana, you're joking? Land in Wizard New City is as precious as gold. My uncle can't afford to buy a large enough plot there. If he sold everything he owned, maybe he could scrape together enough for a bar counter. Our family has already bought dozens of acres of land in the new city. My father is going to build a big house there. After getting off the Hogwarts Express, Draco Malfoy boasted to the Slytherin little snakes. Crabbe and Goyle were a bit bored behind him, because Draco had been talking about this topic ever since they got on the train, even though it was a very impressive thing. Wow, your dad is amazing. My dad pulled a lot of strings and only managed to buy a piece of land along the street in the new city, only enough for a storefront. How did your dad do it? Ha 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 ha. Draco was extremely pleased. He liked these flattering companions. He glanced briefly at his two dazed guards behind him and shook his head slightly. My father and Count Dantes are the best of friends. Count Dantes even lets me call him uncle. With that connection, it would be strange if we couldn't buy such a large piece of land. Wow, wow. Malfoy, you absolutely must introduce me to the Count next time. I heard he's incredibly handsome. Malfoy, me too. Draco was smug, but then he saw Dana Emery's getting off the train and walking alone towards Thestral carriage. Hey, Azkaban escapee, Draco shouted. You played well this summer. My father is about to buy the Tuts Hill Tornadoes. Why don't you come play for my father's team? Isn't that 100 times better than playing for that rotten Chudley Cannons team? Dana merely glanced at him and continued walking away. Draco Malfoy was so angry he stamped his feet. Damn it! He's just a stinking ball player. What's he so arrogant about? No matter how well you play, can you buy an apartment in the new city? Dana, with his back to the others, rolled his eyes skyward. Do you know who you're talking to right now, little nephew? Malfoy, Dana said, walking forward and dropping a sentence. The Chudley Cannons, the team I'm currently on, is your Uncle Dantes' property. Is it really okay for you to poach from the Chudley Cannons like that? Draco's mouth gaped wide, and a few seconds later he quickly covered it with his hand. Damn it, he got too carried away. Dana climbed into a compartment. There was no one else in the compartment. He moved further in and sat in the innermost seat. Little wizards kept opening the compartment door. They would only glance inside, then nod and smile as they left. Although Dana was very famous, and the Ministry of Magic had even publicly proven his innocence, the word Azkaban still made the little wizards hesitate. Yo, Dana! Fred suddenly jumped into the compartment, followed by George, who shouted behind him. Lee, hurry, there's a spot here, and Dana's here too. Lee Jordan pulled himself up by the doorframe. Ah, Dana, long time no see. No, I've watched several of your matches, so I've seen you several times, you just haven't seen me. Haha, when Lee babbles, you know he's nervous again. Shut up, George. Lee laughed. No one who watches Dana play won't like him? Dana, can you sign an autograph for me? Preferably a customized one. It's only a matter of time before you become a world-class superstar. With your autograph, once the new city is built, I might even be able to trade it for a small apartment. Fred and George gave him a disgusted look. What's so great about that new city? It's under construction all day long, making the whole valley smoky and dusty. Our chickens are going to be scared to death. The Thestral carriage moved. Dana was certain that the twins and Lee Jordan couldn't see the Thestrals, because the Thestral on the left was clearly suffering from an upset stomach, continuously spewing green, semi-digested matter from the sky, while the three of them were still enthusiastically discussing how Gryffindor Quidditch would win the championship this year. If they could see this bizarre sight, they probably wouldn't be so composed. Win the championship? What a fresh idea. We have the two best seekers in all of Hogwarts. As long as Harry doesn't have an accident, we can win, not to mention we also have Dana as a backup. Fred said. Lee Jordan shook his head with a smile. If you ask me, as long as Dana becomes the starting seeker, I don't think any house team can threaten us. That won't do. The twins said in unison. Fred spoke first. If that happens, Harry will be sad. George continued. Besides, Dana's matches always end in a few seconds. It's not interesting at all. Fred agreed. I don't want to foolishly go onto the field, do nothing, and then the game ends. No sense of participation at all. As they spoke, Dana, who was now a second-year student, arrived at the castle and went straight to sit at the Gryffindor long table. There was nothing special to say about the new term's opening ceremony. After the sorting, Dumbledore routinely introduced the new defense against the dark arts class professor. The only two things worth mentioning were that Lockhart was indeed a popular author with a huge fan base. When Dumbledore introduced him, the applause was thunderous, and Dana attracted the attention of many new first-year wizards. That was the Quidditch superstar Dana Emrys, the record holder for the fastest capture of the Golden Snitch. So the two focal points of the opening feast were one at the professor's table and one at the Gryffindor long table. The empty seats around Dana were filled with first-year wizards, and Colin Creevey even sat opposite him, constantly taking his picture. This die-hard Harry Potter fan seemed to be letting his fan status down a bit tonight. It wasn't that he didn't want to photograph Harry Potter, but Mr. Potter and Ron Weasley were currently being thrown by the Weasleys' flying car at the Whomping Willow, both looking bewildered. It's just that Dana seemed a bit distracted. He was eating while looking up at the starry sky on the ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall, and even when the twins spoke to him, he replied sporadically. Fred, what's wrong with Dana? He was fine just now. I don't know, we'll ask him later. After the feast, Dana lagged at the back of the crowd, almost not looking where he was going, but staring incessantly at the walls and ceiling of the castle. Dana. George suddenly slapped Dana's shoulder, and Dana instinctively cast a shield charm, bouncing him away. Oh, Dana, what's wrong with you? Fred asked, while his brother was now getting up from the ground, looking delighted. So a shield charm can also send people flying? This is too interesting. Dana came back to his senses and apologized to George. Sorry, George, I didn't know it was you. No, Dana, I should be the one apologizing. I scared you first. Fred asked again. Dana, you've been staring at the castle ever since. What are you looking at? Dana looked at the beautiful patterns on the left wall and exclaimed sincerely. Hogwarts is truly a treasure. The twins exchanged glances, not understanding what Dana meant. Dana explained. Look, these seemingly ordinary patterns. If you're not familiar with magic arrays, who would guess that this is a magic power supply line? The entire Hogwarts is a precise machine. Sorry, you might not be very familiar with machines. No, Dana. Fred interrupted proudly. We know what machines are. When Dad disassembled that car, we helped him. Muggle machines are truly fascinating. It's just a shame about that car. Our good brother lost it. Dana nodded. Yes, Muggle machines are indeed amazing, but you should know that Hogwarts is a 1,000-year-old creation, with layers upon layers of magic arrays on it, more complex than any Muggle machine I know. That's true, George echoed. We've explored for so many years and haven't fully explored Hogwarts yet. Dana slapped his forehead, as if remembering something. Oh, right, the Marauder's map is useless to me, you can have it. As he spoke, Dana took out the parchment and handed it to the twins. Dana, you're too generous? Thank you. The twins treasured the map, put it away, exchanged a look, and were eager to turn around and head downstairs. Dana saw through their thoughts and instructed. Please bring me some food later, I plan to use it for tomorrow's breakfast. Ah, why? I advise you to do the same, it's best not to go to the Great Hall tomorrow morning. Huh. Harry and Ron caused such a big commotion today, do you think your mom will send a howler? Upon hearing this, the twins burst into laughter. No, how could we miss such a happy event? Dana, we'll get your breakfast for you, but we absolutely won't miss the excitement tomorrow morning. The second term began smoothly. Aside from Lockhart's farcical classes, there seemed to be nothing special to say about the new term. Although Dana was gradually being accepted by the young wizards, he was still the odd one out. Apart from attending classes and eating, he either spent his time in the library or wandered around Hogwarts, observing every subtle trace of magic arrays in the castle. Of course, there was another person who didn't fit in, and that was Ginny Weasley. This later heartthrob, at this time, couldn't get along well with her classmates, so she was, not surprisingly, bewitched by a certain diary. One evening in early October, Ginny stumbled out of the common room and walked towards the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Although she was only a first-year student, she behaved as if she had lived there for many years. She skillfully moved through various secret passages, without disturbing anyone or any portraits. Like a ghost, even real ghosts couldn't detect the little girl's anomaly that night. In front of that faucet, Ginny spoke. Hiss hiss hiss. The Parseltongue password made the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, which had been dormant for 50 years, reappear, and the girl unhesitatingly leaped into the dark, bottomless pipe. Standing in front of the Slytherin statue, Ginny excitedly chanted in Parseltongue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the 4 founders. The statue's mouth opened again. However, this time no basilisk swam out. Ginny frowned, seemingly very puzzled by what was happening. She waited for a long time, but the basilisk did not appear. Where's the basilisk? Did it sneak out? The sole fragment of 16-year-old Tom Riddle, controlling Ginny, was extremely puzzled. He even began to suspect that the basilisk might have died of old age. This shows that Ron Weasley was quite tight-lipped. He surprisingly didn't tell his family about Dana slaying the basilisk. But then again, having Hermione, a child from another family, was already annoying him, so if his mom knew there was an even more exaggerated one at school, wouldn't his ears be calloused from nagging? Although Dana had completely won his mom's heart this summer at that time, Ron had long since forgotten about the basilisk. After all, he had only heard the story from Harry, so it was not surprising that he didn't have a deep impression. Tom Riddle could not find the basilisk, and Dana knew nothing about it. He was now completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge related to magic circles. Professor McGonagall, thank you for the materials you lent me, they were very helpful. Dana returned the advanced magic circle notes that Professor McGonagall had borrowed from a friend, then followed Professor McGonagall out of the Transfiguration class office. Dana, it's good to be studious, but do you have enough energy? Don't worry, Professor. The second-year curriculum isn't difficult for me. In fact, I'd already learned most of the knowledge in Azkaban. The only difference is that one place had no textbooks, and the other does. Professor McGonagall frowned. You must be careful to discern what you learn from those bad sorts, child. Be careful they don't harm you. I will, Professor. As they spoke, they saw Gilderoy Lockhart humming a tune as he passed by. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, and Gilderoy looked at Dana. Oh, it's our Quidditch prodigy. He looked very happy. Last night's Halloween feast was wonderful, but I didn't see you, child. Remember, when it's time to be happy, be happy. Don't read so much that you make your brain dull. Dana raised an eyebrow. Thank you for your advice, Professor Lockhart. But the next moment, Dana suddenly froze. Yesterday was the Halloween feast, and according to the plot, the first basilisk victim would appear. Filch's beloved cat, Madame Norris, would be petrified, and then the heir of Slytherin would leave a message. However, the basilisk had been killed by him, and the expected commotion did not occur. So, that series of events from the original story would not happen? Would Lockhart still have his magic reflected by Ron's wand? Turn himself into a fool, and be locked in Azkaban, as in the original story? The answer, of course, was no. Dana was unsure if Dumbledore knew about Lockhart plagiarizing others' experiences, and he needed to ensure Lockhart would be locked in Azkaban. Seriously, he had been so obsessed with designing defensive magic circles for the new city lately that he had completely forgotten about such an important matter as revenge. The new city required a very complete defensive formation because this was closely related to Dana's subsequent scheme to entrap people. But the sanctions against Donna Avery could not be neglected either. Dana decided at this moment to allocate some of his energy to this matter. What if he pretended to be the basilisk and pushed the plot forward? Others transmigrate to be nannies, he transmigrated to be a boss. It sounded a bit interesting. But on second thought, there was really no need for that. Even if the basilisk appeared again, the plot might not be the same as the original. At least the Weasley family was rich now, and Ron had a new wand. Although they crashed the Whomping Willow with their flying car, Ron's wand did not break. So Professor Lockhart, I'm sorry, but I'm going to personally send you to prison. But before that, Dana said goodbye to Professor McGonagall and jogged to catch up with Lockhart. Professor Lockhart. We meet again. Dana said with a smile. At the beginning of this semester, I was too immersed in studying, so you might not know, but I am actually a loyal fan of your books. Really? Lockhart immediately became happy. Being admired by the Quidditch world supernova undoubtedly hit his sweet spot. This is truly a delightful thing. Oh, I mean, Dana, you really have excellent taste. Dana ignored his greasy smile and continued. I've always followed you, Professor, so I also know about your marriage before the start of the term. Your wife, Donna Avery, I hear she's also a very outstanding witch. So, will your next book be about your love story with her? A hint of displeasure flashed in Lockhart's eyes, but the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. She is a very good partner, and she takes care of me very well, but I was inspired by a great figure and have already decided on the content of my next book. It will describe my great professorial career at Hogwarts. Dana sighed. That's such a shame. I saw the photos of your wedding day in the Daily Prophet before, and I was so envious. It's clear that your wife loves you very much. She's almost meticulously cautious to the extreme. I even saw humility on her face. After all, she's a young lady from one of the sacred 28 families. For her to do this for you, she must really love you. Lockhart laughed heartily. This was indeed something that pleased him. Even if Donna was a lady from the sacred 28, didn't she still have to humble herself before him? Although this woman had caused him to lose face and forced him to come to Hogwarts to avoid trouble, and she had inexplicably provoked this young wizard in front of him, resulting in him being mobbed by a group of crazy fans. Lockhart didn't blame Dana for this, not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. Crazy fans are always intimidating, no matter when. But in terms of her devotion to him, Donna Avery truly surprised him. Oh, yes, Dana, your observation skills are excellent. Lockhart was somewhat smug. You're right, Donna, she loves me to the bone. No matter what, she always puts me first. Look. Lockhart pulled open the collar of his wizard robe, letting Dana look inside, and boasted. See, this is an amulet Donna made for me herself. Although it's not worth much, she got several needle pricks on her fingers because of it. What a foolish woman. Dana showed an envious expression. Wow, as expected of Professor Lockhart, your charm is unmatched. When I'm older, you absolutely must pass on these valuable experiences to me. Ha ha ha, no problem. But before that, I think we can use each other's fame to really make a splash. Of course, you're the professional in that area. I can fully cooperate with you. Then it's settled. When this school year ends, let's give the British wizarding world a shock together. I look forward to it, Professor. After parting with Lockhart, a smile appeared on Dana's lips. Love is a good thing? It's just that Lockhart didn't seem to treat Donna too well, which wouldn't do. Lockhart should treat Donna well, so well that Donna loves him even more. If love isn't etched into the heart, how can it be agonizing when lost? Dana the cat sneaked out of the Gryffindor common room. He walked with an elegant gait, no different from a real cat, heading straight for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor's office. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he unexpectedly saw a little girl lingering there. The little girl had long, golden curly hair, silver eyes that protruded slightly, and she looked very surprised. A necklace made of butterbeer corks was vaguely visible under her uniform. This was Luna Lovegood. Dana only glanced at her before continuing down to the 3rd floor. Oh, a kitten. Luna's ethereal voice rang out. No, not a kitten. How could a kitten of this age have so many blibbering humdingers? Luna quickly took 2 steps forward, reaching out to pick up Dana the cat, but he deftly jumped away. Dana turned back to look at Luna, a warning in his eyes. Luna clapped her hands. I've seen those eyes before. And that silvery white fur on its head. You're Senior Emery's. Dana was truly surprised. In the original novel, Luna Lovegood's intuition was incredibly sharp, but he hadn't expected the real person to be even more outrageous. Dana the cat took a small leap onto the stairs. Even if Luna recognized him, he wouldn't admit it. Senior Emery's, can you help me find my hairpin? It's a memento from my mother. Please. Dana the cat stopped. He had been hard-controlled by the keywords. In the original novel, Luna was bullied terribly by her roommates, but the child never took it to heart. He quickly reviewed Luna's life in his mind. This child was very tight-lipped and also very trustworthy. Dana returned to his human form. Hello, Luna Lovegood. Senior knows me. I saw you at the start of term feast. Don't worry, Senior, I won't tell anyone that you're an animagus or that you're out at night. Dana tilted his head. Aren't you also out at night? No, I have a note from Professor Flitwick, allowing me to look for things in the castle these past few days. Why don't you ask Professor Flitwick to use Oxio to summon the hairpin? Luna shrugged slightly and said cheerfully. Professor Flitwick has so many young wizards to teach. He doesn't have time to pay attention to me, so he doesn't know what my hairpin looks like, and naturally, he can't summon it. Dana didn't quite understand what made Luna happy. He closed his eyes and began to recall. Luna hadn't worn a hairpin at the start of term feast, and recently he had been focused on the study of magic formations, having almost no contact with other young wizards. Wait a moment, he remembered. In late October, one of Luna's shoes had been hidden by her roommate, and she had been looking for her shoe with one bare foot in the castle. At that time, he had taken an extra look at Luna because her bare foot had happened to step on a magic line. The hairpin on her head at that time. The memory gradually formed a picture in his mind, a blue raven hairpin. Oxio hairpin. In a moment, the hairpin flew down from a spiral staircase, and that staircase was the Ravenclaw Tower staircase. All right, keep your hairpin safe and go back quickly. I knew it. Senior Emery's would definitely be able to help me. Thank you, Senior. Dana smiled. You can call me Dana. As he spoke, Dana transformed back into Dana the cat and went downstairs. Luna caressed the hairpin, her mood excellent. Then she looked at the slender cat shadow on the stairs and muttered to herself. Half ice, half flame, Senior. No, Dana is so contradictory. Arriving in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor's office, Dana the cat transformed into Dana the ant and squeezed through the door crack. Although it was already 9:30 at night, Lockhart's office was still brightly lit. The great author was currently dealing with letters from fans. However, unlike the original novel, because of the disgraceful incident that occurred in Dentis Castle, those sending letters to Lockhart were no longer just loyal fans. There were also some haters who fiercely criticized his inability to control himself. So, after Lockhart opened a letter and just glanced at it, he categorized it letters from fans on his left, and letters from haters on his right. Letters from fans, of course, had to be replied to, while those from haters were simply diffindo, physically, and thrown into the trash can. The trash can under the pile of letters on the right was already filled with various fragments of letter paper. Dana the ant climbed onto the desk and watched Lockhart skillfully handle the letters. He noticed that Lockhart pulled out a letter with a pink envelope and, without even opening it, put it into the haters pile. Dana glanced at the sender, Donna Lockhart. Oh, wow. Once Lockhart had finally categorized the letters, he began to reply. Dana watched Lockhart reply to the letters while simulating his handwriting. Do you know the advantage of Merlin's bloodline? Photographic memory, quick to learn anything. Before one letter was even finished, Dana could already simulate Lockhart's handwriting so perfectly it was indistinguishable from the real thing. When Lockhart was writing the 5th letter, he quietly climbed off the desk and, behind Lockhart, returned to human form. Stupefied, Lockhart plopped onto the desk. Dana pulled out Donna's letter, opened it, and read. My dearest. This is the 15th letter I've written to you since you arrived at Hogwarts. Why haven't you replied to me? Do you remember what I told you last month, that I'm pregnant? I miss you so much, my dear. It's my first time being a mother, and I don't know what to do. You're so knowledgeable, you can definitely give me excellent advice, right? Looking forward to your reply. Your wife, Donna. Dana shook his head. If Lockhart had this attitude, why would Donna Avery be willing to go to prison in his place? Dana stuffed the letter back into the envelope. Reparo. Then he put the letter back in its original place. Dana moved Lockhart from the chair to the floor, sat down, and wrote furiously. Then he put the letter into an envelope, sealed it, and tucked it among the letters Lockhart had already replied to. Then he swaggered through a portal and returned to his dormitory. The next day at noon, Donna Lockhart received a reply from Lockhart at Gilderoy's residence. Originally, Lockhart wanted to move into Avery Manor, but Donna refused no matter what, insisting on staying at Lockhart's house. This was truly because John Flint's body had suddenly appeared in her room and stolen the tapestry, leaving her with lingering fear. But at this moment, Donna was happy. Her dear husband had finally replied to her. My dearest Donna, seeing your words is like seeing you. The work of a Hogwarts professor is truly too busy. I don't even have time to reply to my fans' letters. I can only sweep them into the trash bin. Perhaps it's because of this that I missed all your previous letters. If I hadn't accidentally come across your pink envelope today, I think I would have continued to miss them. I'm very happy that you're pregnant. This is our first child, of course. We'll certainly have more than just this one child. You've worked hard, and it's truly a pity that I can't be by your side. However, thankfully, the Hogwarts contract is only for 1 year. When I return home, I will definitely repay you double for the time I owe you this year. Our good days have only just begun. Oh, how can a short letter express my feelings at this moment? Donna, you are too good. I love you to death. Looking forward to your letter. Your most loving Gilderoy. P.S. To prevent another mix-up, Donna, you can send your letters to Count Dantes' castle. Count Dantes and I have an exclusive cat owl for communication. I will absolutely not miss any letters forwarded from there. Loving you again. Ah. Donna jumped up excitedly, then she covered her belly with a look of horror, afraid of hurting the child. He said he loves me. Donna Lockhart trembled all over, reading the letter again and again. This was his characteristic cursive, absolutely unmistakable. The 2 months of hesitation, helplessness, and anxiety vanished in an instant. Donna felt she was the happiest woman in the world. She quickly took out some letter paper, wanting to reply, but suddenly stopped. No, my dear is very busy, I can't disturb him too frequently. Donna muttered to herself. That's right, I can't be so selfish. A letter once every half a month should be a relatively normal frequency. It's decided. Time had reached December. In the Quidditch match after Halloween, Harry was still hit by a bludger and broke his arm, and Lockhart still extracted his bones. Everything seemed unchanged. Even though the basilisk was gone, the attacks still occurred. Colin Creevey was not petrified by the basilisk, but was found collapsed in the corridor. He was unconscious, and a large amount of blood flowed from his nose. The professors rushed to the scene and immediately evacuated the young wizards. This is the killing curse, Professor McGonagall exclaimed after a careful examination. Lockhart, however, laughed heartily. Professor McGonagall, Colin Creevey is not dead, it's clear he was merely stunned by a prank spell. Professor McGonagall gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him. Dumbledore spoke. Quickly take this child to the infirmary. He was indeed hit by the killing curse, but the caster's magic was not strong, which allowed him to escape death. The professors sprang into action, each performing their duties, and vanished in an instant, leaving only Lockhart behind. He sniffed hard. His situation at Hogwarts had been difficult lately. His clumsy teaching made the young wizards begin to doubt his true abilities, and the professors continued to look down on him as always. Lockhart gritted his teeth. As long as he held out until June, he could make a comeback. He shook his head vigorously and walked towards his office. Count Dantes' advice was correct. After hiding at Hogwarts for nearly 3 months, the abusive letters he received were becoming fewer and fewer. But why had that woman stopped sending him letters? It didn't matter. As long as he maintained this marriage, Avery family would eventually be his. One had to admit, the Earl was truly wise. Lost in thought, Lockhart returned to his office, only to find a leather-bound notebook on his desk. Is this a small gift from an admirer?